Declare war on Liang. Declare war on Zhou. Declare war on Jin. Declare war on Beiro. Within the golden throne hall of the great Wu dynasty, the voice of Empress Wu Minghuang echoed again and again. The sharpness and ambition revealed in her phoenix eyes made the old ministers of the court dare not meet her gaze. Your Majesty, think twice. A white-haired old minister fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the golden bricks. Continuous wars have emptied the treasury, the people. What about the people? Wu Minghuang leaned forward slightly, the jade beads on her crown swaying gently. I have been on the throne for 3 years, pacified the southern barbarians, secured the western frontier, and conquered the 18 islands of the eastern sea. Which battle was not a great victory? Which battle did not expand our territory? She stood up, the hem of her dragon robe sweeping across the steps, her voice carrying unwavering confidence. All within the 4 seas shall be the territory of Great Wu. Let all nations come to pay homage and call me the sacred emperor. I will claim the title of the greatest emperor of all time. A deep silence fell over the court, broken only by the old minister's stifled gasps. The Empress sat down again, tapping the armrest of the dragon throne with her fingers. Issue the decree from today, conscript 300 soldiers, and double the grain levy. I want to see the flag of Great Wu flying over the capital of Liang before the spring of next year. Long live your Majesty. The martial officers knelt in unison, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. At the same moment, on a desolate road thousands of miles away from the capital, Liu Guan felt he was about to die. Not a figure of speech, he was truly dying. He collapsed under an old tree, the bark gnawed bare by him. What the hell kind of time travel is this? A week ago he was still in his rental apartment, scrolling through short videos, watching ancient armor restoration clips with great interest. He woke up one morning to find himself transported to this desolate wilderness. Ancient life. Cold weapon warfare. He was indeed interested, but only as a hobby enjoyed from behind a screen. Not actually experiencing it himself, especially not in this damn chaotic era. A rustling sound came from a distance. Liu Guan forced his eyes open and saw several ragged refugees staring at him. His heart chilled. He forced himself to sit up, showing off his tall frame of over 1.8 meters. This trick had worked a few days ago, but now, that big guy is about done for. Someone whispered, voice hoarse. Wait a bit longer, wait till he stops breathing. What are you waiting for? If we go now, he can still struggle a bit. Liu Guan heard it all clearly, his heart turning cold. This was the chaos. A world where men ate men. He looked down at his trembling hands. Hands that had been scrolling through a phone and ordering takeout just days ago, and now might soon become someone else's meal. Phone. Takeout. Air conditioning. He murmured, tears falling unbidden. No, can't cry. Crying only wastes energy. He gritted his teeth, leaned toward the tree root again, and scraped off a piece of bark with his fingernails, stuffing it into his mouth. The rough fibers scraped his throat, making him want to vomit, but he forced himself to chew and swallow. Survive, I must survive. Just as he mechanically repeated this action, his consciousness fading. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Liu Guan shook all over, his eyes snapping open. Hallucination. Hunger-induced hallucination. Ding! A suitable life form detected. Binding. Kill to grow system successfully bound. Liu Guan was stunned, then a surge of elation flooded his heart. A system. A real system. The internet novels never lied. System. System. What functions do you have? Where's the beginner gift pack? Hurry up, I'm starving to death, he shouted in his mind. System rule: the host gains chi and blood points for each life slain. The stronger the life, the higher the points. Liu Guan's heart sank. Kill. He couldn't even stand steadily now. Kill who? Kill insects. Wait. Insects. Yes. Insects. He had been occupying this spot for a few days, and others dared not approach because of his size, so all the little bugs around were his to deal with. He had already eaten everything he could swallow. But what about the ones he really couldn't stomach? He looked down at the ground. Several millipedes were crawling past his feet in a line. Liu Guan raised his foot using the last of his strength and stomped down hard. Ding! Congratulations. Killed 3 millipedes. Chi and blood points 0.09. A faint but clear stream of warmth rose from the sole of his foot, spreading up his leg. Though very weak. It works. It really works. Liu Guan's eyes lit up. He forced himself to stand up and began searching the ground. Millipedes, cockroaches, poisonous moths. He stomped on everything he saw. Every time a ding sounded, a stream of warmth flowed into his body. Though each gain was minuscule, accumulating over time, his strength was truly recovering. What's that guy doing? The refugees in the distance watched Liu Guan in confusion. A moment ago he was lying on the ground waiting to die, and now he was staggering to his feet, stomping around like a madman, muttering to himself. The final flicker before death. Doesn't look like it. Look at his face, he seems to be getting better. Weird. The leading refugee narrowed his eyes. This kid is off. Don't wait. but he's still pretty strong. Strong is good, more meat. The leading refugee licked his lips. Let's go together. Strike while he's down. 5 or 6 refugees slowly surrounded him. Liu Guan completely ignored their approach. He had only one thought now. Kill. The more he killed, the stronger he became. He lay on the ground, turning over stones in search of any living creature. A centipede was crushed by his hand, granting him 0.8 health points. He snapped several beetles, earning 0.6 health points. As his health slowly increased, his thoughts grew clearer. While killing insects, he conversed with the system in his mind. System, does this world have martial arts? Are there immortal cultivators? Or is it just an ordinary historical world? This world is an ordinary historical plane devoid of supernatural powers. The current era is the 3rd year of Tianxi of the Great Wu Dynasty. Great Wu Dynasty. Liu Guan quickly searched his memory. The Dragon Kingdom had no such dynasty in ancient times. It seemed to be an alternate world. He lowered his head to look at his mud-covered hands, then at the refugees gathering around. A surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart. That damned emperor of this era. He murmured. System, besides enhancing strength, what else can health points do? Health points can strengthen all bodily functions, power, speed, endurance, recovery, and the acuity of the 5 senses. And that's all. Liu Guan was somewhat disappointed, but quickly rallied. Being able to survive was already good enough. Why ask for more? He scanned his surroundings. The small insects on the ground were dwindling, and the distant refugees had closed in to within 10 paces. He needed larger prey, and the prey had already delivered itself. Kid, stop struggling, the leading refugee grinned. Lie down nicely, and I'll give you a quick death. You look sturdy enough to feed us for a few days. Liu Guan slowly rose to his feet. His movements were still unsteady, but much steadier than before. Are you hungry? He suddenly asked. The refugees were taken aback. I'm hungry too, Liu Guan continued. So sorry. What do you mean? Before the leading refugee could finish, Liu Guan moved. He grabbed a stone from the ground and charged at the nearest refugee. The refugee, caught off guard, was struck hard on the temple with the stone and collapsed without a sound. Ding! Killed human 1, health points 15. An unprecedented surge of heat flooded into his body, as if he had been injected with a powerful stimulant. His strength exploded instantly. He killed old Zhang. Kill him. The leading refugee's eyes turned red as he charged. Liu Guan sidestepped, his movements clumsy, but his speed far greater than these starving refugees. He grabbed the leading refugee's swinging fist and smashed the stone into the man's head. Ding! Killed human 1, health points 18. Another stream of heat surged into him. Liu Guan felt he had never been so strong. He turned to face the remaining 3 refugees, his gaze ice cold. Terrified, the 3 tried to flee, but it was too late. For minutes later, Liu Guan stood among 5 corpses drenched in blood, breathing heavily. This was a chaotic world. No right or wrong, only survival. He staggered to a tree, sat down against the trunk, and began checking the items he had scavenged from the bodies: a few unknown dried fruits, and a broken water pouch, still holding a small amount of murky water. Liu Guan carefully took a sip of water. The sweet taste nearly brought tears to his eyes. He bit into a dried fruit, hard as a rock, but it was real food. After resting for about half an hour, Liu Guan oriented himself and headed east toward the direction the refugees had occasionally mentioned as possibly having a city. The road remained desolate with occasional scattered refugees, but most dared not approach Liu Guan, whose tattered clothes belied his sharp eyes and steady gait. After walking for an unknown time, a grayish-yellow line finally appeared on the horizon. As he drew nearer, the line became a silhouette, and the silhouette turned into a solid form. A city, a fortress built of rammed earth, not tall, but imposing, stood ahead. Beneath the mottled walls, a long queue of people was barely visible. Liu Guan's spirits lifted, his fatigue swept away, and he quickened his pace toward the city gate. A city meant order, food, and a temporary shelter. At the gate, a long line of refugees as ragged as him waited with gaunt faces and numb eyes. A few soldiers leaning on spears lazily maintained order, occasionally shoving and cursing. When it was Liu Guan's turn, a spear suddenly barred his way. Stop! A burly soldier with a menacing face looked him up and down. A refugee. Liu Guan nodded. Yes, I want to enter the city to find a way to live. A way to live? The soldier sneered, pointing his spear to the side. You should go there. Liu Guan followed his gaze. About 100 meters from the gate, a few shabby sheds were packed with a dense crowd of people. They give out porridge over there. That's where you belong. The city? How do you think lowlifes like you can enter? The soldier gestured impatiently. Get lost. Don't block the way. Liu Guan was stunned for a moment, then understood. He had been naive. With refugees everywhere, how could the city allow unidentified, potentially chaotic outsiders in? Safety and order came first. Though he was no longer weak thanks to the system, his appearance was no different from a beggar's. The hope that had just flickered in his heart cooled by half. But Liu Guan didn't argue. He silently turned and walked toward the refugee settlement. At least there was porridge there, and he could interact with people, better than staying in the wilderness. As he approached the porridge sheds, the scene became clearer. Under a few crude shelters, several large cauldrons were set up surrounded by refugees staring eagerly. A fat man in a silk vest stood arrogantly on a slightly raised earthen platform flanked by a few burly servants armed with clubs. "Line up. Everyone line up." One by one, the fat man shouted in a shrill voice. The refugees stirred and struggled to maintain a crooked queue. Liu Guan stood at the end of the line and looked at the cauldrons. The so-called porridge was barely cloudy water with a few grains of rice husk and sparse vegetable leaves, so thin you could see your reflection. Yet no one complained. Everyone stretched their necks greedily, sniffing the faint scent of grain. Having something to eat barely enough to keep one alive was already a blessing. Liu Guan sighed inwardly. Such was the world. Just as he was about to reach the cauldron, something unexpected happened. The fat man suddenly wrinkled his nose in disgust, walked over to a cauldron, and kicked it over. Crash! The flimsy pot toppled, spilling its meager contents onto the ground. Gasps and suppressed groans of pain rose from the refugees. Many stared at the rapidly disappearing porridge on the ground, their eyes reddening. "What's all the noise about?" The fat man put his hands on his hips, unafraid of the crowd's reaction, a strange smile on his face. "Don't worry. Your master is in a good mood today. I'll give you something better." He clapped his hands. Two servants stepped forward carrying a large sack. They loosened the opening. It was rice, mixed with bran, but still real distinct grains. The refugees' agitation subsided a little, but most showed little joy. What good was rice? They had no pots, no firewood, no clean water. Could they chew the raw grains? Ignoring their reactions, the fat man chuckled and raised his voice. "Your master is kind-hearted. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll stop giving porridge today and sell rice instead." "5 strings of cash. 1 dough of rice. 5 strings of cash. 1 dough of rice." The refugee line exploded. "5 strings of cash. Why don't you just rob us? Master, have mercy. We have no money. You're trying to kill us." The fat man watched the furious crowd below, not afraid, but even more delighted. He glanced at the soldiers near the city gate, then at his servants, and finally swept his gaze over the starving, half-dead lowlifes. "What's the noise? That's the price. Take it or leave it, if you don't want to get lost. Do you think your master's rice just fell from the sky? You ungrateful dogs. Motherfer!" A roar exploded like thunder. Liu Guan felt a surge of fury rush straight to his head. The hardships of fleeing, the despair of near starvation, the suffocation of killing, the humiliation of being rejected at the gate, and this blatant, blood-sucking extortion and insult. All emotions merged into a raging inferno. He burst out of the crowd, pointing at the fat man, his voice echoing across the grounds. 5 strings of cash for a dough of rice. You dead pig, have you lost your mind? What did you say? The fat man, accustomed to flattery all his life, had never endured such insults. Liu Guan, however, did not even glance at him. He spun around abruptly to face the crowd of dull-eyed refugees behind him. He knew that for these people on the brink of starvation, mere anger would not be enough. They needed a spark, and even more, they needed a visible target and a glimmer of hope. He pointed at the broken pot on the ground, and the spilled thin gruel, his voice rising. "Open your damn eyes. This fat pig. He would rather pour the grain away. Throw it away. He won't give us starving people even a single mouthful." He waved his arms, his gaze sweeping across the sallow, famine-worn faces. "Did he bring out that rice because he pitied us? Bullshit. 5 strings of cash for 1 dough of rice. Is that selling? That's robbery. He stands there looking at us like we're a pack of dogs waiting for scraps. Can you still swallow this? Are you content to be dogs that can't even beg for a sip of slop?" The crowd grew more agitated, yet fear and hesitation still held the greater grip. "You bastard. Still daring to spread heresy and stir up hearts here." The fat man finally snapped out of his shock and fury. "This is rebellion. Utter rebellion. Get him. Beat him to death. Cripple this reckless cur." The burly servants beside him bared their vicious faces, drew the short blades from their waistbands, and lunged at Liu Guan. Seeing this, Liu Guan cursed inwardly, a heap of mud that can't be plastered onto a wall. But he had no time to think of anything else. The first servant to reach him moved fastest, slashing diagonally with his blade. Liu Guan could not dodge in time. A gash opened across his left arm, and blood immediately gushed forth, staining his already tattered sleeve crimson. HSS. The searing pain shot through him, yet it acted like a shot of adrenaline, fully unleashing the primal ferocity buried in Liu Guan's bones. The savagery of a man pushed to the brink. "You dog. You're courting death." His eyes turned bloodshot. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, seizing the moment while the servant pulled back his blade. Enduring the pain, he threw his right fist with all his might, smashing it straight into the man's face. Bam! A muffled impact. Caught utterly off guard, the servant's nose spurted, blood stars swam before his eyes, and the blade in his hand nearly slipped away. Seizing that lightning-fast opportunity, Liu Guan shot out his hand and clamped it like iron around the servant's sword-wielding wrist. With a violent twist and wrench, the servant cried out in pain, and the short blade flew from his grip. The moment the blade touched his palm, Liu Guan felt a cold, solid surge of power run through his body. He followed the motion and drove the blade forward. Go to hell. The blade sank precisely into the servant's chest, then was yanked out fiercely. Blood splattered across Liu Guan's face. The servant's eyes bulged wide, a grotesque gurgle rattling in his throat, and he crumpled limply to the ground. Ding. Killed human 1, vitality 27. A surge of energy thicker and more scorching than when he had killed refugees before violently flooded through Liu Guan's limbs and bones. The pain in his left arm suddenly lessened by half. Fatigue was wiped away, replaced by a swelling sensation of strength. Damn it. This is a world of difference from those refugees' combat ability. Liu Guan felt a chill of awe, but having tasted the sweet reward of killing a stronger unit, his fear faded sharply, and his ferocious flame blazed even brighter. The remaining 3 servants were startled to see him so fierce, cutting down their companion with a single stroke. But relying on their numbers, they howled and encircled him. Blade light flickered, and Liu Guan's body gained several new wounds. Yet relying on the speed and recovery granted by his just enhanced vitality, he fought like a maddened tiger, refusing to retreat and pressing ever forward. The short blade rested in his hand, chopped and slashed with no technique, yet incomparable viciousness, a pure deathmatch style. Are there any real men with balls left? Come with me. Kill this fat pig. The grain will all be ours. Even as he fought, he roared again hoarsely. His voice, raw from excitement and exertion, carried the inciting power of a desperate outlaw. This time a response came. Fuck his mother. We're dead anyway. Better to die fighting than to starve. Let's do it. I've had enough of this goddamn humiliation. Seize the grain. Kill. Several explosive shouts rang out almost simultaneously. 3 or 4 refugees who still had some strength left either picked up stones from the ground or charged in barehanded, howling as they joined the fray. Though they had no weapons and little skill, their sudden charge immediately threw the remaining 3 servants into disarray. Liu Guan's pressure eased abruptly. Spotting a servant who had been grappled by a refugee, he drove his blade viciously into the man's ribs. Ding. Killed human 1, vitality 23. Another surge of heat. Liu Guan's spirit soared. Moving faster, he whipped his blade around to parry another man's chop, kicked him hard in the stomach, and as the man doubled over, swept the edge across his throat. Ding. Killed human 1, vitality 24. The last servant, seeing his companions all dead or wounded in the blink of an eye, was frightened out of his wits. He turned to run, but 2 red-eyed refugees tackled him to the ground. Fists and stones rained down upon him, and soon he fell silent. In an instant, all 4 of the fat man's vicious servants lay dead. The fat man himself, paralyzed with terror, collapsed to the ground, his trousers soaked. His whole body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Staring at Liu Guan approaching step by step, he could barely stammer out, "Mighty hero. Spare me. The G-grain is all yours. The money too. Spare this worthless life." Liu Guan looked at his pathetic state, recalling how the man had swaggered about moments ago and treated human lives like grass. A nameless fury rushed straight to the crown of his head. Screw your mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Guan raised his blade and brought it down. A flash of cold light. The fat man's pleas ceased abruptly. A plump head rolled far away. The headless corpse twitched twice, then lay still. Ding. Killed human 1, vitality 19. He took a deep breath. The air, thick with the stench of blood, gave him a strange sense of clarity and overwhelming power. But this was not the time to savor power. In the distance near the city gate, the previously listless soldiers had been thoroughly alarmed by the bloodshed and chaos. Shouting, they charged this way with spears in hand. Though there were only 7 or 8 of them, they were fully equipped. No rabble could stand against them. No, I must leave right now. Liu Guan made his decision in an instant. He turned to look at the grain sacks. Most of the refugees had descended into complete madness, swarming the rice bags, scrambling and clawing at one another. Some were even wrestling over half a handful of rice. Worse, some, driven mad by bloodlust or blinded by hunger, actually ran straight toward the charging soldiers, trying to storm the city gate. Naturally, they were cut down without mercy. Damn it, they have no brains. Liu Guan's heart burned with rage, yet a wave of sorrow washed over him as well. This was the reality of a chaotic era. Despair and greed could devour the last shred of reason in an instant. He wasted no more time. He quickly retrieved a heavy money pouch from the fat man's corpse, picked up a still intact short blade from beside a servant's body, and tucked it into his waist. He glanced at the grain sacks which were rapidly dwindling amid the refugees' scramble, then decisively abandoned them. Just as he was about to turn and dash toward the wilderness on the side, he noticed that the 3 or 4 refugee men who had initially fought alongside him had not gone for the grain. Instead, they had gathered together. They clutched blades or clubs scavenged from the servants' corpses, watching him with eager, desperate eyes. One scar-faced man panted heavily and spoke, "Mighty hero, we'll follow you. This place is no longer safe." Liu Guan's gaze swept over them. These men were gaunt and sallow, but their eyes were still clear, and they had struck ruthlessly enough just now. He gave a slight nod and wasted no words. "If you want to live, stay close. Run to the woods in the east." With that, he took the lead and sprinted toward the eastern wilderness away from the city gate and the porridge station. The 3 or 4 men did not hesitate. Clenching their jaws, they stumbled after him without delay. Charging into the forest and running for 2 or 3, Liu Guan finally stopped behind a relatively concealed thicket. He leaned against an old tree, gasping for breath, and turned to look at the 4 men who had followed him. They were also panting, their faces a mixture of relief at having escaped alive, the lingering fear of having participated in a killing, and a sense of uncertainty about the future. Liu Guan knew that now was not the time to rest. He must immediately establish order. He took a deep breath, swept his gaze over the 4 men, and said in a voice that brooked no dissent, "Stop and catch your breath. Since you chose to follow me out here, from now on we're all grasshoppers tied to the same string. I'll be blunt, if you want to survive, you'll have to listen to me from now on. If anyone thinks they can't handle it, they can leave now, go their separate ways. I won't stop you." The 4 men exchanged glances upon hearing this, then almost simultaneously nodded firmly. They had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of this lord. Following such a bold and capable leader in this merciless world, their chances of survival were certainly greater than if they wandered aimlessly on their own. "We'll follow you, hero." "I'm with you, sir. Whatever you say." Seeing their expressions of allegiance, Liu Guan felt a little more at ease. The first step was secured. He continued, "Just listening to me isn't enough. We're all in the same boat now. I need to know who you are and what you can do. Don't hold back. Tell me what skills you have so we can divide the work and know our strengths for survival." The men hesitated slightly. After all, in these chaotic times, revealing one's background easily was a great taboo. But recalling the life and death struggle they had just shared and Liu Guan's bravery, their hesitation was quickly suppressed. The scar-faced man stepped forward first, wiping the sweat from his face. "Hero, my name is Zhao Dao. My hometown is in the mountains of Daizhou in the north. My family have been hunters for generations. Last winter, the barbarians from the northern Rome suddenly attacked, and the village was gone." His voice suddenly dropped, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times. "Father, mother, wife, child. None of them escaped. I was in the mountains that day, lying in wait for an old bear, so I escaped the disaster. When I returned, there was nothing but scorched earth." He paused. "I can't boast much, but I'm fairly skilled with a bow and horse, though right now I have neither. I'm good at tracking wild animals, finding water sources, setting snares and traps. All the work of a hunter. I also have strength and can cross mountains without trouble." Liu Guan listened carefully, nodding inwardly. Survival expert, wilderness guide. Next to Zhao Dao, the man with the sturdiest build spoke up. "Hero, my name is Wang Shitu. I'm from Bingzhou Prefecture. Originally, I was an apprentice at a blacksmith shop in the city, forging iron for 3 years. Later, the shop closed, and I took up rough work as a stonemason and carpenter. I don't have any great skills, just some strength and the ability to endure hardship." Liu Guan's eyes lit up. A craftsman, and a versatile one at that. In ancient times, this was definitely a technical talent. He immediately gave Wang Shitu a look of approval. "A craftsman is a treasure anywhere. We'll have plenty of use for your skills in the future." Wang Shitu hadn't expected his craft to be so highly valued. A hint of excitement appeared on his swarthy face, and he nodded emphatically. The 3rd man stood with an instinctive straightness, though thin. His frame was slightly larger than the other 3. "Hi, my name is Li Si from Sangzhou. In the past, I served a few years in the border army, guarding the battlements as a support soldier." He deliberately emphasized the words "support soldier," as if to indicate he was not elite and to avoid trouble. Later, the higher-ups were heavily embezzling rations, and those of us without connections were dismissed on some pretext. "I know a bit of the most basic military boxing and kicking techniques. I can tell directions, and I've traveled to many places. I have a rough sense of terrain, where checkpoints might be set up and where it's convenient to hide. I can also help keep watch at night and give early warnings of movement." Liu Guan studied him carefully. "A veteran, even if only a support soldier. Brotherly C has served in the military, so your experience is naturally different." Liu Guan's tone was calm, yet it made Li Si feel a sense of importance, causing his stooped back, bent from fleeing, to straighten involuntarily. The last man, the youngest, about 20 years old, saw that it was his turn and quickly stepped forward half a pace. He seemed more alive than the other 3, with quick-moving eyes. Though his face was also sallow and thin, his expression lacked pure numbness, and instead showed a shrewdness in reading people. "Hero, sir, my name is Sun Xiaochuan. I used to work on the canal docks outside Huliang City, unloading cargo from cargo ships, moving boxes, and sometimes helping the boat captain keep accounts and calculate flows. Later, when the world fell into chaos, the official grain transport ships requisitioned our boat, and the crew scattered. I know some characters and can do a bit of accounting." After hearing this, Liu Guan felt another surge of delight. Literate. Can do accounts. Experienced on the docks, familiar with all kinds of people. This was an unexpected bonus. Zhao Dahu could ensure their basic survival in the wilderness. Wang Shitu could provide technical support. Li Si could bring basic military experience and vigilance, and Sun Xiaochuan might play an unexpected role in handling internal affairs, managing supplies, and even external negotiations in the future. A small but functional makeshift team had been assembled just like that. It was almost too convenient. Was he some legendary child of destiny? He had just killed a few mobs, and now he had a hero squad dropped. This thought only flashed through his mind, and Liu Guan quickly pulled himself back to reality. Regardless of whether he was destined or not, he had the people now, so he had to use them. First survive. Good. Liu Guan stood up. Zhao Dahu, Wang Shitu, Li Si, Sun Xiaochuan. I have your names. My name is Liu Guan, just an ordinary refugee, but I don't want to starve, and I certainly don't want to be slaughtered. From now on, we are brothers. He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. First thing, Li Si, you have the most experience. Go with Dahu and scout the surroundings immediately, see if there are any tails following, and also look for a more concealed temporary shelter near a water source. Sun Xiaochuan, you inventory everything we have now, mainly the money pouch we took from the fat guy, and count how much is there. The orders were clear, the division of labor explicit. When the four men heard that they had something to do immediately, instead of waiting aimlessly, their spirits lifted. Yes. Understood. I'm on it. Rest assured, hero. Watching the four men spring into action, Liu Guan slowly sat down. Having rested in the woods for less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Liu Guan was contemplating where to go next. Suddenly, a sharp rustling came from the bushes ahead. Zhao Dahu and Li Si scrambled back, both their faces filled with unprecedented panic. Bad news, hero. There are soldiers. Zhao Dahu lowered his voice, panting, pointing to the side and rear from which they had come. Liu Guan's heart gave a lurch, and he abruptly stood up. Damn it, so fast. Were those grain-looting refugees made of paper? Or were the city soldiers so efficient that they suppressed the riot in an instant and could spare men to track us precisely into the woods? Those soldiers. So fierce. Sun Xiaochuan's face turned pale. They're not the pampered soldiers from the city. Li Si shook his head vigorously, his Adam's apple bobbing. They are routed troops. Retreating from the north. Routed troops. Liu Guan's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but then tightened again. Routed troops meant loss of formation and low morale, but it also meant more lawlessness, capable of anything to survive. Routed troops. Are they coming for us? A bunch of stray dogs, what's there to fear? Liu Guan tried to steady the morale, and also to encourage himself. Hero, you don't know. Li Si's tone carried a fear that was almost instinctive. Look at their armor and banners. They are soldiers of the Xinjiang camp. Even if they were just auxiliary soldiers or freshly routed remnants of the Xinjiang camp, they were not to be compared with ordinary provincial troops. They were one of the hardest bones in the north of the Great Wu Dynasty, veterans of fierce battles. At the words Xinjiang camp, Wang Shitu tightened his grip on the crude wooden stick he had just picked up, and Sun Xiaochuan's legs began to tremble. Just then, there's someone in the woods. A rough shout tinged with surprise and ferocity came from the forest gap, less than 30 paces away. Liu Guan's heart tightened, knowing they couldn't avoid it. He gestured for the others to stay calm, then slowly stepped forward a few paces, parting the obstructing foliage. He saw that on a small, relatively open clearing not far away, 6 soldiers stood unsteadily. They were indeed wearing standard issue but mud and blood-stained dark red battle robes, with leather armor much damaged. Some had dirty cloths wrapped around their heads, some leaned on spears, all with bloodshot eyes, their faces a mixture of exhaustion, lingering shock, and a madness born of desperation. They had apparently just discovered Liu Guan's group and were quickly, though somewhat chaotically, forming a small circular formation. Although the formation was loose, their instinct of mutual support, honed by many battles, remained. The weapons in their hands, swords, spears, even a notched hand axe, were all steadily aimed at Liu Guan and his companions. Damn it, what bad luck. Just shook off the Gene Dog's pursuers, and now we run into ghosts. A burly soldier with a scar on his face spat out a bloody gob of saliva, his eyes sweeping over like a hungry wolf. Brother Scar, perfect. I've got a belly full of evil fire with nowhere to vent. Another short, stocky soldier panted heavily, staring fixedly at Liu Guan and his men his eyes red. Those exploding devilish things of the Jin dogs. Boom, old Zhang, little Wang. They were gone. Gone. His voice suddenly rose with a sobbing tone and endless resentment. Can't handle the Jin dogs, but can't handle you dead rats in the woods. Obviously, these routed soldiers had suffered an incomprehensible defeat at the hands of the powerful Jin troops, and now desperately needed an outlet. Sun Xiaochuan was so frightened that his legs trembled violently, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Wang Shitu gritted his teeth. His hand, gripping the wooden stick, showed bulging veins, but trembled slightly. Zhao Dahu and Li Si were slightly better, the hunters calm, and the former auxiliary soldiers' discipline allowed them to remain standing, but their faces were equally grim. Against the city's wicked servants they dared to fight to the death, but before them were real regular troops who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, exuding overwhelming killing intent even in defeat. And the infamous Xinjiang camp at that. Liu Guan forced himself to stay calm. He took a deep breath, forced a semblance of a calm expression onto his face, stepped forward half a pace, and cupped his hands. Gentlemen soldiers, we are also refugees fleeing from the city over there. We have only these ragged clothes on our backs, really nothing of value. Please do us a favor and let us pass. We'll leave immediately and cause you no trouble. Refugees. Fleeing. The scar-faced soldiers sneered, interrupting Liu Guan. Do refugees have the smell of blood on them? Do refugees have such fierce eyes? Stop your nonsense. I don't want to hear excuses. I just want to see blood. I'll take your heads to sacrifice to my dead brothers. Liu Guan tried to negotiate further. Brothers. Charge. Kill them, split the spoils. Use their meat to fill our bellies. The scar-faced soldier gave no chance, fiercely waving his waist sword. Kill. The 6 routed soldiers, though weary and wounded, now united in enmity and emboldened by the enemy's inferior numbers and weapons, erupted with no small ferocity. The last shred of hope in Liu Guan's heart vanished. He was not a man of good temper to begin with. His earlier humility had been his limit. Motherfucker, you don't know when to back off. Liu Guan instantly cast aside all his patience and calculations, leaving only a ruthless determination. He whirled around and roared at his 4 pale-faced companions. Fear is useless. They won't spare us. If you want to live, fight with me. His bloodshot eyes swept over the 4. I'll take the lead. Zhao Dao, follow me, and look for chances to strike. Li Si, watch where their formation is weakest. Wang Shitu, guard the flank. Don't be afraid, aim for their lower body. Sun Xiaochuan, stay behind, throw stones when you have a chance, and shout loud to scare them. Simple orders, yet they gave the 4 nearly paralyzed men a backbone. Fight them to the death. Zhao Dahu growled, drawing a short knife. Damn it, Xinjiang camp. I'll take them on today. Li Si spat, suppressing his reverence for this elite force, forcing himself to examine the charging enemies with a critical eye, searching for weaknesses. Wang Shitu let out a muffled roar, holding his thick wooden stick horizontally in front of him, his knuckles white. Sun Xiaochuan's teeth chattered, but he bent down to pick up a few pieces of gravel and crouched behind a tree. Kill. Liu Guan wasted no more words, knowing that on a narrow path the brave prevails. Instead of defending, he attacked, charging straight at the oncoming routed soldiers, taking the lead. His target was the scar-faced soldier who had been shouting the loudest. On the opposite side, the 6 routed soldiers of the Xinjiang camp, seeing this refugee dare to charge first, were momentarily stunned, then even more enraged. You're asking for death, the scar-faced soldier roared, swinging his blade in a heavy, powerful strike, far beyond the strength of the previous wicked servants. Scarface's furious chop descended with brutal speed and weight, carrying the ruthless efficiency honed on the battlefield. It was no mere street-fighting flourish. The blade's passage through the air carried a razor-sharp gust that made the skin tighten. Liu Guan's pupils constricted, every muscle in his frame locking rigidly in instinctive defense. With a thunderous roar, he channeled every ounce of strength into his arms and violently parried the downward strike upward. Clang! A piercing clash of steel shattered the air, sending showers of sparks flying. A violent shockwave raced up Liu Guan's arms, numbing his webbing instantly. His feet dug frantic, retreating steps backward before he could barely deflect the overwhelming force. What? The savagery in Scarface's eyes was instantly swallowed by sheer disbelief. Though this strike was tempered by fatigue and wounds, it was still more than enough to cleave a hardened warrior or shatter inferior weapons outright. Despite the refugee's imposing physique, his grip on the blade and the mechanics of his strike betrayed him as nothing more than an untrained novice. How could he possibly withstand that strike and keep his blade intact? In that fraction of a second where Scarface faltered, Zhao Dahu launched himself from the flank. Fueled by a hunter's ruthlessness, he seized the opening, roaring as he drove his short blade straight for Scarface's exposed ribs. It was a fast, venomous thrust born of a predator's cunning against the wildest beasts. Yet for the veterans of the assault, cadre coordination and battlefield reaction were instinct etched deep into their very marrow. Beside him, the stocky veteran with bloodshot eyes acted on pure instinct. His spear erupted like a venomous serpent, striking from its den, thrusting and flicking with deadly precision. Clang! A sudden deft torque jolted up Zhao Dao's arm, numbing his wrist as his short blade was effortlessly parried away, spinning through the air before burying itself hilt deep in the soil. The stocky veteran followed through with a brutal kick to Zhao Dao's midsection, sending him grunting into a rolling tumble. Liu Guan's stomach dropped. This was a nightmare. Scarface's personal combat prowess far exceeded expectations. He would be nearly impossible to put down quickly. Nor was his comrade any novice. Their synchronicity was lethal. We must adapt. Strip them support first. Cover me. Liu Guan bellowed, abandoning his direct engagement with Scarface. His foot drove into the earth as he launched himself laterally toward another disorganized enemy soldier. Stop him. Scarface instantly read the maneuver and swung his blade to pursue. Watch the staff, sir. Li Si threw caution to the winds. He knew his clumsy boxing was worthless against the cadre's elites, but that was precisely the point. It only took one distracting moment. He swung the crude wooden staff he'd snatched from a servant, sweeping it recklessly at Scarface's legs. Scarface was forced to divert his attention to parry the nuisance his advance, stumbling. In that split-second window, Liu Guan descended like a caged beast, breaking free, hurling himself toward a younger, visibly panicked soldier. The soldier raised his blade in terrified haste upon seeing Liu Guan's predatory lunge, but to Liu Guan, whose physique had been tempered by numerous circulatory reforgings, the movement was agonizingly slow. Die! Liu Guan refused to parry, absorbing the man's feeble slash across his left shoulder. His right hand drove the short blade upward with the full momentum of his sprint, piercing clean through the man's jaw. GHK. The young soldier's eyes bulged as his body went limp, collapsing to the earth. Ding. Human slain. Vitality 52. A torrent of unprecedented searing vitality surged into Liu Guan's frame, far denser and more potent than anything he'd drawn from common riders or vicious retainers. Kill. Reeking of the power flood, Liu Guan did not hesitate. He pivoted and launched himself at the next scattered enemy. Witnessing his comrade slaughtered in such a brutal instant, the man's already frayed composure shattered. His stance went sloppy, his blade arm trembling. Liu Guan moved like a demonic force, neither dodging nor yielding. He met steel with steel, shattering the enemy's parry, and in the opening created, his blade swept horizontally. A flash of crimson erupted. Ding. Human slain. Vitality 49. Another wave of scorching energy flooded him. Though smaller, its cumulative effect made Liu Guan keenly aware that both his strength and velocity had incrementally ascended. This tangible visceral growth sent his adrenaline spiking. With Liu Guan's sudden burst of ferocity, the scales of battle began to tip decisively. Zhao Dao scrambled to his feet, reclaimed his blade, and joined Li Si and Wang Shitu in a desperate grapple against the remaining two enemies. Behind a nearby trunk, Sun Xiaochuan squinted and lobbed rocks blindly, yet miraculously struck two opponents, drawing furious curses and fracturing their focus. Under Liu Guan's lead, an anomaly who continually recharged and grew fiercer with every strike, the last two scattered soldiers soon fell into pooling blood. In the blink of an eye, only two remained: Scarface and his stocky comrade, who had fought with desperate loyalty. Back to back, the pair found themselves encircled by Liu Guan's five, their expressions finally cracking to reveal shock, fury, and a dawning disbelieving terror. They couldn't fathom it. The refugee leader, who had barely parried Scarface's opening strike, now seemed to have consumed some demonic elixir, growing faster, stronger, and deadlier by the second. Liu Guan felt incredible, a tidal surge of vital energy coursing through his veins, brimming with raw power. Gripping his blood-soaked blade, he advanced step by step toward Scarface. Clang. Steel met steel once more. The feral mask on Scarface's face froze, replaced instantly by sheer horror. The force reverberating up his arms wasn't just doubled, it was monstrous. This was not the growth rate of a mere mortal. His veteran arms, calloused and proud, went utterly numb, his footing broke, and he nearly lost his grip on the hilt. What manner of creature are you? Scarface gasped, his voice cracking. Liu Guan offered no reply. He pivoted and delivered a crushing overhead strike. Scarface parried in panic, but was driven backward step by step, his palms splitting open, blood streaming freely. Dread had completely colonized his mind. He hadn't just stumbled upon a tough foe, he'd walked into a nightmare. Whirling around, he screamed at his bloodshot, terrified comrade Lao Wu. Run. In a reckless gamble, Scarface abandoned all defense and threw himself at Liu Guan like a rabid beast, sacrificing himself outright to carve out a single thread of escape for his comrade. Not so fast. Zhao Dahu Li Si and Wang Shitu saw the opening and immediately closed in on the stocky veteran Lao Wu. Sun Xiaochuan, summoning what courage he had left, snatched up a broken spear from the dirt and shook as he attempted to block the fleeing path. Lao Wu watched his brothers cut down and his captain sacrifice himself in a last stand. Despair ignited into a feral glare within his eyes. Oh! With a bestial roar, Lao Wu's spear became a whirling storm of steel. Relying on sheer reckless courage and masterful technique, he held off 4 opponents alone. Zhao Da's blade was deflected, Li Si's arm was raked open, Wang Shitu was driven back, and Sun Xiaochuan fell to his knees in terror. Lao Wu tore a bloody hole through their encirclement. Just as he was moments from breaking free, his peripheral vision caught at Scarface had thrown himself wide open deliberately, leaving his flank exposed to hold back the terrifying refugee leader. Liu Guan's blade was descending with merciless finality toward Scarface's throat. Brother Scarface. Lao Wu did not hesitate for a fraction of a breath. Abandoning his only path to survival, he threw himself backward, interposing his own spine between Scarface and the descending steel. Schluck! The blade bit deep, shearing through muscle and grazing the spine. Lao Wu. Scarface's ragged scream tore through the forest air, thick with grief and devastation. He watched the comrade who had sacrificed himself slowly collapse into the dirt, blood welling profusely from the catastrophic gash on his back. Even Liu Guan froze. He had never anticipated such devotion. Seizing that split-second lapse, Scarface's eyes bloodshot, he swung his blade in a desperate, reckless arc. Liu Guan parried it effortlessly and countered with a single precise thrust that pierced straight through his heart. Scarface staggered back a step, gazed down at the steel protruding from his chest, then cast a final weary look at his fallen comrade. The light faded from his eyes, and he crashed to the ground. The forest fell into an abrupt, heavy silence, broken only by the coppery tang of blood and ragged breathing. Liu Guan walked over to the stocky veteran's side. He was not dead, but the light was already failing. His face was ashen, his pupils drifting into unseeing glassiness. Those eyes, which had blazed with feral desperation moments ago before surrendering to selfless sacrifice, now went utterly vacant. Liu Guan stood over the corpse, his blade raised for the finishing strike, but his arm hung frozen in the air. He listened to those final delirious mutterings, and an intensely complicated emotion clamped down on his heart. Fucking, you wretched emperor. In the golden throne hall, Empress Wu Minghuang sat high upon the dragon throne, the edges of the urgent memorial, and her slender fingers crumpled from her grip. The concise yet piercing words on the memorial stabbed into her proud heart like poison needles. A division of the trap camp encountered a bizarre weapon of the Jin troops, suffered heavy casualties, and retreated 30 li. Within Sangzhou, those seizing the opportunity to rebel grow daily. Her exquisite face was covered in frost. In the 3 years since her ascension, she had worked tirelessly, overruled objections, pacified the southern barbarians, secured the western frontier, and conquered the eastern seas. Each a resounding military achievement, expanding the realm. The vastness of the great Wu territory and the might of its army far surpassed any previous emperor. This should have been the dawn of a prosperous era, with all nations paying homage and the people singing praises. Yet these ungrateful commoners below. Ever since her ascension, small-scale tax resistance, draft evasion, and even mob uprisings had scarcely ceased. Now the moment news of the elite troops setback arrives from the front, some counties in the rear immediately have ignorant rabble inciting riots and gathering in the mountains. Do they truly think her blade is not sharp enough? Huff. She closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath in an attempt to calm her surging rage. Her gaze swept over a corpulent military officer on the left. Li Shanlu. The Empress's voice was not loud, yet it reached every corner of the hall clearly. The summoned officer tense stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed with clasped hands. Your servant is here. I ask you. Wu Minghuang leaned forward slightly, her tone unreadable. If I command you to die, will you die? If the sovereign commands a subject to die, the subject must die. Li Shanlu lowered his head further, his voice resolute. Good. Wu Minghuang's face showed no expression. Her gaze then shifted to an elderly minister in the civil official queue on the right. Wang Shi. The old minister, frowning deeply, stepped forward and bowed. Your old servant is here. I ask you as well. The Empress's voice remained calm, yet carried an even more pressing force. If I command you to die, will you die? Wang Shi raised his head, his eyes complex as he looked at the young Empress on the throne, and spoke slowly. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. If the Son of Heaven commands and a subject disobeys, that is disloyalty. If your Majesty commands your servant to die, and your servant does not die, that is also disloyalty. Not dying is disloyalty. Wu Minghuang repeated softly, and then she laughed. A fine disloyalty. My general is willing to die for me, and my minister is also willing to die. Her voice suddenly rose, echoing through the hall. But why? Ever since my ascension, I have risen early and worked late, striving with all my heart, seeking only the strength of Great Wu and the happiness of the people. Now the four seas are awed, all nations come to pay tribute. Our Great Wu is clearly a thriving, blooming, prosperous scene. Why do those people I wish to give peace to those ungrateful ones I have granted the noble title of Great Wu's subjects rebel against me? She stood abruptly, her dragon robes sweeping over the steps, her finger nearly pointing through the illusory rebels. I give them food, I give them clothes, I let them stand in the mightiest empire under heaven. What more do they want? Why do they revolt? Why do they gather in the mountains and make enemies of me? Kill. She swept her sleeve, decisive and final, her phoenix eyes cold and sharp. Pass my decree. Order the southern frontier governor to muster 100,000 troops immediately and dispatch 800 dark armor elite cavalry to utterly annihilate those ungrateful rebels who have seized the opportunity to riot. I want to see their heads piled into a mound of skulls. I want the world to know what happens to those who rebel against me. Your Majesty, this must not be. Just as the order was about to be issued, a hoarse and agitated voice suddenly rang out. The same old Minister Wang Shi who had been questioned earlier stepped forward again. He fell to his knees with a thud, knocked his head on the ground, and wept bitterly. Your Majesty, please hear your old servant out. Since your ascension, your military achievements have indeed been glorious, but years of war have emptied the treasury. Taxes have been levied again and again, and the able-bodied have been conscripted time after time. Among the people, 9 out of 10 households are empty and families are exchanging their children for food, Your Majesty. Those are not rebels, they are people who cannot survive and are struggling for life. The northern elite troops have just suffered a defeat at the hands of the Jin's strange weapons, and the army's morale is shaken. Now is the time to stabilize the defense line, calm the troops and civilians, not to divert heavy forces to massacre the rear, waste national strength, and chill the hearts of all under heaven, Your Majesty. Military overreach and megalomania are not the ways of a wise ruler, they are the path to disaster. Your Majesty, it is time to wake up. These tearful words were like cold water poured into a pot of boiling oil. Some civil officials showed reluctance or agreement. Even among the military some frowned. The eunuch standing beside the dragon throne turned pale, with fright, fearing that in the Empress's fury the old minister would spill blood on the spot. Wu Minghuang looked at Wang, she weeping prostrate before her. The flames of rage in her chest surged violently, nearly consuming her reason. This old fool dared to rebuke her so directly in the Golden Throne Hall, calling her militarily overreaching and megalomaniacal. Her hand lifted slightly, then clenched into a tight fist. In the end, the raised hand fell heavily onto the cold dragon throne armrest. My decision is made. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only an unyielding coldness remained. Wang Shi, aged and senile, has roared in the hall. Strip him of his purple gold cap and belt, escort him back to his mansion, and confine him to his quarters for reflection. Without my decree, he shall not leave his residence. The rest shall act according to the decree. The court is dismissed. 1,000 li away deep in an unnamed mountain forest. Liu Guan leaned against a large boulder, looking at the camp that finally had some semblance of life, and nodded. After days of struggle and recruitment, the number of those following him had grown from the initial 4 to a small band of about 15 or 16. The group was mixed. There were refugees like himself, a few tenant farmers who could no longer survive, and even 2 border garrison auxiliaries who had been scattered by routed soldiers and barely escaped with their lives. Through Zhao Dahe's knowledge of the mountains, Li Si's military experience, and the scraps of information Sun Xiaochuan gathered from various people, Liu Guan had finally formed a vague understanding of the chaotic times. The Great Wu dynasty was undoubtedly the most colossal hegemon on this continent, with the largest territory, the greatest population, and a standing army, especially its core elite forces, universally deemed the strongest. States like Liang and Beirong either dominated a region or were fierce and tenacious, but their overall strength still lagged behind Great Wu. As for the Jin state, in almost all circulating accounts it was described as a small state, or barbaric state, located in a remote, bitter cold region, with a sparse population and a seemingly primitive and backward army, ranking at the bottom among the great powers. But Liu Guan's attention was fixed firmly on this bottom-ranked Jin state. He could not forget the fragmented words of those few elite trap camp soldiers who had been routed. Those Jin dogs have exploding ghostly things, boom, and a man is gone. Combined with the trembling supplementary descriptions of the 2 newly joined auxiliaries, a thunderous roar unlike thunder flames, and smoke iron pellets, and gravel flying through the air. A conclusion that made Liu Guan's scalp tingle became increasingly clear. The Jin state possesses firearms, and likely already practical early cannons, or large hand cannons of some power. In a world dominated by cold weapons where the very concept of gunpowder existed only in the most secret furnaces of alchemists. What did this mean? It meant a dimensional strike. The defeat of the trap camp was no accident. No matter how high one's martial skill, how thick one's armor, or how tight one's formation, what would be the result of a barrage of even immature, but explosive cannon fire? It would be hideous corpses. It would be the instantaneous collapse of military morale. Trouble. This is really big trouble. Liu Guan cursed under his breath, rubbing his throbbing temples. He had originally thought that his system, grow stronger through killing, was the greatest cheat in this chaotic world. By constantly killing enemies and absorbing their life force, he could gain the capital to secure his place and even settle scores. Against swords, spears, and halberds, he was indeed growing more confident. But now an enemy wielding cannons had suddenly appeared. No matter how powerful your system, no matter how fast your personal growth, could you withstand a solid iron ball propelled by gunpowder or dodge a coverage volley of canister shot? Hey system, Liu Guan called out in his mind with a tone of helplessness and irritation. You'd better be effective. Grow stronger through killing sounds impressive. But they have cannons, damn it. Please do not question the system. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, once more interrupting Liu Guan's restless thoughts. Liu Guan shook his head subconsciously. I'm not questioning you. But how can flesh and blood withstand cannon fire? In the next instant, the mechanical voice sounded again. Theoretically, as long as the host continues to kill, it is not impossible to withstand the bombardment of cannonballs with bare flesh. Liu Guan was stunned, frozen in place. System. What did you say? He almost thought he was hallucinating, pressing the question in his mind. Theoretically, as long as the host kills enough, you can withstand cannon fire. The system repeated without emotion, each word crystal clear. Holy shit. After the immense shock came a near absurd ecstasy, instantly dispelling all the gloom and anxiety before. He had always thought that this kill to grow stronger system would at most push him to the peak of human physiology, something like the unparalleled supremacy of Xiangyu or Li Tsunxiao. After all, this world was just an ordinary historical realm. Being able to fight to the end and earn a reputation as a foe of 10,000, carving out a territory and living carefree was probably the limit. But he never expected this. The system's implication was clearly to drive him toward an inhuman realm in this ancient world. Flesh-enduring cannonballs. What the hell was that? It was no longer a foe of 10,000, but a Superman in ancient times. As long as he killed enough, as long as his blood qi accumulated to a formidable level, the elite Xinjiang camp, the golden cavalry of the Jin, and even those cannons roaring with black smoke and thunderous fury would no longer be insurmountable chasms. Xiangyu, Li Yuanba. If they came together, Liu Guan would dare to stand tall and clash. The immense joy made Liu Guan unable to help but grin. System, big brother. I was wrong about you. My vision was too narrow. It was too narrow. Liu Guan said repeatedly in his heart, his tone full of apology and excitement. Just then hurried footsteps interrupted his reverie. Zhao Dahu quickly ran over from the outer perimeter of the woods, his face bearing the alertness and slight tension of a hunter spotting large prey. Big brother. Zhao Dahu lowered his voice, leaning close to Liu Guan. The lookout brother we placed on the southwest ridge sent word that he saw a small squad of cavalry, about a dozen riders, heading along the dirt road at the foot of the mountain toward the half-abandoned Li family hollow to the west. From their attire, they don't seem to be De Wu's troops. Liu Guan's eyes sharpened instantly. What attire? Describe it in detail. Zhao Dahu tried to recall the lookout's description. They wore hard leather armor, not our iron plate armor or cotton armor. Their heads were shaved, leaving only a small tuft of hair on top braided into a thin short queue hanging behind. A strange sight. The horses weren't particularly tall, but they looked sturdy and enduring. Shaved heads, small queues, leather armor. Liu Guan's mind instantly flashed to the Deqing in Longwa's history. Jin people. Before he could speak, the auxiliary soldier who was helping sharpen weapons nearby overheard the words small queue and jerked his head up, his face draining of blood in an instant. His lips trembled as if recalling a terrifying scene. Jin soldiers. They're Jin soldiers. Shaved heads and braids. Those Jin dogs. They're coming. They've chased us here. It will explode. It will explode. He shouted incoherently, his body shaking uncontrollably. Clearly the terrifying sight of the Jin soldiers' firearms during the border route had become an inescapable nightmare for him. His shout stirred the other newly joined refugees who had seen little of the world, and panic spread across their faces. Jin soldiers. The barbarians who defeated the Xinjiang camp. Shut up. Liu Guan's low roar rang out like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the noise. He strode over to the auxiliary soldier who was nearly paralyzed with fear and raised his hand. Slap. A slap, not too heavy but loud enough, landed squarely on the auxiliary soldier's face, cutting off his delirious muttering. The soldier was stunned, covering his face and staring blankly at Liu Guan. Liu Guan looked down at him, his eyes devoid of fear, only a calm that steadied the heart. See clearly. I'm still standing here. The sky hasn't fallen. A few gene braids scared you shitless. I'm here, what the hell are you afraid of? His voice was loud, carrying an unshakable confidence that spread through the small camp. This confidence was not unfounded. On one hand, the system's revelation of infinite enhancement had injected a boost, on the other, he had a clear understanding of his current strength. On this journey, he had killed refugees, slain wicked servants, and wiped out routed soldiers, constantly accumulating blood, his body, far surpassing ordinary men. Not to mention that he had not been idle these days, learning some mountain hunting tricks and basic archery from Zhao Dahu, and mastering the most practical and ruthless spear thrusts and slashing techniques from Li Si. He often rode the captured nag in the forest clearing, practicing horse control and simple charges. Though far from a true expert, with his superhuman strength, speed, and reflexes combined with the combat skills he had crammed, Liu Guan was confident that he could handle a small squad of Jin scouts without firearms. Only about a dozen riders heading for the deserted village at the foot of the mountain. They're probably foraging scouts or raiders. Liu Guan quickly assessed, already forming a plan. This was a perfect opportunity to test his strength, gain blood qi, and see what the Jin soldiers were made of. Bring my horse, Liu Guan ordered without hesitation. Soon a half-grown boy led a brownish-yellow horse trotting over. The horse was indeed unimpressive, bony and dull-coated, captured from a small band of bandits, barely fit for riding. But in this time of scarce resources, it was a valuable means of transport. As the recognized leader of this small group, the horse naturally belonged to Liu Guan. Liu Guan took the reins, patted the horse's neck, and it snorted meekly. He mounted with a movement far smoother than when he first learned. Sitting astride the horse, he looked at Zhao Dahu, Li Si, Wang Shitu, and Sun Xiaochuan gathered around. Zhao Dahu, Li Si, you two take a few steady men and guard the camp, watch our belongings, and stay alert. Liu Guan ordered in a deep voice. Wang Shitu, take people to check and reinforce the traps and tripwires we just set, just in case. Sun Xiaochuan managed the logistics and keep the newcomers in line. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and finally, settling on the southwest direction. I'll go down the mountain myself and meet those Jin soldiers. Big brother going alone. Too dangerous. How about taking a few brothers? Li Si stepped forward, his face full of worry. Though he knew Liu Guan was formidable, these were the fearsome Jin soldiers. More people would be a burden and a bigger target. Liu Guan shook his head, a smile mixing confidence and killing intent crossing his face. Just going to scout and test the waters. Don't worry, if I can't fight, can I run? This nag can still run well enough. He held a spear in his right hand, patted the saber at his waist with his left, and checked the hardwood bow and quiver hanging from the saddle. Guard the camp. Wait for my return. With that, Liu Guan pulled the reins. Giddy up. Liu Guan spurred his horse out of the forest and galloped along the dirt road toward Li Jiao at the foot of the mountain. As he rounded the last grove that obscured his view, the entire village was laid bare before him. He violently reined in his horse. The skinny horse reared up with a frightened whinny. Liu Guan sat on its back, his pupils suddenly contracting, and then a wave of overwhelming rage surged to his head. What met his eyes was no longer a peaceful village, but a living hell. Earthen walls had collapsed, thatched huts were burning with black smoke, and the chaos of chickens and dogs mingled with the thick stench of blood assailed his senses. 7 or 8 Jin cavalrymen, with shaved heads and dirty leather armor, were wreaking havoc in this small ruin. A brutish-faced Jin soldier, grinning maliciously, dragged a terrified child out from behind the collapsed house frame. He muttered curses in his barbaric tongue, as if annoyed by the child's presence, or simply seeking amusement, then raised his blade and brought it down. A flash of cold light. A young head flew high into the air, and the headless small body stood frozen for an instant before collapsing limply. Beast. Liu Guan's teeth were nearly ground to powder, his eyes wide with fury. On the other side, another Jin soldier seemed to be playing a more cruel game. He stood before a disheveled woman with disheveled hair and torn clothes, brandishing a curved saber and shouting loudly, while pointing toward the path out of the village, a cruel smile on his face. The woman, already mentally broken, saw this as a lifeline and scrambled to her feet, turning and fleeing desperately in the direction he pointed. But before she had run 10 steps, the soldier's grin widened, and he deftly took a riding bow from his quiver, knocked an arrow, drew, and aimed. In one fluid motion, the arrow streaked through the air, piercing precisely through the woman's back and emerging from her chest. She fell forward, her body convulsing twice before going still. The soldier retrieved his bow, raised his arm, and waved it at his comrades, letting out triumphant guttural howls, clearly boasting of his superb archery and the victory of this sadistic game. Other Jin soldiers were poking stolen chickens and ducks with their spears, while others dragged crying young girls toward intact houses. The scene instantly ignited a raging fire of brutality in Liu Guan's chest. Dog totters. I curse your mothers. A roar like a tiger's burst from Liu Guan's throat. His eyes bloodshot, he instantly snatched the hardwood bow from his quiver and drew a rough arrow. That Jin soldier had just lowered his waving arm when he heard the shriek of the arrow. He had no time for any effective evasive movement, only managing to turn his head in surprise. The rough wooden arrow carrying Liu Guan's raging fury and astonishing power plunged deep into the right side of his neck, nearly piercing through. The arrowhead emerged slightly from the other side, and blood gushed out instantly. The soldier let out a short, strange cry, the bow dropping with a clatter as he tumbled to the ground, soon lifeless. Ding! Killed a human, 1 health 41. The system's cold voice rang out. Liu Guan felt the surge of warmth flowing into his body. Useless totters. They're not even a hair of the Xinjiang soldiers. Clearly these Jin cavalrymen were individually inferior to the elite soldiers of the Great Wu's Xinjiang camp. This sudden arrow, precise and vicious, instantly shattered the revelry of the Jin soldiers' atrocities in the village. Enemy attack. A Jin soldier who seemed to be a squad leader reacted first, shouting in shock and fury. His sharp eyes swept toward Liu Guan at the village entrance, swiftly assessing one man, one horse, tattered armor, but vaguely styled after the Xinjiang camp archery. What kind of nag was he riding? But the power and speed of that arrow just now. Another brutish-faced Jin soldier, the one who had killed the child, shrugged dismissively and slapped the squad leader's shoulder, speaking in Jin tongue. Chief, what's the panic? Just one Wu dog killed old Six by surprise. Look at his horse, skinny as a lame mutt. The Xinjiang soldiers are formidable on foot, but mounted archery. We great Jin warriors are the world's best at horseback archery. I bet his quiver is almost empty, once we. His words were cut short, because Liu Guan at the village entrance, after killing the first soldier, did not pause for a moment. He seemed to have already locked onto his next target, drawing the bow again. This time he aimed at the very Jin soldier, who was still blustering. Another deadly shriek. The fat soldier's scornful expression vanished instantly. More experienced than his comrade, he instinctively tried to duck and raise his saber to block, but the arrow came too fast and too cunningly. This arrow lodged deep into his left eye socket. The arrow shaft quivered violently. The fat soldier let out an inhuman shriek, tumbled from his horse, and thrashed wildly on the ground, clearly dying. Ding! Killed a human, 1 health 44. Dog totters, mumbling something. Liu Guan spat, then hung the hardwood bow back in its quiver. He reached out and firmly grasped the long spear from the rack. All this happened so fast. From Liu Guan's appearance and roar to the 2 consecutive arrows killing 2 Jin soldiers. Only a few breaths had passed. The Jin squad leader finally reacted, his shock and fury turning into rage and a sense of humiliation at being belittled. The enemy was just one man. Yet he dared to attack and had killed 2 of his men. Wah! Kill him! Chop up this despicable Wu dog! The squad leader screamed in Jin, his eyes bloodshot. The remaining 9 Jin soldiers were also thoroughly enraged, letting out bestial howls as they quickly gathered from various parts of the village and mounted their horses. They saw that Liu Guan was alone on a sorry horse, and their fury and numerical advantage swiftly restored their ferocity. The squad leader drew his saber and pointed at Liu Guan, shouting in broken Wu official language, "Wu dog, you only know how to shoot from ambush. Now let me show you the true charge of a great Jin warrior. No arrows needed, we'll trample you into mud. Charge! Charge!" The 9 Jin cavalry roared in unison, quickly forming a sharp wedge formation with the squad leader as the arrowhead charging furiously toward Liu Guan, who stood alone at the village entrance. They intended to use their superior numbers, speed, and riding skills to crush and pulverize this audacious attacker in the most direct and barbaric way. Facing this charge, enough to make the earth tremble and any lone man's heart quail, Liu Guan did not retreat, but slowly raised his long spear. Come! A roar like a thunderbolt briefly drowned out the thunder of the Jin charge. The next moment, he fiercely squeezed his horse's flanks. The skinny horse seemed to feel its master's indomitable fierce spirit neighing as it burst forth with unprecedented speed, charging fearlessly against the flood of 9 riders. One man, one horse, spear point aimed dead ahead. The grim, desperate momentum of a lone rider breaking an enemy formation. The distance between the 2 sides closed at breakneck speed. 30 paces. 20 paces. 10 paces. The leading Jin squad leader's eyes blazed with vicious light. He could already see the icy killing intent on Liu Guan's face and those utterly unruffled eyes. He raised his scimitar high, ready to cut Liu Guan from the saddle the instant they crossed. Whoosh! Just as the 2 horses were about to collide, Liu Guan moved. No anticipatory dodge, no flashy feint. Only the purest, most direct strike. The spear shot out like a dragon. It moved so fast that only a blur of cold shadow remained. Squelch! A dull, horrible tearing sound rang out. The spear point pierced through the tough leather armor without resistance, sank deep into the body, and emerged from the back, by about an inch, dragging a mist of blood behind it. Ack! The ferocity on the squad leader's face froze instantly. He felt all his strength drain away with that one spear thrust, and the scimitar he had raised high slipped weakly from his grasp. Liu Guan's arm muscles bulged as he bellowed, using the momentum of the charge up. A stunning scene unfolded. With his spear, he actually flipped the entire Jin squad leader off the horse's back and into the air. Bang! The hurled corpse slammed into the Jin rider right behind like a heavy sandbag. Caught completely off guard, the rider screamed as he and his mount tumbled to the ground, throwing the column into a chaotic tangle of men and horses. In a single clash, the arrowhead of the charge had been snuffed out, and another rider was disabled along with it. Liu Guan's movements did not pause in the slightest. His spear whipped back, like a viper returning to its den. At that moment, a Jin rider on the other side, eyes bloodshot, seized the opening, while Liu Guan withdrew his spear and thrust viciously with a long lance. Without even looking, Liu Guan twisted at the waist on horseback with extraordinary reflexes and turned the spear from a thrust into a sweeping strike, slamming hard against the incoming lance shaft. Crack! The wooden lance shaft snapped on the spot. With the immense force not yet spent, the residual momentum of the spear shaft smashed heavily into the Jin rider's right shoulder. Oh! Amid the scream came the clear sound of bones shattering. The Jin rider's entire right shoulder collapsed, and he was swept off his horse like a torn sack, tumbling several times after he landed before lying still. Monster! He's a monster wearing human skin. The Jin soldiers behind finally snapped out of their bloodthirsty frenzy. This was no battle at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. Where could an ordinary daring battalion soldier have gained such inhuman strength? Loose arrows. Quickly, loose arrows. Shoot him dead. Forget the formation. A Jin soldier lucky enough to be in the rear shrieked at the top of his lungs, no longer caring about the formation or the earlier declaration of no arrows. But would Liu Guan give them any chance to organize a ranged attack? Thinking of arrows now? Too late. Liu Guan gave a low growl. The spear in his hands became a death-dealing venomous dragon. Slash, flick, thrust, sweep. Every blow carried savage power and precise timing, whipping up a storm of blood and gore among the chaotic remnants of the Jin cavalry. Puff! A Jin soldier who had just drawn his bowstring burst open at the throat with a spray of blood. His arrow flew weakly off course. Crack! Another Jin soldier, raising his blade to strike, was hit square in the chest by the spear shaft. Man and blade together. His breastplate caved in, and he flew backward, spewing blood. Whiz! Thud! Liu Guan even snatched a cavalry bow from a Jin soldier and casually loosed an arrow, shooting a rider who was trying to wheel his horse around and flee out of the saddle. Ding! Killed human X1, HP 39. Ding! Killed human X1, HP 40. Ding! The screams of the Jin soldiers and the dull thuds of splintering bone wove together into a brief, brutal symphony of death. When the last Jin soldier, scared out of his wits and galloping madly, had fled more than 30 paces, Liu Guan let out a cold snort, hefted the spear in his hand, and hurled it with explosive force. Thunk! The spear point drove deep into the Jin soldier's back, pinning him firmly against a half-collapsed mud wall. The whole world suddenly went silent. A dozen or so Jin corpses lay sprawled in twisted, agonized postures, blood still seeping. Several riderless warhorses lingered nearby, snorting uneasily and unwilling to leave. Liu Guan slowly let out a stale breath, swung down from his horse, walked to the mud wall, gripped the spear shaft, and pulled hard. With a wet squelch, the corpse slid off. Spear in hand, he mustered his breath and roared. Is there anyone still alive? Anyone who isn't dead? Anyone who can still breathe? Get the hell out here. His voice echoed over the deathly silent, blood-soaked village. The silence lasted for several breaths. Then faint, suppressed sounds began to emerge. From behind half a collapsed wooden door, a woman's face covered in dust and tear streaks peered out. A charred woodpile stirred slightly, and a child's terrified eyes peered out through the gap. A mostly broken water vat lid was pushed open, and a drenched, trembling old man crawled out. Behind broken walls, under millstones, 20 or 30 figures shuffled out, one after another, trembling with fear. Most were the old, the weak, women and children, all ashen-faced, dressed in rags and bearing scrapes and bruises to varying degrees. Liu Guan's gaze swept over the survivors. Old men, women, children. Even the only two half-grown youths were pitifully thin and frail. The real able-bodied men had probably either died in the first wave of Jin slaughter, fled early, or been captured. Liu Guan took a deep breath, suppressing the fatigue in his body and the irritation in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound steady and forceful. Listen up, all of you. These Jin dogs are probably just Vanguard scouts. The main force could arrive at any moment. This village is no longer safe to stay in. Staying means certain death. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every terrified face. I'll give you two choices now. One, stay here, fend for yourselves, and wait for the next batch of Jin soldiers or bandits to come. Two, follow me. I'll lead you and try to find a path to survival. I'm not running a charity. If you follow me, you have to work. You have to be useful. I don't care if you're old or young, male or female. As long as you can still walk and are willing to contribute, I'll take you with me. Those who can dig wild vegetables, find water sources, mend clothes, or even just help watch over things and pass tools, all count as useful. Even if you're carrying a nursing infant, that's fine, but the adult has to be able to work. He slammed the blood-stained spear in his hand heavily against the ground with a dull thud, drawing everyone's attention. He pointed at himself, then at the battlefield behind him, and said with absolute resolve, see this. I killed these Jin dogs. If you follow me, I can't promise you'll eat well and drink well, and I can't promise you'll all make it to the end. But I'll say this plainly, as long as I, Liu Guan, am still standing, if any more Jin dogs or bandits dare to touch you, my blade and spear will be the first to stand in your defense. Those who are unwilling I won't force. Each to their own fate. Having said that, Liu Guan checked his scrawny horse. Fortunately, it was just a little spent. Then he kicked a Jin corpse at his feet and began frisking it with practiced ease while barking orders without looking back. Now then, anyone who can move, don't just stand there. This is my first order to you. Strip every usable thing off these Tartar dogs. Leather armor, scimitars, bows, arrows, quivers. Don't leave a single one behind. Bring those riderless horses over and tie them up. In the camp, Zhao Dahu was reinforcing a simple barricade with his men when he froze at the sight of the large group following behind Liu Guan. Big brother, what's this? Zhao Dahu approached, his gaze sweeping over the shivering survivors, his face filled with questions. Their own grain supplies were hardly abundant, and the camp was crude. Adding nearly 30 more mouths to feed was pressure they could hardly bear. Liu Guan didn't wait for him to finish before waving him off. This camp won't do any longer. I just killed a patrol of Jin soldiers. Their main force will likely track us down, or there may be other roaming cavalry in the area. We're too close to the official road and the ruined village. Not safe enough. He surveyed the hastily constructed temporary camp, a fleeting regret passing through his heart. Tell the brothers to pack everything we can carry. Grain, tools, weapons, leave nothing behind. We must move to a new location immediately. Though caught off guard, Zhao Dahu had developed an instinctive trust in Liu Guan's judgment. He nodded immediately. Understood, big brother. What about these people? They are people I snatched from beneath the Jin soldiers' blades. Liu Guan's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to everyone nearby. From now on, as long as they obey and are willing to work, they are our own people, labor force and population alike. In this world, without people, nothing can be accomplished. Zhao Dao nodded without another word, turning to shout for Wang Shitu and Li Si to start packing. Sun Xiaochuan had already begun fretting over how to distribute their dwindling food supplies. Liu Guan walked to an empty space nearby, stretching his limbs slightly, feeling the surging power within his body. The blood energy amplification from consecutively killing Jin cavalry patrols was considerable. Now, if the enemy hadn't formed a tight military formation and lacked heavy crossbows providing covering fire, he was even confident he could face dozens of Jin cavalry-level soldiers head-on. We must find a safer, more stable place to settle as soon as possible, Liu Guan thought to himself. Drifting like this was no solution. At this moment, Li Si walked over quickly. He had clearly heard the order to relocate, and his face bore the look of someone who had been thinking. Big brother, you mentioned wanting a place easy to defend and hard to attack. I do remember somewhere like that. From here, it's probably 30 to 40 li away deep in the Wildman Mountains. There's an abandoned small mountain stronghold. In earlier years, it was left by a gang of bandits that was wiped out. The terrain is extremely treacherous. There's only one narrow path leading up with cliffs on both sides. Truly easy to defend, hard to attack. I glimpsed it from a distance when I was fleeing hardship before and heard mention of it. They say later it was taken over by another small band of desperate strongmen fleeing famine. Not many of them. Maybe 30 at most who can wield blades and spears. The rest are probably elderly women and children too. Liu Guan's eyes brightened. How reliable is this information? What's their strength? What's their reputation? Li Si recalled, I heard this from some other refugees months ago. Should be fairly accurate. As for strength, they're probably only marginally better than the bandits we encountered before, but they have the terrain advantage. Their reputation. In these times, anyone who holds a mountain and commands a band of fighters, how could they be easy to deal with? But I heard they mainly rob passing small merchant caravans and isolated refugees. Haven't heard of them doing any of those extermination-type atrocities like massacring villages. Liu Guan pondered briefly, then made his decision. That's the one. Having an existing camp is always better than starting from scratch ourselves. Pack everything up. You lead the way. We move tonight, avoid any possible sentries. Yes. Li Si acknowledged, turning to help with the packing. The camp's people did not question Liu Guan's decision, moving quickly into action. However, among the newly joined elderly and women, discordant voices arose. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s, her face showing both shrewdness and a trace of uneasiness, stepped forward. My lord. Liu Guan turned to look at her. His calm gaze swept over her, and her bravado diminished by 3 parts before she even spoke. But forcing herself to continue, she said, My lord, I'm just a woman who doesn't understand matters of war. But I'm not blind. I can see that the men here who can wield blades and fight, there's barely 10 or so of them, right? She pointed at Zhao Dahu, Li Si, and the others. Just now this lord mentioned that the mountain stronghold is easy to defend and hard to attack, with several dozen fighters guarding it. I may not understand military strategy, but even in operas and stories I've heard it takes several times the manpower to storm a fortress. Her voice grew louder, carrying obvious suspicion and fear, and it caused agitation among the other newcomers. You wouldn't be planning to have us powerless old women and little children go fill those trenches and block those arrows, would you? Bold. How dare you speak to Big Brother like that? Sun Xiaochuan was the first to leap out, pointing at the woman and berating her. Wang Shitu also frowned, and Zhao Da's hand pressed against his sword hilt. Liu Guan raised his hand, stopping them. His face showed no expression. He simply looked at the woman, his tone level. If you don't understand, then keep your mouth shut and listen. I also said that if you trust me, follow along. If you don't, you can leave right now. I won't stop you. The woman was stumped by Liu Guan's words, her face shifting between green and white. But it seemed she felt she had already mounted the tiger and could not dismount. Instead, she went all in. My lord, it's not that I don't believe you. We're all unfortunate people just seeking a way to survive. You're powerful and can kill Jin soldiers. We're grateful for that. But sending us elderly and young to attack that den of mountain bandits, isn't that clearly sending us to our deaths? You have to give us a definite answer. Liu Guan didn't waste words. He strode a few steps toward the woman, his tall figure carrying an intangible sense of oppression. I'll say this one last time. Liu Guan's voice cooled. In my ranks you can lack ability, but you cannot disobey orders, and you absolutely cannot shake the morale of the army. You can get out. You? How could you? The woman hadn't expected Liu Guan to be so merciless. She plopped down on the ground, instinctively wanting to throw a tantrum, to cry and wail. There's no justice. We just escaped the wolves' jaws, only to be forced to our deaths. Everyone look. This head of the family doesn't treat us as human. A cold light flashed in Liu Guan's eyes. Before she could truly cause a scene, he suddenly kicked out. The force of this kick was perfectly controlled, yet heavy enough. Thud. The woman let out a miserable shriek, sent rolling several times, curled on the ground, both hands clutching her stomach, her face contorted in pain. She raised her head, tears and mucus covering her face, pointing at Liu Guan, screaming curses with all her strength. You heaven cursed. Short-lived wretch. May you be cut into 1,000 pieces, you thieving spawn. You'll die a horrible death. You. Dog things. Too much kindness given. Liu Guan spat out a few words, and a blade flashed from his waist. Splat. The cursing stopped abruptly. A head tumbled away, the headless corpse twitched twice, then collapsed onto the dusty ground. The entire camp fell into instantaneous deathly silence. Liu Guan turned around, his gaze sweeping over every terrified newcomer and also over his own brothers with solemn faces. All of you listen clearly and remember this in your hearts. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like an iron hammer against every heart. I, Liu Guan, am not running a charity. In this world, to survive, you must have value, you must follow rules. My rules are simple: obey, contribute, do not question, do not waver. Those who obey will not go hungry as long as I have food to eat. Those who contribute will naturally not be mistreated. On the battlefield, as long as I'm still standing, blades and arrows will fall first on those who wish to harm you. This I vow. But his tone suddenly turned sharp. Those who disobey, who pay lip service while scheming against me, who disrupt morale and stir up trouble, like just now. This is what awaits them. He pointed at the corpse on the ground. I offer you a path to survival, but how you walk it is up to you. Now who else has questions? Who else wants to leave? The entire place was silent as a cemetery. Even the children's whimpering had been firmly stifled by their parents. Good. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze as if he had merely swatted a fly moments ago. He turned to Li Si, his tone returning to its usual decisiveness. Old Li, lead the way. Everyone follow. Those who fall behind are on their own. The night was deep and still as they departed, each step a silent promise of survival and unwavering determination. At the Tangquan Palace, steam rose in thick clouds. Wu Minghuang was fully immersed in the warm water, her back resting against the pool wall. Ripples gently swayed, reflecting her jade-white body. Yet on that face of unparalleled beauty a shadow of gloom lingered. By the vast pool, only a single palace maid in azure attire stood with her hands at her sides. Her name was Liu Guan, a confidant who had been by Wu Minghuang's side since the days of her princesshood. Within the depths of the palace, the Empress dared to speak her true heart only before this woman. Guan, Wu Minghuang suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat ethereal. In the mist these past days, I have often pondered whether I have been too hasty in what I have done over the years. Guan did not immediately respond with the customary flattery. Instead, she gently lifted her eyes, then lowered them again. Does your majesty refer to the border conflicts or the court debates? Both. The Empress raised a hand to rub her temples, water droplets trickling down her pale arm. I know what they say outside. Waging war recklessly, craving greatness and success. I have heard those words. Those are the short-sighted views of mediocrities, Guan replied, her voice still steady, but with a touch of warmth. Everything your majesty does is for the eternal foundation of Great Wu. However what? Wu Minghuang turned to look at her. However, the methods were too abrupt, the costs too great, and the people of the world cannot yet see the long-term benefits. Guan paused, then added, but if we had taken it slowly, by the time the northern Rhone gathers strength, the Tang kingdom grows powerful, and the Jin kingdom's demonic weapons spread across the world, the price we would have to pay would be far greater. These words struck a chord in Wu Minghuang's heart. She was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Do you not think I am cruel? Your majesty is cruel to outsiders. Guan whispered toward Great Wu, your majesty exhausts your heart and soul. Wu Minghuang closed her eyes, and when she opened them again there was a complex glint in them. But some things go beyond outsiders. That poison cup for my eldest brother, that sudden illness of my third brother, the alteration on the late emperor's edict. The world does not know of these things, but you do. As she spoke, her voice grew even lower. Sometimes I wonder if father were still here, seeing me turn against my own flesh and blood, would he? If the late emperor were here, seeing the vast territories of Great Wu, now witnessing the grand spectacle of all nations paying homage, he would surely understand your majesty's painstaking efforts. Guan interrupted her, her tone unusually resolute. Your majesty, this dragon throne was never something one could secure with kindness, modesty, reverence, and humility. If you had not contended, you would have died. If you are not ruthless, the realm will fall into chaos. Wu Minghuang stared at her fixedly for a long while, then suddenly laughed a bitter smile. Only you dare to say these things to me. Because this servant knows. Guan lifted her head, meeting the Empress's eyes for the first time. Your majesty does not want flattery, but rather someone who understands. Understands that every decision you make is made with clenched teeth, and every drop of blood you shed has been carefully weighed. These words were like a key unlocking a tightly sealed chamber in Wu Minghuang's heart. She let out a long breath and sank deeper into the water. Yes. I raised taxes knowing the people suffer. I waged wars knowing soldiers die. I have recorded every single account. But the grasslands in the north, the Gobi in the west, the sea in the east. If these territories are not seized 100 years from now, they will become the paths through which enemies invade. Her voice gradually rose. If this generation bleeds dry, finishes the wars, and pushes the borders beyond the natural defenses, then my grandchildren and great-grandchildren can sit securely on this throne, without annual conscriptions, without fearing midnight border alarms. In her excitement, she suddenly stood up from the water, splashing droplets everywhere. Her body was faintly visible in the mist, but her phoenix eyes blazed with a scorching light. Then they might say, look, that female emperor was truly ruthless, fighting all her life, draining the treasury. But they will also say, thanks to her we now have such vast lands, and can shut our doors and live in peace. Guan listened quietly, and when the Empress finished, she spoke softly. Your majesty has never thought of fame for a single generation. Exactly. Wu Minghuang sat back down in the water, her voice calm, but carrying an unprecedented resolve. So when I pass, let there be a wordless stele before my tomb. Merits or faults I will not explain. Let posterity judge. She paused, and a slow smile curled at the corners of her mouth. That smile held the pride of an emperor and the solitude of a pioneer. I dare say that 100 years from now, when historians write of my reign, expanding territories, stabilizing the four corners, no matter how they judge my name, they will not bypass these four words: eternal sage emperor. Deep in the eastern woods of Yeren Mountain, Liu Guan stared unblinkingly at the dark mass halfway up the slope. The past 5 days had not been wasted. Li Si and Zhao Dahu had circled the mountain several times, thoroughly investigating everything. There was only one path up, a narrow, cramped stone staircase, in many places requiring one to grip the vines to ascend. A wooden shed was built halfway up, the first sentry post. Further up, near the stockade gate, a small earthen terrace served as the second sentry post. As for the people in the stockade, Li Si estimated about 30 or so who could wield weapons. The rest were the elderly women and children just tagging along for a meal. Sun Xiaochuan had infiltrated 3 days ago. He had made himself dirty and torn his clothes, looking exactly like a famine refugee. The guards at the stockade gate questioned him briefly. Seeing that he was skinny, articulate, and could do arithmetic, they thought him useful and let him in. Once inside, Sun Xiaochuan kept busy. While drawing water at the well, he muttered to the women washing clothes. While squatting by a shack to warm himself, he sighed with the old men basking in the sun. His words all carried the same message. The Jin soldiers up north were formidable. They had crushed the imperial court's most elite ambush battalion, and were now sweeping southward. Rumor had it they burned every village they saw and killed everyone, and they were about to reach the Yaren mountain area. This news was like a pebble thrown into a stagnant pond, ripples spreading outward. Late last night, Sun Xiaochuan seized the chance to slip back. His face was pale. Brother, the stockade is in chaos. Those with families are secretly packing their belongings. Chief, who just killed 2 men who were shouting to flee this morning, the blood hasn't even dried yet. But it can't be suppressed. The people's hearts are scattered. Liu Guan wanted exactly that chaos. Now night had fallen completely. Liu Guan pulled back and said in a low voice to the 7 or 8 men gathered around, time is up. Zhao Dahu, Li Si, Wang Shida, Sun Xiaochuan, and the 4 other brave men chosen from the days before all stared at him, awaiting his next words. We strike at the hour of the ox, Liu Guan said bluntly, without any hesitation. The night watchman will be sleepiest, then the moon will have shifted to the west, the stockade walls will be dark. Good for business. He pointed to each one, assigning tasks with crystal clarity. I'll take the lead. I'll handle the first sentry post. You follow 10 paces behind, not too close. Li Si nodded in understanding. Li Si, Liu Guan looked at him. You take 2 men and focus on the second sentry post. When I charge forward, you move up and seize it. Don't let anyone above come down to reinforce. Li Si nodded again, his hand already on his blade. Zhao Dahe, Liu Guan turned to him. You're the best archer. Find a tall tree that can sight the stockade gate and climb up. If anyone shows their head on the wall to shoot, you take them down. Don't spare arrows, just suppress them. Zhao Dahu patted his bow and rumbled, understood. Wang Shida, Liu Guan continued. You take the remaining 3 brothers. Once the gate is open or chaos erupts inside, charge in immediately. Don't bother with scattered men. Head straight for the biggest building. That's where the grain store will be. Seize the grain store and half the stockade will collapse. Wang Shirtu gripped his cleaver, his knuckles turning white. Finally, Liu Guan looked at Sun Xiaochuan. You follow Wang Shirtu. As soon as you get in, shout at the top of your lungs, surrender, and you won't be killed. We only want Chief Hu. The rest of you are suffering brothers. We won't harm you. Sun Xiaochuan swallowed his atoms, apple bobbing, then nodded heavily. Liu Guan swept his gaze over the group, his tone hardening. We're barely 10 men, so we must be fast. We must be ruthless. Catch them off guard and stun them. Once they're stunned, they'll panic. Once they panic, our chance comes. He paused and added a final line like driving a nail. Don't be greedy for glory. Don't chase fleeing men. Remember your own tasks. Living to get the job done is more important than anything. Understood. Understood. The 7 or 8 men lowered their voices and answered in unison. Liu Guan said no more. He turned and walked to a slightly open space behind. Over 20 old, weak women and children were huddled together like a frightened flock of sheep. In their midst were piles of belongings, a few sacks of grain, some crude tools, and the 3 war horses. You stay here, Liu Guan said bluntly with no soothing words. Keep an eye on the things. Don't run around. Wait for us to come back. No one made a sound. In the crowd, a few half-grown children buried their faces in the adults' clothing, not even daring to cry aloud. Liu Guan didn't look at them again. He walked straight back to the edge of the woods to begin his final equipment check. His leather armor was already on. His warblade was ready. Liu Guan stretched his limbs and took one last look at his group. Brothers, he said, his voice low, let's go. Liu Guan led 7 or 8 of his brothers creeping up the steep slope below the stronghold like phantoms. Follow me. Liu Guan uttered tersely, his steps landing on the rugged stone stairs with barely a sound. Behind him, Li Si, Zhao Dahu, and the others held their breath, pressing close behind. At the first sentry post halfway up the mountain, 2 night watch bandits were dozing with their rifles cradled in their arms, their heads bobbing up and down. Liu Guan slipped up to the thatched shed without even drawing his blade. His left hand shot out like an iron clamp, seizing the bandit on the left by the neck and twisting hard. Crack! A faint crisp snap. The bandit's eyes bulged violently, and he slumped down without even a grunt. Almost simultaneously, Liu Guan's right-hand fingers held stiff as a blade drove viciously into the throat of the bandit on the right. Ugh! The bandit clutched his neck, his eyeballs bulging, trying to scream, but only a hissing, leaking sound escaped. He curled up, collapsed, twitched twice, and went still. Move, Liu Guan said in a low voice, stepping over the corpse and continuing upward. The second sentry post was closer to the stronghold gate, on slightly more open ground. For bandits were here, two dozing off, one idly whittling a stick with a small knife, and one staring blankly into the pitch-black night below the mountain. The one staring into the distance suddenly felt a dark blur flicker at the corner of his eye. Who? He barely opened his mouth when a streak of icy blade light swelled rapidly in his pupils. Thud! The blade edge sliced precisely into his neck and blood sprayed into the night as a dark line. Liu Guan's figure moved like a pouncing leopard, never pausing. With a reverse slash, he chopped down the whittling bandit along with his little knife. Enemy attack. The remaining two dozing bandits were jolted awake by the screams and the crash. One leaped up trying to reach the gong beside him, while the other blindly grabbed a spear and thrust it toward the shadow. Too slow. In Liu Guan's eyes their movements were as sluggish as snails. He sidestepped the incoming spear tip, snatched the shaft with his left hand, and yanked it forward. The bandit couldn't stop his momentum and stumbled forward, running straight onto the blade tip Liu Guan extended with his right hand. Squelch! The blade sank entirely into his belly. Liu Guan didn't even look. He snatched the spear, twisted his waist muscles bulging in his arm, and hurled it like a javelin at the bandit, who was almost at the gong. Phew! The air split with a sharp whistle. Odd! The spear pierced through the bandit's back. The tremendous force carried him sprawling forward, and he slammed into the gong with a dull thud instead of a shrill alarm. He lay sprawled over the gong, twitching, then fell silent. Liu Guan casually flicked the blood off his blade, his breathing undisturbed. The stronghold gate was right before him. It was a heavy wooden door. On the gate tower vague figures could be seen moving about. 2 or 3 night watchmen. But they clearly hadn't noticed the instant annihilation of the sentry posts below. Liu Guan observed for a moment, then pointed at Zhao Dahu, and then at a patch of shadow below the side of the gate tower. Dahu, get over there. Wait for my signal. Shoot anyone who shows their head up there. Zhao Dahu nodded, took the bow from his back, and slipped silently into the shadows. Liu Guan himself stepped back a few paces, drew a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on the wooden door. He felt the surging blood force within him, an explosive power far beyond ordinary men. System, with this body of mine right now, can I smash this door open? He asked inwardly. Based on the door's structural integrity and the host's current strength assessment, a charging impact has an 87 success rate, the system replied in an icy tone. That's enough. Liu Guan hesitated no longer. He stomped his feet hard, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. Not with his shoulder, but with his whole side. Using his body's mass and speed, he slammed brutally into the upper center of the wooden door. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted in the silent mountain night. The seemingly sturdy wooden door snapped at the bolt with a teeth-grinding crack. The entire door panel caved inward, then burst open with a tremendous bang. Wood splinters flew everywhere. What's going on? How did the door break? The bandits atop the gate tower were terrified out of their wits, craning their necks to look down. What greeted them were cold arrows whistling out of the darkness. Odd. One bandit took an arrow to the face and plunged screaming from the gate tower. Zhao Dahu had made his move. As for Liu Guan, the instant the door burst open, he had already rolled inside, dissipating the momentum, then sprung up. Under the dim torchlight inside the stronghold, his blade traced an arc of death. 2 bandits behind the door, still stunned by the deafening crash and scrambling to grab torches and sabers, felt their necks go cold before they could even see who had arrived. The world flipped and went dark. Liu Guan, like a ferocious tiger charging into a flock of sheep, lunged toward the brightest, largest wooden houses at the center of the stronghold. That was definitely where the leader was. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Get up. Someone's broken in. The stronghold finally erupted into complete chaos. Panicked shouts, frantic footsteps, women's screams, and children's wailing mingled into a deafening uproar. Many bandits scrambled out of the shacks on both sides, half-dressed, clutching all sorts of weapons, their faces etched with terror. Jin soldiers. Bandits. Or government troops. Drop your weapons. Kneel and you won't die. We're only after the ringleader, old Hu. Sun Xiaochuan charged in with Wang Shitu and the others as planned, immediately bellowing at the top of his lungs. Anyone who resists dies. Some bandits. Those who weren't diehard loyalists and had already been scared witless by the news of the Jin army these past few days, felt their legs go weak. Clatter. They dropped their clubs, blades, and spears, crouched down, and covered their heads. But 7 or 8 fierce-looking bandits, likely old, whose trusted henchmen howled, and charged from the direction of the main hall, trying to block Liu Guan. Protect the boss. Kill this reckless bastard. Liu Guan watched the bandits rushing at him, his eyes cold and icy. He didn't slow down. Instead, he accelerated to meet them. Blade light flared again. No parrying, no dodging. Only the most direct, most brutal killing. Strength, speed, reflexes, total domination. The leading bandit had barely raised his blade when Liu Guan's sword arrived first, splitting half his shoulder open. The second bandit thrust a spear forward. Liu Guan sidestepped the tip, grabbed the shaft with lightning speed, pulled it into his embrace, and swept his right leg out like a steel whip, smashing into the man's knee. Crack! A bone-splintering sound that made one's scalp crawl. The bandit screamed and collapsed. The third, the fourth. Liu Guan's figure weaved through the crowd, and every swing of his blade sent someone down or gravely wounded. Monster. One bandit splattered across the face with his comrade's blood broke down completely. He dropped his blade and tried to run. Liu Guan caught sight of him, flicked his toe, and a short axe on the ground flew up. He grabbed the handle and hurled it. Thud! The short axe buried itself deep into the bandit's back, and he crashed to the ground. In just a dozen-odd breaths, the 7 or 8 bandits who tried to block him lay dead or wounded across the ground. The rest were utterly terrified, retreating step by step. Liu Guan stepped through the pool of blood and stopped before the largest wooden house. Who get out here? Liu Guan raised his blade, his voice soft, yet clearly penetrating inside. The curtain was ripped open. A tall, burly, one-eyed man with a face full of meat and scars gripping a large saber strode out. It was the stronghold's leader, Old Hu. Fine boy. Old Hu's single eye swept over the dead and wounded men lying outside the door, his eye twitching. Which path do you walk? State your name. I Hu Biao never slay nameless ghosts under my blade. The man who's going to kill you. Liu Guan wasted no words, raising his blade and stepping forward. Arrogant. Hu Biao bellowed, knowing there would be no peaceful resolution tonight. He had to fight for his life. He drew a deep breath, his muscles swelling, and swung his heavy saber in a full arc, hacking viciously down at Liu Guan's head. Liu Guan watched the descending saber without flinching. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Griping his own blade, he slashed upward diagonally from below. Steel against steel. Clang! A deafening clash of metal exploded, sparks flying everywhere. Hu Biao felt an irresistible, monstrous force surge through his saber. His tiger's mouth split open, instantly blood streaming down. His entire right arm went numb and weak, almost losing all feeling. His massive body staggered backwards several steps, his single eye filled with shock and utter disbelief. He was born with godlike strength, a name known for 100 li around. How could he have his weapon sent flying by a single strike? Liu Guan paid him no mind. He stepped forward and his blade flashed. Blood sprayed. Hu Biao clutched his throat, his single eye bulging wide, staring dead at Liu Guan. Then he slowly crumpled to the ground, twitching, and breathed his last. Liu Guan turned, holding his dripping blade. Outside the door, Wang Shitu, Li Si, and the others had already taken control of the situation. He looked at the bandits kneeling on the ground, trembling, and at the old, weak women and children poking their heads out of the shacks with faces full of terror. Slowly he spoke. Hu Biao is dead. From this day forward, this place belongs to me. Liu Guan leaned back in his chair, his knuckles rapping against the hardwood armrest, producing a rhythmic thump-thump. He had been the master of the stronghold for some time now. Back when he had killed Hu Biao and seized the fort, the dozen or so terrified bandits and the coerced elderly and weak were now under his control, barely molded into a semblance of order. Liu Guan knew no profound doctrines in this chaotic era. He clung to 2 principles: make people fear you and also give them hope. His first act as leader was to establish rules. The rules were few, only 5, which the literate son Xiaochuan scrawled crookedly onto a wooden board and hung at the hall and the stronghold gate. First, disobey orders and you die. Second, engage in private fights or bully women and children and you die. Third, flee from battle or embezzle spoils and you die. Fourth, each person has their duty. Those who work hard get food, while the lazy have their rations reduced. Fifth, all spoils go to the common pool, distributed according to merit and need. Simple, direct, every word reeking of blood. But relying solely on executions wouldn't suffice. Liu Guan had son Xiaochuan inventory the stronghold storehouse and Hu Biao's old lair. The money and grain were limited, but could last a while. He set a basic ration. Those who followed Zhao Dahu into the mountains to hunt or trained hard could get an extra half bowl of gruel or a piece of dried meat. The elderly, women, and children were not idle either. They mended clothes, gathered wild vegetables, and did odd jobs, earning enough to eat and survive. The method was crude and far from fair. Yet in this precarious world where survival was uncertain, a stable source of food and a clear set of rules constituted a rare order for the vast majority. Those elderly and weak whom he had rescued from the blades of Jin's soldiers gradually shifted from initial terror to a certain trust. This chieftain was ruthless in killing, but he did not abuse people wantonly, and he distributed the grain he plundered. Crucially, he was brave enough. The tales of his breaking through the gate with his bare body and slaying Hu Biao like a chicken had already spread throughout the stronghold and the surrounding areas. That inhuman strength became the strongest pillar of the mountain stronghold, and like a magnet it drew more and more refugees. Deserted soldiers, desperate tenants, bandits scattered from other places. All trickled in like streams converging. Liu Guan accepted everyone, imposing the rules first, then having Li Si and Zhao Dahu drill and select men. Now the Haifeng stronghold on Yaren Mountain could field over 300 able-bodied men armed with armor and weapons. As Liu Guan was pondering the next step, a frantic rush of footsteps approached from afar accompanied by heavy panting. Brother, it's bad. A huge disaster has struck. Zhao Dao almost crashed through the guards as he burst in his face, flushed red, unable to speak properly. Liu Guan sat up straight, frowning. Zhao Dahu was usually steady, a hunter by nature, the most composed person. For him to be this panicked. What's the rush? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Speak slowly. What's wrong? Liu Guan's voice was steady, reassuring. Zhao Dahu took a few deep breaths, his voice trembling with barely suppressed fury. Brother. He clearly had little goodwill toward the female emperor he had never met, who had indirectly caused all his suffering after his transmigration. A pyramid of skulls. She built a pyramid of skulls in Sangzhou. Zhao Dahu's eyes reddened. In Sangzhou, regardless of age or gender, anyone even remotely connected to bandits was put to death. They killed countless. The bodies were piled into several mountains by the official road. Liu Guan listened, clearly having anticipated this. He knew that this great Wu emperor was a perfect second Cixi. Sangzhou is who knows how many miles from here. No matter how brutal the imperial army is, it won't reach Yaren Mountain anytime soon. Brother, that's not the key. Zhao Dahu exclaimed, urgently, spittle flying. The key is... The slaughter in Sangzhou was so severe that even some refugee villages that had banded together and only robbed the granaries of the rich to survive were labeled as bandits and massacred. Old and weak women and children none spared. The news spread, shaking the realm. Officials everywhere were terrified out of their wits. He paused, a look of absurdity and fury on his face. That dog magistrate of Heishui County at the foot of our mountain, either fearing that our Haifeng stronghold might become a threat and implicate him before the court, or seeking to curry favor by earning merits. He actually ordered the mobilization of the entire county's forces to exterminate us. Liu Guan frowned slightly, leaning forward. Exterminate us? How many troops can a county magistrate muster? Militia? Local levies? The entire county? Zhao Dahu gritted his teeth. That dog official issued an emergency conscription. Not only did he deploy all the understaffed bullying garrison troops and constables, a few hundred in total, but he also forcibly conscripted able-bodied men from every town and village, even the private guards of landlords. Every man who could wield a blade was dragged in. Our scouts report they are gathering outside the county seat. From what we can see, there are no fewer than 1,500 men. And to boost morale, that dog magistrate even proclaimed, after the stronghold is taken, the grain, money, and women are yours to take. A full mobilization. 1,500 men. Liu Guan's originally furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, transforming into a grin of delighted surprise. A full mobilization. This is excellent news. Zhao Dahu was stunned, staring blankly at Liu Guan. Brother, are you all right? They have over 1,500 men. We barely have 300 who can fight, plus a bunch of old and weak to defend a stronghold. Dahu, oh Dahu. Liu Guan stood up, clapping Zhao Dahu firmly on the shoulder. You only see their numbers, but you miss the heaven-sent opportunity behind this. He walked to the crude map Sun Xiaochuan had drawn hanging in the hall and pointed emphatically at the ink dot representing Heishui County. That dog magistrate, in his eagerness to please the mad emperor and for the sake of some pathetic achievements and greed, has made a fatal mistake. He has pulled out almost all the county's effective forces. Liu Guan's voice rose with excitement. Think about it. What's left in the county seat now? The old and weak. A few jailhouse runners. He turned his gaze burning as he looked at Zhao Dao. What about the terrain of our stronghold? Easy to defend, hard to attack. A single narrow path flanked by sheer cliffs. What can his 1,500 men do? They can't spread out. At most a few hundred can reach the wall at once. We have 300 men holding the advantage, waiting at ease. And them? Liu Guan sneered. A rabble. The garrison troops are useless, the local levies fear battle, and the landlord's guards value their lives. They might be good for a victory march or looting, but once they hit our stronghold wall and bleed with heavy casualties, do you think they can maintain formation? Zhao Dahu seemed to catch on, his eyes brightening. Brother means we defend the stronghold and wear them down. Not just wear them down. Liu Guan's eyes flashed with sharp light. I will rout them, completely crush them, and then... His finger traced a sharp line on the map from the stronghold's position, stabbing fiercely into the ink dot of the county seat. Strike while the iron is hot. Seize Heishui County in one fell swoop. Zhao Dahu gasped, his heart pounding. Seize the county seat. It was something he had never dared to imagine before. That was the seat of imperial governance with walls and official buildings. Brother, can it be done? The county has walls. Walls. Liu Guan scoffed, clenching his fist, feeling the vital energy and blood power far beyond normal men. No matter how high the wall, it needs people to defend it. Once his 1,500 great army is routed at the foot of the mountain, word will reach the county. How many do you think will be left in the city daring to defend it? And how many will be capable? Pass the order. Liu Guan's voice suddenly turned sharp, clear, and loud. Full stronghold alert. All able-bodied men inspect weapons and armor, assign defensive positions. Li Si, take charge of overall defense, prepare plenty of rolling logs and boulders, concentrate the arrows. Wang Shi to lead the reinforcement of the stronghold wall and check the traps. Sun Xiaochuan, take inventory of all stored grain, manage it centrally and distribute according to wartime standards. Tell all the brothers and the old and weak. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Li Si, Wang Shitu, and others who had rushed over, their expressions a mix of shock and uncertainty. He said decisively, if we win this battle, we won't have to huddle in the mountain gully chewing wild vegetables. The granaries and silver vaults of Heishui County will be ours. The dog magistrate has delivered his head to our doorstep. We'll take it. And his county seat will take that too. Let the brothers perk up. The opportunity has come. Outside Heishui County, on the temporarily erected platform for military inspection, County Magistrate Zhou Yongchang stood, with his belly protruding, wearing ill-fitting leather armor. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. Zhou Yongchang rasped in his grating voice, attempting to project authority. That Black Wind stronghold on Yeren Mountain. A gang of outlaws who scorn the law. They've grown into a formidable force with hundreds of followers preying on merchants and travelers while defying the county authorities. A dire threat to our region. You've likely heard of the incident at Sangzhou in recent days. Zhou Yongchang raised his voice sharply at this mention. By the Emperor's divine authority, such bandits who disrupt our lands must be utterly eradicated. This alone demonstrates the strict justice of our great Wu laws and the vast reach of imperial power. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Today I personally lead this army to crush the Black Wind stronghold. This is to eliminate threats to the nation and share the Emperor's burdens. And it is also an excellent opportunity for you to establish your merits and secure your futures. When we breach the rebel stronghold, all the silver grain cloth and women inside, apart from what must be turned over to the treasury, the rest I will distribute according to merit. Zhou Yongchang waved his arms wildly, spittle flying. The first to scale the fortress wall shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Whoever seizes the rebel leader Liu Guan's head will receive 1,000 taels, and I will personally recommend him for the position of squad leader in the provincial troops. Under such heavy rewards, some responses finally stirred. We are willing to follow your honor to quell the bandits. Kill the mountain bandits. Zhou Yongchang nodded in satisfaction. Though the response fell short of roaring approval, the sheer number of over 1,000 men still sounded imposing. He could already envision himself leveling the rebel stronghold, sending victory reports and spoils to the prefecture, even straight to the heavens, where the dragon's face would be greatly pleased, and his own rank would rise 3 levels. Excellent. He puffed out his belly, drawing the ceremonial sword at his waist that served more for display than combat, pointing it diagonally toward Yeren Mountain. The army marches. Follow me. The county magistrate set forth to suppress the bandits. Once the order was given, the troops began moving in a disorganized fashion. There was no proper formation, no disciplined command. People of all kinds mingled together, slowly surging along the main road toward Yeren Mountain. At the foot of Yeren Mountain, the once dirt road grew increasingly treacherous. Over 1,000 people crowded at the mountain base, craning their necks to gaze at the Black Wind stronghold halfway up the slope. Zhou Yongchang rode a short-legged horse, his heart skipping a beat as he surveyed the defensible terrain. But he quickly suppressed his unease, reminding himself that he commanded overwhelming numbers and represented the imperial authority. How could he be intimidated by a handful of mountain bandits? He cleared his throat, about to order a direct assault, when a voice came from nearby. Magistrate, hold on. The speaker was a veteran squad leader surnamed Han from the provincial troops, one of the few in this group who had seen actual combat and possessed real experience. Frowning, he pointed upward and said, My lord, observe the stronghold's position. It's far too strategically advantageous. With only one narrow path, ascending our numerical superiority becomes a liability, hindering our maneuvers. If I may offer my humble opinion, he continued, perhaps we should dispatch a small elite vanguard to scout first, or attempt to cut off their water supply. We could besiege without attacking, depleting their provisions until internal discord emerges. Alternatively, we might seek out local woodcutters and hunters to discover hidden trails. Rubbish. Zhou Yongchang, lost in fantasies of overwhelming force crushing the stronghold in a single assault, was infuriated by this practical counterpoint. Are you instructing me on warfare? Do you question my judgment? I have studied military classics extensively and excel at strategic planning, surely beyond the understanding of a rough warrior like you. I see only fear of the enemy and attempts to undermine troop morale. Squad leader Han was stunned by the rebuke, opening his mouth to respond, but Zhou Yongchang shouted without hearing him out, "You're the one. Han, don't you have experience? I'm giving you a chance to earn merit. When we attack you and your men will lead the charge. If you fail to breach the gate, bring me your head." Han's chest rose and fell as his fists clenched. But gazing at Zhou Yongchang's imperious flabby face, he ultimately lowered his fists and bowed stiffly yes. "Sir." Atop the Black Wind stronghold walls, Liu Guan calmly surveyed the dark, chaotic mass of the so-called army below. Behind him, Li Si, Zhao Dahu, Wang Shidu, and others took positions on either side, 300 stronghold soldiers stationed according to prearranged plans. Numerous in number yet poorly organized, Li Si murmured dismissively. "A disorganized mob." Liu Guan nodded, his gaze fixing on squad leader Han and his 100 provincial troops, thrust to the forefront. "See those in uniform at the front. Those are probably their only capable fighters. Break them, and the local militia and thugs behind will panic on their own." He turned and issued clear orders. "Archers, follow Zhao Dahu's commands. Target those who try to approach the wall to fire arrows. Rolling logs and boulders. Wait until they're funneled onto the narrow path before dropping them. Li Si, take your 20 best fighters and hold the gate behind. It must not be breached. Wang Shidu, lead the rest, and fill any positions under pressure wherever needed." "Yes." They acknowledged in low tones and dispersed quickly. Below, Zhou Yongchang had grown impatient. He drew his sword and roared toward the stronghold with all his might. "Attack. Advance. Heavy rewards for the first to charge. Retreat and be executed." War drums pounded erratically, mingled with the shouts and curses of commanders. Cornered squad leader Han's eyes burned red as he drew his blade and pointed forward. "Brothers, those who wish to live, follow me." He knew retreat meant death, but charging offered a slim chance. 100 provincial troops mixed with reluctant local militiamen pressed forward, forcing their way up the steep narrow path. The treacherous mountain path soon stretched and tangled their formation into a disordered mass. "Loose." Zhao Dahu watched from the wall, waiting for the perfect moment before issuing the command. The stronghold's archers, straining with pent-up energy, immediately released their bows. Dozens of arrows screamed through the air, arcing toward the densest cluster below. "Aunt! My leg! Help!" Screams erupted instantly. The soldiers, lacking shields and proper protection, suffered heavily under the arrow barrage. Over a dozen fell wounded, some tumbling down the slope and plunging the ranks into further chaos. But squad leader Han knew they couldn't halt. Standing still meant certain death. Waving his blade, he roared encouragement to his men. "Don't stop. Charge forward." Leading from the front, he disregarded danger himself, swatting aside sporadic arrows with his weapon, and somehow managed to push his men within 30 paces of the stronghold gate. Yet this proved to be the most perilous section. "Release." Liu Guan's voice rang out. The well-prepared stronghold soldiers, working in pairs or threes, roared as they shoved heavy log rolls and massive stones piled along the wall down the narrow passage below. Rolling thunder. Crashing splinters. The logs and boulders descended the steep slope with devastating momentum, bounding and crashing downward. On the narrow mountain path, the soldiers had nowhere to take cover. "Dodge! Aya!" Desperate screams were swallowed by the sound of massive impacts and shattering bones. Squad leader Han was grazed on the shoulder by a fragment of stone. Looking up at the fortress wall, just within reach, yet seeming like an impassable chasm, his heart turned to ice. He knew this battle was lost. Below, Zhou Yongchang watched the first wave of attack bodies littering the ground and trembled with rage. "Useless. All of you useless." Standing atop the stockade wall, Liu Guan looked down at the completely disorganized government troops below and grinned. He had won, and with far greater ease than he had anticipated. He turned and swiftly descended the wooden ladder. Zhao Dahu, Li Si, and the others who had long been waiting eagerly behind the gate stared at him with taut anticipation, gripping their weapons tightly, awaiting his command. "Open the gate." Liu Guan bellowed, his voice exploding like thunder. With a creak and a bang, the heavy gate was pushed open by several sturdy stockade soldiers. Liu Guan cracked his neck, grabbed the long spear he was accustomed to from the nearby weapon rack, and let out a roar. "Kill!" This shout, like a charge bugle, ignited the pent-up flame and ferocity within every stockade soldier. "Charge! Follow the chief. Slaughter these damned dogs of officials." Over 200 stockade soldiers, long pent up and seething with murderous intent, surged out of the open gate, like tigers unleashed, howling with bloodlust. The routed government troops, like headless flies, wept, cursed, and abandoned their armor, desperate only to flee far from the menacing stronghold. Many lacked even the courage to look back. Liu Guan charged at the forefront, catching up to the stragglers at the rear. Die! He needed no technique. His spear thrust forward like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, so fast it left only a blur. With each precise thrust, the spear tip pierced through backs, necks, and ribs, every strike claiming a life. He carved a bloody path through the routed troops like an efficient killing machine. Ding. Killed human X1 health points 27. Ding. Killed human X1 health points 26. Ding. Block him. Block that monster. Amid the chaos, a man in a low-ranking officer's leather armor of the garrison troops wielding a ring-pummeled saber roared with reddened eyes. His surname was Chun, a company commander well regarded in the garrison for his skill and courage. Seeing Liu Guan wreaking havoc like a demon, cutting down his comrades like wheat, he was both shocked and furious. Yet he also realized that Liu Guan was the backbone of these bandits. If he could capture him, he might turn the tide of defeat, at least buying himself a chance to escape, or even earn a great merit. Brothers, don't panic. That man is the bandit leader. Kill him, and we'll live. Company Commander Chen shouted hoarsely, trying to rally the few remaining soldiers who were still somewhat composed. Driven by survival instinct, about a dozen soldiers gathered reluctantly and charged toward Liu Guan with savage cries. Liu Guan had just swept aside a fleeing militiaman with his spear shaft when he turned to see this group charging back at him. He paused briefly, then a smile spread across his face. Oh, he stopped. Instead of fleeing, you come toward me, eh? Kill. Company Commander Chen didn't hear his words, nor did he care to. Seeing Liu Guan pause, he thought it was an opportunity. He roared, raised his saber, and brought it down with all his might toward Liu Guan's head. The blade whistled through the air, carrying considerable force. Several other soldiers, emboldened, thrust their spears from the sides. Liu Guan moved. Facing the descending blade, he did not dodge. Instead, he lifted his spear upward, striking after yet arriving first. A deafening clang of metal rang out. Company Commander Chun felt an irresistible force traveling up his blade. His tiger's mouth split instantly, and the ring-pummeled saber flew from his grasp high into the air. Simultaneously, Liu Guan shifted his stance, and the spears thrust from both sides grazed past his clothes, missing their mark. He reached out with his left hand, seized one spear shaft, and yanked it toward him. The soldier holding it cried out in surprise as he was pulled off balance directly into the path of Liu Guan's right hand, swinging the spear shaft. With a heavy thud, the shaft struck the soldier's chest, accompanied by the clear sound of breaking bones. The soldier spat blood, flew backward, and knocked over two men behind him. Liu Guan twirled the captured spear in his hand and thrust its butt backward, impaling another soldier who tried to ambush him, causing him to double over and kneel. The movements were fluid and seamless. In the blink of an eye, half of the encircling soldiers lay fallen. Company Commander Chen, having just steadied himself, saw this sight and was terrified out of his wits. This was not something a human could do. But with no retreat, he grabbed a short blade from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, and charged again, with a howl, adopting a desperate all-out attack. Brave but foolish, Liu Guan commented indifferently, his spear darting forward like a serpent's tongue, lightning fast. Company Commander Chen had no time to block or dodge. He felt a chill in his chest, followed by excruciating pain. Liu Guan's arm muscles bulged, veins writhing like earthworms, unleashing a violent force. Now fly. With a thunderous roar, he used the spear to lift Company Commander Chun, who weighed at least 160 jin, clear off the ground. Under the countless horrified gazes around, Company Commander Chen's body was hoisted upward a full zhang high. He traced a brief arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the rocky ground several meters away like a discarded sack. Upon impact, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of organs, convulsed a few times, and then lay still. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped this small patch of ground. Both the remaining soldiers and those fleeing farther away, even some of the pursuing stockade brothers, were frozen in awe by this inhuman spectacle. Lifting a man into the air, a burly man clad in leather armor, over a zhang high. What kind of monster was this? After a brief moment of stillness came an even more complete collapse and screams. Demon. Monster. He's not human. He's a fiend. Run. Flee. Liu Guan flicked the blood off his spear tip. Just as he was about to resume his pursuit, the spear that had served him for many days gave a faint, strained crack. His eyes swept across the ground and spotted a decent battle saber nearby. You'll do. He walked over and picked it up. Saber in hand, he no longer lingered and charged toward the densest cluster of fleeing troops, where the county magistrate's banner flew. The blade flashed. Each swing felled a soldier who lagged behind. The stockade soldiers following him, having witnessed their chief spear a foe to the skies, then discard his spear for a saber, while remaining unstoppable, were filled with utmost worship and fervor. Someone shouted, "The chief is a god descended from heaven. Follow the chief, kill the officials." God descended. Kill. The morale of the stockade troops exploded, and they pursued with even greater ferocity, like tigers among sheep. At the heart of the routed troops, County Magistrate Zhou Yongchang, riding a short-legged horse and surrounded by his trusted retainers, glanced back and glimpsed the scene of Company Commander Chun being lifted into the air. He nearly fell off his horse in terror. A demon. This bandit chief Liu Guan must be possessed by an evil spirit. Zhou Yongchang's face was ashen, his fat body trembling, filled with endless regret and fear. Why did I ever provoke such a demon? 1,500 troops. Gone just like that. He knew that even if he could escape back to the county, this devastating defeat could never be concealed. The families of the forcibly conscripted militiamen, the landlords and gentry who had lost their retainers, and the county clerks who already resented him. They would tear him apart. Losing my post would be the least of it. I might even lose my life. Never mind that. First survive. Survival is paramount. Zhou Yongchang whipped his mount frantically, abandoning all dignity and formality, thinking only of escaping the ever-closer shouts of killing and the demonic figure behind him. As the entire army collapsed with everyone only thinking of fleeing, Liu Guan drew a deep breath and let out a roar that shook the mountains. Kneel and drop your weapons, and you will not be killed. At Liu Guan's thunderous roar, those soldiers, already exhausted and knowing there was no escape left, seized it like the last straw. Without much hesitation, the clanging of metal rang out across the field. Swords, spears, bows, and even hoes and wooden staffs used as weapons were hastily thrown onto the muddy ground and rocks. Many collapsed to the ground, instinctively clutching their heads with both hands and curling into tight balls, their lips moving incoherently as they chanted, "Spare our lives, brave sir," and "We surrender, we truly surrender." Captain Han, seeing that defeat was imminent, also laid down his weapons and surrendered. His act of surrender served as a clear signal. Nearby, some soldiers who had been wavering or retreated alongside him witnessed their respected captain kneeling, and any remaining resistance vanished instantly. They followed suit, dropping their weapons and falling to their knees in surrender. Surrender spread like a contagion or receding tide, radiating outward from Liu Guan's position at lightning speed. Drop your weapons. Get down on your knees. Don't move. The village soldiers who had charged down behind Liu Guan initially struggled to control themselves, instinctively raising their weapons to strike at those kneeling on the ground. But upon seeing their leader standing with drawn sword, showing no intention to attack further, and hearing the command to spare them, they finally regained their composure. Li Si and Zhao Dahu immediately began shouting orders to rein in their men. Obey the village chief. No killing those who knelt and dropped their weapons. Send a few men to collect their arms. Keep watch over them. Anyone who moves will be slain. The battlefield fractured rapidly. A scattering of routed soldiers fled deeper into the woods and hollows, while some 400 or 500 men filled the slopes along the mountain path, their wails and pleas for mercy filling the air. Liu Guan surveyed the kneeling prisoners with his battle axe, his expression unreadable as his mind raced. He needed captives. They would serve not only to replenish his ranks and provide intelligence, but more crucially, these men were essential to his plans. Being from various parts of Heishui County, they could naturally act as propagandists and guides. He walked toward the densest cluster of prisoners, where Captain Han knelt at the front with his head bowed, blood still seeping from his shoulder wound and staining half his uniform. The surrounding captives felt Liu Guan's approach and held their breath in terror, their bodies shaking more violently. Liu Guan stopped before Han and looked down at him. "You," Liu Guan spoke, his voice low, but carrying clearly to Han and the nearby captives. "What is your name? What position do you hold in the county?" Captain Han trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and tried to steady his voice, replying to the village lord, "My name is Han Meng, formerly the captain of the 3rd Squad in the Left Battalion of Heishui County's local troops." Han Meng. Liu Guan repeated the name. "Raise your head." Han Meng hesitated, then slowly lifted his gaze, though his eyes remained lowered, unable to meet Liu Guan's stare. "How many of your men are still able to fight? I mean those who still follow your orders, your local troops?" Liu Guan asked directly. Han Meng pondered for a moment before responding hoarsely, "More than half of the brothers who charged ahead with me have fallen, and many scattered during the rout that followed. About 30 or 40 remain nearby now, most of them wounded." Liu Guan nodded, satisfied with this number. He needed people familiar with the county town, with some military experience, and whose retreat was cut off by their surrender. "Do you want to live?" Liu Guan suddenly asked. Han Meng looked up sharply, a flash of disbelief in his eyes before it faded. He smiled bitterly. "The village lord jests. Since I've already knelt and surrendered, my life or death is in the village lord's hands. If I can live naturally, I wish to live." Liu Guan's voice carried no room for argument. "I won't feed prisoners who do nothing." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Han Meng and the nearby captives who were straining to hear, then raised his voice. "Listen. My word is my bond. I said those who kneel will not be killed, and as long as you behave yourselves, your lives will be spared." A suppressed stir and faint gasps rippled through the captives, as though they had glimpsed a sliver of hope. But Liu Guan's tone shifted sharply, and an air of menace returned. To truly survive, even to eat well in the future, it depends entirely on your own actions. He pointed at Han Ming. Han Ming, and all of you who were soldiers, I'm giving you a chance now. Go immediately and gather any of your fellow soldiers you know who can still move. I have questions to ask and tasks for you. He turned to the peasant militia captives. You too. Separate yourselves by your villages and towns, or by the landlord families who brought you. Choose someone to speak for each group. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Zhao Dahu immediately stepped forward with the village guards, shouting threats and waving their weapons in front of the prisoners. The captives were driven forward in disarray. Han Ming struggled to his feet, enduring the pain in his shoulder, and walked among them, calling out familiar names and faces in low tones. Several veteran soldiers emerged hesitantly, supporting each other, and slowly gathered around Han Ming. About 30 of them, all wounded and with grim expressions. The peasant militia captives were in total chaos, taking much longer to sort themselves into 7 or 8 groups of varying sizes based on vague memories and local accents. At the front of each group stood a pallid representative who had been pushed forward, mostly former village heads, squad leaders, or estate managers. Liu Guan surveyed the roughly organized captives and ordered Li Si, "Oldly gather all their weapons in one place and post guards. Also take the seriously wounded, whether our own men or the enemy soldiers, and carry them back to the village. Have whoever knows herbs tend to their injuries for now." "Yes, brother." Li Si received the order and departed. Liu Guan then looked at Wang Shitu and Sun Xiaochuan. "Should it take some men and clear the battlefield. Make sure our brothers' bodies are properly collected. The enemy dead can be piled over there in the hollow for now. We don't want them blocking the way. Strip useful leather armor, clothing, and ration bags from them. Xiaochuan, take a few people and count the captives. Make a rough record of how many are from the county troops and how many from each village and township. Also separate out any captives who look like leaders and question them individually about the current defenses in the county town, the location of the granaries, and where that damn county magistrate Zhou Yongchang might have fled to." As Liu Guan's orders took effect, both the village soldiers and the captives began moving. Meanwhile, in the Golden Hall, the atmosphere was so heavy one could wring water from it. On the dragon desk, memorials were piled like small mountains. Wu Mingwang picked up the memorials one by one, reading each with an increasingly pallid complexion, until finally, with a violent slap, she hurled several urgent battlefield reports to the ground. "Useless wretches. All of them." The Empress's furious roar echoed through the cavernous hall. Below, the civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, all with downcast eyes and bated breath, terrified of incurring her wrath. Wu Minghuang's chest heaved violently, the jade bead strings of her crown rattling loudly. She rose from the dragon desk, her phoenix eyes sweeping across the cowering faces below as her voice rose with fury. "The southern front against Tang has been fighting for half a year, yet they remain locked in a stalemate at the border. On the western front against Zhao, they boast countless victories, yet have gained not a single inch of territory. And the eastern front with Liang is nothing but a quagmire. My 30,000 troops consuming endless supplies every single day. Is this all they have to show for it?" She seized another urgent military report, her fingers white from gripping it so tightly. "And this? The Jin Kingdom. A mere border backwater, savage and barren land. My vanguard battalion, the sharpest blade of Great Wu, has suffered defeat after defeat before them, losing soldiers and generals, having ceded 3 military forts. Do these Jin soldiers possess supernatural powers, or have my sons of Great Wu all become spineless cowards?" She violently hurled that military report toward the row of generals, the paper scattering and fluttering to the ground. "Who currently commands the Jin front? Name them for me. Report his name." Wu Minghuang's voice turned ice cold. "Incompetent fools are ruining the nation. I demand a change of generals. Immediately." Silence descended upon the hall like a shroud. After several long moments, from among the civil officials, an elderly minister with graying hair, a resolute face, and dressed in purple official robes, slowly stepped forward. His name was Su Yin, once the Minister of War. Though advanced in years now, and merely holding the honorary title of Grand Tutor, he commanded tremendous prestige in the military, and was renowned for his forthrightness and courage to speak truth. "Your Majesty," Su Yan's voice was aged yet steady, carrying the calm of one who had weathered countless storms. "Replacing a commander on the battlefield is a military taboo. When a commanding general changes, the army's morale wavers, orders become difficult to enforce. The setbacks in the Jin campaign are truly due to their fearsome weapons. The priority should be devising countermeasures, sending reinforcements and supplies, and strengthening our defensive lines, not hastily scapegoating and replacing generals. This is not the conduct of a wise ruler." "Enough!" Wu Minghuang interrupted him impatiently, not even glancing at Su Yan. Her gaze swept across the row of military commanders, finally landing on a visibly portly general. Li Shanlu. The Empress called him out by name. The summoned general's entire body of flab trembled as he hastily stepped forward and dropped to his knees with a thud. Your subject is present. I recall you earned merit last year when pacifying the 18 islands of the Eastern Sea. Wu Minghuang fixed him with an uncompromising gaze. I hereby appoint you Grand General, who pacifies Jin and punishes rebellion, commanding all military affairs on the Jin front. Depart immediately and recover the lost face of this empire along with those military forts. Return in defeat, and you need not return at all. Cold sweat instantly broke out across Li Shanlu's forehead. That mess of a front at Jin, where even the vanguard battalion had suffered great losses. How could he possibly have any confidence? But the Empress had spoken, and how could he dare refuse? Your subject obeys your decree. I shall not fail your Majesty's trust. I will repay you with every last drop of blood until I destroy these Jin traitors. Li Shanlu knocked his head repeatedly against the floor while his heart wailed in despair. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Su Yin stepped forward urgently, his voice rising. General Li, though brave, is unfamiliar with northern frontier affairs and knows nothing of Jin military tactics. Being hastily sent to his post risks repeating past failures. Please, Your Majesty, reconsider. Wu Minghuang finally turned her gaze towards Su Yin, her eyes revealing undisguised irritation and contempt. Grand Tutor, Su, I know you counsel caution. But military affairs burn like fire. How can we afford hesitation? My decision is final. Speak no more. Su Yin gazed at Wu Minghuang's obstinate, self-willed expression, then looked at Li Shanlu kneeling on the ground with an ashen face. A surge of grief and indignation rose within him, making his very beard tremble with rage. This was treating matters of military and national importance as child's play. Before he could suppress this rising fury, Wu Minghuang had already turned to another memorial, her brow furrowing even more tightly. And then there is the southeastern coast. The Fujian Kingdom. A tiny speck of land, an insignificant minor state. Relying on a few rickety ships, they dare to embolden their ronin and pirates, forming some 46 braves, running amok throughout Great Wu. For half a year, they have conquered 16 counties in succession, advancing straight toward Wenshan Prefecture, heading for Heishui County. Her fury mounting with each word, she slammed the dragon desk, summoned the imperial decree. Your Majesty. Su Yin could bear it no longer. With a thunderous shout, he actually interrupted the Empress mid-sentence. The entire court was horrified, even Wu Minghuang frozen in disbelief, staring at this elderly minister. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Su Yan's entire body shook as he pointed at Wu Minghuang upon the dragon throne, and suddenly burst into skyward laughter. His laughter was bleak and indignant, piercing through the silent hall like a knife. Su Yan, how dare you? A minister friendly with Su Yin gasped in a low voice. Dark clouds gathered on Wu Minghuang's face, her phoenix eyes cold and sharp as winter frost. Grand Tutor Su, what are you laughing at? Do you find my decisions laughable? Su Yin ceased his laughter. His old eyes red-rimmed, he stared fixedly at Wu Minghuang. That gaze no longer held any sovereign subject deference, only the most agonizing of accusations. Laughable. This old minister finds only sorrow, regret, and hatred. He stepped forward, his voice hoarse, yet each word as clear as a hammer strike upon every heart present. Your Majesty, in the 3 years since your ascension, have you paused your conquests for even one day? Southern savages, western frontiers, eastern seas, northern nomads, Liang Zhaotangzhou. War on all sides, enemies in every direction. The national treasury is already depleted to its last reserves. The common people are impoverished, with 9 out of 10 households empty. Young men have been conscripted into oblivion, and farmland lies barren. You call this shocking the 4 seas? This is nothing but squandering the substantial foundation your predecessors painstakingly built. Grasping for glory, stubborn and willful, unwilling to heed a single word of honest counsel. Loyal and capable officials are either demoted or imprisoned, while sycophants fill the court, governing the state like child's play, waging war like gambling, replacing generals on the battlefield, commanding recklessly. This is not the conduct of a wise ruler, but rather the source of national ruin. These words like thunder exploded through the golden hall into absolute silence. Everyone was paralyzed with shock, forgetting even to breathe. Wu Minghuang's complexion shifted from green to white, then from white to crimson with rage. Her trembling finger pointed at Su Yanyu. How dare you? Say I know nothing of military affairs. Say I ruin the nation. Is it not so? Su Yin had cast aside all caution. He straightened his hunched back as if drawing upon the very last of his life's strength, and toward Wu Minghuang, toward all these loyal ministers in the hall, released his final blood-soaked cry. Bankrupting the military, the people cannot survive. The court's discipline is in chaos, treachery holds sway. Foreign enemies encircle us on all sides while internal bandits rise like swarms. Your Majesty, open your eyes and see. What has become of this great Wu under your rule? He abruptly lifted his head toward the vaulted ceiling of the hall, his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down his face, releasing a cry of despair pushed to its absolute limit. The nation perishes. The nation perishes. Before the final words had even faded, his body convulsed violently, and with a violent huff, he spat a great mouthful of blood that sprayed across his purple official robes and the golden bricks beneath his feet. Minister Su, Grand Tutor. Several cries of alarm rang out. Su Yan seemed oblivious to the chaos around him. Staggering, he turned to gaze at the coiled dragon golden pillar at the side of the hall, his eyes unfocused, murmuring, "You're late, Majesty. Your subject was incompetent. The nation perishes. It is not this minister's fault. It is not this minister's fault." With that, he actually hurled himself with all his strength toward that unyielding golden pillar. Crash! A dull thud rang out as flesh and bone collided with the unyielding metal column, making every heart in the hall stop. Su Yan's emaciated body slid limply to the ground, his temple a mass of blood and flesh. His eyes wide open, fixed upon the void, already gone. Silence. Dead, utter silence. The civil and military officials stood as if petrified, their faces ashen, white, many with legs so weak they could barely stand. Some elderly ministers gazed at Su Yan's remains, tears already streaming down their weathered faces, yet not daring to make a sound. On the dragon throne, Wu Minghuang too was frozen. She stared at the spreading pool of crimson blood, at Su Yan's eyes that remained unclosed even in death, as if eternally questioning. The expression of intense fury slowly drained away, replaced by a trace of fear that even she herself was unwilling to admit. The atmosphere in Haifeng Stronghold was starkly different from the deathly silence of the Golden Throne Hall. It was filled with the restless excitement and bustling activity that followed a great victory. Liu Guan sat on a chair listening to the reports from his subordinates, Li Sijao Dehuang, Shida's son Xiaochuan, and the newly surrendered Han Ming. "Chief, the battlefield is mostly cleared." Li Si spoke first, fatigue still etched on his face from the slaughter, but his eyes were bright. "We lost 11 brothers, 23 severely wounded, and many lightly injured, but none are critical. The bodies of the soldiers, no fewer than 300. About 400 wounded prisoners, and we don't know how many escaped, probably 600 or 700. Wang Shirtu added, "The captured weapons fill half a courtyard. Over 100 sets of leather and cotton armor, 50-odd bows, plenty of arrows, and some scattered rations." Sun Xiaochuan scratched on a wooden board with a piece of charcoal. "The prisoners are counted. 42 surrendered regular soldiers under squad leader Han's command, behaving themselves. Over 300 militia captives divided into 7 groups by village, all terrified out of their wits. About 50 badly wounded soldiers as you ordered carried to the back shed, their fate left to heaven." Liu Guan nodded and turned his gaze to Han Ming, who had been standing silently at the lower end. Han Ming's shoulder was hastily bandaged, his face still pale, but his back was ramrod straight, his eyes complex. "Han Ming," Liu Guan began, "what's the situation in the county town now? Tell me the truth." Han Ming clasped his fists and said in a low voice, "Chief Magistrate Zhou Yongchang has drained almost all the mobile forces of Heishui County for this campaign. The county's standing garrison originally numbered 500, but the actual count was under 400. He took over 300 on this expedition, leaving at most a few dozen old and weak soldiers to guard the warehouses and gates. Most of the yamen runners and constables also went with him. There are hardly any left to maintain order in the town. The village militias have been conscripted to the last man." He paused, glanced at Liu Guan's expression, and continued, "The town walls are not high, but they are intact. Each gate has guards, but their numbers are certainly small. The granary and treasury are in the east, separated by a wall usually guarded by a dozen storekeepers. The county office is on the back street with even less protection. The key is..." Han Ming took a deep breath. "After this defeat, once the news reaches the town, panic will spread. The remaining defenders will have no will to fight. If Zhou Yongchang escapes back, he might barely organize a defense. But if he doesn't return, or if he returns but can't control the situation, the town is just an empty shell, and it might even fall into chaos on its own." Liu Guan tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers, listening to Han Ming's report, his eyes growing brighter. All the information pointed toward the goal he had already set. Li Si spoke hesitantly, "Chief, we've just fought a battle. The brothers are high-spirited but exhausted, and many are wounded. Should we rest for 2 days? Besides attacking a county town, that's an imperial city. No rest, at least not more than a day." Liu Guan cut him off decisively. "Speed is paramount. Now is when our momentum is strongest and the enemy is most panicked. If they recover and close the gates, even with few defenders holding the walls, will make it a tough fight for us." He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the people in the hall, finally resting on Han Ming. Han Ming, tell me, if we set out tonight and reach the town before dawn, can you get our men inside or find a way to open the gates? Han Ming's body trembled. He looked up sharply at Liu Guan. He hadn't expected the chief to be so resolute, and to ask for his opinion, to use him, a surrendered general. His mind raced. The town's defenses were weak, the people panicked, and among the gate guards there might be some of his old comrades. If handled properly, it wasn't impossible. A complex emotion surged within him, the guilt of betrayal, the uncertainty of the future, but more than that, a ruthless determination to seize a new opportunity when cornered. He gritted his teeth and clasped his fists. If the chief trusts Han Ming, I will serve you with all my might. The West Gate guard Wang Laowu is an old acquaintance. Perhaps we can try, but we must hurry or things will change. Good. Liu Guan slapped the armrest, a cold and resolute smile spreading across his face. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. He no longer hesitated, issuing clear orders. Li Si immediately muster 200 men with all the decent leather armor and best weapons. Gather in half an hour. The wounded and those too exhausted will stay behind to guard the stronghold and watch the prisoners. Zhao Dahu, take 20 sharp men, follow Han Ming, obey his commands, act as the vanguard, and find a way to approach the gates. Act according to the situation. Wang Shida, lead the rest, and follow up carrying simple siege equipment, mainly ladders and battering rams, just in case. Sun Xiaochuan, stay in the stronghold, coordinate everything, and guard the property and prisoners. If there's any trouble, kill without mercy. He finally turned to Han Ming, his eyes sharp as blades. Han Ming, this is your token of loyalty. Succeed and you'll be one of us in Haifeng's stronghold, sharing in the rewards. If you try any tricks. Liu Guan didn't finish, but the palpable killing intent made cold sweat soak Han Ming's back. He had no doubt that if he failed or betrayed, his fate would be worse than dying on the battlefield. Han Ming understands. I will not let the chief down. Han Ming knelt on one knee, speaking solemnly. Liu Guan nodded and walked to the front of the hall. Brothers. He turned, his voice not loud, but carrying a resolute and confident tone that stirred the blood. I know you've just fought and you're tired, but the opportunity is right in front of us. That dog magistrate sent all the county's able-bodied men to be chopped down by us. Now in the town, only the old and weak remain, along with storehouses full of grain and silver. Take Heishui County, and the grain will feed us for a year. The silver will buy us the finest swords and armor. The walls will be our new home. With one push, destroy their lair. From now on, this Heishui County will answer to us. Those willing to follow me to seize the county, grab your weapons. The hall was silent for a moment, then erupted into frenzied shouts. Follow the chief. Take the county. Kill. Liu Guan looked at his fired-up men and tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Pass the order, everyone eat a full meal and check their gear. Tonight at midnight. His voice was decisive, echoing through the hall and beyond. We march on Heishui County. Night had fallen. In front of Haifeng's stronghold, torches crackled, illuminating faces both weary and electrified. Liu Guan stood at the forefront of the formation, clad in leather armor, a battle saber at his waist. Listen well. Liu Guan spoke, his voice low, yet every man straining to hear. We are not going in for a head-on assault. Captain Han said the city is now nothing but an empty shell. What we want is to slip inside during the chaos, seize the city gates, and take control of the granaries and county office. If there is resistance, do not show mercy. But if anyone drops their weapon and kneels, spare them, bind them instead. He glanced at Han Ming. Han Ming, you lead the way. Zhao Dahu, take 20 men with him. Act according to the situation. The rest cover the rear with me. Keep it quiet, tread lightly. Yes, the men murmured in reply. The formation moved like a silent black snake, slipping downhill toward Heishui County. Han Ming walked at the very front, his mind in turmoil. He knew Heishui County too well. Every alley, every obscure corner. The sentry at the West Gate, a man named Wang Laowu, was a seasoned veteran, addicted to drink, fearful of death, with his elderly mother lying ill at home. The column moved swiftly, and soon they were only 2 or 3 li from the county town. Hold! Liu Guan raised his hand, and the formation immediately dropped low. Han Ming, Dahu, proceed as planned. In half an hour, regardless of success or failure, create a distraction near the West Gate. Liu Guan whispered to the 2 men. Han Ming and Zhao Dao nodded, and leading 20 of the strongest, fiercest-looking stronghold soldiers, they broke from the main body, and using the terrain for cover, silently crept toward the West Gate. Liu Guan then led the remaining men to conceal themselves in a sparse woodland outside the city, waiting in silence. Heishui County Town, West Gate. The veteran sentry Wang Laowu, wrapped in a tattered cotton-padded jacket, clutched an old spear, and leaned by the gate passage, yawning. On the city wall, 2 other aging sentries similar to him huddled in a wind-sheltered corner, dozing off. That afternoon, defeated soldiers had flooded back into the city like a breached dike, wailing for their parents, claiming that the bandit chieftain was a god descending to earth, possessing supernatural strength, cutting down men like grass, and even sending Captain Chun flying several zhang through the air. Wang Laowu had listened with his heart in his throat. Later he heard even more startling news. County Magistrate Zhou had fled back, but had completely lost his nerve, immediately retreating into the rear quarters of the county office without daring to step outside. The city had descended into utter chaos. The wailing of defeated soldiers' families, the noisy searches of local militia families looking for their kin, and the house servants of landlord clans shuttling back and forth gathering intelligence. Wang Laowu cursed inwardly. That damned official Zhou Yongchang had sent everyone to their deaths to curry favor, and now that he had provoked a hornet's nest, he had shrunk into hiding. This wretched city gate was guarded by only a few old, infirm, and useless men. If that bandit gang from Kill God Mountain really attacked, would they be enough to fill a tooth gap? As he was lost in wild speculation, he suddenly heard an extremely faint sound at the base of the city wall. Who goes there? Wang Laowu jolted upright, raising his spear, his voice trembling slightly. Old Wang, it's me. An extremely low yet unmistakably familiar voice came from the shadows. Wang Laowu's hair stood on end. That voice. He widened his eyes, and through the faint light filtering from the gate tower, he dimly made out Han Meng's face emerging from a collapsed section of the battlement. Han! Captain Han! Wang Laowu nearly cried out, his spear nearly slipping from his grasp. You're not. I didn't die. I surrendered. Han Meng said briefly, his tone eerily calm. Old Wang opened the gate. W.H. What? Wang Laowu's mind went blank. Captain Han, have you lost your mind? That's treason. It's punishable by death. Death? Han Meng sneered. When Zhou Yongchang sent 1,500 men to their graves, did he consider whether we would die? He paused, his voice growing colder still. Old Wang, is your mother's tuberculosis any better? Do you still have money for medicine? Stay here, wait for the bandits to truly attack, and when you're dead, who will care for your mother? Wang Laowu's lips quivered, unable to speak. Chieftain Liu of Haifeng Stronghold is right outside. Han Meng slightly stepped aside, revealing more than a dozen fierce eyes behind him. He does not wish to storm the gate for fear of harming the innocent within the city. But if you do not open the gate, when the city falls, not a chicken or dog will be spared. Wang Laowu's thighs began to tremble. The terrified descriptions of the routing soldiers from that afternoon rose vividly in his mind once more. Captain Han, if I open the gate, will you truly not kill us? Wang Laowu's voice carried a pleading note. Chieftain Liu has said that those who kneel will not be killed. Opening the city gate is a great merit. Han Meng stared at him. I will ensure you and your mother come to no harm. Otherwise, he did not finish the sentence. Wang Laowu looked at Han Meng, then thought of the disastrous defeat that afternoon and the current mess in the city, and finally of his sick mother on her deathbed. His face contorted in struggle for a moment, and then his shoulders slumped. I'll open it. He rasped, as if drawing upon his last reserves of strength. He tremulously turned around, and together with the other two old sentries being held at knife point by Zhao Dahu, and the others laboriously shifted the thick log barring the door, and slowly dragged open the heavy west gate. Creak, groan. Almost at the instant the gate swung wide, Liu Guan from the woodland outside raised his hand. Go! More than 200 shadowy figures surged forth like a tide, silently passing through the gate and flooding into Heishui County Town. The county town was like an undefended pen. The main streets were deserted, the common folk had long bolted their doors in terror. Occasionally a patrol yamen runner or a straggling defeated soldier would spot this sudden appearance of a large murderous force. Some would collapse where they stood in terror, while others would turn and flee shouting as they ran. Bandits have entered the city. The bandits are breaking in. Upon entering the city, Liu Guan paid no heed to those scattered stragglers. Following a rough map Han Meng had provided beforehand, he divided his forces into several groups. Li Si led a contingent straight for the eastern granary. Wang Shirtu took another team toward the silver vault and the armory. Liu Guan himself, accompanied by several dozen core fighters under Han Meng's guidance, made straight for the county office. The county office gates were tightly shut, but bright lantern light shone within, and muffled cries and clamor could be faintly heard. Liu Guan gestured, and two burly stronghold soldiers grabbed a sturdy log and slammed it against the door with all their might. Bang, bang, clang. After a few blows, the door bolt snapped, and the doors flew open. The yamen runners had long since fled. Rushing into the inner courtyard, they found only a few maids and older female attendants huddled in a corner, trembling. In the main hall, Zhou Yongchang, the county magistrate of Heishui County, was surrounded by several disheveled, furious local gentry representatives and a low-ranking military officer with a wound on his face. Everyone, please calm yourselves. I have already sent messengers to the prefecture for reinforcements. They should arrive shortly. Pak. A gentryman pointed at Zhou Yongchang's nose and cursed, "Zhou Yongchang, for the sake of gaining credit, you forcibly conscripted my son into battle, and now his corpse is not yet cold, and you still try to deceive us. 6 of our family's private guards are dead. They all died serving you, you corrupt official," another landowner-like figure said, his eyes bloodshot. The low-ranking military officer ground his teeth in fury. "Zhou Yongchang, your reckless command and incompetence cost Captain Han his life, and took so many brothers with him. And you still have the face to speak of reinforcements." They were in the midst of a heated argument, when suddenly they saw Liu Guan leading a group of ferocious-looking men armed with weapons burst in. Instantly their voices were cut off like a chicken being choked. Zhou Yongchang saw Liu Guan, and was so terrified that his soul fled his body, his trousers instantly soaked. You are Liu Guan?" a bold local gentleman asked with a trembling voice. Liu Guan ignored him, his gaze falling on Zhou Yongchang. He curled the corner of his mouth. "Magistrate Zhou, we meet again." Zhou Yongchang's teeth chattered, and he could not utter a single word. That low-ranking military officer looked at Liu Guan, then at Han Meng behind him. A complex expression flickered across his face. Suddenly he stepped forward and clasped his fists at Liu Guan. You are Chieftain Liu of the Heifeng stronghold." Liu Guan nodded. The officer seemed to have made a great decision. He turned abruptly, pointed at Zhou Yongchang, and addressed the local gentry, "Gentlemen, at this point what is there to hesitate about? Zhou Yongchang is incompetent and fatuous. How many people has he caused to die? The county seat has already fallen. Are you going to be buried with him?" As soon as he finished speaking, several more stronghold soldiers rushed in from outside, reporting loudly, "Chieftain, the granary, treasury, and armory are all under our control. The defending troops have all surrendered. All 4 gates are in our hands." These words were like the final blow. The representatives of the local gentry exchanged glances, and the last trace of hesitation on their faces vanished. The eldest among them, trembling, walked up to Liu Guan and made a deep bow. Chieftain Liu, Heishui County, is willing to surrender. We only ask that you restrain your men and not harm the innocent civilians in the city." He then shot a fierce glare at Zhou Yongchang, who was slumped on the ground. "As for this calamitous, corrupt official, we leave him to your disposal, right? Leave him to the chieftain's disposal." The others chimed in, their gazes filled with hatred toward Zhou Yongchang. Zhou Yongchang was utterly despairing. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror. Liu Guan watched the scene, understanding clearly. This was the moment when the tree falls and the monkeys scatter. Zhou Yongchang had long lost the hearts of the people. He was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. He waved his hand. "Bind this corrupt official and drag him to the entrance of the county yamen. Let everyone still breathing in the city see." "Yes." 2 stronghold soldiers stepped forward like wolves and tigers, dragging the unconscious Zhou Yongchang out like a dead dog. Liu Guan walked to the main seat of the county yamen hall. The chair once occupied by Zhou Yongchang still held a trace of warmth. He did not sit down immediately. Turning around, he surveyed the crowd below with varied expressions. His own men, the surrendered officers, the defected gentry, and the ashen-faced county clerks who had arrived upon hearing the news. "Han Meng," Liu Guan spoke. "Here." Han Meng immediately stepped forward. "You are familiar with county affairs. Take a few clerks from the original yamen and immediately post announcements to reassure the people. Say that the Heifeng stronghold has taken over the county seat, and only the chief culprit Zhou Yongchang will be executed. The common people will not be disturbed." "Yes." Li Xiao Dahu, take men to maintain order in the city and patrol the streets. Anyone who loots, rapes, or sets fires amid the chaos will be summarily executed. The surrendered soldiers are to be confined and guarded at the training ground west of the city. "Understood." Wang Shida, count the grain and treasury stores, register them, and keep a strict watch. Sun Xiaochuan should be arriving soon from the stronghold. When he gets here, hand over the records to him. "Yes, big brother." Orders were issued, clearly one after another, and the chaotic situation began to be forcibly brought under control. Only then did Liu Guan slowly sit down. As dawn broke, the Heishui County Yamen was bustling like a pot of boiling water. Sun Xiaochuan, along with several literate brothers who could keep accounts, finally arrived from the stronghold after a hurried journey. He looked exhausted, but his eyes sparkled. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw Liu Guan sitting in the magistrate's seat, questioning a few trembling clerks from the original yamen. "Big brother, I heard on the way. How exhilarating." Sun Xiaochuan stepped forward, his face both smiling and sweating. "The stronghold is all set. I left 50 brothers to guard it, and the prisoners are under control." Liu Guan nodded and pointed to several large ledgers stacked nearby. "Just in time. These are the county yamen account books, household registers, and copies of land deeds I just found. Wang Shirtu is counting the granary and treasury over there. The figures should be ready soon. You take your men and sort through all these things, reconcile every item. We've taken the city now, we can't be blind." Understood. This is my forte. Sun Xiaochuan rubbed his hands and immediately called to his men. Quick, clear off that table. Old, will you check the grain records? A little, you look at the household registers. The sounds of abacuses, paper rustling, and murmurs immediately filled the hall. Liu Guan continued handling other matters. Han Meng was sent with a few surrendered low-ranking officers and the original Yamen runners to post reassuring notices around the city, suppress any ruffians who had emerged amid the chaos, and gather the scattered remnants of the defeated troops. Li Si and Zhao Dahu took turns leading troops on patrols of the main streets, ensuring that no rogue soldiers harmed the commoners. Wang Shitu was still at the granary, supervising the weighing. Everything was progressing according to Liu Guan's plan, though the framework was set up. The next step was how to digest this county seat and truly turn it into his own territory and resource. He leaned back in the chair and rubbed his temples. After a night of rapid assault and subsequent consolidation, even though his vitality far exceeded that of ordinary men, he felt a hint of mental fatigue. But there was more excitement, a sense of solidity that came from the rapid expansion of territory and power. Just then a burst of hurried, chaotic footsteps came from outside, accompanied by panicked shouts. Chieftain! Trouble! Chieftain! A stronghold soldier guarding the west gate stumbled into the hall, his face pale, his helmet askew, gasping for breath. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at him. Liu Guan frowned, sat up straight, and said, "What's the panic? Speak slowly. What happened?" The soldier panted heavily. Chieftain, outside the west gate. Several dozen people have arrived. They're not our men, nor do they look like fleeing soldiers. They're very short, dressed oddly with strange hair, and they speak gibberish. Not a single word understood. They're fierce, banging on the gate with their swords, shouting to open the city gate. How many? What are they wearing? What weapons? Liu Guan asked in a deep voice, quickly eliminating possibilities in his mind. Fleeing soldiers. Other mountain bandits from the area. Or about 40 or so. Their clothes are dark blue, tight-fitting, with very wide trousers. They're barefoot or wearing straw sandals. Their hair. Some have it half-shaved with a strange top knot, others just let it hang messily. The soldier tried hard to recall a look of seeing a ghost on his face. Their weapons. Mainly long spears and swords. The blades are curved and long, quite different from ours. They wear iron tips on their heads. Dark blue tight clothes. Wide trousers. Long spears. Curved swords. Strange top knots. Liu Guan's mind buzzed, several key words instantly connecting. Fueying Kingdom Ronin. Little Japs. What are they doing now? Are they trying to attack the city? Liu Guan pressed. No. Not directly attacking. They're just blocking the gate, cursing and shouting, hitting the gate with the flat of their blades, yelling things we can't understand. It seems they think we're the original city guards, demanding we open up or they'll break in. The soldier answered, mistaking us for the original garrison. Liu Guan's mind raced. That's it. They likely saw the county seat from a distance, unaware that the master had changed. Based on past experience, such a small county seat had weak defenses. A few dozen ferocious bandits like them would be enough to frighten the defenders into opening the gates or easily break in and then plunder. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated the timing. Now the one in charge of the city was him, Liu Guan. Big brother, what do we do? Li Si and Zhao Dahu had also returned upon hearing the news, their hands on their sword hilts. Far from afraid, they were eager to try their hand. Fresh from victory, morale was high. Han Meng had just returned as well. Hearing the report, his expression changed. Fueying Ronin. They have roamed all the way here. These people are vicious and cruel, addicted to killing. The coastal counties and prefectures have suffered greatly from them. Liu Guan stood up, the chair beneath him emitting a faint creak. All eyes in the hall converged upon him. To the armory, he said succinctly, striding out as he spoke. Find me the finest long spear-type weapons and warhorses available. I'll personally go deal with those reckless bastards. Li Si and Zhao Dahu immediately acknowledged and turned to make arrangements. Liu Guan suddenly halted, as if recalling something, and cast a peculiar glance at Sun Xiaochuan, who was still reconciling the accounts. Xiaochuan, he called out, stop fiddling with that abacus. Get on the city wall and watch. Sun Xiaochuan was taken aback, looking up and nearly dropping his charcoal stick. Battle. Watch. A man who had started as a boatman and bookkeeper, though he had experienced skirmishes under Liu Guan, his role was mostly shouting encouragement and cleaning up the battlefield. To be sent to the city wall to watch a real engagement. Yet seeing the unyielding determination in Liu Guan's eyes, laced with a hint of deeper meaning, his heart quailed, but his words did not falter. Understood, big brother. He put down his charcoal and ledger, dusted off his clothes, took a deep breath, and fell in with the others. Under Wang Shitu's control, the Heishui County Armory, though modest, had some stock. Soon several well-maintained long spear-type weapons were brought out and laid before Liu Guan. Most were standard military iron spears, along with a few more finely crafted ones. Liu Guan tested one with his hand and shook his head too light. He then turned to a warhorse being led out of the corner, the one captured from the Jin soldiers, and kept in the stronghold, the only mount fit for battle. The horse is passable, but the weapons are inadequate, Liu Guan frowned. Chief, an old armory keeper trembling pointed to a dusty corner in the deepest part of the armory there. There is an old relic left by a passing general years ago. They call it a lance too heavy for anyone to wield left lying there. Oh. Liu Guan became intrigued and walked over. In the shadows of the corner, a long weapon leaned against the wall. Covered in dust and cobwebs, its full form was unclear, but it appeared thicker and longer than an ordinary spear. Liu Guan reached out and grasped the shaft. It was cold and heavy. He lifted it with force. My! He was slightly surprised. This weight was indeed extraordinary. He exerted his arm strength, fully pulling the weapon out, and moved to the light at the armory entrance. Dust fell away, revealing its true appearance. It was a horse lance. The total length was about 1 zhang, and 8 chi, nearly 6 meters. The shaft, made of some unknown hardwood, was dark and glossy, heavy and solid, far beyond ordinary white waxwood. The lance head was not a simple spear tip, but a 1-foot-long triangular armor-piercing iron spike, its cold gleam subdued. At the junction of the spike and shaft was a meticulously crafted retention knot and red tassel. The butt end had a heavy ferrule usable for planting into the ground or striking. The entire lance appeared ancient, fierce, and exuded the killing aura of the battlefield. Liu Guan held it level with one hand, gauging its weight, and estimated it to be about 50 or 60 jin. An ordinary strong man would struggle to lift it with both hands, let alone wield and thrust it on horseback. What a beauty! His eyes lit up, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. This weight, this length, perfect for his current strength. Li Sijao Dahu and the others gasped when they saw the massive lance. They knew their chief was strong, but this thing was terrifying to behold. This one it is. Liu Guan decided without hesitation, firmly grasping the heavy lance. He swung it casually, the air tearing with a dull, forceful sound, sending the onlookers scrambling back. Bring my horse, Liu Guan ordered. Soon the Jin warhorse was led over, fitted with a simple saddle and bridle. Liu Guan mounted smoothly, his movements clean and precise. Seated on the horse, he held the heavy lance at an angle with one hand, the butt end nearly dragging on the ground. A man, a horse, a lance. Even before the charge, a mountain-like aura of oppression radiated from him. Open the west gate. Li Sijao Dahu Han Meng, gather your assembled men and follow me out of the city. Liu Guan's voice was calm, yet carried an unyielding resolve. Xiaochuan, get on the wall and watch carefully. Yes. The crowd thundered in acknowledgement. Outside the west gate of Heishui County Town, over 40 fleeing Ronin stood scattered on the open ground about 100 paces from the gate, showing no deliberate formation. Disorderly, yet their veteran-killing intent was unmistakable. Nearly every one of them carried an extraordinarily long spear, either resting on their shoulders or planted in the ground. 7 or 8 also wielded lengthy nodachi. The leading Ronin, about 30 years old, had a cold gaze with a faint trace of irritation. His name was Dao Jinsheng, a swordsman of some renown in Fuiying. Exiled overseas, he formed this Ronin band, known as the 46 Braves, plundering and killing along the way, yet craving to cross swords with true masters. Now gazing at this low, silent, tightly shut Heishui County town, he shook his head in disappointment. How disappointing! He muttered hoarsely in his native Fuiying tongue. The Celestial Empire, the martial paradise of the Great Wu. In the half-year we've trodden here, is this all we've encountered? He recalled the past months. Starting from the southeastern coast, they had breached counties and massacred villages. The Great Wu soldiers, or civilian heroes they met, were indeed tall, but they were either gaunt and sallow or hollow shells with crude skills and mediocre strength. More despicable was their cowardice. He remembered clearly. In a coastal village they broke into a house. The tall male head of the household watched helplessly as his Ronin used a long spear to impale a pregnant, screaming woman through the chest, lifting her up. The man just collapsed to the ground, weeping and sniveling, lacking even the courage to pick up the nearby firewood knife and fight. Occasionally there were those who resisted, like a trained constable in a county who led 7 or 8 runners to block them, but they were easily cut down after a few exchanges. Their swordsmanship seemed clumsy and feeble, like children waving sticks. Kyuso. Dao Jinsheng gripped his spear, shaft knuckles white. I sailed out to seek the pinnacle of martial arts, to find worthy opponents to slay. Not to slaughter these helpless pigs and sheep. Beside him a Ronin with a scarred face and a missing ear grinned, showing yellow teeth. Daojin, why get upset? These martial artists with their huge frames are so pitifully weak. In my view, Fuiying is the true land of warriors. The spirit of Bushido far surpasses this decaying Wu dynasty. This Ronin was called Ji Gang, a brutal man who took pleasure in cruelty. Ji Gang is right. Another Ronin carrying a large spear chimed in. His name was Xiao Shi, more cautious. However, Daojin, we've mostly encountered barren counties with empty garrisons. We haven't faced the real elite border troops or imperial guards of Great Wu. Elite? Ji Gang scoffed, full of disdain. Xiao Shi, are you afraid? I heard that the fallen camp, hailed as the best infantry in the north, was routed by a small state called Jin, losing several battles. If even their best elite is like that, how strong can the rest be? This Great Wu, from top to bottom, officials to commoners, is nothing but a bunch of useless swine. Fit only for us to slaughter and plunder. Swine. Ha ha. The other Ronin joined in the raucous laughter, dripping with contempt. The city gates slowly creaked open under the Ronin's contemptuous laughter and jeering. Yoshi. Koga, upon seeing this, bared his teeth in a grin. It seems the pigs of this county are even more sensible than those from the towns before, knowing that resistance is futile. Before he could finish, his voice cut off abruptly, as if someone had seized him by the throat. From the shadowy depths of the open gate, what emerged first was not officials bowing and scraping with treasures of gold and silver, but heavy footsteps and a grim aura tinged with the scent of blood. Two formations of soldiers, their armor a motley mix, yet their ranks remarkably orderly, filed out and swiftly deployed on either side of the gate. Koga's triumphant expression instantly froze, his hand instinctively moving to grip the hilt of his blade. The other Ronins also dropped their casual disdain, their vigilance sharpening as their formation tightened almost imperceptibly. Something's not right here. Shimazu Koga. In the ranks, the comparatively cautious Konishi frowned deeply. Just then, from the shadowy depths within the wide open gate, an even taller, more imposing figure emerged unhurriedly. First visible was a black warhorse, not particularly tall, but with sturdy muscles and a sleek, lustrous coat. Upon its back sat a man. The man was exceptionally tall and straight, and even seated upon his horse, he projected a sense of mountainous solidity. He wore only a somewhat bulky old cotton-padded jacket that appeared to offer little protection. Yet every eye was instantly and irresistibly drawn to the weapon in his hands. It was a horse spear, long and thick. Sugoi. Shimizu Masaru's originally cold and irritated gaze upon seeing this horse spear and the rider suddenly blazed with fierce intensity. This physique, this warhorse, this horse spear, completely unlike any of the gaunt, poorly armed officials or so-called heroic warriors he had encountered throughout the Great Wu lands over these past 6 months. Liu Guan rode his horse unhurriedly out through the city gate, coming to stand before the battle line. His gaze calmly swept across the 40-odd Ronins opposite, clad in outlandish attire, gripping long spears and dao blades, with a dismissive smirk on his face. For you Ronins. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly across to them. Shimizu Masaru forcibly suppressed his mounting excitement and took a deep breath. Stepping forward several paces, he replied in his stiff, clumsy, Great Wu Mandarin with a heavy accent, indeed. We are the 46 Braves from Fuyu. May I ask the gentleman's name? What a load of nonsense, Braves. Just a pack of thieving Woka pirates. Before Liu Guan could speak, Xiao Dao, knife in hand, eyes blazing red, couldn't hold back his fury. Big brother, I know these beasts. Taking advantage of the Dog Emperor, sending all the elite troops to fight abroad, leaving the rear defenseless, they've been marauding through our Great Wu coastal regions and inland, ransacking God knows how many counties and villages. Murdering and burning, raping and plundering. Even pregnant women and children aren't spared. Animals don't even do such things. Across from him, Koga heard Xiao Da's tirade, but instead of anger, his eyes grew even more triumphant. He even deliberately licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile, as if reminiscing over certain battle honors. Shimazu Masaru, however, frowned slightly. He stepped forward again, trying to make his Great Wu Mandarin clearer, and cupped his fists toward Liu Guan. I am Shimizu Masaru. In my homeland they call me Sword Demon. I am the leader of this 46 Braves. May I inquire the gentleman's honored name? As he announced his title, his face carried the pride peculiar to warriors. Although the weapon in his hand was a spear of startling length, the name, Sword Demon, stemmed from his superlative tachi technique. Upon hearing this, Liu Guan gave Shimazu Masaru an odd appraising look. His gaze lingered particularly on the massive spear in his hand, taller than its wielder, then dwelt on the title Sword Demon. He nearly burst out laughing. A spearman calling himself Sword Demon. These people from the islands certainly have a unique way of naming things. Shimazu Masaru, however, interpreted Liu Guan's silence and odd expression as a form of deliberation. His battle spirit flared even brighter as he continued in his clumsy Mandarin. I can see it. Sir, you are very strong. Extremely strong. Your aura reminds me of a dear friend from my homeland, Lord Honda Katsuo, known as the immovable Neo. His tone carried the excitement of encountering an adversary worthy of battle. Therefore I, Shimizu Masaru, in the name of Fuyu Samurai, make this request to the gentleman. I wish to engage the gentleman in a fair ikiuchi, to determine victory and decide life or death. The ikiuchi, of course, refers to single combat between warriors. Shimizu Masaru yearned to test himself against a true master to verify his martial path, or perhaps find his breakthrough. This broad-shouldered warrior bearing the heavy spear with his poised composure seemed to him like the long-sought opponent. After hearing this, Liu Guan smiled again. In that smile was undisguised mockery and a lofty, indifferent detachment. That won't be necessary. He spoke these 3 words calmly. The fervent light in Shimizu Masaru's eyes instantly dimmed, replaced by profound disappointment and a trace of contempt. He tightened his grip on his great spear and shook his head, muttering a curse in Fuyu, as I expected. Another cowardly Great Wu man. Dare not accept the samurai's challenge. It seems I was mistaken in my judgment. He assumed Liu Guan was cowardly. However, what Liu Guan said next struck like thunder, echoing in every ronin's ears. With casual indifference, Liu Guan pointed the tip of his horse spear at Shimizu Masaru, then swept it in a circle encompassing all 46 ronins before him. His tone was as matter-of-fact, as if commenting on something utterly trivial. You've misunderstood. What I mean is, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the ronins whose faces had shifted from confusion to fury at his gesture and words. The arc of his contemptuous smirk widened. I alone shall face 46 of you. Silence. Deathly silence. Not only were the ronins across from him stunned, but even Liu Guan's own men, Li Sijao, Dao Han Meng, and the others behind him, as well as Sun Xiaochuan on the city wall, all momentarily dazed. Though they knew their big brother was extraordinarily brave, one man against 46 notorious bandits. This, after the brief stillness, came a volcanic eruption of fury. Bakayuru. Shimizu Masaru's face instantly flushed, crimson veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot from extreme rage and humiliation. From childhood, whether in Fuyu or drifting upon the seas, when had he ever suffered such blatant humiliation? One man challenging their 46 braves. This was no duel. It was naked contempt. It was trampling all of them beneath his feet. Behind him, the ronins exploded into an uproar, a tide of Fuyu profanity and curses pouring forth. Arrogant swine. Kill him. Tear him apart. How dare he belittle the 46 braves? Shimizu, let us all attack together and chop this insufferable fool to pieces. Stand aside. De Jinsheng swiftly suppressed his fury and bellowed again. Although Yoshioka Kanishi and the other ronin were reluctant, they began slowly retreating, clearing a space. De Jinsheng took a deep breath, then spoke in that awkward, halting Wu language toward Liu Guan on horseback. Please, sir. Dismount. Allow me, De Jinsheng, to face your excellency with the way of the Fujin warriors for a fair. He had intended to finish with sparring to determine superiority, maintaining that pitiful veneer of honorable single combat. However, before he could finish speaking, Liu Guan on the opposite side seemed completely uninterested in his rambling and utterly dismissive of the so-called Fujin warrior's way. Liu Guan merely gave a slight kick to his horse's belly. Nay, the Jin cavalry's warhorse, not particularly tall but solidly muscled, let out a sharp whinny. Its forehooves violently thrust forward, directly charging toward De Jinsheng, who had just steadied himself and was attempting to maintain proper dueling etiquette. No warning, no superfluous words, not even waiting for De Jinsheng to finish speaking. Simple, brutal, direct. Let me see what mettle you people from these islands truly possess. Liu Guan's cold voice erupted alongside the urgent thundering of hooves. Nanny. De Jinsheng's pupils contracted sharply, his mind buzzing as he was stunned by this completely unconventional tactic. He had expected the opponent to at least dismount or respond to his challenge. Who in the world charges forward on horseback with a spear without even letting someone finish speaking? In that flash of lightning, survival instinct and years of combat experience forced De Jinsheng to instinctively thrust his large spear violently forward, feet spread front and back, assuming a standard defensive stance against cavalry charge. The spear but grounded against earth, its tip angled upward, preparing to leverage the earth's force to withstand the warhorse's impact and attempt to wound the mount or rider. Foolish, he roared in his heart. A horse charging into a spear. Suicide. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he realized something was terribly wrong. Too long. The opponent's spear was absurdly long. His own spear was nearly a zhang in length, yet compared to Liu Guan's 18-foot war spear, it was practically a short stick. De Jinsheng's spear tip hadn't even reached a distance where it could threaten Liu Guan or the horse, when Liu Guan's heavy war spear, like a black, venomous dragon emerging from its lair, came thrusting directly at him. Too fast. Too long. Wah! De Jinsheng could only manage a short, mournful scream. The heavy, triangular, armor-piercing spear tip effortlessly pierced through De Jinsheng's simple breastplate, deeply penetrating his chest. Liu Guan's arm muscles bulged as he channeled his waist and back strength riding the momentum of the warhorse's forward charge. He actually lifted the spear not inconsiderably heavy De Jin Sheng clean off the ground with his war spear. In a single exchange, one bout, sword ghost, De Jin Sheng hung on that terrifying spear like a fish caught on a gaff. The warhorse didn't stop maintaining its forward momentum as it carried Liu Guan hoisting De Jin Sheng and fiercely charging toward the direction of the Ronin. Quick dodge. De Jin Sheng-sama. The Ronin who had stepped back to watch their leader's fair duel were terrified by this sudden, blood-soaked, shocking scene. Watching their leader hoisted on the spear tip like a banner and charging toward them, many screamed in panic, scrambling to the sides in a messy retreat. Their formation instantly fell into chaos. Liu Guan rode his horse into the gap opened by the scattering Ronin, his wrist violently snapping and flicking. Thud. Like flicking off a piece of trash. De Jin Sheng's speared body flew off the spear tip and crashed to the ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying on his back, eyes wide, he used his last ounce of strength to vaguely utter a few words, "No. Honor." Then his head lolled to the side, completely dead. The Jin cavalry's warhorse charged a distance before slowing its pace under Liu Guan's control, pawing at the ground and snorting, seeming somewhat excited. Liu Guan on horseback single-handedly gripped his blood-dripping war spear, glanced back at De Jin Sheng's corpse, a hint of inexplicable surprise flickering in his eyes. In his mind, the system's notification chime rang on time. Ding. Kill human X1, O vitality 72. 72 points. This number nearly matched his previous kill of the scarred soldier from the trap battalion. Perhaps even slightly higher. It appeared this self-proclaimed sword ghost of the Fujin Ronin leader possessed truly exceptional personal martial prowess far beyond ordinary mountain bandits or soldiers. Unfortunately, he encountered Liu Guan, whose strength and weaponry completely outclassed him. He died ignominiously and swiftly. Bastard. A furious, grief-stricken roar snapped Liu Guan back to reality. The relatively cautious Ronin Konishi now had bloodshot eyes glaring fixedly at De Jin Sheng's corpse before abruptly lifting his gaze to Liu Guan, his eyes filled with murderous madness. Form ranks. Avenge De Jin Sheng-sama. Kill this despicable Wu warrior swine. Konishi shrieked in Fujin language, his voice cracking with intensity. Though still shaken, the remaining 40-odd Ronin, driven by fury and fear at watching their leader killed before their eyes, plus Konishi's commands, began recovering from their initial panic. These were hardened killers, veterans of multiple town massacres and county raids. Survival instinct and revenge overwhelmed their terror. They moved swiftly, no longer scattered like before. Approximately 30 Ronin wielding large spears quickly gathered at the front, spear tips outward, forming a rough but disciplined pike formation. The remaining 10 or so held nodachi, spreading across the pike formation's flanks and rear as reserve and striking force. Konishi stood slightly behind the spear formation, bellowing in broken Wu language at Liu Guan, swine. Do you think killing De Jin Sheng-sama through sneak attack makes you invincible? Look carefully. This is the true power of our 46 Braves. This pike formation is designed specifically against cavalry. Do you think you're a god descended? Daring to charge our formation alone, you'll be pierced like a sieve. He attempted to demoralize Liu Guan while rallying his companions. In his view, Liu Guan had merely relied on a swift horse and long spear for his sneak attack. Now that they had formed a pike formation designed against cavalry, could one man, however fierce, really charge through a forest of 45 spears? Liu Guan heard this, yet merely curled his lips, not even bothering to respond. A god descended? He didn't think so. He simply knew that against his current absolute strength, any formation was nothing but paper. He didn't turn his horse to charge the formation's front. Instead, he gently nudged the reins, and the horse nimbly trotted sideways. Just as the Ronin stared nervously, thinking he would look for weaknesses or circle around, Liu Guan fiercely kicked his horse's belly. The warhorse instantly accelerated, not charging the formation's thickest center, but curving in a slight arc, veering toward the formation's flank edge, toward those few nodachi-wielding Ronin, serving as reserve. Those flank Ronin were instantly terrified. They had no long weapons to counter cavalry. Die! Liu Guan growled, his war spear in hand, leveraging the horse's charging speed. Rather than a precise thrust, he switched to a violent horizontal sweep. The heavy spear shaft, carrying terrifying wind pressure like an enormous iron whip, struck the Ronin at their midsections. Crack! Splatter! Bone-crunching sounds, flesh-tearing noises, and agonized screams erupted simultaneously. The two foremost Ronin were squarely hit at their waists by the spear shaft. They flew sideways like broken ragdolls, vomiting blood profusely, clearly dead. Another tried to block with his nodachi, but the blade shattered, and the remaining momentum crushed his shoulder blade, sending him sprawling. In a single exchange, the flank collapsed. The warhorse's momentum didn't diminish. Liu Guan didn't pause, retracting his spear midway, then riding both the horses forward thrust, and his own waist strength swung again. This time a diagonal slash. He cleaved another Ronin who attempted to rush in from the side, splitting both him and his blade in two. Kakoi. Konishi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Pike formation. Turn. Pierce him. The pike formation began to rotate, spear tips slowly swinging toward Liu Guan, attempting to encircle this demon of a warrior who had shattered their flank in an instant. The spear formation in front hastily attempted to turn, but how could a formation's rotation be as agile as a single rider and horse? Open up, he roared. The horse lance writhed like a venomous dragon, thrusting, sweeping, and smashing all at once. Driven by inhuman strength, that heavy lance became a reaper's scythe on the battlefield. With a Ronin who had just thrust his spear at Liu Guan was pierced through the throat by the longer lance tip first. With a bang, another Ronin was struck on the head by the lance shaft, his helmet dented, and he fell to the ground, without even a grunt. With a crack, two large spears that tried to block side by side were smashed down by a heavy chop of the horse lance along with their wielders. The so-called anti-cavalry spear formation, faced with Liu Guan's utterly unreasonable style, overwhelming in power and speed, wielding a longer and heavier weapon, melted and collapsed like snow under the sun. Once the formation was broken, the Ronin fought individually and were even less a match. Liu Guan mounted, charged left and right through the crowd. Wherever the horse lance reached, flesh and blood flew and screams filled the air. He needed no exquisite techniques, just the simplest, most direct chops, thrusts, sweeps, and smashes, combined with the charge and trample of his warhorse with terrifying efficiency. Seeing the formation collapse and his comrades falling like wheat, Xiao Shi, eyes red, thrust his large spear and charged at Liu Guan with a howl, attempting a final desperate move. Liu Guan didn't even bother to look at him. He casually flicked the horse lance backward, smashing the heavy iron butt at the lance's tail, like a meteor hammer, into Xiao Shi's chest. With a Xiao Shi was sent flying backward, his chest bones shattered. He landed like a heap of mud, twitched twice, and then went silent. With the successive gruesome deaths of his comrades, the formation of the fleeing Ronin finally collapsed. That earless 1G gang, who had been the most arrogant, now face pale, watched Liu Guan rampaging through the crowd like a demon god. His legs gave way, and with a plop, he knelt to the ground. He kowtowed toward Liu Guan, crying in broken Great Wu language, "Mercy, my lord, mercy. I surrender. I'll be your slave. Don't kill me." The other dozen or so surviving Ronin, completely losing their will to resist, threw down their weapons and knelt trembling in fear, shouting in Fuang language or broken Great Wu, "Left guardian of the martial state. Spear god, mercy, don't kill me." Liu Guan reined in his warhorse and looked around. A cold, humorless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Liu Guan reined in his warhorse and looked around. A cold, humorless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Now you beg for mercy." His voice was not loud, but clearly reached every supplicant's ears. Too late. As his words fell, he suddenly spurred his horse. The warhorse neighed and lunged forward. Ji Gang, kneeling at the front, thought there was a turn of fortune. The moment he raised his head, he saw the blood-stained lance tip rapidly enlarging before his eyes. He only managed a short, desperate scream, "Yamaro." With a puff, the lance tip precisely pierced his throat, pinning his unfinished plea and all his cunning and cruelty together. Liu Guan exerted force with his arm, lifting the man entirely, then viciously flung him at another kneeling Ronin. With a bang, the two collided, bones broken and tendons snapped. "Leave none alive," Liu Guan bellowed. The warhorse dodged and turned nimbly, the horse lance turning into black lightning bolts of death. Up. A kneeling Ronin who had just tried to get up and grab his sword was pierced through the temple by the lance tip. Mare. Another who was knocking his head repeatedly was struck on the skullcap by the sweeping lance shaft, crushing it. Those who tried to run were caught and stabbed from behind. Those who feigned death had their chests crushed by the warhorse's iron hoofs. When the last Ronin who had tried to crawl across a roadside ditch to escape was pinned to the edge of the ditch by Liu Guan's thrown horse lance like a javelin, the area outside the city gate finally fell utterly silent. At this moment, whether it was Li Si Zhao Dahu Han Meng and other subordinates, or Sun Xiaochuan and the fortress soldiers watching from the city wall, all were stunned, forgetting to breathe. They knew their own fortress lord was fierce, but never imagined he could be this fierce. One man, one horse, a single lance breaking a formation. In an instant he had scattered and killed over 40 of the fearsome Fuang bandits notorious for sacking cities and counties, leaving not a single survivor. This could no longer be described as bravery. This was simply a god descending to the mortal world. In the bedchamber, Wu Minghuang sat alone on the edge of the phoenix couch, tiny tears still glistening on her long eyelashes. The scene of Su Yin dashing against a pillar and dying blood splattering on the golden bricks kept replaying in her mind. That desperate cry of the nation is about to perish, that slowly collapsing old body, those eyes that never closed in death, seemingly still questioning. In her 3 years on the throne, she had suppressed countless opposing voices with an iron fist, demoted veteran ministers, and even tacitly approved some necessary purges. But someone like Su Yin, who in such a tragic and resolute manner used his life and blood to deliver his final remonstrance on the golden throne hall, the symbol of supreme authority, was unprecedented. Have I truly been wrong? This thought for the first time surfaced so clearly and uncontrollably in her mind. In the past, she might have felt weariness and doubt, but she always suppressed them with reasons like, in extraordinary times do extraordinary things, and for the sake of 1,000 years, becoming resolute and even paranoid again. But now Su Yan's blood, like a cruel mirror, reflected something she had desperately tried to ignore. Not all court officials were incompetent or sycophants. Among them were those who truly worried for the nation, but had become utterly despairing of her. Beneath her so-called great achievements, perhaps there were not only military merits, but also the blood of countless loyal and upright men like Su Yin, disheartened and broken. But she was Wu Minghuang. She was Wu Minghuang, who had killed her own brothers and ascended the throne through blood. She was Wu Minghuang, who aspired to surpass all previous emperors and achieve the unparalleled glory of a ruler for the ages. How could she be weak at this moment? How could she deny the path she had steadfastly followed for over 3 years because of a single minister's death? No. She took a deep breath, raised her hand, and forcefully wiped the wetness from the corners of her eyes, the movement carrying a hint of ruthlessness. I am not wrong, she murmured to herself, as if convincing herself. I just have not succeeded yet. Northern Rome. Jin Kingdom. Her fingers unconsciously tightened. They are merely minor ailments at the border. They rely on geographical advantages and some petty tricks, just a temporary arrogance. Once I consolidate the nation's strength and deploy all elite forces, I will grind them to dust. Her gaze shifted eastward, landing on the position of Liang Kingdom. In her eyes, the familiar aggressive flame rekindled. The key is Liang Kingdom. Once I take Liang Kingdom, acquire its fertile lands, and absorb its population wealth and grain, my great Wu will truly replenish its vitality and even ascend to a higher level. By then, resisting the Rhone and Jin in the north, suppressing the other states in the west within the 4 seas, who would dare to disobey? Who would dare to say that I am wrong? She seemed to have found a fulcrum and reason to continue forward, forcibly converting the shock of Su Yan's death into a more urgent craving for success. As if once she conquered Liang Kingdom, all criticisms, all sacrifices, all inner unease would be overshadowed by the glorious victory. Yes, that's it. She stood up barefoot on the cold, smooth golden bricks and walked toward the dressing table. The bronze mirror reflected her still exquisite face, though it could not conceal a hint of haggardness and obsession. She needed faster success, a greater victory, to prove herself, to silence the mouths of the world, and also to soothe the quietly spreading crack deep within her heart. She needed faster success, a greater victory, to prove herself, to silence the mouths of the world, and also to soothe the quietly spreading crack deep within her heart. She needed faster success, a greater victory, to prove herself, to silence the mouths of the world, and also to soothe the quietly spreading crack deep within her heart. Within the Golden Throne Hall, Wu Minghuang sat high upon the dragon throne, the jade beads of her imperial crown perfectly still, her face betraying no trace of tears. Regarding the war in the northern Jin Kingdom, do any of you have new proposals? She spoke, her voice steady and unreadable. A vice minister of the Ministry of Works in charge of armaments stepped forward and carefully chose his words. Your Majesty, frontline reports all state that what the Jin soldiers rely on is not merely their brute courage, but especially those strange devices that can emit sounds and flames, crushing our formations. The defeat of the trap camp was largely due to these devices. Your subject believes perhaps we could dispatch skilled artisans or secret agents to find a way to learn about these devices. Even if we cannot replicate them, if we can understand their principles and weaknesses, we might find a countermeasure. He spoke euphemistically, but the meaning was clear. The Jin Kingdom's demonic weapons were formidable. We must find a way to understand them, even if it means stealing technology or finding a way to counter them. Upon hearing this, Wu Minghuang narrowed her phoenix eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain flashing through them. She inherently revered the grand righteous path of overwhelming power and had always despised such clever tricks and crafty contraptions, considering them unorthodox and beneath the dignity of the great Wu celestial dynasty. She was about to dismiss it with her usual rebuke, clever tricks and crafty contraptions not worth mentioning, But as the words reached her lips, the image of Su Yan's blood after he struck the pillar and his unyielding staring eyes flashed through her mind. Finally, a slight tightness in her chest made her change her tone somewhat awkwardly. Enough? Though the barbaric tools of the Jin are not worth deep concern, knowing oneself and the enemy is not without merit. This matter let it be as you propose. Have the relevant departments handle it discreetly, and remember to keep it secret. Do not tarnish the prestige of our great Wu. The vice minister was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, hardly believing his ears. His Majesty actually agreed. He quickly bowed deeply. Your Majesty is wise. Your subject will handle it properly. Some of the older ministers who had been worried also breathed a sigh of relief. His Majesty was finally willing to listen to different voices, even if it was only a very small step. However, this faint easing of the atmosphere was soon shattered by the next topic. How goes the war on the Liang Kingdom front? Wu Minghuang turned her gaze to the current Minister of War and several generals related to the front lines. Her voice remained calm, but carried an invisible pressure. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. The Minister of War steeled himself and stepped forward, the battle report in his hand, seeming to weigh 1,000 pounds, reporting to Your Majesty. The Liang Kingdom front is currently still in a stalemate. The enemy is holding the city very tenacious. Our army's grain supply has been slightly delayed. He spoke hesitantly, trying to pick some trivial difficulties, the core of his words being no progress. The other generals also kept their heads down, afraid of being called upon. The Liang Kingdom was no pushover. Its land was fertile, its military not weak, and it had the Great River as a natural barrier. The Great Wu's long-distance expedition was already taxing. Coupled with multiple fires burning within the country, the deployment of grain and troops was strained, making this battle exceptionally difficult. Far from the crushing victory the Empress imagined. Wu Minghuang listened quietly, her face expressionless. She knew the truth well. The embellished battle reports did not deceive her. She deliberately asked this way, first to apply pressure, and second, to pave the way for her following words. Sure enough, as the Minister of War's voice grew softer and finally trailed off in embarrassment, Wu Minghuang shook her head slightly. A small gesture, yet it made everyone's heart tighten. Stalemate. Delayed. Tenacious. She repeated these words, her voice gradually turning cold. I recall that at the beginning of spring you all swore confidently that the capital of Liang would fall within the year. No one dared to reply. To the north the Jin barbarians threaten, to the southeast pirates cause trouble, internally there is unrest. Wu Minghuang spoke slowly. But these are merely minor ailments. The Liang Kingdom is the true threat to the heart. It is also the key to my great enterprise. Conquering their land can fill our granaries, taking their people can replenish our troops. She rose abruptly, her dragon robes sweeping her gaze like lightning, scanning the assembly. There is no more time to delay. If we delay further, all sides will be exhausted and great changes may occur. She took a deep breath and declared with unwavering resolve, a shocking statement. I have made up my mind. I will personally lead the expedition to the Liang Kingdom front. Boom. Like a boulder crashing into a deep pool, the entire Golden Throne Hall erupted into chaos. The civil and military officials, abandoning all decorum, cried out in shock and dissuasion. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot go. Your Majesty is the sovereign of 10,000 chariots, the sacred body of the supreme ruler. How can you lightly venture into danger? The front lines are blind to weapons. If anything happens, the foundation of the state will be shaken. How can the central court be without a ruler for even a day? Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The civil officials fell to the ground, knocking their heads, weeping and pleading. Even some of the pro-war generals showed shock and hesitation. A personal expedition was no small matter. Victory could greatly boost morale, but if the worst happened, it would be a catastrophe. Wu Minghuang watched the chaos coldly, and when the noise subsided slightly, she spoke again. I know what you worry about. I am not reckless, and I know the weight of my responsibility. She changed her tone. Therefore, I have decided to invite the imperial uncle out of retirement to sit in the central army and oversee the overall situation. The words imperial uncle fell like a spell of immobilization, cutting off most of the uproar, leaving only suppressed gasps. Prince Su Wuyensi. This name carried extraordinary weight in the Great Wu court, especially in the military. He was the younger brother of the late emperor, the imperial uncle of Wu Minghuang. In his youth, he was a fierce warrior in the army, exceptionally brave, and what's more, he was deeply versed in military strategy, not a reckless brute. During the late emperor's reign, he campaigned far and wide, earning great merits and the reputation of being invincible in attack. His prestige was unmatched in the military. When Wu Minghuang first ascended the throne and the situation was unstable, she relied on this imperial uncle to stabilize the military and suppress several major disturbances. But as her position gradually solidified, she began to vigorously promote her own confidence and implement radical national policies. This Prince Su, who was upright and had some reservations about Wu Minghuang's methods, gradually faded from the core of the court. Inviting Prince Su to assist in the personal expedition, that changed the weight of things entirely. Transmit my decree. Wu Minghuang suddenly spoke, her voice clear and powerful, echoing through every corner of the hall. Effective, immediately reorganize the troops of the capital and nearby circuits, and gather grain and military equipment. Let the Ministry of Rites prepare the ceremonial procedures, and the Ministries of War, Revenue, and Works fully coordinate to prepare for the expedition. Also draft a personal letter from me, and send it immediately to Prince Su's mansion, requesting the imperial uncle to advise on military strategy. She stepped forward almost to the edge of the imperial steps, and waved her arm, pointing beyond the hall, as if pointing to the distant Liang kingdom. I will personally lead the royal army to crush the rivers and mountains of Liang. I will let those Liang clowns see clearly what the wrath of thunder means. The army of the king. Liu Guan shook the viscous blood from the tip of his halberd, and no longer looked at the Woku corpses littering the ground. He turned his horse and walked unhurriedly toward the open gates of Heishui County. Have someone clean this up later, he said, his voice low but clear and forceful. Return to the city. Yes, Jaiju. Behind him, Li Sijao Dahu and others responded in unison, their voices brimming with suppressed excitement and reverence. Some bolder townsfolk, peering through door cracks or from behind half-open windows, stole glances outward. They saw the victorious procession returning, and more importantly, they saw Liu Guan at its center, drenched in blood, yet serene in expression. Truly, truly we won. Those Woku, all dead. I saw them through the wall slits. That Jaiju of the fortress alone slew them as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. That great spear of his pierced men like straw. Old Man Zhou is utterly finished this time. This newcomer seems fiercer than Old Man Zhou, but somehow doesn't torment us. Most people kept their doors tightly shut, too afraid to venture out. Years of oppressive governance, military devastation, and the recent turmoil of changing rulers had filled these common folk with instinctive distrust and fear. To survive, to pay less in rent and taxes, to escape the ravages of roving soldiers. These were their greatest hopes for the moment. Liu Guan rode on horseback, his gaze calmly sweeping over those dodging, curious and fearful eyes lining the streets. He did not need everyone to embrace him right now. That was impossible. He only needed them to fear him, and then gradually to see that following him offered more hope for survival than serving dog officials like Zhou Yongchang. The procession made no stops and went straight to the county yamen. In the open courtyard before it, suspended from a temporarily erected wooden pole, Heishui County Magistrate Zhou Yongchang was bound tightly, like a dumpling hanging midway in the air. Through a night of terror, cold, and humiliation, he had long lapsed into unconsciousness. His corpulent body swayed gently in the wind, resembling a featherless pig awaiting the slaughterer's blade. Liu Guan reined in his horse before the pole and glanced upward. Bring him down. 2 fortified guards stepped forward at his command and deftly untied the ropes. Zhou Yongchang plummeted to the ground with a thud, gradually regaining consciousness. He struggled to open his swollen eyes, squinting against the light, and saw that blood-stained face that filled him with sheer terror. Spare my life. Liu. Lord Jaiju. Grandfather Liu. This wretched one had eyes, but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I offended your majestic dignity. I beg you to spare this dog's wretched life. I am willing to surrender all my family's wealth, to serve you as your beast of burden. Just let me live. Zhou Yongchang disregarded both his pain and his dignity, writhing on the ground like a slaughtered pig desperate to kowtow. Liu Guan paid no heed to Zhou Yongchang's wailing. His gaze shifted to Sun Xiaochuan, Li Si, and the others who had followed his voice, carrying clearly, issue the orders. First, all officials formerly belonging to the county yamen within Heishui County, deputy magistrates, chief clerks, prison supervisors, scribes from the 6 departments, captains of each yamen guard unit, and representatives of the 3 patrol companies. Assemble here within 1 double hour. Those who arrive late will be treated as Zhou Yongchang's accomplices and beheaded. Second, summon the ward masters of each district within the city, representatives of the gentry and managers of major merchant, also within 1 double hour. Third, dispatch men to beat gongs along the main streets, informing all citizens that in 1 hour's time County Magistrate Zhou Yongchang will face public trial before the county yamen, and the new Heishui County Administrator will proclaim ordinances for pacifying the people. His commands came one after another, crisp and decisive, brooking no debate. Sun Xiaochuan quickly jotted them down and immediately assigned several literate brothers with loud voices to deliver the notices. Li Si directed the fortified guards to clear the courtyard before the yamen, maintain order, and simultaneously rebound the limp Zhou Yongchang dumping him in a conspicuous position at the foot of the Yaman's front steps. Liu Guan walked into the main hall of the county Yaman. He approached the magistrate's seat and said to Zhao Dahu and Han Ming, who had followed him in, "Dahu, take your men and assist Sun Xiaochuan's people in maintaining order throughout the city, preventing anyone from causing trouble or spreading rumors while chaos reigns. Han Ming, bring your most trustworthy men to control all 4 gates. Without my written orders, no one is permitted to leave, only to enter. Especially the residences of those officials and gentry. Keep them under covert surveillance. If anything unusual arises, report to me immediately." "Yes." The 2 men took their orders and departed. Wang Shirtu leaned over. "Brother, what about the armory and the craftsmen? Attend to your duties first. Organize the weapons and equipment, sort out the craftsman registers. I will find you once this is settled." Liu Guan waved his hand dismissively. Time slipped by slowly. Outside, the county Yaman movement began to stir. Some figures in clerk attire, faces etched with alarm, trickled onto street corners with reluctant hesitation. A handful of men in silk robes, clearly gentry, arrived in palanquins or flanked by retinues. Further away, ordinary townsfolk who had caught wind of the news began gathering at a distance, a dark sea of faces murmuring in low voices, waiting. They wanted to see what this bandit king who had seized the corrupt official and annihilated the Woku intended to do. Sun Xiaochuan hurried into the hall and whispered, "Brother, most have arrived. About 70% of the officials are present. A few claimed illness or official leave. I've already sent men to invite them. The gentry and merchants are essentially all here. As for the commoners, over 1,000 have gathered outside." Liu Guan nodded and rose to his feet. He walked to the hall's entrance, wasted no words, and spoke directly. "The hour has arrived." His gaze swept coldly over the group of former officials. "Record the names of those who failed to appear. Sun Xiaochuan, apprehend them according to the list after this meeting. Treat them as Zhou Yongchang's accomplices. Confiscate their property and remit it to the state." "Yes." Sun Xiaochuan replied loudly, carving a harsh stroke across the wooden board. The officials present shuddered, their heads bowing lower as any lingering hope extinguished. "I, Liu Guan," he pointed to himself, "and the Zhaiju of Blackwind Fortress. From now on I speak for Heishui County. I know you fear me, and I know you wonder, how long will I last? How many days can I survive?" He paused, his tone still measured, but carrying an unquestionable force. "Let me tell you my rules now. Understand them and follow them, and I may overlook your past misdeeds under Zhou Yongchang. Fail to understand or practice obedience in public, but sabotage in private." He kicked Zhou Yongchang at his feet. "That is your example. First, pacify the people. Effective immediately, all additional taxes and levies imposed during Zhou Yongchang's tenure are abolished. This year's land tax shall be reduced by half. Anyone caught devising new excuses to extract even a single grain of grain or coin from the people will be beheaded." A suppressed stir rippled through the crowd of commoners, and many could scarcely believe their ears. A tax reduction. This bandit king actually lowering taxes. The gentry and merchants exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Second, personnel matters. Former Yaman officials and runners who wish to remain may do so after review with their salaries unchanged. But they must operate under the new regulations. Those guilty of corruption, bending the law, or oppressing the people will face severe punishment without mercy. Those unwilling may leave now, but they shall never serve in official capacity again. Third, recruitment. Heishui County will establish a People's Protection Army, enlisting able-bodied young men. Enlistees' families will receive priority grain rations. Those who distinguish themselves in battle will be generously rewarded, and families of the fallen will be supported by public funds. Fourth, redress grievances. Any who suffered oppression at the hands of Zhou Yongchang and his agents and had no means of appeal may submit petitions to the newly established complaint office at the county Yaman within 3 days. Upon verification, all cases will be dealt with sternly. Fifth, Liu Guan's voice turned sharp, pointing at Zhou Yongchang on the ground. "This wretch shall face public trial. All of you may present evidence of his crimes." The doors of the main hall of the Heishui County office closed once more. "Big brother." Zhao Dao strode in quickly from outside, lowering his voice. "All 4 gates are now guarded by a mixed force of Han Meng's men, and ours and patrols have been arranged along the streets." An insolent ruffian tried to slip into the grain shop amid the chaos. He was cut down on the spot, and his head hung at the street corner. "Good work." Liu Guan nodded. In times of chaos, one must use harsh penalties. He needed everyone to swiftly understand one fact. Now the rule of this place bore the surname Liu. He walked back to the main seat and sat down, then said to Wang Shidu, who had followed him in, "Shidu, how soon can you sort out the registers of the artisan households and the armory?" Wang Shidu scratched his head. Big brother, the artisan household registers are easy enough. I can have a rough count by the afternoon. But the armory is a hodgepodge. I need to sort through it item by item. What's usable, what's reparable, what should be discarded, and estimate the approximate value. That will probably take until tomorrow. Take your time, but be thorough, Liu Guan said. Especially the critical supplies like iron, leather, and bowstrings. We must have a clear picture of exactly what we have. Also from the weapons of those fleeing Ronin, pick out a few with distinctive designs, and keep them, melt down the rest, or reforge them into weapons that suit our hands. Understood. Wang Shurtu acknowledged, then turned and hurried out in his usual whirlwind manner. About half an hour later, Sun Xiaochuan walked in carrying a stack of coarse paper freshly covered with writing, a hint of excitement on his face. Big brother, the preliminary registration is done. He placed the papers on the desk in front of Liu Guan. The deputy magistrate and the registrar both came without daring to run. Of the 6 offices clerks, 80% showed up, and the heads of the 3 yamen squads are almost all present. As for those who claimed illness, I've already sent people to invite them. They should be recovering soon. The gentry and merchant representatives are all waiting outside. Liu Guan flipped through the stack of paper. The handwriting was messy, but the information was fairly clear: name, former position, age, approximate address. Pointing at several names, he asked, "What's the previous reputation of these ones? Are they Zhou Yongchang's lackeys?" Sun Xiaochuan had already made inquiries. He immediately pointed to 2 of the names. This registrar Zhao, who handles money and grain, is said to be a distant relative of Zhou Yongchang. There's no way he's clean of embezzlement. This constable Wang Kuei is Zhou Yongchang's chief enforcer. He's done plenty of bullying the common folk and extorting merchants, and he's earned a lot of public resentment. Note that down. When we hold the public trial for Zhou Yongchang, let them go up and show their faces too, Liu Guan said calmly. As for the rest, observe them for now. Tell Li Si to pick a few dozen sharp, literate men from our old brothers and place them in the various bureaus and yamen squads. In name, they'll be learning and lending a hand. In reality, they'll be keeping an eye on the others. Let the original staff keep their posts, but in the key areas, money and grain, criminal law, and public security, our people must have the final say. This was sand in the gears, and the fastest way to take control. Sun Xiaochuan understood immediately and nodded repeatedly. What about the gentry and merchants? What's their reaction? Liu Guan asked again. Most are scared and want to sound out our intentions. Sun Xiaochuan lowered his voice. A few bolder ones privately asked me how they should pay their contributions this year. Some also asked in a roundabout way how you chief plan to deal with the several businesses they'd co-run with Zhou Yongchang. Contributions? Tribute. Liu Guan sneered inwardly. This rotten system was something he would certainly smash, but not with a single stroke right now. At the moment, he needed grain, he needed supplies, and he needed to keep these people from resorting to desperate measures. Tell them, Liu Guan tapped the table with his fingers, I can let bygones be bygones regarding the old messy accounts. But from now on, all farmland and shops must be re-registered and taxed according to the law. How they colluded with Zhou Yongchang to evade taxes in the past, I don't care. But starting this month, if they short me so much as a single grain of rice or a single coin, I'll deal with it by the book. He paused, his tone softening, but carrying deeper meaning. Of course, if anyone actively cooperates, voluntarily makes up for past oversights, and offers assistance to the Humin army in grain and supplies, Liu Guan will remember that goodwill. In the future, doing business and making a living in Heishui County will naturally be more convenient for them. A slap, then a sweet date. He needed to establish authority, but also give these local powers a measure of hope, to make them feel that under a new master, though the rules were stricter, things might be fairer and safer. Sun Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. He had worked the docks and knew these tricks well. I understand, big brother. I'll go have a good talk with them right away. Go ahead. And by the way, the platform for the public trial should be built prominently, Liu Guan added. No sooner had Sun Xiaochuan left than Han Ming entered through the side door. He had already changed into a set of leather armor that fit him fairly well. Though his shoulder wound was not yet healed, he looked far more spirited than before. Chief, Han Ming clasped his fists. The 4 gates have been properly garrisoned, rotating in 3 shifts. I have initially selected about 200 men from the surrendered soldiers, all young and strong, and none guilty of serious crimes. They have been formed into a separate squad and are currently assembling at the parade grounds west of the city. The rest, the old, the weak, or those with uncertain loyalties, are temporarily held in the barracks. Efficient. Liu Guan looked at Han Ming. This former squad leader of the garrison troops clearly had real ability, and he knew which way the wind blew. Very well. Those 200 men will be under your direct command, temporarily designated as the 1st Company of the Heishui Battalion. Liu Guan gave him an official title. Li Si and Zhao Dahu will each lead a company of our old brothers, forming the other 2 companies of the Heishui Battalion. These 3 companies form the backbone of the Humin army for now. Focus on drilling, especially formations and orders. I don't want to see us remain a scattered mess. Understood. I will not fail your trust, Chief. Han Ming's voice was steady, carrying the solemn gravity of one who had been entrusted with responsibility anew. He knew this was his true pledge of allegiance, and the foundation of his standing in this new group. Also, Liu Guan recalled a matter. How much do you know about the situation at the prefecture? We've taken the county seat and killed the magistrate. How soon will the prefecture react? How many troops will they send? Han Ming's expression turned grave at the question. After a moment of careful thought, he replied, to answer you, Chief, Heishui County is under the jurisdiction of Liangzhou. The military governor of Liangzhou is surnamed Feng, an old bureaucrat who values caution above all. Zhou Yongchang was his subordinate, but not one of his trusted inner circle. In my judgment, when Governor Feng first hears of this, he will certainly be furious. But first he will question the truth of the report, and then he will send people to investigate and confirm. If the investigators return with a true report, given Governor Feng's temperament to protect his official position and save face, he will certainly dispatch troops to suppress us. However, the prefectural troops he can directly mobilize, excluding the garrison forces that cannot be easily moved, would amount to at most 3,000 to 5,000 men. Furthermore, gathering provisions and appointing generals will take time. At the fastest half a month, at the slowest a month, the prefectural army will come. 3,000 to 5,000 prefectural soldiers. Liu Guan calculated in his mind. That was considerably more than the forces he could currently muster, and they were regular troops, better equipped and better trained than the county garrison units. How capable are the prefectural troops in battle? And who is likely to lead them? Liu Guan pressed. The elite of the prefectural troops naturally cannot match the frontier army, but they are far stronger than the county garrisons, and they have full sets of armor and weapons. As for the commanding general, Han Ming said thoughtfully, Governor Feng has several generals under him. The most likely are his nephew Feng Kuan, who is fierce but arrogant, and the veteran General Chen Ping, who is prudent and steady. If Governor Feng wants a quick victory to salvage his face, he will probably send Feng Kuan, an arrogant general. Arrogance was good. Arrogance makes mistakes easy. I see. You may go. Step up the training. Soon we'll have a hard battle to fight. Liu Guan waved his hand. Han Ming solemnly acknowledged the order and withdrew. The public trial of Zhou Yongchang begins. The hour had come. Liu Guan picked up his long spear, strode out of the county yamen, and marched toward the hastily erected wooden platform. The crowd below was a dense dark mass like a dividing line. Zhou Yongchang was dragged to the open space before the platform by 2 burly garrison soldiers, as if they were hauling a dead dog. His corpulent body trembled violently from fear, and his crotch was wet again, a foul stench permeating the air. Fellow townsfolk of Heishui County. Liu Guan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he spoke calmly, I am Liu Guan. Once a mountain stronghold leader, now I am the one who rules this Heishui County. He paused, looking at the numb or bewildered faces below. I know you are afraid. Afraid of officials, afraid of soldiers, afraid of bandits, and afraid of me, the newcomer. Liu Guan's tone was flat, as if he were stating something unrelated to himself. When that corrupt dog Zhou Yongchang was in power, you know well enough how your lives were. Raising taxes, levying fees, forced conscription, colluding with local bullies to oppress the innocent, treating you like livestock. A suppressed resonance stirred among the commoners below. Many lowered their heads, clenched their fists, and hatred flickered in their eyes. I, Liu Guan, am no saint, nor do I have many grand principles. Liu Guan shifted his tone. But the rules I set are simple. Follow me, abide by my rules. Pay the grain I levy, perform the corvée I demand. But beyond that, if anyone dares to take one more grain from you, charge you one more coin, or bully your family once more. His spear thudded heavily against the wooden platform floor, startling everyone's hearts. I will chop off his hand and cut off his head. The murderous words, coupled with the deadly weapon, sent a chill down everyone's necks. Today we will start with this corrupt dog Zhou Yongchang and his chief henchman as a sacrifice to the flag. Liu Guan suddenly raised his voice, pointing at the limp Zhou Yongchang. Is there anyone brave enough to step forward and tell us how this dog official has harmed you? Is there any grievance? Any injustice? Silence. The commoners exchanged glances, their eyes evasive. No one dared to be the first. Prolonged oppression had accustomed them to silence. Who knew if this new mountain king was putting on a show? Just then a commotion stirred at the back of the crowd. An elderly woman, her hair white and clothes ragged, squeezed out from the crowd, trembling. I will speak. The old woman's voice was hoarse, but carried a desperate ferocity. Zhou the Flayer, give me back my son. Give me back my daughter-in-law. She stumbled forward to the platform, pointing at Zhou Yongchang, tears streaming. Last year during the grain levy, my son just said, we really have no rice at home, and your lackeys beat him to death. My daughter-in-law went to the county yamen to appeal, and you violated her. When she came back, she hanged herself from the beam. I, an old woman left with a little grandson. Zhou the Flayer, You are not human. May you die without descendants. The old woman's wailing cut through the thin membrane of fear like a knife. And me, a middle-aged man with a limp, his eyes red, squeezed out. My family's 3 mu of paddy fields were forcefully seized by this dog official in collusion with Squire Zhang. I went to reason and my leg was broken. I had nowhere to appeal. My daughter was taken away by Constable Wang Kuei. I don't know if she is dead or alive. The bandit suppression levy he imposed took even the last pot from my home. My father was gravely ill, and I had no money for medicine. I tried to borrow some grain, but his steward set the dog on me. 1 to 10. More and more commoners stepped forward. Their blood and tear accusations like a burst dam flooded the open space before the county yamen. Cries, curses, and chest-beating intertwined, converging into a tidal wave of popular fury. Liu Guan listened expressionlessly. He knew Zhou Yongchang was a scoundrel, but seeing and hearing this mountain of blood deaths still stirred killing intent within him. Was this the chaotic world? Was this the fate of the lowly commoners? No. From the moment Liu Guan had taken hold here, at least the rules of this place would have to change. When the accusations subsided slightly, Liu Guan raised his hand to quiet the clamor again. Did you all hear that? He looked at the old officials and gentry. Zhou Yongchang, the evidence is conclusive, his crimes too numerous to record. According to the rules I set, what punishment does he deserve? The crowd below was dead silent, then erupted in a thunderous roar. Kill him. Hack him into pieces. Kill him. The roar nearly overturned the wooden platform. Zhou Yongchang, terrified, rolled his eyes and fainted outright. Liu Guan said no more, nodding to Li Si below. Li Si understood and waved his hand. 2 burly executioners, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, carrying broadswords, stepped onto the platform and dragged the unconscious Zhou Yongchang to the wooden block placed at the front. Execute the sentence. Li Si bellowed. The executioner raised his broadsword. The blade glinted in the sunlight. Plopped. The blade fell. A bloated head rolled to the ground, blood spurting several feet, staining the yellow earth with a large patch of glaring dark red. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. Many commoners covered their mouths tightly, eyes wide, watching the headless body crumple, watching that head, once proud and tyrannical, roll in the dust like a rotten melon. Really? Killed? The county magistrate? Just beheaded like that? A mixture of immense shock, sharp satisfaction, and deeper awe spread wildly through the crowd. Liu Guan's cold gaze swept across the severed head, then turned to Zhao the registrar, and Wang the constable, who had already collapsed on the ground. Drag them up. Immediately, garrison soldiers, fierce as wolves, dragged the 2 onto the platform. Both men had already lost their wits, soiling themselves and crying for mercy. Zhao De, Wang Kuei, Liu Guan recited their names. As accomplices of Zhou Yongchang, you embezzled funds, bent the law, and oppressed the common people. The evidence is conclusive. You will be executed together. Mercy. Stronghold leader, mercy. I will surrender all my wealth. I was forced. Zhou Yongchang made me do it. The pleas ended abruptly. 2 more flashes of the blade. 2 heads fell. 3 heads, once dominating and preying upon Heishui County, now lay side by side on the wooden platform. The thick smell of blood spread. The commoners below were utterly silent. Everyone was awed by this swift, decisive, and relentless slaughter. Fear penetrated deep into the marrow, but another emotion. A feeling of satisfaction at seeing the oppressors finally punished, and a faint expectation of seeing rules enforced so rigorously, was also taking root. This was exactly the effect Liu Guan wanted. He did not need to slowly win hearts. In chaotic times, the fastest way to establish authority was to let everyone see the consequences of defying his will. The property of these 3 will be fully confiscated and turned over to the public treasury. Liu Guan's voice broke the silence. Part of it will be used to compensate the victims who spoke out today, and the rest will go into the county coffers. From today onward, remain in your positions and perform your duties. But you must act according to the new decrees I have issued. Sun Xiaochuan will send people to assist you and also to supervise you. Remember, this is your last chance. Liu Guan's voice was cold as iron. My blade has just been sharpened. It is still very keen. Having said that, he did not look at the crowd's reaction. He turned, leaned on his spear, and strode down from the wooden platform, heading into the county yamen. Really? Killed? Heaven has opened its eyes. This stronghold leader Liu is quite formidable. Will life be better from now on? More than half a month had passed. Liu Guan sat in the county government office. During these 2 weeks, Heishui County had finally begun to show some semblance of order. The numbness on the commoners' faces had lessened. When they saw the patrols of the protection guard, though still awed, they no longer bore the pure terror of encountering a pack of wolves. Sun Xiaochuan had sorted out the taxes and lawsuits with clarity. Several military ruffians who had bullied their neighbors under the guise of the new laws were publicly beheaded, gradually turning Fortress Lord Liu's statutes into something tangible and visible. As for those old officials and gentry who had originally harbored hesitation or wishful thinking, they were utterly cowed. The heads of a few fools who had initially hidden away or even secretly colluded to inform the prefecture still hung on wooden poles beside the city gate, drying in the wind. Their family assets had filled the county treasury, and their womenfolk had been sent to the weaving workshop. Bloody reality proved more effective than any sermon. Now these people were as docile as quails, doing whatever they were told, terrified of being caught by the sharp-eyed study personnel under Sun Xiaochuan. Calculating the travel time, the prefecture's scouts should have returned long ago. Liu Guan looked at Han Meng, who stood nearby. Military Commissioner Feng's troops are probably already on the road. Han Meng's face was grim. Chief, the prefectural troops are well-equipped and accustomed to siege warfare. Our walls are low and short. If their main army encircles us and launches relentless assaults with our meager forces and scarce arrows, a prolonged defense will surely fail. In my opinion, we need to set up several ambushes at strategic points outside the city, harass their supply lines by time, and then seek an opportunity. Perhaps we can fight. He spoke tactfully, but the meaning was clear. A direct confrontation with the prefectural troops offered slim hope. Liu Guan nodded, saying nothing. He too was pondering. The prefectural troops were an expected enemy. He had prepared himself mentally, and even considered several countermeasures, all difficult, but not without a chance of victory. Just as he was lost in thought, report. A loud shout abruptly shattered the tranquility of the county government office. A scout covered in dust and with boundless terror on his face stumbled and crawled into the main hall. Liu Guan and Han Meng stood up simultaneously. What's the panic? Speak slowly. Is it the prefectural vanguard? Han Meng stepped forward and demanded in a deep voice. The scout gasped heavily. No, it's not the prefectural troops. It's the Beirong. The B. Beirong's great army. They cover the mountains and plains. They've already set up camp at Yema Beach in the north. Beirong. These two words made Liu Guan freeze instantly. Han Meng's face turned deathly pale, and he lost his voice. Did you see clearly? Absolutely certain. Captain Han. The scout was on the verge of tears. Leather hats, fur-lined robes, curved sabers, and those standard-issue bows longer than the normal cavalry bows. I've fought with the Beirong scouts on the frontier. I could never mistake them. There are too many. The dust and smoke have covered half the sky, judging by the scale of the camp and the cooking smoke. At least 7 or 8,000. It's a real army. Nearly 10,000 Beirong warriors. Encamped and fortified. Liu Guan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down his mind racing through analysis. Beirong. The overlords of the northern grasslands, the true masters of mounted archery. The self-proclaimed mounted archery of the Jin Kingdom was probably child's play in comparison. Without firearms, but the pinnacle of cold weapon-era mounted archery, mobile, ferocious, coming and going like the wind. They were not a small raiding party. They were a main force organized for conquest. Now these fierce Beirong warriors were encamped 30 li away. And Heishui County town had low walls and few soldiers. Defend the city. Liu Guan immediately dismissed the idea. Against such a powerful force, defending the city was the stupidest choice. Flee. Even more impossible. On foot with baggage, they would be sitting ducks for the prairie cavalry. Leaving the walls meant a quicker death. Then, Liu Guan's eyes suddenly sharpened. An extremely risky, even insane tactic rapidly took shape in his mind. Decapitation strike. The Beirong army had just arrived, surely exhausted from the long march. Now they were setting up camp. The moment when men and horses were most tired and vigilance relatively lax. Arrogant as they were, they would never imagine that a small town about to be crushed would dare to sally forth, let alone that someone would dare to plunge into the heart of 10,000 troops. In the age of cold weapons, an army's organization and morale were extremely dependent on its commander. Especially for an army like the Beirong steeped in tribal traditions, a sudden strike that killed or severely wounded the commanding general could easily trigger total chaos or even a rout. The risk was extreme, the chance of success might be less than 1 in 10. But this was the only tactic that could create a miracle in a hopeless situation, a true finding life in death. Charge the formation, slay the general. For words calmly uttered from Liu Guan's mouth. Han Meng shuddered, hardly believing his ears. Chief, you mean take the initiative, attack the Beirong camp, and go straight for the commander of the main force? Exactly. Liu Guan's tone was frightfully calm as he began to elaborate. Defending is waiting for death. Fleeing is sending yourself to death. Only by striking unexpectedly while they are still unsettled with elite troops directly at the heart, killing or crippling their commander and causing chaos, can we have a sliver of hope. Han Meng was awed by the light in Liu Guan's eyes, a mixture of cold calculation and blazing battle intent. He had to admit that the chief's analysis, though extremely bold, struck at the crux. Waiting passively meant certain death. This seemingly suicidal move might actually carve a crack in the impossible. But, Chief, where do we get elite cavalry? We have fewer than 100 warhorses. And armor is even more. Han Ming thought of the practical difficulties. So it's not a mass charge, it's a death-defying raid. Liu Guan interrupted him, his thoughts growing clearer. We don't need many. Just the bravest, most fearless ones. Less than 100 riders is enough. More would only slow us down and expose our target. We need to be like an all, fast and sharp, plunging straight in and striking at the head. He spun around abruptly and gave orders to Li Si Zhaodao, Wang Shidu, and Sun Xiaochuan, who had rushed over in a decisive tone. Listen up. Nearly 10,000 Barong warriors have arrived at Yema Beach. Heishui County is at a critical moment of life and death. I have decided at midnight tonight I will personally lead a death-defying force out of the city to launch a surprise attack. Target the head of the Barong main army commander. In this battle we do not seek to rout the whole army, only to slay the general, seize the banner, and disrupt their morale. Li Si Zhaodao. Here. Both men, though startled, stepped forward without hesitation. Immediately select from the entire force the most fearless and best riders. No more than 60 men. Tell them this mission is almost certain death, but if successful they will be heroes who save the tens of thousands of lives in this town. Those who fall, Liu Guan will double the compensation. Their memorial tablets will be placed in the Shrine of Loyalty, and their families will be supported by the county government until their end. Those who survive will be promoted 3 ranks, granted land and houses, and credited with the foremost merit. Han Ming. Here, you and Sun Xiaochuan will defend the city. If you see the enemy camp in chaos or signs of a rout, you may send troops out of the city to pursue and expand the gains, but be cautious. Your priority is to support us and consolidate the city defenses. If we fail and the enemy camp remains orderly, then seek opportunities to break out in small groups and preserve the core. Liu Guan had outlined the worst-case scenario. Wang Shitu, big brother. Wang Shida's eyes were bloodshot. Take out all the best armor from the armory, whether leather or iron. Issue it to the raiding brothers. Pick the strongest of all the horses we can find. For weapons, select the sharpest and most suitable. Lances, long sabers, mounted bows. Prepare everything. Sun Xiaochuan, immediately mobilize all able-bodied men in the city to carry siege supplies up to the walls. Prepare torches, drums, and gongs to create a commotion and deceive the enemy. Reassure the people. Tell them our army already has a brilliant plan to break the enemy. Have them bolt their doors and not come out no matter what they hear. One command after another flowed like water, calm and clear, suppressing the great panic and transforming it into a solemn, tense state of readiness for battle. Everyone roared in acknowledgement and turned to sprint away to carry out the orders. Yema Beach, the central command tent of the northern Rome. A charcoal brazier burned fiercely, crackling merrily. Commander Batir sat cross-legged upon a tiger skin mat, his fingers tearing shreds from a roasted lamb leg, glistening with fragrant oil. General the scout rider returns with news. A centurion lifted the tent flap and entered, sinking to one knee. The walls of Heishui County stand no more than 2 zhang high, neglected and crumbling. The garrison numbers scarcely 1,000 souls, mostly a motley rabble remade from former provincial troops, ill-equipped and poorly armed. The county magistrate was slain by refugees half a month ago. What holds the city now is a bandit chieftain named Liu Guan. Batir stuffed a great hunk of mutton into his mouth, chewing greedily as grease ran down his chin, then spat out a muffled sneer. Mountain thieves. They dare seize a county and sit in judgment. These warriors are rotten to the marrow. If any scum dares show its face. Several Chiliarch and Centurion officers around the tent burst into raucous laughter. A Chiliarch with a thick, bristling beard hoisted a leather wineskin and drained a hearty swig, then boomed in a gruff voice. General, give me 500 men, and I will flatten that dirt stockade nest in a single hour. Why wait till tomorrow? We can breach the walls tonight, and the women and plunder will make fine sport for the boys. What's the rush? Batir waved a dismissive hand, his eyes gleaming with arrogant contempt. Our men have marched 600 li on empty stomachs. Even the horses have grown thin. Let them eat their fill, drink their fill, and sleep a sound sleep. When tomorrow's sun rises, we will saunter over at our leisure. He took up a scrap of coarse cloth and wiped the grease from his fingers. Walls. A single kick would crumble them. Garrison. They'd wet themselves at the mere sight of our banners. Let them fret through another sleepless night. Harvesting them tomorrow will taste all the sweeter. Your generalship speaks with the wisdom of ages. The Chiliarch hastened to flatter. We are handed a windfall upon a silver platter. Grain stores, women, ironware. All will be ours. Once we have sacked our fill, we push southward. Who knows? Those plump fat cities of Liangzhou Prefecture may yet fall to our hands. Batir threw back his head and roared with laughter, tossing the picked clean lamb bone carelessly into the brazier. Sparks leapt and popped in the air. His mind saw quite clearly. This southern raid was not the Khagan's true intention. The main force was already cooperating, with the Jin dynasty squeezing the Wu border armies from both flanks. His contingent, labeled a vanguard striking into weakness, carried a dual mandate: scout the route and live off the land. If the northern frontier of Wu was truly as hollow as this suggested, then the prospects beyond were boundless. Heishui County, but a walnut to be crushed between thumb and forefinger, a test of whether the Wu men still had steel in their bones. Pass the orders, Batir said, his voice shedding all warmth and adopting the cold edge of a seasoned commander. Night watch stands as usual. Double the patrol detail around the camp. Not to guard against the rats inside that county, but to keep a sharp eye on the Jin men. Those foxes trust no one, and no one can trust them. At dawn tomorrow the army moves. Before noon, I will be seated in the Heishui County Magistrate's yamen drinking wine. Yes, General. Among them were old brothers from Black Wind Stronghold, veteran soldiers absorbed from the provincial army, and desperate refugees who had found no other way to survive. Most kept silent. There was no fear in their eyes for the battle to come, nor the fevered ardor of combat. Only a bottomless, almost numb resolution lay behind each gaze. I will speak plainly. Liu Guan began. Tonight some of us may not return. The northern Rong main camp holds nearly 8,000 men. Forward without stopping, without looking back. Our eyes will hold only one target. The central command banner, the enemy commander's head. Along the way arrows will fall like rain blades, and spears will rise like a forest, and horse hooves will thunder over you like rolling boulders. You may be pierced like sieves, hacked to pieces, trampled into paste. Our bones may never be found. They will rot on Yima Beach, gnawed by wild dogs, and dragged away by vultures. Now, Liu Guan's voice dropped suddenly. I ask one last time. Whoever wishes to withdraw, step forward. Guard the walls, that is no shame. Tonight those who remain with me are my brothers in life and death. Those who leave now are still fine sons of Heishui. Their families and fields will be cared for as mine own. I swear I will not fail them. Silence fell. 3 suffocating breaths passed. Hawk. An old veteran spat a thick glob of phlegm. He was called Liu Guan. Chieftain. My family numbered 6. The great drought 2 years ago took 3 lives with starvation. Only my blind old mother and my 8-year-old girl remain. It was you who entered the city, opened the government granaries, and distributed 20 jin of rescue grain to each person. Without that, my mother and little sister would have joined the dead. He raised his head, cracked teeth bare, in a ragged grin. This wretched life ought to have been thrown away in some stinking ditch long ago. To follow you tonight to hack the heads off northern Rome dogs. Earning 1 life is no loss, earning 2 is pure profit. Worth it. His words struck the ground like live coals cast into boiling oil. Fuck it. Follow the chieftain. When my head rolls, I'll wear a scar no bigger than a bowl. 20 years hence I'll return to hack northern Rome dog heads. My father, my eldest brother, they were all killed by northern Rome light cavalry. Chieftain, take me to avenge them. Low growls, curses, the dull ring of weapon shafts striking earth erupted in sequence. 60 pairs of eyes lit by torch fire reignited with a scorching intensity. Seeing this, Liu Guan ceased his words. His 5 fingers closed around the heavy horse lance. He swung himself into the saddle in one fluid motion. I cannot promise you will all see tomorrow's sun. Liu Guan's voice suddenly rose, cracking across the empty drill ground. But I, Liu Guan, swear by this lance in my hand, by this neck, by this earth beneath my feet. He thrust the lance point sharply upward, aimed due north. Tonight Heishui County shall triumph. Triumph. 60 throats unleashed a bestial roar. 60 men swung into the saddle in unison. A man responsible for inspection rode close to Liu Guan and whispered urgently. Chieftain, all are mustered. Each man carries 3 quivers of arrows, 1 polearm, 1 waist saber. Armor has been padded at vital points. Horses have been fed ample soybean mash. New horseshoes driven tight. Field rations and water. 2 hard wheat cakes, a lump of salt, and a water skin per man. Lightly packed, no encumbrance. Liu Guan nodded, his gaze turning toward the city wall. Behind the crenellations, faint silhouettes of Han Ming and Zhao Dahu were visible from afar. They offered solemn fist-in-palm salutes. Along the rampart, Sun Xiaochuan directed the conscripted, able-bodied laborers, shouting cadences as they hauled firewood, logs, boulders, and earthen jars filled with flaming oil up to the parapets. Torchlight blazed. Voices rose in deliberate clamor. The scene projected absolute vigilance, as if facing an overwhelming foe. All of it was meant to deceive the wolves 30 li away, still picking at their roasted meat. At the hour of Z, the moon hid, and stars grew sparse. The north wind sharpened. Open the gates. Liu Guan drew a deep breath, his eyes narrowing to points of steel. Target Yema Beach. 61 riders galloped across the wilderness. The outline of Yema Shoal gradually emerged from the darkness, drawing closer and closer. Liu Guan crouched low over his horse, his pupils narrowing. The Baron camp's defenses were tighter than he had anticipated. The outer perimeter was by no means unguarded. The torches of the roving sentry riders burned brightly. The crude barricades and jagged stakes looked fierce. But they could not stop. To stop was to wait for death. To stop would betray the 60 lives behind him who had already gambled everything. It would expose the tens of thousands of people of Heishui County to the Baron's iron hooves and curved sabers tomorrow. Charge. There was nothing but to charge. With the fastest speed and the fiercest momentum, charge. The thunderous rumble of hoofbeats finally reached the edge of the camp. 30 paces. On a watchtower at the outer perimeter, a Baron sentry seemed to sense the unnatural tremor in the ground and leaned out in confusion, peering into the darkness. 20 paces. The glow of the torches now faintly illuminated the figures of the charging riders. That is, 10 paces. Enemy attack. A shrill, distorted scream abruptly tore through the camp's clamor. The sentry had finally seen the riders surging from the darkness, and in utter horror, let out the alarm. The shrill cry instantly woke the Baron warriors in the nearby tents and around the campfires. Chaotic figures moved, and startled, furious shouts rose one after another. But Liu Guan seemed not to hear any of it. In his world, only the central command banner ahead and the night wind remained. Accelerate. Charge through. He growled. The 60 riders around him did not hesitate, did not slow down, and did not try to evade the arrows that had begun to fly sparsely. They simply pressed their bodies lower, urged their horses to the limit, and followed the figure at the very front, charging, without hesitation, into the ever-brightening sea of torches. Stop them. Martial warriors. Mount up. The first wave of Baron soldiers rushed up in haste, unable even to fully mount their horses before they saw in terror the lance blade tearing through the darkness. Die! Liu Guan roared. The long lance, driven by the galloping momentum of his horse, turned into a sweeping curtain of black iron. Bang! Crack! Splatter! The teeth-grinding sounds of impact, shattering bones, and tearing flesh exploded together. Wherever the lance blade passed, the 3 Baron warriors blocking the front were like straw targets smashed by a heavy hammer, spitting blood, their tendons snapped, and bones broken, hurtling backward and knocking their comrades who were trying to form ranks into a sprawling mess. A breach had been ripped open by brute force. The 61 riders thundered in. Wherever they went, flesh and blood flew. Spears pierced leather armor, curved sabers chopped into the gaps of bones, and warhorses kicked bodies flying like rag dolls. But the Baron were, after all, the overlords of the north. The initial chaos was being rapidly contained under the officers' hoarse shouts. More soldiers surged from every direction. Arrows began to grow dense, and brothers around him kept falling. An old brother of the Haifeng stronghold, to block a spear thrust coming at Liu Guan from the side, leaped off his horse and met it with his chest. The spear ran through his back. A fierce soldier from the incorporated garrison troops had his warhorse shot from under him. He rolled to the ground and was immediately hacked apart by 3 or 4 curved sabers that closed in, blood splashing high. With every man who fell, Liu Guan's heart sank a little deeper, but the fire in his eyes burned a little more fiercely. He could not stop. He could not look back. Their blood must not be shed in vain. In the central command tent, Batailleur was drinking and making merry with a woman he had seized. The sudden shrill alarm and the bursting cries of battle dispelled most of the drunkenness in his body in an instant. What's going on? He shoved the woman in his arms aside and demanded harshly. General, enemy riders are attacking the camp. There are few of them, but they are extremely fierce. They have almost reached the central command. A personal guard stumbled into the tent, his face full of panic. What? Batailleur was both shocked and enraged. A mere handful of enemy riders dare to charge my 10,000-man camp. Useless. All of you are useless. He flew into a rage, kicked over the table in front of him, and wine and meat spilled all over the floor. Then, with the help of his attendants, he quickly put on his heavy chain mail and donned his sable helmet. The shouting, screams, and clashing of weapons outside the tent grew closer. A chill mixed with the fury of being insulted surged to the top of Batailleur's head. He grabbed his heavy wolf-headed saber and strode out of the tent. His personal guards had already led his magnificent warhorse over. Swinging onto his horse, Batailleur saw not far away that thin column of riders like a blood dragon, charging left and right through the tide of his own men and stubbornly forcing their way forward. He was burning with fury. You're looking for death. Batailleur spurred his horse, and the warhorse reared. He pointed his saber at Liu Guan, trying to steady his troops. Where has this reckless martial dog come from? I am Ba Terror, a myriarch of the Barong, the eagle of the grasslands. Before he could finish his threat, he felt a chill at the back of his neck. Then he vaguely heard a roar like a clap of thunder. The enemy general has been slain. The next instant, Ba Terror's vision was swallowed by darkness, and he knew nothing more. On the battlefield, Liu Guan closed on Ba Terror at lightning speed. His long arms stretched out fluidly, and the lance, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, carved a precise and vicious arc through the air. Squelch. The lance blade severed the sable-helmeted head without any obstruction. Hot blood shot skyward. Liu Guan flicked his wrist. The lance tip dipped and hooked in a fluid motion, impaling Ba Terror's glaring, wide-eyed head securely onto his own blood-soaked lance blade. He raised the lance, bearing the enemy general's head high, turning that ghastly face directly toward the growing number of Barong warriors around him, who stood frozen in shock. Your commander is dead. A thunderous roar together with the dripping head slammed into the eyes and ears of every Barong soldier. General Ba Terror. Dead. Killed. Eternal heaven. How is this possible? After a brief dead silence, an uproar and panic like crumbling mountains and surging seas erupted. The commander being beheaded before the ranks, and so humiliatingly displayed on a spear tip, was a devastating blow to any army. The core of the Central Army collapsed first. Ba Terror's personal guards were either dead from the earlier charge, or were now terrified out of their minds. Don't panic. Everyone hold steady. Hold. A nearby Barong Kiliarch, eyes splitting with rage, tried to rally the routed soldiers and reorganize the defense line. He knew that once they scattered completely, everything would be finished. However, the moment his roar rang out, the lance with the head impaled dipped downward, and Liu Guan's left hand had already taken down the mounted bow from the saddle. Knocking, drawing, and releasing the motions were as fast as lightning, all in one smooth flow. Whiz, thud. A sharp arrow drilled with perfect precision into the Kiliarch's throat, sealing off the rest of his shout. Who else wants to die? Who else will come to meet death? Liu Guan cast aside the bow, gripped the long lance with one hand again, and let out an earth-shaking roar. In response, he received even more complete chaos and terror. Run. The general is dead. We can't hold. Demons. They are demons sent by eternal heaven to punish us. Charge out. Liu Guan's roar thundered like a bolt of lightning, overwhelming all the clamor on the battlefield. The enemy general had fallen. The Northern Rong army was in chaos. The mission was accomplished. His eyes, sharp as lightning, swept across the faces around him. Faces smeared with blood, yet still fierce. Of the 60 horsemen who had set out, fewer than 20 now remained close behind his horse. Every man was wounded, their armor cracked and blades dulled. Yet not a single eye showed fear. With Liu Guan as their core, they naturally converged into a battered, yet still sharp, triangular formation. Stay close to the chief. Back to the city. Someone hoarsely echoed. The next moment, the dozen or so surviving riders summoned their last strength, kicked their horses' flanks, turned around, and charged back the way they came. Behind them, the Northern Rong camp was in utter turmoil. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating countless terrified, twisted faces. Screams, curses, and pleas for mercy mingled with the panicked neighs of warhorses, converging into an apocalyptic wave of sound. The horrifying sight of the commander Bader being beheaded in battle, and his head raised high, spread like the deadliest plague, crushing the last vestiges of fighting spirit from this proud steppe army. The rout was like an avalanche, irreversible. Facing Liu Guan's remnant cavalry charging in reverse, the Northern Rong soldiers along the way had no will to fight. Some ran about like headless flies, some knelt begging for mercy, but most fled screaming to the sides, even turning their blades on their comrades of moments ago in a desperate scramble for survival. Get out of the way. Liu Guan charged at the front. His long spear was already caked with blood and grime, making it slippery and unwieldy. He did not seek finesse, relying only on an overwhelming brute force and speed. He wielded the spear like a heavy iron rod, sweeping left and right. Bang! Crack! Thud! Any routed soldier in front of him, man or horse, who delayed the charge even slightly, was as if struck by a racing chariot. Sounds of bones shattering, dull impacts, and brief screams filled the air. Atop the city wall of Heishui County, Han Meng, Li Si Zhao Dahu, along with all the defenders and the conscripted young men on the wall, clutched the crenellations tightly, staring wide-eyed toward the north. From the initial sporadic flames to the sudden eruption of towering fire, on the city wall a deathly silence lasted for a full 3 breaths. Then, like a volcanic eruption, "We did it. Damn it, we did it." Li Si was the first to jump up, smashing his fist hard against the crenellation's brick, oblivious to the pain. Han Meng stared fixedly at the chaotic flames, his chest heaving violently, and murmured, 61 riders. Charging 8,000. Beheading the enemy chief. Routing his entire army. This This is truly a legend from the history books. No, those tales of legendary warriors passed down through the ages often carry the embellishments and exaggerations of later scholars. But this scene before their eyes was the truth they had witnessed. Their chief Liu Guan had accomplished this near-mythical feat this very night 30 li away at Yematan. Open the city gate. Open the city gate quickly. Zhao Dahu's roar cracked like thunder, instantly waking everyone. Heishui camp. Anyone who can move, grab your weapons. Out of the city. Reinforce the chief. Kill the routed soldiers. Open the gate. Beat the drums. Cheer for the chief. Light the torches. Light the way. The orders were passed down hoarsely. The heavy city gate slowly creaked open and the drawbridge was lowered. Zhao Dahu took the lead with Li Si and Han Ming close behind, leading all the battle-eager defenders inside the city as they galloped toward the northern flames. On the wilderness, two forces rapidly approached each other. Liu Guan's remnant cavalry shot out from the edge of the chaotic northern Rome camp like blood-soaked arrows. Meanwhile, the force led by Han Ming and the others like a drawn sword slashed toward them. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed. When they saw Liu Guan's figure, like a blood-soaked gourd, and the cavalry behind him, every man wounded, yet still exuding killing intent. Everyone who had come out to reinforce felt their hearts clench sharply, then surge with boundless fervor and awe. Big brother, Zhao Dahu roared. Liu Guan saw them, nodded slightly, but did not slow down. He just rasped, follow me, slaughter them. The simple 4 words carried an undeniable authority and bloodthirst. Kill. A deafening roar erupted from the reinforcement force. They needed no further encouragement. The sight of their chief alive and the enemy camp collapsing was the best war drum and trumpet. The two forces, like the jaws of a pincer, closed in, fiercely charging into the terrified northern Rome rout, fleeing the camp. This was no longer a battle but a one-sided slaughter and pursuit. The routed soldiers were already terrified. Seeing a fresh force charging from Heishui County, they fell into utter despair. Run! Don't kill me. Surrender. I surrender. That guy is not human. He's a demon. A fiend. By eternal heaven above, save us. Amid the cries of collapse, the northern Rome rout completely lost its formation, fleeing in all directions across the hills. Countless died, trampled by their own. Many even threw away their weapons and shed their heavy leather armor just to run faster to escape that nightmare-like figure. The terrifying man who rode at the forefront bearing their general's head on a pike and had cut through the entire army. When the last organized band of northern Rome rout fled into deeper darkness, dawn was approaching. The people and soldiers of Heishui County stood on the battlefield littered with corpses, watching the slowly rising sun, still feeling as if in a dream. They had won, and it was an unimaginable victory. The commoners were allowed to leave the city after the battle to clear the battlefield. When they saw the camp ruins stretching for miles and the mountain of northern Rome corpses, and heard the surviving soldiers describe in trembling voices the terrifying scene of a single rider charging the formation, beheading the general, and capturing the banner, a never-before-felt emotion took root and sprouted in the hearts of all Heishui County's people. It was not simple gratitude nor mere awe. It was a shock akin to primitive worship mingled with fear, dependence, and fervent faith. Their chief Liu Guan could crush 8,000 northern Rome troops with just 61 riders and behead their commander as easily as taking something from his pocket. This had exceeded their understanding of human. This was simply an inhuman enemy. In the golden throne hall atop the dragon throne, the imperial desk before Wu Minghuang was littered with urgent military dispatches from 8 different directions. To the east was Liang Kingdom, to the west Zhao Kingdom, to the south Tang Kingdom, and to the north Jin Kingdom and the northern Rome. These war reports, though their wording might be polished, conveyed a core truth that could not escape her eyes: stalemate, deadlock, defeat, and distress. Had it been half a month ago, seeing these would have ignited a fire in her chest, causing her to fly into a rage on the spot and behead a few to vent her fury and assert her authority. But at this moment, Wu Minghuang's heart was strangely calm, with no great waves stirred. Rage could not drive back the enemy, nor fill the army's bellies. She had spent these days nearly sleepless, pressing the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works, squeezing the last bits of grain, weapons, and core troops from this already weary state machine. All preparations pointed to a single target: Liang Kingdom. Among the 8 kingdoms, Liang possessed the largest territory, the greatest population, the most abundant resources, and the strongest military. Crushing it would not only secure the coveted granaries and sources of soldiers, thoroughly reversing Great Wu's dire predicament, but also make it clear to the world that she, Wu Minghuang, harbored the ambition to devour the 4 seas and possessed the power to conquer mountains and rivers. By then, kingdoms like Zhao and Tang would be mere trifles settled by a single decree. The northern Jin and Rome would tremble under the overwhelming might of absolute national power. A personal expedition to crush Liang. Thinking of how she would soon lead the great army and stand before the gates of Liang's capital, a blazing light flickered in Wu Minghuang's deep phoenix eyes. Just as her mind stirred and her fingers unconsciously caressed the dragon head on the armrest, "Your Majesty." The palace guard's loud and icy announcement shattered the brief silence. "The guilty minister Gao Sui has been brought." A stifled yet unavoidable stir rippled through the hall. The eyes of the civil and military officials all turned toward the entrance. Two burly imperial guards in full armor escorted a figure stepping in with heavy strides. The man being brought in was middle-aged, originally tall and broad, but now his shoulders seemed slumped. Gao Sui. Not long ago this name had represented the pillar of the northern frontier, the border commander trusted by His Majesty. He had commanded one of Great Wu's most elite forces, the Trap Battalion stationed in the north against the Jin Kingdom, with its strange, demonic artifacts. Now as a defeated general awaiting punishment, he knelt in this golden throne hall. Wu Minghuang leaned forward slightly, her gaze dropping. "Gao Sui," her voice rang out. "Do you know your crimes?" These four simple words carried immense weight. Gao Sui's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Slowly, with great difficulty, he raised his head to look at the lofty figure above. "Your servant knows." "Hold!" An aged yet extraordinarily forceful shout suddenly exploded. An old man in purple princely robes stepped steadily forward. Prince Su Wuyenzi, the younger brother of the late emperor, the imperial uncle of Wu Minghuang, once a renowned general of Great Wu known for invincible attacks. He had dared to interrupt the imperial confession. Wu Minghuang looked at her imperial uncle, her voice steady, but carrying a clear note of inquiry. "Imperial uncle." She pointed at the prostrate Gao Sui below the steps, her tone intensifying. "This wretch, as the commander-in-chief, held the most elite trap battalion of our northern frontier. The court placed great hopes in him, supplying grain and armor as a priority. Why does imperial uncle obstruct his confession?" Her questioning was reasoned and forceful, carrying the majesty of an emperor. The Trap Battalion, a blade of the nation forged with the late emperor's heart and soul, had been entrusted to Gao Sui, a sign of immense trust and responsibility. To have it reduced to such a state made any excuse sound like a feeble denial. Prince Su Wuyenzi did not retreat an inch in the face of the Empress's authority. He bowed respectfully to the throne. "Your Majesty, this old minister does not intend to obstruct Gao Sui's confession." His voice was aged, but every word was clear. "This old minister only wishes to ask Your Majesty, what crime has Gao Sui committed?" These words stunned the entire hall. Even those officials who had been burying their heads like ostriches could not help but look up in astonishment at Prince Su. Gao Sui had suffered such a disastrous defeat, lost key positions, and sacrificed troops and generals. Was that not a crime? Then what was? Wu Minghuang's brow furrowed slightly. "What does imperial uncle mean by this? Is what I said just now not clear enough?" "Repeated defeats, loss of troops and territory. That is his crime." Prince Su shook his head again. He stepped forward closer to the imperial steps and raised his voice. "Your Majesty, if we speak of defeats, Gao Sui indeed has them. But as for his crime, this old minister, though retired at home for the past 2 years, has not dared to betray the late emperor and Your Majesty. I have been constantly observing the trends of the world and the military situation on the borders. Especially matters concerning the Jin Kingdom in the north I have inquired extensively and pondered carefully." He paused briefly, his gaze sharpening. "What the Jin rely on is by no means merely the ferocity of their cavalry. Those demonic artifacts of theirs which can emit sounds and flames and shatter solid formations from 100 paces away are the true great killers. The power of these objects, though I have not witnessed them personally, from the reports of escaped wounded soldiers and frontline spies who risked their lives to send word, I know their sound, is like thunder. Fire bursts forth, lead pellets fly, no armor can withstand them, and formations collapse upon encounter. They cannot be faced head-on by human strength." His words echoed through the hall, painting a chilling picture. Many civil officials showed terror on their faces, while some military officers who knew the inside story nodded grimly. Prince Su continued, his tone carrying a heavy certainty. "General Gao Sui led the Trap Battalion, which was indeed elite, but ultimately of flesh and blood. Faced with such unheard-of and cunning weapons, his retreat step by step and loss of cities were not due to poor command, nor were the soldiers unwilling to fight." He turned abruptly to Wu Minghuang, his eyes blazing. "Your Majesty, do you know that when the Jin's demonic artifacts first appeared in our army was completely unprepared, suffering unprecedented defeats? How many border generals collapsed at the first clash, or even fled at the sight of the enemy? But what of Gao Sui? He stabilized the central army, gathered the scattered troops, fought while retreating, and set up layered defenses preventing the Jin forces from sweeping through and directly threatening our heartland. Prince Su's voice was resolute. Your Majesty, if any other general in the court were placed in that desperate situation, could they have done better than Gao Sui? This old minister dares not speak rashly, but I fear. He paused, his tone softening, yet carrying more weight. Therefore this old minister believes that Gao Sui is not guilty. On the contrary, he has merit. At the very least he has faults, but also toil and hardship. Wu Minghuang was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Then in Imperial Uncle's view, how should this matter be handled? Should we simply let merits offset faults, and not pursue the matter? Where would that leave the court's laws and military discipline? Prince Su seemed to have anticipated the Empress's question. He bowed again, his voice steady and earnest. Your Majesty, the dignity of the law cannot be abandoned. Gao Sui indeed bears the responsibility for defeat. That is a fact. However, at this critical moment, when the nation needs talent, especially on the Eastern Front. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on Wu Minghuang. Liang Kingdom is the strongest of the 8. Your Majesty intends to lead a personal expedition to crush Liang. That battle will be a hard and vicious one. Our army needs generals who are familiar with battle formations, capable of fighting hard battles, and able to stabilize the situation in adversity. He pointed to Gao Sui, still kneeling on the ground. General Gao Sui, through the bitter struggles in the north, though defeated, has accumulated valuable experience in contending with a strong enemy. His resilience, his ability to adapt on the battlefield, and his skill in gathering scattered troops and reorganizing them are precisely what our Eastern expedition requires. Rather than executing a defeated general and wasting talent, it is better to let him atone for his crimes through meritorious service. Having spoken, the Prince of Sui bowed deeply to the ground. The entire Golden Throne Hall fell into an even deeper silence. Wu Minghuang's gaze swept across the Prince of Sui and Gao Sui. After a long moment, Wu Minghuang let out a soft sigh. What my imperial uncle says is not without reason. Gao Sui, the kneeling figure, trembled violently. You lost your army and territory, a crime deserving death. Yet the Prince of Sui strongly defends you, speaking of your toils and talents. I shall trust him for now. Henceforth all your posts in the northern border are stripped, but you are to remain in the army for service. You are to be incorporated into the Eastern Expedition Army under the command of the Prince of Sui. In this campaign against the Liang Kingdom, I expect to see your military achievements and your loyalty. Use the blood of the Liang people to wash away the shame of the northern border. If you prove incompetent again, Wu Minghuang's voice turned icy, I will exterminate your entire clan to uphold the law. On the walls of Heishui County, the lookout on the watchtower suddenly shouted a warning. Chieftain, there's movement to the south. Liu Guan turned at the words, his gaze like lightning piercing to the end of the southern official road. Dust began to rise. It was not scattered remnants of defeated troops, but orderly marching columns with the air of the imperial army. Banners were faintly visible in the sky, embroidered with the characters Liangzhou and Feng. What was inevitable had finally arrived. How many men? Liu Guan's voice betrayed no emotion. Judging by the dust and banners, it's the vanguard, about 2,500 strong, a mix of infantry and cavalry fully armored, reported the veteran lookout swiftly. 2005. Not a full deployment. It seemed that Lord Feng, the military commissioner, was holding back. Liu Guan calculated rapidly in his mind. Close the city gates. Everyone to the walls. Ready the crossbows and prepare the rolling logs and stones. He paused, then added, but do not release a single arrow until I give the order. Yes. The weary defenders of Heishui County, fresh from battle, swiftly mobilized once more. Half an hour later, the vanguard of the Liangzhou army set up camp 3 li outside the city. Beneath the central army banner, a young general clad in gleaming silver mountain-scale armor with a red tassel on his helmet squinted as he surveyed the nearby Heishui County town. He was just over 20 with a fair complexion. He was Feng Kuan, the Zhenwei commandant and nephew of Liangzhou military commissioner Feng Zi. General, the reconnaissance is complete. A deputy general rode back, his face filled with disbelief. It is said. The raiders numbered about 60 riders, but they struck straight at the central command. The head of the northern Rome, Wanhu Bader, was hoisted on the spear tip of that bandit chief in Heishui County. Feng Kuan's hand holding the horsewhip suddenly tightened. 60 riders breaking 8,000, decapitating the enemy commander, routing his entire army. What kind of joke was this? But the lingering smoke before his eyes and the distant, barely visible scene of carnage on the battlefield coldly attested to this fact. He had arrived with a belly full of rage. But now, Feng Kuan was not an idiot. He was arrogant because of his family background and his own abilities. The situation before him quickly sobered him up. That Liu Guan, by an unimaginable means, had routed the northern Rhone detachment. Whatever methods he used, this man's bravery, audacity, and wildness far exceeded that of ordinary bandits. His own 2,500 men, though elite prefectural troops, faced an opponent who had just created a miracle, and whose morale was likely soaring. What would be the cost of a frontal assault? Even if he could take the city, how many of his vanguard would remain? How would he handle the possible remnants of the northern Rome or other unforeseen events? More importantly, what if such a man could be made to serve him? An audacious thought, irresistible, arose from the depths of Feng Kuan's heart. His uncle wanted stability in Heishui County and wanted face. Who sat in the magistrate's seat? Zhou Yongchang or Liu Guan? Did it really matter? If this Liu Guan could submit and acknowledge the court's authority, wouldn't that be far better than expending troops in a bloody battle only to end up with a ruined and empty city? Not only would he fulfill his uncle's mission of pacifying the region, but he would also gain a fierce general capable of hard fighting. In the future in Liangzhou, and within the family, his own standing would increase greatly. Feng Kuan made up his mind, and said to a trusted aide beside him, "Pick 2 men with loud voices. Approach the city wall and call out. Tell them that Jinwei Commandant Feng Kuan of Liangzhou has arrived by order of the military commissioner, and request the person in charge inside the city to come out and speak. Keep the tone polite. Say there are important matters to discuss, not for battle." Yes. Although the aide was somewhat puzzled, he dared not ask questions and immediately went to carry out the order. Not an immediate attack, nor a summons to surrender, but important matters to discuss. Somewhat interesting. Chieftain, beware of treachery, Han Ming said in a low voice, well aware of the official army's tricks. No matter. Liu Guan raised his hand. Let's hear what they have to say. Li Si, keep an eye on their movements behind. Zhao Dahu, guard the wall. In my absence, you are in temporary command. Having made his arrangements, Liu Guan walked to the crenellations and, filling his lungs with air, let his voice carry clearly. I am Liu Guan. What instruction does Commandant Feng have? Speak plainly. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying far, startling the 2 shouting soldiers. The message quickly reached Feng Kuan's ears. Feng Kuan's spirits lifted. He personally rode forward, escorted by a squad of personal guards, to a spot 1.5 bowshots from the city gate, a distance that showed good faith, while remaining relatively safe. Listen, righteous man Liu Guan of Heishui County. Feng Kuan announced loudly, deliberately using righteous man instead of bandit. I am Feng Kuan, Jinwei Commandant of Liangzhou. By order of Lord Feng, Military Commissioner of Liangzhou, I have come to investigate the affairs of Heishui County. He paused, observing the reaction on the wall, and continued, you attacked and killed imperial officials and occupied the county seat. According to law, you should be annihilated. However, Lord Feng considers that you might have been driven by the chaotic times. Moreover, we heard that last night you actually rose up to resist the northern Rome and protect the local people. This shows that you still have loyalty in your hearts and are not utterly evil. Now the northern frontier is unsettled, and the state is in need of capable men. Lord Feng cherishes talent and also thinks of your small merit in resisting the Rome. He therefore grants you an opportunity. Feng Kuan raised his voice with an air of conferring favor. Liu Guan, if you truly repent and are willing to lead your men to submit to the court and obey the orders of Military Commissioner Feng, then your previous crimes, such as killing Zhou Yongchang, may be leniently forgiven. Lord Feng can petition the court to grant you a formal position. You could be a county commandant or a town general, allowing you to legitimately govern Heishui, protect the people and the region. Wouldn't that be far better than bearing the name of a bandit and living in constant fear? Feng Kuan cast the bait. County commandant or town general. Though low-ranking military posts, they were like a carp leaping over the dragon gate for a grass bandit. More importantly, legitimacy and forgiveness of crimes were what most bandit leaders craved. On the city wall, Han Ming, Zhao Dahu, and the others darkened their expressions. Amnesty. That was a slow knife cutting flesh. If they agreed today, they'd be given a county commandant, but tomorrow they could be transferred away and sidelined, their brothers scattered and absorbed, and their lives ultimately in others' hands. Li Si looked at Liu Guan only to see no anger on his face, but rather a faint, almost amused smile. Commandant Feng's kind intentions I appreciate with all my heart. Liu Guan began, his voice still steady. Resisting the northern Rome and protecting the people is simply what we ought to do. I dare not take credit for it. As for submitting to the court, he deliberately drew out the tone. Feng Kuan's heart tightened as he listened intently. I am deeply grateful for the kindness of Lord Feng and you, Commandant. However, my brothers and I are used to being free and easy. Sudden restraint by the court might cause inconvenience. Moreover, after last night's bloody battle with the northern Rome, our casualties are heavy. The townspeople are still in shock, and 100 things are waiting to be done. To discuss taking office and submitting now would be difficult to handle properly. Therefore Liu Guan revealed his true intention. Please report to Lord Feng. Heishui County is willing to honor the court's banner, pay this year's taxes, maintain local peace, and never again oppose the government. But matters such as city defense appointment and removal of officials and tax collection still need to be handled by ourselves to reassure the people. When the situation stabilizes, we can discuss the details of submission later. In short, Liu Guan concluded Heishui County can nominally submit to Liangzhou. Taxes can be paid, but the territory and the army must be under my own control. Heeding orders, but not receiving commands. Liu Guan. Feng Kuen's voice turned cold. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Lord Feng giving you a chance is a sign of respect. Do you think that with your fluke victory last night you are qualified to negotiate terms with the Imperial Court and Lord Feng? Here are 2,500 elite provincial troops. If we truly wanted to raise your little Heishui County, it would be no hard task. By then both jade and stone would burn together. Have you thought it through? It was a threat, an outright threat. Liu Guan, however, suddenly smiled. Commander Feng, why such anger? He said leisurely. I am by no means an ungrateful fellow. But the commander himself said last night was a fluke victory. Since it was a fluke, how would I dare pride myself on it? Heishui County is indeed weak in troops, and short on generals, and its city walls are low. He shifted his tone, a hint of mockery suddenly creeping into his voice. However, Batter, the myriad commander of the Northern Rome, and his 7,000 to 8,000 grassland warriors who flukily failed to defeat us would probably not agree with the commander's statement that raising this place is no hard task. The commander's elite provincial troops are naturally stronger than those Northern Rome barbarians. But I and these brothers under my command just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood last night. Liu Guan trailed off. Feng Kuan sat on his horse, chest heaving. He knew Liu Guan was using last night's victory and that desperate death-defying spirit to menace him in return. Yet this menace was tangible, making him wary of harming the rat for fear of breaking the vases. A direct assault. There might still be a chance of victory, but the cost would be disastrous, and it would thoroughly burn bridges. His uncle wanted a controllable Heishui County, not a ruin requiring enormous resources to rebuild, nor a deadly feud with a crazed desperado. But if he didn't attack, could he just slink back in disgrace? Or accept these near-separatist conditions? Feng Kuan was caught in a dilemma, his expression shifting unpredictably. Liu Guan took in his reaction, knowing the moment was ripe. He spoke again, his tones softening, offering the other a way out. Commander Feng, in chaotic times, everyone struggles to survive, each with their own difficulties. All I seek is a corner of land to establish myself and live in peace with absolutely no intention of opposing Lord Feng or the Imperial Court. Today the commander has led troops from afar. You must be weary. Better to return to camp for now and faithfully report my words to Military Governor Feng. How to decide is entirely Lord Feng's call. During this time, Heishui County will not initiate any provocation. He clasped his hands in salute, making a show of deference. Would this be acceptable? Feng Kuan stared hard at the figure on the city wall, and after a long while squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Liu Guan, you are quite something. Your words I will relay to my uncle verbatim. I hope you won't regret today's choice. With that, he abruptly turned his horse and commanded, return to camp. Han Meng said in a deep voice. I know. Liu Guan watched the receding dust, his gaze profound. He needs time to report back, and we need time as well. Use this interval to count the spoils, reinforce the city defenses, and reassure the people. Also, Liu Guan turned to look south, dispatch capable scouts to watch their every move. Feng Kuan may hesitate, but his backer Governor Feng will probably not accept my terms so easily. Next time what comes may not be negotiation, but true extermination. We need to grow stronger faster. In the central command tent of the Liangzhou army's vanguard camp. Bang! A fine celadon tea bowl was hurled viciously to the ground, shards and warm tea splattering all over. Feng Kuan's chest heaved violently, his face flushed with fury. Respond to orders, but not to summons. Who the hell does Liu Guan think he is? A stray bandit who luckily escaped death occupying a rundown county town. Does he really think he's someone important? He gasped for breath, bellowing at the few trusted officers in the tent. And what did he mean by the Northern Rome have hard bones? He's threatening me. Using those barbarians' corpses to threaten me. The officers in the tent bowed their heads and silenced the atmosphere oppressive. The deputy general cautiously stepped forward. General, please calm your anger. That Liu Guan is clearly ferocious in appearance, but weak within, using bluster to buy time, so he can digest last night's gains and solidify his defenses. Do you think I don't know that? Feng Kuan whirled around, eyes bulging. But right now he's a hedgehog. If we try to bite hard, even if we manage it, our vanguard will lose a few teeth. The northern roan corpses on Wild Horse Shoal haven't even gone cold yet. What do you expect the soldiers to think? That was what frustrated Feng Kuan most. Liu Guan's words were not so much meant for him as for all the provincial troops. Last night's bloody miracle had become an invisible barrier greatly affecting the soldiers' morale. If the order for a direct assault were given, its effectiveness would likely be greatly diminished. Another older commander said thoughtfully, "General, though Liu Guan is arrogant, what he said about nominal submission and paying tribute might not be impossible to consider. If he truly delivers, then we can account for it to the military governor. At least it's better than losing troops and officers and ending up with a ruined city." Moreover, with the Northern Roan's recent defeat, it remains uncertain whether their main force will seek revenge. If our army gets too entangled with Liu Guan here, we may end up being exploited by them. That hit home, and it was also the main reason he withdrew. Liu Guan was not easy to fight, and the Northern Roan behind him were an even greater hidden danger. If we fought here until we were exhausted, and then the Northern Roan sent a flank force, the joke would be on us. Enough. A direct assault is too risky, the gain not worth the loss. Feng Kuan made his decision. Liu Guan wants to delay. I'll give him that time. He looked at the staff officer in charge of documents. Immediately draft 2 dispatches. One is a detailed military report to my uncle, truthfully reporting that Liu Guan's forces in Heishui County routed the Northern Roan detachment. But the key point is, this brute, riding on the prestige of his great victory, is arrogant and unruly, demanding official titles and seeking to establish de facto separatist rule. His forces are quite formidable, and with the advantage of city walls, they cannot be taken by hasty attack. Our vanguard is confronting them, weighing the pros and cons to avoid wasting the province's elite troops in internal strife, and giving the Northern Roan an opening. We have temporarily halted the direct assault, deploying troops as a deterrent to force them not to act rashly. This was passing the buck to Feng Zi, while also finding a high-sounding excuse for staying put, taking the overall situation into account and guarding against the Northern Roan. The second, Feng Kuan curled his lips into a cold smile, is a reply to Liu Guan. Tell him that I have already sent his terms by fast horse to the military governor for a decision. During this period, he is expected to strictly keep his promises, refrain from further looting and expansion, and immediately begin registering the population and grain in preparation for future inspection. If there is any change, our army will surely suppress him with full force. Do not say you were not warned in advance. At the western drill ground of Heishui County, 60 stalwart men had stood the previous night. Now only 8 silently occupied the center of the field. All 8 were wounded, some with blood-soaked linen wrapped around their heads, others with arms and slings, and a few who could barely stand without support. Liu Guan stood before them, flanked by Han Meng, Li Sijao Dahu, and all the core leaders of Heishui County. Beyond them, a dense crowd of commoners drawn by the news had gathered in utter silence. Every gaze was fixed on the 8. 60 riders had set out, only 8 returned. 52 lives were forever lost at Yema Beach, 30 Liuwei mingled with the bones of the Baron warriors, perhaps never to be recovered. Liu Guan's eyes slowly swept over these familiar, yet unfamiliar faces. He remembered each one's expression before departure. The grin of old Guai missing a front tooth, the hoarse voices shouting, "We'll follow the chief." Now most of those faces were gone. He drew a deep breath. "Brothers," Liu Guan began, his voice low, but exceptionally clear, "you have endured hardships." Those simple words caused one of the men, named Zhang Kuei, to shake violently. The other 7 also had reddened eyes. "Last night 60 of our brothers left the city," Liu Guan continued, his tone laden with the weight of a mountain. "To fight a battle no one believed we could win, to accomplish a feat no one thought possible. We knew we might die, but no one retreated. Now 8 of us have returned. The other 52 will not come back." He paused. "They did not simply die. They staked their lives on the gambling table of the King of Hell for the tens of thousands of people in Heishui County, and they won this gamble for us." Liu Guan's voice suddenly rose, resounding across the entire drill ground. "From today onward, the names of the 52 brothers who fell in battle last night shall be carved on a monument erected in the center of this field. They will receive incense and worship from the entire city. Their families shall be the families of every brother in Heishui County. Their parents will be supported by the county government for life. Their children will be raised by the county government until adulthood. Their wives, if they choose to remain chaste, they shall receive double the monthly pension. If they wish to remarry, the county government will provide a generous dowry and see them off with honor. I, Liu Guan, swear here, as long as Heishui County has a single grain of food, the families of the martyrs will never go hungry. As long as I stand here, the glory of the martyrs shall never be tarnished." These words, struck with the force of metal, were not only a reassurance to the 8 survivors, but a solemn pledge to the entire city's soldiers and civilians, and to all who might follow him in the future. In turbulent times, following a leader who values loyalty and treats the fallen generously often fosters greater cohesion than empty slogans. The 8 survivors could no longer hold back. Some sobbed, others pounded the ground with their fists. Liu Guan turned to them, his tone turning solemn, "And you 8 brothers who returned alive. You are the greatest contributors to Heishui County, the heroes who witnessed the miracle and turned it into reality. Each of you shall receive 50 mu of farmland or residence and 100 taels of silver. You shall be promoted 3 ranks. From this day forward you are no longer attached to any battalion. You will be formed into the Pazan Imperial Guard directly under my command. Your duties to guard, to train new recruits, and to pass on the spirit and skills of last night's bloody battle. Generous rewards. Unprecedented status." The 8 men trembled with excitement and struggled to kneel in gratitude. "Stand," Liu Guan barked. "This is what you deserve. It was earned with 52 lives and the wounds on your own bodies. Hold your heads high and accept it." He stepped forward, personally stopping before Zhang Kuei. "Well done, Zhang Kuei. I recall you cut down at least 3 Barong Decurions." Zhang Kuei's nostrils flared as he rasped, "Chief, I didn't disgrace the old brothers of Heifeng Stronghold." "No one will disgrace us," Liu Guan replied. He walked past each one, offering a brief word, calling out their names or mentioning some detail from the previous night's battle. This made the 8 feel that the chief had truly remembered each of their performances amid the chaos. The feeling of being valued warmed their hearts more than any reward. After the compensation and rewards, the atmosphere remained somber and mournful, but the despair had been dispelled, replaced by a more resolute cohesion. Liu Guan turned to face all the soldiers and civilians, his voice carrying across the crowd. "You see, the Barong are not invincible. The prefectural troops are not a flood of beasts. As long as we are willing to risk our lives and hold to discipline, Heishui County will be an iron bastion. Anyone who tries to bite into it must be prepared to shatter their teeth. Now the battle is temporarily over, but the time to fight tooth and nail has only just begun. Han Meng, I am here." Han Meng strode forward. "Your 1st battalion shall be expanded to 500 men. Select the best from the city's able-bodied youths and the refugees who flock here. I want you to turn them into an impenetrable wall for defense within half a month. The city wall defense is your overall responsibility." "Yes, I will not fail the chief." "Li Si, here. Your 2nd battalion shall also be expanded to 500. Use the old brothers of Heifeng Stronghold as the backbone and supplement with daring fighters. Your task is not defense, but to be ready for field battles and mobile strikes at any time. Training must be fierce and blood must be drawn." "Understood." "Zhao Dao, big brother, your 3rd battalion will not be expanded for now. From the 1700 warhorses captured last night, your men will first select the 300 strongest mounts. I want you to use the 8 surviving brothers as the core instructors and recruit skilled riders from the entire army, even from the Barong captives, to form Heishui County's first true cavalry unit, the Black Cloud Cavalry. The initial strength is set at 300, but we prefer quality over quantity. I want a blade that can charge formations and conduct lightning raids, not infantry on horseback." Zhao Da's eyes lit up instantly, and he puffed out his chest. "Yes, big brother, I will definitely forge the Black Cloud Cavalry." One clear order after another was issued, transforming the vast spoils and grief into tangible momentum. The entire Heishui County, like a machine that had just endured a heavy blow yet been infused with powerful energy, began to operate at high speed and with precision. More than half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. At the forward camp of the Liangzhou army inside the central command tent, Feng Kuan clutched the military order that had just arrived by 600 Li urgent relay from the prefectural city. The letter was written in his uncle's own hand, severe in tone and carrying an unyielding decision. It first furiously condemned Liu Guan as ungrateful and harboring wolfish ambitions, insisting that he must be severely punished as a warning to others. Then the pen turned, affirming that Feng Kuan's earlier handling, suspending the assault and massing troops as a deterrent, was fairly prudent. Yet it stated unequivocally Heishui County must be taken and Liu Guan must be eliminated or brought under total control. This matter concerned Liangzhou's authority and still more the imperial court's face. There was no room for compromise. On the matter of reinforcements, Feng Kuan's greatest concern, the letter was written with considerable subtlety. "I have ordered Sun Cheng, garrison commander of Yong'an County, to lead his 800 troops together with roughly 500 regional troops and local braves that can be mustered from the 3 neighboring counties, totaling 1,300 men, to reinforce your command at once and act under your authority." 1,300 men. Feng Kuan made quick calculations in his mind. Adding them to his current 2,500 vanguard troops, his total strength would reach 3,800. It sounded like a fair number. But the phrases Sun Cheng, garrison commander of Yong'an County, and regional troops and local braves from the 3 neighboring counties made Feng Kuan's lips curl into a cold sneer. He knew Sun Cheng, an old bureaucrat who had climbed through seniority and connections more capable of holding ground than taking it. His 800 troops might be adequate for city defense, but fighting in the open field. Even half of them following orders would be lucky. As for those 500 regional troops and local braves, they were a motley rabble. Fine for padding numbers, but useless in a hard battle. The true core border troops of Liangzhou and the elite battalions directly under the prefectural government had not been moved at all. His uncle wanted to pull out the thorn of Heishui County, but he did not want to deplete his own trusted forces, nor was he willing to stake everything on this clan nephew. In addition, the prefectural armory has allocated arrows, shields, and siege equipment components, which will be transported with the reinforcements. I hope you will make good use of them, achieve a swift victory, and avoid prolonging the campaign and wasting provisions and treasure. You must also be wary of fresh trouble on the northern border. Arrows, shields, siege equipment. This was real tangible support. Feng Kuen's expression improved slightly. With these tools, his confidence in taking that low-walled county town grew. Lastly, make sure to find out the full details of how Liu Guan routed the northern Rome, especially whether he possesses extraordinary means or deadly weapons. This too is of great importance. Feng Kuen put down the letter and walked to the crude map hanging in the tent. His uncle's calculations were clear to him, and his own plan had become even clearer. Reinforcements were coming, but they were not elite. The prefectural government's attitude was, we support your attack, but don't expect us to go all out and don't drag it on long enough to exhaust us. The pressure was now on him. Swift victory. Feng Kuen murmured to himself. He too wanted a swift victory. The longer it dragged on, the more uncertainties there would be. Liu Guan was digesting his spoils and consolidating his strength. With every passing day, that bone would grow harder. Having suffered such a heavy loss, would the Northern Rome launch a follow-up action? No one could say for sure. He had to fight, and he had to intimidate quickly. Ideally taking the city in one blow, or at least severely mauling the defenders, making Liu Guan feel pain, and letting his uncle see his ability. Attend me. Feng Kuen turned his gaze sharp and ruthless. General, when will the reinforcements arrive? Garrison Commander Sun's messenger came ahead, saying his main force has already set out from Yong'an and will reach our camp in no more than 3 days. 3 days? Feng Kuen pondered. No more waiting. Order the whole army, eat your fill today, and inspect your weapons. At dawn tomorrow, break camp and advance, establish a new camp 2 li south of Heishui County town, and assume siege formation. He wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of force, giving Liu Guan a fright before the reinforcements arrived, and at the same time, proving to the prefectural government that Feng Kuen was not shrinking from battle. Send out scout cavalry again to keep strict watch on the 4 gates of Heishui, especially the labor crews hauling loot and repairing the walls. If any small group comes out, seize the opportunity to annihilate them and crush their spirit. Shoot an arrow letter into Heishui County saying the might of the prefecture has arrived. Liu Guan is ordered to come out of the city within 1 day, bind himself and surrender, and open the gates to submit. Only then can the residents be spared. If he resists stubbornly, then, when the city falls, not even a chicken or a dog will be left alive. On the city wall of Heishui County, Feng Kuen has made his move, advancing his camp to less than 2 li from the city. They are hurriedly making scaling ladders and shield carts. The scout's intelligence was quickly passed back. Liu Guan stood on the gate tower, watching the distant columns of prefectural troops with their bright banners drawing gradually closer, his expression calm. He had read Feng Kuen's arrow letter too and casually cast it into a brazier. A cornered beast still fights. Or is it a desperate dog jumping the wall? Li Si spat. With just over 2,000 men, he dares to put on such a grand show. He is waiting for reinforcements, and he also wants to suppress us before they arrive. Han Ming analyzed, for he understood the government army's tactics well. The arrow letter is meant to unsettle people's minds. The real killing stroke is still to come. Liu Guan nodded. He waits for reinforcements. We are also waiting. Only the things we are waiting for are different. He turned to Zhao Dao. How is the Black Cloud cavalry? Zhao Dao's face showed his difficulty. Boss time is too short. We have the horses, and we have selected some men, but fewer than 200 can truly shoot from horseback and charge in formation. Most are still practicing horse control and cutting. 200. Enough. Liu Guan's eyes flashed. I don't need you to charge in formation. Take 100 of those 200 and spread them out. Feng Kuen's entire army is pressing against the city with all attention on the front. His grain routes, his scout riders, and those reinforcements that may be dawdling behind. Those are your prey. I'm not asking you to annihilate them, only to harass, attack, and create chaos. Cut off his eyes and ears and keep him from sleeping soundly. Understand? Zhao Dao's eyes brightened. Got it. Harassment. Guerrilla warfare. That I'm good at. Li Si Han Meng. Liu Guan looked at the two. Defending the city is a hard battle. I'm leaving it to you. Remember, our walls are low, but our hearts must not be. Feng Kuen wants a quick fight, so we'll deliberately grind him down. The next day at the hour of Chun, a low horn sounded through the Liangzhou army's formation. More than 2,000 prefectural troops stood in orderly squares, blades and spears like a forest reflecting cold light in the early sun. Feng Kuan, mounted on his warhorse in the center of the host, gazed at the silent walls of Heishui in the distance. For no apparent reason, that small town gave him an inexplicable sense of oppression. He shook his head, dispelling that faint unease, drew his sword, and pointed forward. Beat the drums. Attack! Boom, 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 boom. The war drums thundered, shaking the plain. The vanguard's 3 infantry phalanxes, each about 500 men, began to advance, slowly driven by the officers' shouts and the urging drumbeats. Shield bearers were in front, spearmen behind, with archers and crossbowmen intermingled. Scaling ladders and shield carts creaked and rumbled as they advanced with the tide of men toward the city wall. 300 paces, 200, 150. The city wall was utterly silent, as if no one manned it. Feng Kuan frowned. What was Liu Guan up to? 100 paces. Archers. Loose arrows to suppress them. The vanguard commander ordered hoarsely. Hundreds of arrows rose into the air, arced, and fell on Heishui County town's wall top and the area behind it. Almost at the exact instant the Liangzhou arrows left their strings. Shields up. Behind the crenellations of the Heishui wall, crude wooden shields, door planks, and even entire door panels suddenly went up. Most of the arrows thudded into them, inflicting little damage. At the same time, from behind the wall, a dense black swarm of arrows suddenly soared up. They were fewer than the Liangzhou volley, but more accurate and more unexpected. Their targets were the forward troops of the Liangzhou army, especially the laborers and auxiliaries, pushing the scaling ladders and shield carts. "Ow! My eyes! Help!" Screams erupted at once among the vanguard, and the momentum of the advance stalled. The Heishui defenders actually had a considerable number of archers, and their archery was not weak. "Don't panic. Raise shields. Speed up. Cross this bowshot zone." The officers shouted harshly, lashing hesitant soldiers with whips. After barely struggling through the 100-pace death zone and reaching the foot of the wall, the scaling ladders had just been set against it. Rolling logs. Stones. Smash them. The defenders, who had long been prepared, roared, and under the command of Han Meng and Li Si hurled down heavy logs and sharp-edged stones with all their might. Boom. Crash. A gruesome tragedy unfolded at the foot of the city wall. Siege ladders were smashed apart, armored carts were toppled by rolling logs, and the state soldiers below were battered until their heads split and bones shattered. Scalding molten metal was poured from the battlements, and those it touched suffered, flesh melting and peeling, their screams even more agonizing. The first assault wave retreated in disarray after abandoning dozens of corpses and wounded behind them. Feng Kuan watched from the rear, his face dark with fury. He had anticipated casualties during the siege, but never imagined the defenders' resistance would be so methodical, their archery retaliation so sharp, and their defensive supplies so plentiful. Useless fools. Advance again. Archers, suppress them with everything you have. Enforcers, move forward. Behead anyone who retreats. Feng Kuan roared in fury. After a brief adjustment, a larger offensive was launched once more. Arrow volleys grew denser, with soldiers on and below the walls falling as they were struck. Siege ladders pressed against the ramparts once again, and this time even daring state soldiers scaled the top of the wall, engaging the defenders in bloody hand-to-hand combat. Blades flashed and steel clashed amid roars and death cries. The rampart instantly turned into an abattoir. Yet the second onslaught of the state army, after paying an even heavier price, was repelled once again. Feng Kuan's face had darkened to the color of a charred wok. 2 failed assaults had already dampened morale. Meanwhile, the defenders of Heishui County, though also suffering casualties, still held the city walls firmly, and that tenacious fighting spirit chilled him to the bone. He knew that breaking through the city today was unlikely. Liu Guan's resolve was harder than he had imagined. "Sound the retreat. Withdraw our forces." Feng Kuan clenched his teeth and issued the order, casting a sinister glance at the faint silhouette atop Heishui's ramparts. "Liu Guan will see about this. When my reinforcements arrive, let's see how many more days your crumbling city can hold out." Above Heishui's city walls, a blood-stained twilight settled. Liu Guan squinted, gazing toward the Liangzhou army camp outside the city, which had reformed its ranks rather than retreating far. Feng Kuan's intention was clear: an exhaustion tactic, using continuous and intense assaults to drain the defenders' manpower and will. "Commander, we have consumed less than half our arrows, and the rolling logs and boulders are nearly depleted as well. Over 70 wounded, brothers, and 23 dead." Han Meng approached, reporting in a hoarse voice, his face smeared with ash and blood. Li Si also hurried over, his arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, cursing loudly. "That bastard Feng Kuan really fights hard." Liu Guan nodded, but remained silent. His gaze locked onto the vanguard of the enemy's left wing, where a commander's banner embroidered with the character Feng flew slightly higher than the others. A general clad in gleaming silver mountain-patterned armor, surrounded by his personal guard, was gesturing animatedly, saying something toward the Heishui city wall. A sudden thought darted into Liu Guan's mind. Feng Kuan wanted to exhaust him. Wait for reinforcements. Why should he be the one passively taking blows? A surging mix of killing intent and patience, and a restless urge to completely shatter the deadlock welled up within his chest. The savagery and exhilaration of his charge through the Bei Rong camp half a month ago seemed still to linger in his blood. He wanted to do something. Do something that would etch itself indelibly into the memories of Feng Kuan and every state soldier beneath these walls. Li Han Ming. Liu Guan spoke, his voice unnaturally calm. Hold the wall securely. I'm going down to stretch my limbs. Both men blinked in surprise. Li Si pleaded urgently, brother. What are you doing? The state army is everywhere below. It's too dangerous. Han Ming also frowned. Commander, the enemy formation is still intact. Attacking now. No matter, Liu Guan interrupted them, striding decisively down the inner ramp of the city wall. Zhao Dahu, who had received orders and awaited nearby, led over an exceptionally powerful northern warhorse with a coat as dark as charcoal. Hanging beside the saddle was the 16-foot-long lance. Brother, Zhao Dahu whispered, the scouts sent out by the Black Cloud Cavalry report that Feng Kuan's vanguard reinforcements are still about 2 days' march away. They won't come in time. Liu Guan took the lance, feeling its heavy, icy weight in his hands. He mounted the horse and selected 80 riders from the Black Cloud Cavalry. Open the side gate. Just the small one, Liu Guan ordered. Commander. Sun Xiaochuan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, turned pale. Liu Guan looked at him, his eyes leaving no room for argument. Do as I say. Then close the main gate. Unless you see me return or the enemy route, do not open it again. The heavy side gate creaked open, revealing a gap barely wide enough for 2 horses to ride abreast. Liu Guan led the way, and the 80 riders slipped out silently as phantoms, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the wall and the disorderly terrain beyond. On the ramparts, Li Han Ming and the others held their breath, staring down intently. Liu Guan did not charge directly at the enemy's solid frontline formation. Leading the 80 riders, he used the undulating terrain and the scattered debris left by the siege, moving like a ghost along the base of the wall, wheeling toward the right flank at tremendous speed. Most of the Liangzhou army's attention was drawn to the frontal city wall, and the few patrol riders primarily guarded directions much farther out. No one expected the defenders to dare dispatch a small cavalry force for a flanking maneuver right under the eyes of their own main army. It was not until Liu Guan's 81 riders suddenly emerged from behind a ridge and charged straight at the rear of the state army's left wing that shrill alarms resounded. Enemy cavalry on the flank. Protect the general. Panic rippled through the left wing of the state army. Most of them were archers and spearmen, and facing the sudden cavalry assault from the side, their formations momentarily dissolved into chaos. Liu Guan's target was unmistakable, that foam, banner, and Feng Kuan himself beneath it. None shall stand before me. He let out a roar unlike any human sound, like the bellow of a wild beast, somehow drowning out the clamor of the battlefield. His black steed sensed its rider's boiling battle fervor and increased speed, once more streaking like a bolt of black lightning. The lance in his hand became a blur of dark light. There was no flourish. Only the simplest, most brutal direct thrusts, sweeping strikes, and crushing blows infused with all the superhuman strength he could muster. Squelch. A state army lieutenant who attempted to form a spear wall was pierced clean through by the lance tip, and flung aside, weapon and all. Crack. A heavy iron-bound wooden shield was swept aside by the lance shaft, shattering bone and all behind it. Thud. A cavalryman tried to intercept, but Liu Guan backhanded him with the lance shaft across the chest, sending him flying from his saddle and crashing into 3 or 4 men behind him. Too fast. Too fierce. Too savage. Liu Guan didn't seem to be breaking through a formation at all. He resembled more a mad iron beast, brutally tearing a bloody gash through the left wing of the state army with flesh and metal alike. Wherever he passed, severed limbs and arms flew through the air, screams echoed continuously, and not a single man could make him slow even slightly. The 80 cavalrymen followed close behind, desperately hacking at the enemy troops attempting to encircle them, but all eyes remained fixed on the figure ahead, a lone rider streaking forward, invincible and unstoppable. Feng Kuan, surrounded by his personal guards, watched the demon-like figure bearing down upon him, and for the first time terror flashed across his face. He had seen fierce generals before, but never anything so utterly beyond reason. A charge that treated entire military formations as if they were nothing. Loose arrows. Shoot him. Kill him for me. Feng Kuan roared amidst his bodyguards. Bowstrings hummed as dozens of arrows converged from different angles toward that black lightning. Liu Guan crouched low on his horse, his gaze fixed ahead. The horse lance in his hand swung and swept casually. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows were deflected by the thick lance shaft or the fine iron lance blade. The rain of arrows could not halt him even a moment. Die! A low growl burst from Liu Guan's throat. He charged straight toward the ranks of provincial troops without any intention of slowing or veering off. The horse lance became a whirlpool of death. A thrust of provincial soldier holding a spear was pierced through the chest, the immense force lifting his feet off the ground, turning him into a temporary shield on the lance shaft. A sweep, the lance blade traced a semicircle, slicing through 3 incoming waist sabers at the hilt and simultaneously cutting the throats of 2 sword wielders. Simple, brutal, and efficient. There was no wasted movement. Every swing was accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones, the groan of snapping weapons, and the dying screams of the fallen. Wherever he passed, men and horses were overturned. No one could stop his charge for even a single moment. Those provincial troops, usually fierce and brave, now seemed like paper and clay before him, collapsing at the slightest touch. 150 paces. Feng Kuan could see the blood dripping from the tip of his lance. 100 paces. Feng Kuan could feel the tangible killing intent rushing toward him, almost solidifying into substance. 80 paces. Feng Kuan could even see the inhuman fighting spirit burning in Liu Guan's eyes. Fear instantly gripped Feng Kuan's heart. All his previous conjectures about the defeat of the Baron, ambushes, traps, clever strategies, were shattered by the sheer extreme violence before his eyes. There were no schemes, no extraordinary tactics. This Liu Guan, the bandit leader he had once regarded as merely lucky, had defeated the Baron using the most impossible, most brutal, and most despairing method: absolute military superiority. General, retreat quickly. The bodyguard captain, his face pale, frantically pulled at Feng Kuan's reins. The surrounding provincial troops were already terrified by Liu Guan's demonic display. Cries of alarm, screams, and the clatter of weapons falling to the ground mingled into a cacophony. The left flank, with Liu Guan as its spearhead, collapsed rapidly. The 80 cavalrymen following Liu Guan took the opportunity to hack and slash wildly, spreading the chaos. No, can't retreat. Feng Kuan jerked his head, shaking off the bodyguard's hand, and a fierce, resolute light burst from his eyes. Retreat. Retreat to where? Under the gaze of so many, if he retreated in fear from a mere bandit leader, how could he, Feng Kuan, and his Feng family ever hold their heads high in Liangzhou? Besides, Liu Guan had charged for so long and killed so many. Even if he were made of iron, he must be exhausted by now, right? Perhaps he was already at the end of his strength, just putting up a bluff. A surge of bloodthirsty desperation mixed with the pride of a noble scion and the dignity of a military officer suddenly overwhelmed his fear. After all, he, Feng Kuan, had trained in martial arts from childhood, was skilled in archery and horsemanship, and was considered a man of exceptional courage in the provincial army. How could he shrink from battle before even fighting? Get out of my way. Feng Kuan bellowed, snatched his long spear from the bodyguard, spurred his horse, and charged straight toward Liu Guan. Hey, Liu Guan! Feng Kuan shouted at the top of his lungs, his spear leveled. Don't underestimate me. This move caught everyone by surprise. Even the collapsing provincial troops paused for a moment, looking at their commander, who had suddenly burst forth with such courage. Liu Guan, having just impaled and flung aside 2 shield bearers, heard the shout, and looked up, seeing Feng Kuan charging at him with leveled spear. The cold expression on his face instantly melted, and he actually grinned. Feng Kuan. Liu Guan's laugh carried undisguised admiration. At least you haven't made me despise you before your death. Come, let me send you off. The 2 horses raced toward each other, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Feng Kuan's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched. He poured all his life's learning and every ounce of his strength into that single thrust. The spear tip trembled, aiming straight for Liu Guan's chest. Swoosh! Feng Kuan's sure-kill thrust was narrowly dodged by Liu Guan, who sidestepped at the last moment. The spear tip only grazed his ribs, tearing his robe, but not even touching his skin. At the same time, Liu Guan's horse lance moved. Not a desperate thrust like Feng Kuan's, but a gentle horizontal sweep, using the speed of the 2 horses as they passed each other. Thud! Feng Kuan's head was sent flying into the air. The headless body, clad in gleaming silver mountain pattern armor, crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. The 2 riders crossed, and life and death were decided in an instant. Liu Guan did not even look back at Feng Kuan's corpse. His goal had never changed. His warhorse charged forward without slowing, heading straight for the Feng banner that stood unguarded, trembling slightly in the wind. The flag bearer and the few remaining bodyguards, already terrified by the sight of their commander being beheaded on the battlefield, saw the killing god charging toward them, let out a cry, dropped the flagpole, and fled in all directions. Liu Guan reached the banner, stretched out his long arm, and the horse lance traced a mournful, brilliant arc. Crack! The thick flagpole, as thick as a bowl, was easily severed by the lance blade. The silk banner embroidered with the character Feng along with the broken half of the flagpole, fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The entire process, from Liu Guan's countercharge to seize the banner to slaying Feng Kuan to felling the standard, took only a few dozen breaths. It was so fast that most of the provincial troops could not react. Only when the banner representing the commander and the army's soul crashed to the ground did the battlefield seem to hit a mute button, followed by an eruption of panicked chaos, like an avalanche. The general is dead. The banner has fallen. Colonel Feng has been killed. Run. Flee. Monster. He's not human. He's a monster. The left flank completely collapsed, spreading like a plague to the center and right flank. The death of the commander, the capture of the banner, and Liu Guan's inhuman slaughter had completely shattered the last vestiges of resistance among the Liangzhou troops. Blackwater Camp. Follow me and charge out. On the city wall, Li Si, Han Meng, Zhao Dahu, and others who had been watching the battle intently would never miss this golden opportunity. The city gates burst open. The well-rested infantry of the Blackwater Camp, led by Han Meng and Li Si, rushed out like tigers from a cage, shouting and charging straight at the disorganized provincial troops. Zhao Dahu leading the nearly 100 Black Cloud cavalry he had just gathered cut deeply into the enemy's flank, driving, splitting, and slaughtering the fleeing soldiers. Defeat is like a mountain collapsing. Liu Guan stood by the fallen foam, banner drenched in blood. He took a deep breath, and his voice like a thunderclap resounded across the field. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. Liu Guan's cry of surrender, and you shall live, struck the fleeing soldiers like a branding iron. More and more prefectural troops knelt down, their weapons scattered across the ground. Those still running were either herded back by the Heian cavalry or tripped by their own comrades. Li Si led his men in a swift flanking maneuver, encircling the kneeling soldiers into several groups. Han Meng commanded the outer perimeter, vigilant against any foolhardy attempts to charge. The clamor of battle gradually subsided, leaving only the wind, the groans of the wounded, and the heavy panting of the Heishui camp soldiers. Liu Guan remained mounted. He steadied his breathing, leaning on his spear shaft. This battle was won, decisively, and it had severed his last avenue of retreat. Big brother. Zhao Dahu rode over, his face alight with excitement. We've captured a good many alive, 700 to 800 at least. Those who escaped are probably no more than 300 or 400, and we've seized over 200 horses. Liu Guan nodded. Beheading Feng Kuan, routing 2,500, and capturing nearly 1,000. Such a result would surely keep the prefectural magistrates awake at night. He turned his horse and slowly approached the largest cluster of captives. The kneeling prefectural troops, seeing him draw near, all lowered their heads and trembled. They had witnessed how this god of slaughter had cut down Colonel Feng and shattered the battle formation. He was no man. He was a Yama. Liu Guan reined in his horse and spoke, his voice low but audible to all. I keep my word. Surrender, and you shall not die. A few among the captives secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Liu Guan's tone shifted. The battle is over and rules must be established. Heishui County does not harbor idlers, still less threats. Liu Guan's gaze swept over the frightened faces. You have only one path: stay and work to atone for your crimes. Repair the city walls, dig moats, transport supplies, clear the battlefield. Do whatever is dirty and laborious. You'll be fed 2 thin meals a day, enough to keep you alive. Work well, obey orders, and after 3 months we'll discuss whether you can stay or leave and whether you're worthy of handling weapons. During this time his voice suddenly turned harsh. Any sign of trouble, whispering, shirking passing messages, even a wrong look, don't report it to me. The guards will execute on the spot, and the 5 men nearest to you will share the punishment. The killing intent spread with his words. The captives' faces paled, all their hopes of luck extinguished. Han Meng, here. Break these men up into groups of 50 each with a number. Select 200 veterans and divide them into 4 squads for strict supervision. Distribute tools. Starting tomorrow, they will tackle all heavy labor, reinforcing the walls, clearing the battlefield, digging mass graves. Record work points. They won't work for nothing, but neither will they get off easy. Understood. Han Meng accepted the order. This turned the captives into construction labor, addressing manpower shortages while minimizing any immediate threat. On the official road of Yong'an County, dust billowed. Sun Chung, the garrison commander of Yong'an, rode a stout piebald horse. He squinted at the 800 elite troops he had brought, and the 500 or so motley garrison troops and militiamen behind them, a chill creeping into his heart. 800 elite. He knew his own situation. No more than 300 could be relied upon in a real fight. The rest were either old veterans or men with connections, good enough to man the walls and scare commoners, but to attack a county that had routed a Northern Rhone detachment. Sun Chung himself had his doubts. Alas, he sighed inwardly. Marshal Feng's assignment was no easy task. Liu Guan was clearly a tough nut. Feng Kuan with 2,500 elite prefectural troops could not handle him and had to bide time. His own meager force would be a sacrificial offering. But the order had come and he had to comply. He could only hope that Feng Kuan would make progress so that by the time he dawdled his way there, Liu Guan would already be dealt with, allowing him to claim some credit without losing his own troops. So we're approaching the fork. Should we head directly to Colonel Feng's camp or set up camp and rest first? A deputy asked. Sun Sheng glanced at the sky. It was just past noon. No rush. Set up camp first. Send a few fast scouts to contact Colonel Feng and inquire about the battle situation and how we should coordinate. Delay as long as possible. Yes, sir. The camp had just been erected and the cooking fires had not yet been lit when a cavalryman, his face twisted with extreme terror, charged in from the north like a madman. Sir, son, terrible news. Something awful has happened. The cavalryman was Sun Sheng's trusted liaison, left behind for communication, now trembling violently. Sun Sheng's heart lurched, but he forced himself to stay calm. Stop panicking. Speak slowly. Is Colonel Feng urging us to advance? No. The trusted man swallowed hard, his face drained of blood. Colonel Feng, he has been defeated, annihilated. What? Sun Sheng's hand jerked, nearly dropping his whip. Nonsense. Colonel Feng had 2,500 elite troops. How could? It's true, sir. The trusted man was almost in tears. Defeated soldiers are fleeing down. I met several on the road, and they all said the same. This morning Colonel Feng attacked the city, but the rebel leader Liu Guan of Heishui, he led only about 80 men, charged out of the city alone and drove straight into Colonel Feng's command post. Sun Sheng felt a chill shoot from his soles to the crown of his head. And then, Liu Guan is no man. The trusted man's eyes were filled with immense terror, as if he had witnessed it himself. Arrows couldn't hit him, blades couldn't cut him. The best fighters under Colonel Feng were like paper before him. He fought his way to Colonel Feng, who met him with a spear. Just one exchange, sir. One exchange. Colonel Feng's head flew off. His banner was cut down. Now the army is scattered, dead, captured, or fled. Less than 3 out of 10 escaped. Thud. Sun Sheng's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. The deputy and nearby guards also turned ashen with fear. He knew Feng Kuan's valor. He was among the best in Liangzhou's younger generation. How could he not last even one exchange? Was Liu Guan a man or a ghost? Sir, are you all right? The deputy rushed to help him. Sun Sheng was helped up, his hands and feet still icy, his mind a blank. Feng Kuan was finished. What about his own reinforcements? Continue northward and offer his head to that butcher. Turn back and explain to Marshal Feng. Losing Feng Kuan and then losing his own force would make Marshal Feng devour him alive. Quick. Strengthen the camp defenses. Send out more scouts. To the north, to the south. Keep a close watch. Report any sign of movement immediately. Sun Sheng's voice was shrill, completely losing his composure. For the rest of that day Sun Sheng sat, as if on pins and needles. The scattered remnants who had fled brought more terrifying details, each more alarming than the last. They spoke of Liu Guan's immense strength, how a single thrust of his spear could send 7 or 8 men flying, how his body was impervious to blades, and arrows merely sparked against his skin, how his battle cry thundered like the roar of heaven itself, striking terror into the hearts of men. The rumors spread and grew more outlandish by the hour. The camp seethed with unease, and the Xiang troops and local militiamen had already begun secretly packing their belongings, their eyes darting with fear. Sun Sheng huddled alone in his command tent, unable to eat or drink. His deputy commander and several loyal officers gathered beside him, every face etched with grim expressions. Every face a mask of dread. One grizzled squad leader spoke in a hoarse whisper, "My lord, we cannot press forward any further. Commander Feng and his elite forces were utterly destroyed. What chance do our meager troops stand? We would simply be offering ourselves as tribute to the slaughter. And with Liu Guan fresh from victory, his killing intent burns hot. He may already have his eyes set upon us. But how are we to answer to the brigade commander?" Sun Sheng's face twisted with anguish. Answer. Another hot-tempered squad leader spat on the ground. Feng Kuan is dead. Who remains to demand an accounting from us? The only thing that matters now is preserving our lives and the brothers under our command. In my view, we should wheel about and retreat to Yong'an. Fortify ourselves behind its walls. Liu Guan may be formidable, but surely he cannot fly over the city walls. Return to Yong'an. Sun Sheng hesitated. What if the brigade commander punishes us for it? Better that than marching to our deaths right now. The deputy commander clenched his teeth. My lord, listen to the sounds outside. The morale of our army has already shattered. If we push forward any farther, we won't need Liu Guan to strike us down. We'll destroy ourselves. As if to prove his words, a sudden commotion and cries of alarm erupted outside the tent. Sun Sheng startled violently and asked urgently, "What's happening?" A scout scrambled into the tent on hands and knees, his face pale as paper. "My lord, cavalry to the north. Dozens of riders. By their banners and bearing they are men of Heishui County. Not many, perhaps a few dozen, but they are circling our camp, and they have loosed several arrows into our position. Arrows with cloth strips attached." "Cloth strips? What do they say?" Sun Sheng demanded. A guard, trembling with fear, handed him a piece of rough burlap. Sun Sheng unrolled it to find words, crooked and unsteady, yet bristling with murderous intent. "Feng Kuan has been decapitated. The prefectural forces are vanquished. You motley rabble, decide swiftly your fate. Surrender and live. Resist and perish utterly. Heishui County Liu." At the bottom, there was even a faint smeared impression, as if someone had pressed a blood-stained finger to the page. With a heavy thud, Sun Sheng collapsed into his chair, the cloth strip drifting to the floor. A threat, naked and unmistakable. And they had already discovered his position, daring to dismiss them with such contempt as mere rabble. "My lord, cavalry, Heishui County cavalry." Another officer burst in, voice trembling. "Those riders deliberately drove dozens of fleeing soldiers from Commander Feng's side right up to our camp. They were wailing and begging for mercy, and they recounted once more how Commander Feng met his end. Now the whole camp knows." Psychological warfare. This was psychological warfare. Sun Sheng could already envision those Heishui County cavalry circling outside like wolves, and Liu Guan's demon god figure marching inexorably toward them. He knew better than anyone what kind of soldiers he commanded. They could fight when victory was assured, but now surrounded by such horrifying rumors and the intimidation of hostile cavalry, half would likely flee before a blade was even raised. "We cannot fight. We absolutely cannot fight." Sun Sheng murmured to himself, cold sweat beading on his brow and trickling down his temple. Fight and death was certain. Flee. Behind him lay the fiery wrath of Brigade Commander Feng. Before him gleamed Liu Guan's blade of slaughter. Could there be no other path? Surrender. The moment this thought surfaced, it took root like poisonous weeds, spreading wildly through Sun Sheng's heart. Surrender to a rebel. This was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. But Feng Kuan was dead. Liangzhou Prefecture had suffered an enormous humiliation. Might they not shift all blame for the defeat onto him to escape responsibility? He, a garrison commander with no powerful connections, would make the perfect scapegoat. His entire family, old and young alike, would be doomed. But what if he surrendered to Liu Guan? His reputation would be ruined, yes, but at least he would survive the moment. And observing Liu Guan's meteoric rise, the ferocity of it bordered on the supernatural. What if the man truly became a force to be reckoned with? In times of chaos, loyalty and righteousness are hollow illusions. What matters is staying alive and holding military power in your hands. These two choices clashed violently within Sun Sheng's mind. On one side, imperial law, family honor, the possibility of autumn reckoning. On the other, the immediate threat of death, a possible lifeline, and a kind of terror inspired by overwhelming strength. In the end, the fear of death and the despair over his own predicament crushed all other considerations. "Go." His voice cracked and parched. He said to his most trusted deputy commander, "Invite Mr. Wang. Quickly, and let no one see." He must not be seen. Mr. Wang was a private accountant and strategist Sun Sheng had hired. Literate and cunning, he handled all manner of sensitive and unsavory affairs. The deputy commander seemed to understand, shuddering visibly. He cast Sun Sheng a long, penetrating look, then bowed his head. "As you command, my lord." Shortly after, a gaunt old man in a gray cloth robe with a wispy goatee slipped quietly into the command tent. Sun Sheng dismissed all attendants, leaving only the deputy commander. "Mr. Wang." Sun Sheng fixed him with an unwavering stare, speaking each word with deliberate precision. "Your calligraphy is exquisite and your mind is meticulous. Help me. Draft a letter. To whom does my lord wish to write?" Mr. Wang inquired with careful caution. Sun Sheng closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, then opened them again. Within them burned only the desperate resolve of a gambler. "To Heishui County. To Liu Guan, the chief of the stronghold." The tent fell into absolute silence. The deputy commander and Mr. Wang both held their breath. How should I phrase it? Mr. Wang's voice tightened. "Simply say." Sun Sheng weighed his words rapidly, wanting to sound dignified, yet unwilling to appear too groveling. Garrison Commander Sun Sheng of Yong'an County has long heard of the chief's illustrious name. Today, witnessing these events, I now recognize that heaven's mandate has shifted. Feng Zi was without principle, repeatedly stirring war and reducing the common people to misery. I have long deplored this. Now that Feng Kuan has been destroyed and Liangzhou lies exhausted, I wish not to serve as a tool of evil, nor can I bear to send my men to unjust deaths. I am willing to lead my forces from darkness into light, pledging allegiance to the chief to serve at his command. If you deign to accept me, I volunteer to serve as your vanguard to persuade Yong'an and neighboring counties to. Meanwhile, in the great capital Dao at the northern training grounds, a dark mass of humanity filled the parade ground before the commander's platform. Upon the platform stood Wu Minghuang, adorned in a suit of exquisite bright armor. Her hand resting on her sword hilt, her gaze swept slowly across the 30,000 elite soldiers assembled below, her heart stirred by little emotion. Your Majesty, a voice aged yet remarkably steady spoke from beside her. Prince Su Wu Yinsi stood half a step behind her to the side. All units have completed initial reorganization. The first contingent of provisions and supplies is already en route, and the relay stations along the route have received strict orders. In 3 days we may set out as scheduled. Wu Minghuang inclined her head slightly without turning back. I thank you, Imperial Uncle. Her gaze fell upon the central army position below the platform, where a middle-aged man knelt, Gao Sui. The defeated general who had nearly faced execution in the Golden Throne Hall a few days ago was now appointed as the vanguard lieutenant of the Imperial Expeditionary Force directly under the command of Prince Su. Gao Sui, her voice though not loud, carried clearly. Gao Sui trembled, pressing his forehead to the ground. Your guilty subject is here. Raise your head. Gao Sui struggled to lift his face. Do you see the soldiers before you? Wu Minghuang's voice was icy. Many of them may die beneath the walls of Liang. You deserve death. It was Prince Su who gave you a chance, and I, the Emperor, who granted you this path of atonement. She paused, each word like a shard of ice. Your trap camp was annihilated. I do not blame you for that. But this time I entrust you with a portion of the vanguard's finest warriors. If you fail again, there will be no need for military law. I will personally behead you. If you can wash away your guilt and disgrace with the blood of Liang's people, I may consider granting you a true future. Grace and coercion intertwined. A naked exploitation, yet the most direct motivation. Gao Sui heard this, and again kowtowed heavily. Your guilty subject accepts the decree. I will serve unto death. I will avenge my disgrace. Wu Minghuang no longer looked at him. My subjects, soldiers. Her voice suddenly rose, echoing across the training ground. You see, to the north the Jinrong barbarians, relying on their cunning devices, invade our borders. To the west and south petty villains also lurk in wait. The 4 directions are unsettled. The world is in turmoil. Some think that Dongwu is weary, that Dongwu is finished. She let out a cold laugh. But I tell you, Dongwu's spine is not broken. Dongwu's blade is still sharp. The Eastern Liang Kingdom. Once we pluck it out, Dongwu's eastern border will be unobstructed. Capture its granaries, and our army will never know hunger. Absorb its population, and our ranks will swell. Once Liang falls, Zhao and Tang will tremble in fear. The northern Jinrong will also be daunted. Her words, simple, direct, filled with incitement, and a greedy depiction of resources, were precisely what stirred these soldiers who risked their lives in chaos. For this eastern campaign, I, the Emperor, will personally command the central army, sharing meals and lodging with you, facing the battle formation together. Wu Minghuang's voice carried a surge of passion. Where my dragon banner points, your blades shall strike. I will witness with my own eyes the capital of Liang trembling and falling before me. Prince Su. She turned her head. Wu Yinsi stepped forward, clasping his fists and bowing. Your old servant is here. I appoint you to oversee the entire vanguard and left wing, coordinate grain transport, and command all contingents. Gao Sui and his troops are under your orders. What I demand is victory, victory at any cost. Your servant obeys the decree. Prince Su's voice was steady, revealing neither joy nor anger, but the mountain-like solidity of his presence calmed many veteran soldiers below. With this old imperial uncle once known as undefeated in attack, at least, the defeat would not be too disgraceful, would it? Wu Minghuang turned to face the army again, abruptly drawing the ornate, yet razor-sharp imperial sword from her waist, its blade pointing straight at the gloomy eastern horizon. 3 days hence, at the hour of Mao, the army marches. Target, the Liang Kingdom. I will level its mountains and rivers, crush its royal court, and turn this chief of the 8 states into a new prefecture of our eastern border. In this battle the meritorious shall be richly rewarded. Fields, estates, gold, silver, titles for wives and children. The cowardly, the retreating, the chaos mongers, beheaded on the spot, and their families shall be implicated. Dongwu. She summoned all her strength, her voice as if tearing through the clouds. Victory! 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 Heishui County, the county government hall. Liu Guan sat in the main seat, listening to Han Ming's report on the organization of captive laborers. Just then, report. A drawn-out, urgent cry shattered the murmurs within the hall. A soldier on duty strode in, knelt on one knee, and raised a letter sealed with wax, a letter from Sun Chung, garrison commander of Yong'an County. The hall fell silent instantly. All eyes fixed on the letter, then on Liu Guan. Liu Guan rose, walked to the soldier, and took the letter. He returned to his seat, broke the seal, and drew out the paper. His eyes scanned line by line. At first his brows furrowed slightly, as if assessing the authenticity and intent. As he read, the tension in his face gradually eased, and a smile tugged uncontrollably at his lips. This Sun Sheng. Those below exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Dahu quickly asked, "Elder brother, what does the letter say? Is that Sun fellow challenging us to battle?" Li Si also wondered. Can't be. Feng Kuan already fell. Would he dare to challenge? Han Ming, more composed, simply fixed his eyes on Liu Guan, waiting for the rest. Liu Guan stopped smiling, shook the letter, and looked at them. A challenge? No. This Sun Sheng has surrendered. Surrendered? What surrendered? After a brief silence, exclamations erupted almost simultaneously. Li Si's eyes bulged, Zhao Dahu's mouth hung open, and even the usually steady Han Ming showed obvious astonishment. Surrender? A legitimate imperial garrison commander commanding over 1,000 troops, upon learning that the vanguard commander had just been slain in battle, his first reaction was not to retreat or defend the city, but to surrender directly to the bandits who had just killed an imperial officer. This is not how the script goes. I thought. Liu Guan tossed the letter carelessly onto the desk, that upon hearing of Feng Kuan's death, Sun Sheng, even if he didn't dare to seek revenge, would at least scurry back to Yong'an and fortify the city, waiting to see which way the wind blows. He shook his head. Unexpectedly, this Commander Sun is quite aware of the times. The letter is written very prettily. Long have I heard of the mighty reputation of the stronghold leader, and know that destiny has turned. I cannot bear to see my men die in vain. I wish to abandon darkness for light, and offer my service. Elder brother, could this be a feigned surrender? Zhao Dahu scratched his head, delighted, yet instinctively suspicious. The imperial troops are always cunning. Maybe they want to lull us into carelessness or trick us into leaving the city. A feigned surrender. Before Liu Guan could speak, Han Ming, who had been deep in thought, shook his head and said gravely, Brother Da's concern is valid, but in my humble opinion, it's unlikely. Everyone turned to Han Ming. After all, he came from the provincial army and understood the imperial military's inner workings better. Han Ming analyzed, though I never dealt directly with Sun Sheng, I've heard of him. He is not a member of the Feng family's inner circle. He rose to the garrison position through seniority and some connections. His character is not particularly tough. He might hold the line in defense, but he lacks decisiveness for offense. With Feng Kuan dead, Sun Sheng's reinforcement force lost its backbone and strongest shield, landing in an extremely awkward position. Advance means death, retreat means incurring the wrath of General Feng. Weighing the two evils, surrender to save his life becomes the most reasonable choice for him. Han Ming's reasoning was clear, and the doubts on the listeners' faces faded, replaced by nods of agreement. Liu Guan also nodded slightly. Han Ming's analysis aligned with his own judgment. Sun Sheng was cornered, a wolf before a tiger behind. Driven by fear and the instinct to survive, he chose the seemingly impossible, yet personally safest path: submission to the stronger. But even so, the necessary precautions and leverage could not be omitted. Liu Guan sat up straight, his gaze sharpening, and addressed the soldier still kneeling. Go tell Sun Sheng's messenger. Surrender is acceptable. He paused, his tone calm, but brooking no dissent. I, Liu Guan, am not an unreasonable man. If Sun Sheng surrenders sincerely, I welcome him. To show sincerity and avoid mutual suspicion, please invite Commander Sun to Heishui County Town for a meeting. The hall fell silent. This was a hostage-taking and the ultimate test. Liu Guan watched the soldier about to leave and added, his voice softer, as if with a hint of generosity. After all, I am not a devil. Tell him if he feels lonely, he may bring a dozen of his most trusted officers and attendants along. These words sounded magnanimous, but were even more ruthless. Bringing trusted men meant delivering his core team as hostages. Liu Guan's voice turned cold. If he refuses, then he has a guilty conscience, and it is undoubtedly a feigned surrender. He ran his fingers over the hilt of his sword, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Then let him prepare to see whether the blades of Heishui County or the walls of Yong'an are harder. Orders received. The soldier perked up, gave a fist salute, turned, and strode away. At the Yong'an County Relief Army camp, inside the central command tent, Sun Sheng gripped the letter just brought back from Heishui County tightly in his hand, the rough paper edges nearly torn apart by his fingers. I invite Commander Sun to come to my Heishui County town for a discussion. You may bring over a dozen personal attendants to accompany you. If you are unwilling, then it is undoubtedly a deceptive surrender. Every word struck him like a blow against his taut nerves. Go, or not go? The dilemma tore violently within his mind. Going meant presenting himself before that killing god who had just slain Feng Kuan, the one rumored to be invulnerable. What if Liu Guan turned treacherous, setting a deadly banquet to trap him? One swift stroke could end Sun Cheng's life right there. Then his life would be over and he would drag all the brothers who followed him and down with him. Not going. The letter made it clear, it is undoubtedly a deceptive surrender. That means the earlier letter of submission becomes a mockery and relations with Heishui County would be completely severed. How would Liu Guan deal with an enemy force deemed to be surrendering deceitfully? Just thinking of Feng Kuan's fate sent a chill down Sun Cheng's spine. Could his current band of terrified soldiers possibly hold off Heishui County's fierce cavalry and that demon-like commander? Inside the tent aside from him, there were only a dozen or so of his most trusted corps officers and close confidants. All held their breath, their eyes fixed on the letter in Sun Cheng's hand, awaiting his decision. Damn it! Suddenly a thunderous voice shattered the dead silence. It belonged to Lei Bao, a dark-complexioned officer standing to Sun Cheng's right, known throughout the ranks for his fiery temper, and one of the few truly daring commanders under Sun Cheng's leadership. He glared with eyes wide as bronze bells, his face flushed crimson, spittle practically flying as he spoke. Do they think they're giving us face? Relying on some brute strength to kill Captain Feng, yet they dare to issue commands so arrogantly, ordering our lord to risk his life alone. What do they take us for? Prisoners? In my opinion, we should simply silence. Lei Bao. Sun Cheng shot up his head, cutting him off with a sharp cry, his voice tinged with nervous tension. Lei Bao was choked mid-sentence, the rest of his words trapped in his throat, though his expression remained defiant. Sun Cheng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. That outburst seemed to cleave through his own tangled thoughts. His gaze swept across the faces in the tent, each one etched with fear, hesitation, or anger, before settling on Lei Bao's stubborn black face, so upright, yet so lacking in judgment. No more hesitating. The retreat to Yong'an was blocked. Feng Zi's retribution awaited him there. And facing the enemy head-on meant confronting the blades before them. Liu Guan had extended terms, harsh as they were, yet at least they offered a visible path forward. Bringing over a dozen men inside served as both hostages and a tangible display of goodwill. It was as if saying, I am placing my core team entirely in your hands. A gamble. Sun Cheng's gaze suddenly turned resolute, sharpened by a desperate ferocity. He slammed the letter onto the desk and rose to his feet. Prepare my horse. His voice brooked no argument. Several of you will accompany me into Heishui County. He gestured toward the dozen or so corps officers and captain of personal guards within the tent, including Lei Bao. Their expressions shifted, yet no one dared voice opposition. At this point they were all bound together with Sun Cheng, sharing the same rope. Sun Cheng's gaze fell particularly harshly upon Lei Bao. Captain Lei, once inside the city, reign in that foul temper of yours. Guard your tongue. This is not Yong'an County, nor is it our own camp. One wrong word could cost us all our lives. Understood. Lei Bao was subdued by Sun Cheng's uncharacteristically stern gaze, responding in a gruff tone. Yes, my lord. This subordinate understands. Actually, Sun Cheng need not have said much. He knew it in his heart. Entering another man's territory, a den of bandits who had just slain an imperial general. If that hot temper of his dared to flare, forget protecting Lord Sun. He himself would likely be hacked into paste before he finished his sentence. Heishui County Town West City Gate. The gate stood open, yet the atmosphere was far from relaxed. Two squads of elite Heishui camp soldiers lined either side, spears poised and hands resting on sword hilts, their eyes sharp as hawks, scrutinizing the dozen or so riders approaching slowly. Upon the city walls, the silhouettes of bowmen and crossbowmen flickered behind the merlins. Mounted upon his steed, Sun Cheng forced himself to sit tall, though his palms grew slick with sweat. Behind him, Lei Bao and the others grew even more tense, their hands unconsciously drifting toward the sword hilts at their waists, eyes wary and scanning their surroundings. They've arrived. Liu Guan observed Sun Cheng and his party entering the city, speaking in a calm, measured tone. He stood in the open space just inside the gate, clad not in armor, but in ordinary black combat attire, a blade hanging at his waist. Behind him stood Han Meng, Li Si, and Zhao Dao, also unarmored, yet radiating an aura of battle-hardened lethality that proved more intimidating than any armor could. Upon seeing Liu Guan, Sun Cheng hastily dismounted, his movements somewhat awkward as he nearly stumbled. Sun Cheng, garrison commander of Yong'an County, pays respects to Liu. General Liu. That brief pause as he uttered the title general revealed his careful deliberation. It was both an acknowledgement of Liu Guan's martial prowess and status and a statement of intent. He was willing to regard Liu Guan as a legitimate military leader rather than mere bandits. Liu Guan listened ahead, his expression unreadable, yet inwardly he nodded in approval. This Sun Cheng was indeed, as he had suspected, a clever man. He knew how to adapt to circumstances, maintaining sufficient deference without crossing into groveling, preserving the last shred of dignity. Commander Sun has endured a long journey. Follow me. Liu Guan spoke in a flat tone, turning to lead the way toward the county yamen. Han Ming and the other three fell into step behind, subtly positioning themselves to flank Sun Sheng and his party. The journey proceeded in silence, broken only by the sound of footsteps and hooves echoing through the somewhat desolate streets. Heishui County Yamen Great Hall. The party took their seats, hosts and guests arranged accordingly. Liu Guan bypassed pleasantries entirely, his gaze fixing directly upon Sun Sheng's somewhat apprehensive face. "Commander Sun," he began, his voice steady and impassive, "what is the true state of Yong'an County's defenses? Of your 800 men, how many are genuinely combat-ready and under your direct command?" Sun Sheng's heart tightened, knowing that the moment of trial and offering a pledge of allegiance had arrived. He dared not conceal anything, slightly bowing. "To answer your excellency, Yong'an's city wall stands 2 zhang and 2 chi tall, with a barbican and 4 watchtowers. However, years of neglect have left a hidden crack in the southwest corner. As for siege defenses, there are about 300 crossbows, a fair stock of rolling logs and boulders, but very little fire oil. As for our own troops..." He paused, a bitter smile flickering across his face. "To be honest with your excellency, the roster shows 800, but the actual count is just over 760. Among them, those who can wear armor, bear arms, and fight to the death on command. Number less than 300. The rest are either old and weak, filling the ranks, or relatives slipped in by various families. They suffice to bolster morale during a siege, but in open field battle, they are useless." Liu Guan listened, his face expressionless. This situation was slightly better than he had anticipated, but it also confirmed why Sun Sheng's reinforcements had been so reluctant to fight. He continued to ask, "What about provisions? How long can they last? In Yong'an County, are there any powerful families deeply entangled with the Feng family or the prefectural government?" Sun Sheng answered each question in detail, recounting the granary stocks, backgrounds of influential families and official factions of Yong'an County, and even several neighboring small counties, as if he were reciting from his own palm. He was clearly well prepared, or perhaps as a local official these matters were the very foundation of his position. As Sun Sheng's responses grew increasingly detailed, even volunteering an analysis of the 3 neighboring regions, Lin County, Huan Town, and Shirtu Fort, where military strength was weaker and the magistrates were either mediocre or at odds with the Feng family. A glimmer of light finally flickered in Liu Guan's previously impassive eyes. These 3 locations were precisely the strategic passes controlling the route from southern Liangzhou toward Heishui County. If they could be taken, Heishui County's strategic depth and security would be greatly enhanced. "Oh," Liu Guan leaned slightly forward. "Commander Sun seems quite familiar with these 3 places." Sun Sheng read his expression, and seeing Liu Guan's apparent interest felt reassured, his tone becoming smoother. "I dare not claim thorough knowledge, but serving as an official in the same Liangzhou, I have had some dealings with them. The magistrate of Lin County is timid, the patrol inspector of Huan Town is a fence-sitter, and the master of Shirtu Fort is a rough martial brute who only respects strength. Now that Feng Kuan has suffered a recent defeat, and your excellency's reputation is at its peak, if you use Yong'an as a base, and send a persuasive or imposing person bearing my official seal or a personal letter to explain the stakes, perhaps there is hope of subduing the enemy without fighting. Subdue the enemy without fighting. Gain 3 more strategic locations without bloodshed." This prospect suddenly brightened Liu Guan's mind. If it could truly be achieved, Heishui County would transform from an isolated outpost into a substantial territory connecting several counties. A rare, genuine smile appeared on his face, faint, but enough to ease the tense atmosphere in the hall. "Good." Liu Guan's voice also warmed slightly. "Commander Sun, you are indeed perceptive and far-sighted. If this matter succeeds, you will be a great contributor to expanding Heishui County's territory. I, Liu Guan, never fail to reward those who render meritorious service." Sun Sheng quickly bowed in salute, his posture extremely reverent. "Your excellency flatters me. Having pledged my allegiance, it is only my duty to serve wholeheartedly and relieve your excellency's burdens. How dare I claim credit? This is my bounden duty, though I shall do my utmost." His words were eloquently spoken, both expressing loyalty and modestly deflecting the praise, appearing tactful and unassuming. At that moment, Lei Bao, who had been standing behind Sun Sheng, suppressing his urge to speak, swallowed hard. Seeing that Liu Guan seemed in good spirits, his long-suppressed curiosity about the legendary martial prowess finally overcame his initial nervousness and Sun Sheng's warnings. He stepped forward half a pace and clasped his fists. General Liu, I Lei Bao am a rough fellow. I've practiced martial arts since childhood and served in the border army for a few years. I consider myself to have some strength. I have long heard of the general's peerless valor, how you cut down enemy generals and seize their banners on the battlefield, as if entering an empty land. My heart itches to witness it. I wonder if I might have the honor of seeing the general's skills firsthand. Even just a few pointers would be enough. As soon as he said this, Sun Cheng's expression changed slightly, and he hissed in a low voice. Lei Bao, don't be insolent. Han Ming, Li Si, and Zhao Dahe's gazes instantly sharpened, their auras coalescing even though their hands remained still. But Liu Guan waved his hand. He was indeed in a good mood, as the strategic value Sun Cheng brought exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he could see that Lei Bao's eyes blazed with fervor, more the pure curiosity of a martial arts enthusiast than any malice or provocation. Let's forget about sparring. Liu Guan smiled amiably. Blades and swords have no eyes. If I fail to pull my strength and injure someone, it would only breed ill will. He changed the subject, his gaze sweeping aimlessly across the courtyard outside the hall, before finally settling on the pair of weathered stone lions at the county office's main gate. Those stone lions were not large, but they were made of solid material, each weighing at least 1,000 jin. They were placed there by the corrupt official Zhou Yongchang to show off his power. A sudden thought arose. After successive bloody battles, the enhancements from the system were clearly felt. His speed, reaction, and endurance far exceeded ordinary men. But as for pure physical strength, he had never truly tested his limits. Today he could use this opportunity to satisfy Lei Bao's curiosity, and also to further intimidate Sun Cheng and his newly surrendered men, making them fully aware of whom they should revere. How about this? Liu Guan stood up, brushing the dust from his robe, though there was none. Since Captain Lei wishes to see and to let Commander Sun and everyone else know what I'm made of, so you don't feel uncertain. He walked toward the door, his voice calm. Let me show you my strength. Follow me. The group was taken aback, then rose and followed. Sun Cheng felt a mix of doubt and unease, while Lei Bao's eyes lit up with anticipation. The party arrived at the open space before the county office's main gate. The pair of stone lions crouched silently on their pedestals, bluish-black, crudely carved, but exuding a heavy solidity. Liu Guan stopped before the left lion. He neither assumed a horse stance, nor warmed up, simply gazing calmly at the stone beast. Lei Bao held his breath, his eyes wide. Could it be that General Liu was going to lift this stone lion? A strength capable of lifting 1,000 jin. Such divine power was something he had only heard of in tea-house storytellers' tales of superhuman generals from previous dynasties. In the present age, perhaps only the legendary peerless general Wen Dingdu, who fought on the front lines of Liang State and was relied upon by the Empress, could accomplish such a feat. Just as Lei Bao's heart surged and Sun Cheng and the others watched tensely, Liu Guan moved. He bent slightly casually, placing his left hand on the lion's back and his right hand under its belly. The movement didn't seem forceful, almost casual. Then, with a slight sink of his waist, his arms suddenly exerted strength. Raised. A low shout, not loud, but carrying a profound, heavy power. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the seemingly immensely heavy stone lion was actually ripped from its pedestal, a full foot off the ground. The muscles in Liu Guan's arms clearly bulged beneath his robe, but his face remained calm, showing no signs of flushing or strain. He held the stone lion steadily, even taking a moment to adjust his grip, then began to walk. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Carrying the 1,000 jin lion, he walked with steady strides to the right lion. Then he lowered his arms. Thud! A dull sound, and the left stone lion was firmly set down beside the right lion. He lifted it. He actually lifted it. Though it was merely a brief lift and shift, such strength was by no means possessed by an ordinary valiant general. Feng Kuan died without grievance. Lei Bao's eyes widened, his fists clenching unconsciously. What strength! Truly remarkable strength. He prided himself on his raw power, and rarely found a match in arm wrestling contests within the army. Yet to move such a stone lion, even at the cost of his life, he would barely manage to budget. Never could he lift and carry it with such effortless ease. This Liu Guan truly lives up to his reputation. Awe rippled through Sun Cheng and his men. However, just as they believed this astonishing display of strength had come to an end, Liu Guan's next move left them stunned once more. Liu Guan did not turn around, nor did he pay heed to the crowd's reactions. He stood before the pair of stone lions, tilting his head slightly to examine them, as if dissatisfied with their side-by-side arrangement, or perhaps measuring something. He reached out and patted the head of the lion on the right. Then he turned his gaze, sweeping calmly across the crowd, before finally settling on Zhao Dahu. "Dahu, here." Zhao Dahu responded at once, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Go fetch some iron chains," Liu Guan said in a flat tone. "The sturdiest kind, the thick chains used to bar the city gates. Bring several of them." Iron chains. Sun Cheng and Lei Bao exchanged baffled glances. He'd already lifted the lion. What did he need chains for? Could it be he intended to lock up the stone lion? That made no sense. Zhao Dahu never questioned Liu Guan's orders. He immediately shouted, "To the armory. Bring those spare chains meant for the city gate bar. Hurry." Several guards sprinted off. Before long they came back lugging several pitch-black iron chains, panting heavily. Liu Guan walked over casually, picked up a length of chain, weighed it in his hand, and gave a nod of apparent satisfaction. Then under the increasingly bewildered gazes of everyone present, he set to work. He grabbed both ends of the chain, and with a dazzling display of speed and power began binding, lashing, and securing the two stone lions together. The massive iron chain seemed to turn into soft ropes in his hands, pulled, crossed, and wrapped with tremendous force. In no time, the two stone lions were tightly bound by several loops of coarse black iron, forming a colossal ponderous lump of stone and metal. With the added weight of the chains, its total mass must have approached 2,500 jin. Having done all this, Liu Guan stepped back a couple of paces to appraise his creation. He did not act immediately. Instead, he leisurely circled the massive stone and iron monstrosity. Finally, he stopped where the chains were most densely wrapped, forming a relatively sturdy handle, and extended his right hand. His right hand alone, 5 fingers spread wide like iron pincers, digging into the gaps between the chains and gripping a protruding section of the stone lion's base that was firmly bound by the links. His left hand was tucked behind his back. What was he about to do? One arm. He meant to lift this monster of over 2,500 jin with a single arm. The very thought nearly made Sun Chung faint. Lei Bao's eyes were on the verge of popping out of his head. Even Han Ming, Li Si, and the other old brothers, who knew full well how formidable Liu Guan was, couldn't help but hold their breath, palms slick with sweat. Liu Guan bent his knees, slightly lowering his center of gravity, and his entire bearing shifted abruptly. He drew a deep breath, the sound of his inhalation clearly audible across the silent, open ground. Then with a sudden explosive jerk, his right arm shot upward. His waist and torso unleashed a startling torque in perfect coordination. Huh! A short, explosive grunt burst from his throat. Under the nearly stupefied stares of everyone present, that crushing mass of bound stone lions and iron chains, that stone iron lump, was actually lifted clean off the ground by his single arm. Half a chi, one and a half chi. His arm rose past his waist, past his chest, and with a suppressed, gut-wrenching grunt, he forced the stone iron lump above his head. A one-armed overhead lift. This was beyond the realm of human capability. This was myth. This was legend. Though his entire right arm and half his body were trembling, though his face was flushed crimson from exertion, though the veins on his forehead bulged, he had done it. Strength surging through his sinews, a single arm holding up the heavens. Boom! The immense stone iron lump was slammed viciously into the ground, gouging out a shallow pit, shattering the blue stone slabs, and sending dust billowing into the air. Liu Guan staggered back half a step, braced himself against his knee, lowered his head, and heaved for breath. Strength. Absolute inhuman strength. Dead silence. A silence lasting over 10 breaths. Sun Chung collapsed limply to the ground. Not from fright, but because his legs had truly turned to jelly and could no longer support his weight. Behind him, some of the officers sat down heavily, while others knelt outright, their eyes vacant, as if their very souls had been drained away by what they had just witnessed. Lei Bao stood frozen in place like a clay or wooden statue. His mouth hung open, but no sound would come out. In his mind, the last shred of doubt he'd harbored because of Liu Guan's youth and the remnant of confidence he'd held in his own strength were utterly crushed into dust. Not even a speck remaining. Compared to that godlike, demonic power before him, his own meager strength was nothing more than an ant gazing up at a mountain. Liu Guan's breathing gradually steadied, and he slowly straightened up. He shook his right arm, which was somewhat sore and numb, and wiped the sweat and dust from his face. "May I ask what you think of my meager strength?" No one answered. Only heavy breathing and the cold, lingering clink of the iron chains remained. Sun Chung was the first to react. He scrambled up almost on all fours, then threw himself down with a thud, forehead striking the ground. "Divine strength. General, you are a god descended to earth. Unmatched divine might. Having witnessed this today, I finally understand what it means to be a true warrior, able to stand against 10,000. The officers behind him, Lei Bao included, awoke as if from a dream and knelt in a wave. "The general's strength is beyond this world. I submit. I truly submit. I would die for the general." Liangzhou, the prefectural seat, the commander's study. With a deafening crash, a fine rosewood desk was kicked over. Inkstones, brushes, paper, and seals scattered across the floor in disarray. Feng Zi stood amid the wreckage, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands gripped tightly a military dispatch that had just arrived by 600 Li Express. They had been defeated. Feng Kuan, his nephew, the one they had placed all their hopes on, Feng Kuan, was dead. Not a simple death in battle, but beheaded on the battlefield by Liu Guan, the bandit chief of Heishui County, with only 81 cavalry charging through 2,000 troops in a single clash. Even his battle standard was captured. 2,500 of Liangzhou's vanguard elite were wiped out in one battle. The dead, the scattered, the surrendered. What nearly made him vomit blood was the second urgent report that followed immediately after. Sun Cheng, the garrison commander of Yong'an County, who had always appeared compliant actually upon hearing of Feng Kuen's defeat, did not defend the city to the last man nor retreat to await orders, but instead directly led his 1,000+ men and surrendered to Liu Guan. Even Yong'an County was handed over without a fight. What an unprecedented disgrace. This was unlike anything the Liangzhou military establishment had ever witnessed since its inception. A previously unknown bandit leader first inexplicably defeated the Northern Rong detachment, then killed his vanguard commander on the battlefield, recruited his garrison officer to surrender, and seized control of 2 counties in succession. This was like slapping Feng Zi across the face. No, slapping the entire Liangzhou military and political system dozens of times, then spitting in their faces. Incompetence. All of you are useless. Feng Zi's roar echoed through the study. He fiercely tore the military dispatch in his hands into shreds. Feng Kuan was incompetent. He lost troops and disgraced the nation. His death is of no consequence. He ground out through clenched teeth, Sun Cheng, that traitorous dog. Greedy for life and fearful of death, abandoning his lord to seek promotion. He deserves the death of 1,000 cuts. His entire clan should be exterminated. The soldiers and servants attending outside the study held their breath in terror. After venting his fury for a long while, Feng Zi barely managed to suppress the rage that threatened to burst from his skull. Leaning against the wall, breathing heavily, his eyes were terrifyingly sinister. He couldn't panic. Now was not the time for chaos. Feng Kuen's death and Sun Cheng's surrender were not merely military failures, but political catastrophes. The news would spread quickly. How would those local magnates, bandits, and factions already restless within Liangzhou, who were already discontented with the Feng family, view this? And what kind of impeachment would those censors in the court who had long harbored ill feelings toward him unleash? He must use the swiftest, most ruthless, and most unquestionable means to root out this thorn, named Liu Guan, crushing him completely to powder. He would use Liu Guan's blood to wash away this shame and stabilize his crumbling authority. Someone, Feng Zi barked hoarsely. A trusted staff officer cautiously pushed open the door, his eyes twitching at the destruction strewn across the floor. Commander, transmit my military order. Effective immediately, all of Liangzhou enters martial law. Close all mountain passes and river crossings leading toward Heishui County. Strictly inspect all travelers and merchants. Anyone caught secretly communicating with the rebels will be executed on the spot. Send an urgent dispatch via the 800 Li Express to report the situation here to the Ministry of War and the Bureau of Military Affairs in the Imperial Court. Report that the major rebel Liu Guan of Heishui County has colluded with the Northern Rong, brazenly attacked the Imperial forces, killed the court-appointed official Feng Kuan, and coerced Sun Cheng, the garrison commander of Yong'an County, into rebellion. Their power is rampant. We earnestly request the court to send reinforcements promptly and grant this commander full authority to handle this matter, allowing the mobilization of troops from neighboring prefectures as needed for coordinated suppression. He needed to firmly grasp both the moral high ground and command authority, pinning Liu Guan forever to the pillar of shame as a rebel and a colluder with foreign enemies. Order Qin Ping, commander of the Zhenwu army, to immediately muster his 3,000 troops and dispatch 1,000 heavy infantry from the Flying Bear Battalion under direct prefectural control, along with 500 elite cavalry from the Sharp Rider Battalion. A total of 4,500 soldiers who must assemble within 3 days and march to the front lines. Qin Ping was a veteran general renowned throughout the Liangzhou army for his steady and cautious nature with decades of experience in warfare. He was among the rare commanders under Feng Zi's command capable of fighting decisive battles. The Flying Bear Battalion consisted of heavy infantry skilled in siege and defense, while the Sharp Rider Battalion was Liangzhou's finest cavalry unit. This time he was drawing on his most elite reserves, his best core fighting strength. Tell Qin Ping. Feng Zi's tone was grim. I want results, not process. Whether he assaults directly, lays siege, lures the enemy out, cuts off their supplies, I don't care. Within 1 month, I want to see Liu Guan's head hanging from the north gate of Liangzhou City. I want to see the banners of our great Wu raised once more over Heishui County and Yong'an County. If he cannot achieve this, he stared at the staff officer, enunciating each word deliberately. Tell him to bring his own head as forfeit. The staff officer shuddered inwardly and hurriedly bowed. Yes, I shall draft the order immediately. Wait. Feng Zi called after him. Issue a wanted poster. Reward 10,000 taels of gold to anyone who brings Liu Guan's head, and confer the title of cavalry general. Those who take Sun Cheng's head will receive 1,000 taels and the rank of commandant. Each of the other bandit leaders in Heishui County has their own reward schedule. I want to see beneath such heavy rewards whether there are any brave men, whether anyone dares to stab them in the back from within. This was an open conspiracy, yet also a cunning scheme. It would both boost morale and sow suspicion and division within Heishui County. Additionally, Feng Zi walked to the window, his tone slightly softened, yet even more chilling. Send someone to make contact with the north. Not with Jin, but with those other tribes on the grasslands. Tell them Liangzhou is willing to pay premium prices for certain information or hire certain personnel. If Liu Guan can fight the northern Rome, then let the wolves of the grasslands test how hard his bones truly are. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Use another's blade to kill. No matter the cost. If they could eliminate Liu Guan and restore their honor, nothing would be spared. This subordinate understands. The staff officer knew the commander was genuinely enraged and would stop at nothing to crush Liu Guan. Go! Feng Zi waved his hand and wearily massaged his brow. Behind the fury lay deep anxiety and a desperation born of being backed into a corner. Liu Guan must die. Otherwise his prestige in Liangzhou would be ruined. He could face charges from the court and rival factions would seize the opportunity to replace him. Liu Guan. He stared toward the north, his teeth grinding audibly. I want to see whether you truly possess 3 heads and 6 arms, whether you can withstand the thunderous strike of all Liangzhou's strength. Several days later in Heishui County and Yong'an County, Liu Guan stood atop the newly repaired city wall of Yong'an County. Below, Han Meng was directing the newly reorganized 5th capital in basic drill formation. Sun Chung and Lei Bao stood before the ranks, personally demonstrating the moves, sweat soaking through their armor. Yong'an County had surrendered without resistance, and the takeover proceeded smoothly. To prove his loyalty, Sun Chung voluntarily handed over the keys to the county treasury, the household registration records, and the military payroll and grain accounts. He also submitted a list of a few low-ranking officers who had been at odds with him and might have opposed the surrender. Liu Guan ordered Li Si to invite those men for a talk, and after that no one dared to voice open dissent. The local gentry and wealthy households were initially panicked, but after Sun Xiaochuan led a team door-to-door explaining the new rules. Taxes based on land and shop grades, no oppression of the people, protection of business for those who supported the militia. And after beheading 2 troublemakers who tried to hide grain and secretly collude, they gradually quieted down. At least on the surface they complied. Chief Sun Xiaochuan said in a low voice as he climbed the city wall, holding several drafts of newly written notices. A few scouts sent south and west have returned. The atmosphere in Liangzhou is tense. All official roads leading to our area are blocked with checkpoints, and inspections are extremely strict. Also, the prefectural government seems to be conscripting a large number of laborers to transport grain and fodder to the southern camp. Liu Guan nodded, unsurprised. Feng Zi is getting serious. Do you know who is leading the troops? And roughly how many soldiers? The commander we've learned about is the veteran General Qin Ping, Sun Xiaochuan said gravely. He is a steady strategist and has considerable prestige in the Liangzhou army. As for the numbers, the scouts dared not get too close. Based on the size of the camp and the smoke from cooking fires, they estimate no fewer than 4,000, and there seem to be banners of heavy infantry and elite cavalry. Qin Ping. Over 4,000 including elite troops. Liu Guan narrowed his eyes. This formation was far more formidable than Feng Kuan's vanguard. Feng Zi had staked his last reserves. One more thing, Sun Xiaochuan lowered his voice further. Our covert agents left near the prefectural capital sent vague word that Feng Zi seems to have dispatched someone toward the northern grasslands. The specific purpose is unclear. The north, the grasslands. Liu Guan's mind stirred. What was Feng Zi up to? Using a borrowed knife to kill. Hiring grassland cavalry to raid. That would be a new complication. The northern Rome had suffered a heavy defeat and would likely not dare to come again soon, but there were many tribes on the grasslands, and not a few would risk danger for money. Understood. Liu Guan pondered for a moment. Step up defenses in both counties, especially Yong'an County. The city wall has many breaches that must be repaired as soon as possible. Order Han Meng to accelerate the training of the 5th capital. They don't need to be perfect, but they must be able to obey orders instantly and hold the wall. Tell Li Si that his 2nd capital must be ready to provide mobile support to either county at any time. Zhao Dahe's Black Cloud Cavalry should expand their scouting range, focusing on the southern official road and any possible approach from the northern grasslands. Yes. Sun Xiaochuan noted everything down. Also, Liu Guan added, polish the story that Feng Kuan conspired with the northern Rome, was exposed, killed, and Sun Chung saw the light and surrendered. Find opportunities to spread it in the villages and towns under the prefectural government's control. Make sure our own people, especially the newly surrendered brothers, know about the bounty Feng Zi has placed on our heads. Inflate the reward amount, then tell them that anyone who dares to take my head, Liu Guan, for the bounty will not make it out of Liangzhou alive, and their entire family will be buried with them. Sun Xiaochuan understood. I will see to it immediately. After Sun Xiaochuan left, Liu Guan stood alone on the city wall for a long time, gazing south. Qin Ping. over 4,000 elite prefectural troops, possibly grassland mercenaries. The balance of power between enemy and us remained overwhelmingly unequal. Just defending the city, 2 low small towns against a prepared regular army and possible attacks from within and without. How long could they hold? In the south of Liangzhou, the official army camp. Inside the command tent, veteran General Chen Ping sat behind a desk carefully studying a spread-out map. He was about 50 with a dark, weathered face deeply lined. His eyes were as steady as an ancient while showing no ripple. Beside him stood several commanders, including the leader of the Flying Bear Battalion, the colonel of the Swift Cavalry Battalion, and several infantry commandants. The governor's intention is clear, Chen Ping said, his voice carrying the hoarse quality of long battlefield experience. 1 month to pacify the rebels and recover the lost territory. He pointed to the locations of Heishui County and Yong'an County on the map. The rebel leader Liu Guan is reported to be exceptionally brave and cunning. Feng Kuan was defeated by his reckless advance, killed by a single cavalry charge, leading to the collapse of his entire army. Sun Cheng, incompetent and terrified at the news, surrendered the entire city. Our army has superior numbers and excellent equipment. The key to this battle is not a fierce assault, but a steady advance to starve and exhaust them. Chen Ping drew a circle on the map. Divide into 2 columns. 1 column of 3,000 led by myself will directly approach Heishui County, establish a fortified camp, build fieldworks, and besiege without haste, cut off their external aid, and drain their supplies. The 2nd column of 1,500 led by Commandant Wang will advance on Yong'an County, also adopting a siege posture. The 2 columns will support each other like horns, preventing them from assisting each other. The leader of the Flying Bear Battalion frowned. General, isn't this too cautious? Our army's morale is high. Why not strike with 1 blow, first break the weaker Yong'an County, then combine forces to attack Heishui? Chen Ping glanced at him and said slowly, Liu Guan was able to slay Feng Kuan in battle and rout his entire army. He is no easy opponent. Yong'an County has just surrendered and appears weak, but Sun Cheng knows the city defenses well, and Liu Guan surely has a backup plan. If we attack Yong'an County rashly, the elite rebel troops from Heishui County might strike our flank or cut our supply lines. What then? Feng Kuan's defeat is a lesson. He paused and continued, hold the camp steadily, advance step by step. The rebels are few and low on supplies. A prolonged defense will surely cause internal strife. Then we can either offer terms or launch an assault. The initiative is ours. Moreover, the governor has other arrangements that may apply pressure on the rebels from the north. We only need to press forward like a millstone, steadily grinding them down. The commanders pondered this. Indeed, the plan was mature and prudent. No matter how brave Liu Guan was, he was only one man. Trapped in the city, short of food and reinforcements, how long could he hold out? Spread the orders, Chen Ping concluded. Break camp tomorrow and advance as planned. Send out many scouts along the way to guard against ambushes. All units are to restrain their soldiers. No indiscriminate killing or looting of local civilians. But anyone found aiding the rebels or collaborating with bandits shall be executed without mercy. We want more than just 2 empty cities. Your orders. Just as Chen Ping's army was about to march, a fast horse arrived from the north, bringing new instructions from Feng Zi and a sealed letter. Chen Ping opened the letter, read it, frowned slightly, then smoothed his brow. He held the letter to a candle flame and burned it to ashes. Past the order, the march plan remains unchanged. He turned to the commanders waiting in the tent, a flicker of complex light in his eyes. Also tell the Swift Cavalry Battalion to detach 2 elite scout squads and pay extra attention to any movement from the northern grasslands. If anything unusual, report to me immediately. Yes. Chen Ping's army had marched for 3 days. 1,800 infantrymen, 800 heavy armored soldiers, 400 elite cavalry, plus baggage trains and civilian laborers. The column stretched for 5 or 6 li. Chen Ping rode an old horse, leisurely following the central army. General 20 li ahead is the boundary of Heishui County. The scout captain rode back and reported, the bandits set up watchtowers on several high grounds, but retreated after spotting our army. Also, the 4 gates of Heishui County are tightly shut, and more flags are raised on the walls, seemingly reinforcing defenses. Chen Ping nodded, unsurprised. He had no intention of concealing his movements. A righteous and imposing army bearing down on the enemy was the best deterrent. What about Yong'an County? Commander Wang has arrived with his troops and is setting up camp 3 li outside the city. The traitor Sun Cheng stays behind closed gates, and the walls are also on alert. Understood. Chen Ping dismissed the scout and looked north. Heishui County, he had heard of it. More than a decade ago, when he came to Liangzhou to assume office, he had passed through once. It was a poor, dilapidated town with low walls and sparse households. Now a man was entrenched there who had killed Feng Kuan, made Sun Cheng surrender, and trampled the honor of the Liangzhou army into the mud. He was not underestimating his enemy. Being able to slay Feng Kuan in battle no matter what means he used at least proved that Liu Guan had courage and ruthlessness. Though Feng Kuan was arrogant, he was not useless. But that was all. Chen Ping had fought for over 30 years and had seen too many such fierce generals. A single rider could charge through 100-man squad, slay enemy commanders, and seize their banners as easily as taking something from his pocket. But so what? Individual bravery before a truly great army was nothing but a dazzling spark. Once extinguished, nothing remained. What he needed to do was to advance steadily and give this spark no chance to flare up again. Issue the order, choose a high ground 5 li ahead to set up camp. Dig the trenches deeper, set up chevaux de frise densely, and increase the patrols by 3 squads. After the camp is established, send someone to shoot a letter of persuasion under the walls of Heishui County. Yes, on the city wall of Heishui County. Liu Guan gazed at the faint dust haze visible to the south. Chen Ping had arrived, slower than expected and also steadier. The army had not advanced hastily, instead it stopped 20 li away and calmly set up camp. This old fellow is much tougher to deal with than Feng Kuan. Zhao Dahu spat, doesn't give us a chance. If Feng Kuan had been half as steady as him, he wouldn't have lost his life here. Han Meng said in a low voice, Chief Chen Ping's posture is to besiege us without attacking to wear us down. Liu Guan said nothing, continuing to look south. Besieging was indeed the safest tactic at the moment. Though the grain stores of Heishui County after inventory could last 3 months, that was counting only the garrison and the original residents. Adding the newly taken prisoners, the surrendered soldiers from Yong'an County, and the refugees who came upon hearing the news, the population had nearly doubled. Grain consumption was far faster than anticipated. Sun Xiaochuan, how long can the grain and fodder in the city last based on a full strength of 5,000 men? Sun Xiaochuan took out the latest ledger, his face solemn. Chief, if we strictly ration replacing dry rice with thin porridge, we can hold out for 40 days. Plus the grain stored in Yong'an County, if we share between the two. At most 2 months. 2 months. Chen Ping was obviously aware of this as well. So he was in no hurry at all. Li Si, what about Chen Ping's supply line? Liu Guan turned to the other side. I've scouted it clearly. Li Si pointed at the unfolded map. Chen Ping's army's grain is not transported directly from the prefectural seat. Instead, it is gathered from 3 southern counties, travels along the official road passing 30 li south of Yong'an County, and then goes north to his main camp. A batch is dispatched every 5 days, escorted by infantry, about 300 men. 300 men. Liu Guan narrowed his eyes. Big brother, do we strike? Zhao Dahu's eyes lit up. Cut off his supply line, see if he panics. Liu Guan did not answer immediately. Attacking the supply line was the most direct way to break the siege. But Chen Ping was not Feng Kuan. Since he dared to expose his supply line, he must have left a countermove. Perhaps he feigned weakness while actually laying an ambush, or perhaps the grain convoy was just a decoy, and the real supplies traveled another route. More importantly, although the Black Cloud cavalry had been expanded to 350 riders, the truly elite, who could undertake a long-range raid and return safely, were only a little over 200. With such limited forces, a single ambush might succeed, but to permanently cut off the enemy's supply line was far from enough. Not yet. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze. Chen Ping has just arrived, his morale is high, and he is eager for battle, but forces himself to refrain. If he is steady, we must be even steadier. Let's hold for a few days and feel out his intentions. Han Meng, don't stop reinforcing the city defenses. Li Si, prepare the 2nd Battalion for immediate sortie if needed, but do not act without my order. Zhao Dahu, continue to send out scouts. Not only watch Chen Ping's camp, but also the routes to the south where troops might be transferred. Also, Liu Guan paused. Chen Ping has surrounded Yong'an County, but is not attacking. Sun Cheng is under considerable pressure. Send someone to sneak into the city and tell him that holding Yong'an is a great achievement. The longer he drags it out, the less pressure we will face. One by one the orders were issued, and everyone on the city wall received their commands. Liu Guan looked south again. Chen Ping, a veteran general of Liangzhou. This was the first truly renowned general he had faced since his transmigration. Not a fool like Zhou Yongchang, not an outsider like the Fuang Ronin, not an arrogant barbarian like the Barong, and certainly not an eager-to-impress dilettante like Feng Kuan. This was an old fox who could endure weight and outlast. But even an old fox had weaknesses. Being too cautious made him vulnerable to being pinned down. Too much faith in encirclement would make him overlook from which direction the predator would pounce. 2 months. Time enough to accomplish many things. 5 days later, Chen Ping's main camp. The old general remained unhurried. In 5 days he did only one thing, made his camp as solid as an iron bucket, deepened the trenches by 3 chi, added a row of horse barricades beyond the chevaux de frise, and reduced the spacing of patrols from 3 li to 1 li. On the Heishui County side it was also quiet. The banners on the walls were, as usual, and occasionally people entered and exited the side gates to move supplies, but they never came within 3 li of the camp. The letter of persuasion shot into the city disappeared without a trace, not even an echo. Quite able to hold their nerve, Qinping put down the battle report from Yong'an that had just arrived. There too it was a stalemate. Commander Wang attacked the city gate once, but was repelled by the defenders with rolling logs and rocks, suffering more than 30 casualties, and then ceased the assault. Suddenly urgent hoofbeats sounded outside the tent. Report. General, the grain convoy is under attack. Qinping's eyelid twitched, but he did not panic. He slowly set down his teacup. What is the loss? The scout, still catching his breath, said, 20 li north of Nan County, about 100 bandit cavalry suddenly charged out, striking the grain convoy while it was crossing the river midway. The escorting soldiers fought desperately, but still 20 wagons of grain were seized and another 10 were burned. The bandit cavalry swiftly withdrew northward, impossible to pursue. The officers in the tent erupted in commotion. Just as expected, the commander of the Flying Bear Battalion slammed the table. General, I request permission to lead troops to ambush the supply route, and I will make sure that Liu Guan never returns. Qinping raised his hand to calm the agitated officers. There was no anger on his face. Instead, he showed a calm expression of, just as I thought. Liu Guan. He murmured the name softly. You finally made your move. He turned to the scout. The grain wagons that were seized, were they all rice and flour? Yes. Nothing else mixed in. This? I do not know. Qinping nodded and did not press further. He had long anticipated that Liu Guan would attack the supply line. When Feng Kuan was reckless and aggressive, Liu Guan charged the formation alone. When he himself advanced steadily, Liu Guan switched to harassment. This man fought in ways that never followed convention, yet always managed to find the opponent's most painful weak spot. Unfortunately, he was too young. Issue the order. Qinping rose and walked to the map. The grain route from Nan County will be temporarily rescheduled and changed to secret night transport. Increase the escort to 500 men with more crossbowmen among them. Also deploy 300 riders from the Sharp Cavalry Battalion led by Captain Zhao to ambush the necessary route from Bei County to Heishui County. The generals were about to leave when Qinping called back the captain of the Weiqi camp. Captain Zhao, he said, his tone calm. If you encounter Liu Guan himself, do not engage him in a direct fight. You've all heard of his valor. Use crossbows to shoot his horse, form ranks with long spears to trap him. Never challenge him singly. Remember, our goal is not to kill Liu Guan alone, but to exhaust Heishui County. I understand. In the backyard of the county office in Heishui County town, the night was deep. Liu Guan had not slept. He sat on a stone bench in the courtyard before an oil lamp under which lay several rough hand-drawn maps. Li Sihan Meng and Zhao Dahu sat around him. Wang Shitu crouched on the steps sharpening his blade, while Sun Xiaochuan stood nearby, abacus in hand. Qinping made no move again today. Zhao Dahu couldn't help speaking first, his voice stifled. Brother, we seized 20 carts of his grain. Is he really just swallowing it? Swallowing it, said Liu Guan, gazing at the map. Not only that, he's tightened his patrols even more. He's forcing us out of the city. Then shall we raid again? Raid? Liu Guan's finger pointed to a spot on the official road. But not the old way. He turned the map around so everyone could see clearly. He's already reinforced the grain convoy from Nan County and may set an ambush on the retreat route. If we go again, we'll walk right into his trap. Li Si scratched his head. Then what? Not raid the grain and just wait it out? We can't afford to wait, Han Meng said grimly. Our grain can last at most 2 months. Qinping can drag it out, we can't. Liu Guan nodded. Grain, he said slowly, doesn't come only from Nan County. The others were taken aback. Qinping's army of several thousand plus the 1,000+ men in Yong'an County, men and horses, need to eat. How much grain do they require each day? Relying solely on the Nan County route can't support them. His finger moved across the map, tracing the official road, country paths, and even faint village trails. Nan County is the visible line, a decoy. There's at least one more real grain route. Han Meng's eyes lit up. Chief, you mean Qinping has another supply line, just not revealed? Not unrevealed, hidden deep. Liu Guan looked at Zhao Dao. Have your men been watching only the Nan County official road these days? Zhao Da's face stiffened, then flushed red. Yes. I thought that was the main supply line. No blame, Liu Guan interrupted. Qinping wanted you to think that. The Nan County convoy has 300 guards, and the cart ruts are deep. It does look like the main grain transport. But he's only been camped for 5 days, the time when grain consumption is highest. We seized just 20 carts, and he immediately reinforced set ambushes and switched to night transport. Too hasty. Hasty. Li Si didn't understand. Hasty. Han Meng took over. If he truly had another hidden grain route, he wouldn't be so eager to plug the gap in the Nan County line. His haste shows that Nan County is his main supply line, at least the only one he can use for now. Liu Guan glanced at Han Meng and gave a slight nod. So what we need to do, he pressed his finger on a spot on the map that had never been marked, is not raid Nan County again. Then where do we raid? Zhao Daha leaned in. Nowhere. Liu Guan withdrew his hand and leaned back against the chair. Chen Ping must have set an ambush waiting for us to walk into the trap. Then we won't go? Let his ambushers drink the northwest wind for 3 days in the woods beside the Bay County official road. Then what about the grain? Li Si grew anxious. The grain will come on its own. Liu Guan turned to Sun Xiaochuan. Is Feng Kuan's seal still here? Sun Xiaochuan was startled, then his eyes gleamed with understanding. Yes. The captain's official seal he carried along with a few unused blank official documents are all sealed in the storehouse. Tomorrow, Liu Guan said calmly. Pick a few unfamiliar faces who can speak official language, change into state army uniforms, take that seal, and go to Nan County. To do what? To requisition grain. A cold smile curled at the corner of Liu Guan's mouth. Sun Chung of Yong'an County has defected to us, but Nan County doesn't know. The county magistrate of Nan County only knows that Feng Kuan is dead, Chen Ping has arrived, and the prefecture is fully engaged in suppressing the bandits. At this moment, a team of Feng Kuan's former officers arrives bearing his seal, claiming to be under General Chen's secret orders to gather grain from the eastern route directly to the forward camp. Do you think he'll believe it? Silence. Then Zhao Dahu slapped his thigh and nearly jumped up. Damn, that's too cunning. Even if the Nan County official suspects, he can't dare to verify on the spot. Feng Kuan's seal is real, and they can't tell the difference in the official document format. It's not just about transferring grain. Liu Guan looked at Han Meng. Captain Han, you've served in the provincial army before, you're familiar with the county office procedures. Tomorrow you'll lead the team. Pick 10 steady, unflappable veterans. When you reach Nan County, requisition the grain, commandeer the carts, and make sure to complain a bit in public. Say that the northern front is in a tight spot. General Chun is very dissatisfied with Nan County's slow grain delivery, and if it drags on any longer, someone might lose his official cap. A rare look of admiration appeared in Han Meng's eyes as he clasped his fists. Chief, this move is 10 times harsher than seizing grain. Seizing grain only burns 20 carts. Liu Guan stood up. Using a borrowed knife to transfer grain can empty half of Nan County's reserves. By the time Chen Ping reacts, the grain will already be in our city. Even if he suspects, he has no evidence. The requisition document bears his name, the seal is Feng Kuan's, and the escorts are his state troops. Is he going to question a dead man? The men in the courtyard stared at Liu Guan, none daring to speak for a moment. It was not fear, but a nearly unfamiliar complex awe. They knew Liu Guan could fight. Charging through enemy lines, beheading generals, lifting stone lions. That was superhuman valor. But now they realized that what truly made him formidable was not his divine strength. It was that he never lost himself in force. When he could fight, he fought. When he couldn't, he used his mind to make the enemy hand over the knife themselves. Everyone go to sleep. Liu Guan waved his hand. Tomorrow Han Meng goes on the mission. Dahu, keep watching Chen Ping's camp. Li Si, guard the city. Sun Xiaochuan, double-check the grain registers of both counties. Squeeze out every last grain. Yes. They dispersed with acknowledgments. Liu Guan stood alone in the courtyard, gazing into the deep night to the south. Chen Ping had set an ambush. The ambush would wait 3 days, 5 days, maybe even 7. For him. But he had no intention of going. The next day, toward the end of the evening hour, Han Meng stood in the shadows of the small northern gate of Heishui County with 10 carefully selected men behind him. All were dressed in state troops armor captured from Feng unit, the armor plates polished, worn, but orderly. The standard issue swords at their waists were also of the state army style, and even their boots had been swapped for the thick-soled leather boots of the official military. Sun Xiaochuan squatted nearby, carefully tucking Feng Kuan's copper seal, bearing the rank of commander, into the hidden pocket of Han Meng's robe, then adjusted the straps of his chest guard. The official documents are here. Sun Xiaochuan handed over 3 grain requisition orders that had been prepared through the night. The dates, quantities, and transport routes are all filled in. Magistrate Hu of Nan County was a veteran scholar official, timid and cherishing his life, most afraid of taking responsibility. Han Meng took the documents and secured them close to his body without speaking. Liu Guan emerged from the shadows holding a bowl of hot ginger soup. He handed it to Han Meng in a flat tone. Drink it on the way. Remember, you're not going there to beg for grain, but to demand it, hold people accountable, and apply pressure. Han Meng took the bowl and drank it in one gulp, the heat making his throat ripple, yet he didn't furrow his brow. You know Chen Ping's banners, passwords, and recent troop movements. Liu Guan continued. Over in Nan County, they still haven't received detailed military reports about our defeat of Feng Kuan. They only know that Feng Kuan is dead and Chen Ping has arrived. You're Chen Ping's special envoy sent to demand grain. Your attitude should be firm, your words cold, but don't put on airs. You're merely a messenger, commander. I understand, Han Meng replied in a deep voice. Liu Guan studied him for a moment, then suddenly reached up and straightened the red tassel on his helmet. Come back alive. Han Ming's Adam's apple bobbed. He clasped his fists heavily in salute, turned, and mounted his horse. The 10 riders slipped out of the city silently and soon disappeared into the morning mist. Nan County, the county yamen. Magistrate, who was 57 this year, having endured 12 years in this impoverished little county, his once jet-black hair turning half white. His greatest wish was to retire safely and return to his hometown to enjoy his grandchildren. At this moment, he was holding a teacup, half listening as the household clerk reported this month's grain tax progress. The gatekeeper came running and stumbling and panting, "And my lord, people have come from the prefecture. From General Chen's command." Magistrate, whose hand trembled, spilling half a cup of tea. Quick, invite them in. No change clothes. Open the central gate." The central gate swung wide open. Magistrate, who led the deputy magistrate and secretary out to welcome them, and saw 10 state soldiers in pristine armor astride their horses, the leading man standing upright with eyes sharp as blades. Han Ming dismounted, his boot heels striking the brick ground with a cold, crisp sound. He didn't smile or exchange pleasantries, but directly produced the official documents and handed them over. General Chen's directive. With supplies tight on the front lines, 70% of Nan County's grain reserves shall be allocated starting today, transported by our escort detachment via the route we determined directly to the main camp. Magistrate, who received the document with both hands and quickly scanned it. At the top it read, "Vorner of the Liangzhou Prefecture Expeditionary Force," and at the bottom was the marching staff seal of Qinping. It had been carved overnight by Sun Xiaochuan. A forgery not particularly refined, yet in this moment of panic no one dared to examine it closely. The date, grain quantity, and allocation procedures were all clearly written. Say, 70%. Magistrate, whose throat went dry. "My lord, our county's grain reserves are already meager, and the autumn harvest hasn't even been fully collected. 70% is simply what?" Han Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it carried like a blunt blade scraping against bone. "Lieutenant Feng fell in battle. General Chun personally led the assault, and our soldiers have licked blood from their swords. Yet they can't even fill their stomachs with a proper meal." He stepped forward, and Magistrate, who instinctively retreated half a step. Nan County sits closest to the battlefield, yet receives grain supplies the slowest. General Chin asked me to inquire whether your position as magistrate has grown too comfortable. Magistrate, whose face went pale. He recalled the prefectural notice from last month about the northern Rong invading the border and the rumors from deserters who had fled days earlier, that Feng Kuen's entire army had been destroyed beneath the walls of Heishui City. If even Feng Kuen, a direct nephew of the military governor, had perished, what defense did he have as a penniless county magistrate with no connections or support? This subordinate. "I'll arrange it immediately." Magistrate, who dared not look at the document again. He spun around and roared at the county assistant magistrate. "What are you standing there for? Open the granary. Count the grain. Round up the carts." Han Ming remained standing where he was motionless. He watched the county officials scurry about like headless flies, watched the granary doors creak open, watched sacks of grain being loaded onto ox carts and carriages requisitioned on the spot. He didn't smile. He simply made a mental note. Nan County's granary held 20% more grain than anticipated. The sect master's judgment proved correct once again. At dusk by the northern gate of Heishui County, 10 riders in state soldier attire had set out, but returned with over 30 men. Han Ming had requisitioned 20 laborers from Nan County to escort the carts. 50 carts of grain moved in a grand procession following the eastern path surveyed in advance, slipping past the scouting perimeter of Qinping's main camp and slowly entering Heishui County as night fell. Sun Xiaochuan personally counted and weighed every cart. Not a single one was short. "Sect master," he said, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement, 2,300 sure. Liu Guan stood at the granary entrance watching the dust-caked sacks of grain that weighed down the cart axles with creaking groans, his expression unreadable. "Recorded in the ledgers. Starting tomorrow, everyone gets an extra half ladle of rice per meal under wartime rationing." He paused. "Tell the brothers this grain was borrowed from the Nan County magistrate. Did you make him write an IOU?" Zhao Dahu leaned in, eyes gleaming. "No." Liu Guan turned away. "What use is an IOU? If he really wants it back, I'll take him to the Nan County granary and let him move it himself." Zhao Dahu grinned, showing his back teeth. 3 days later at Qinping's main camp. "General, urgent report from Nan County." The scout's voice trembled. Qinping took the document, and after reading only 3 lines his face paled as if doused in ice water. Liu Guan's troops impersonated state soldiers, used Feng Kuen's seal, and falsely requisitioned 2,300 sure of stored grain. This subordinate failed in his duties and deserves death 1,000 times over. Investigation has proven futile. The grain carts have already entered enemy territory. Silence fell over the tent. Chen Ping held the thin sheet of paper in his hand. He didn't throw anything, didn't curse, not even immediately ordered an investigation. He sat there like a stone statue frozen in place. 20 carts of grain. He could endure that. 300 cavalry waiting in ambush for 3 days to no avail. He could tolerate that. But now, Liu Guan hadn't even drawn his sword. Right under Chen Ping's very eyes, he had used Chen Ping's name to divert 2,300 shur of life-saving grain, supplies the enemy desperately needed, and his own side lacked even more. This was no longer mere raiding. This was humiliation. The magistrate of Nan County, Chen Ping, said, his voice surprisingly steady. He is to be dismissed, shackled, and sent to the prefecture for the military governor to deal with. Yes. The eastern trail from Nan County to Heishui County must be thoroughly mapped out by tomorrow, where they bypass the scouts, how many choke points along the route, and how many troops could pass through. Yes. As for Yong'an County, Chen Ping paused. Tell Commander Wang to add another siege ladder. We won't actually attack, but we need to create the impression of an assault to make Sun Sheng believe we're preparing for a forced take. The assembled officers held their breath. Chen Ping rose to his feet and walked to the map he had studied countless times. Heishui County. Those 3 characters remained unchanged. But now in his eyes those 3 characters had taken on a new meaning. Not a stubborn bone to crack, but a living, thinking, venomous snake that would strike back. Issue orders to Commander Zhao of the Sharp Rider Battalion, he said slowly. Recall the ambush troops. The grain route from Nan County will now be rerouted through the northern path, with 2 convoys dispatched daily, each escorted by 200 crossbowmen and 300 spearmen. The commander of the Flying Bear Battalion couldn't help but speak. General, the siege equipment still needs time. Should we first redirect the troops from Yong'an County? Chen Ping finally made his move. Not because he wanted to. It was the 3rd urgent summons from Feng Zi, whose tone had shifted from impatience to icy coldness. Over a month of futile efforts, provisions depleted, the bandits growing bolder by the day. If we delay further, the court will demand accountability, and even I may not be able to shield you. Chen Ping clutched the letter, his fingertips growing cold. He knew what Feng Zi feared most. Word of Liu Guan's grain heist had somehow reached the prefectural government. Feng Kuan's death in battle could be attributed to underestimating the enemy. Sun Cheng's betrayal could be dismissed as cowardice. But 2,300 shur of military provisions being brazenly requisitioned by bandits under the commander-in-chief's own name. This was no longer defeat, it was farce. The Liangzhou official circles were already laughing. Those in the governor's office who had long envied the Feng family were waiting eagerly to spread this mockery across the entire Great Wu. So Feng Zi could wait no longer. He demanded that Chen Ping deliver Liu Guan's head hung from the Liangzhou city gate within 1 month. Otherwise it wouldn't be just a head that ended up on the gate. Chen Ping set down the letter and fell silent for a long while. Throughout his life, he had been cautious, never fighting a battle without certainty of victory. But this time that certainty had been stripped away piece by Liu Guan, leaving only a thread suspended in air. Transmit the order, he said, his voice several years grayer. Commander Wang of Yong'an County must breach the city within 3 days. Leave 300 men to garrison it, and move the rest north immediately to join the assault on Heishui. Flying Bear Camp and Sharp Cavalry Camp prepare breakfast at the 3rd watch tomorrow, break camp at the 5th watch and advance to the south gate of Heishui County. No more siege. Chen Ping rose, walked to the tent curtain, and lifted a corner. Outside the night pressed heavy and dark, the north wind sharp as a blade. Assault. On the walls of Heishui County torches blazed bright as day. Liu Guan stood at the watchtower's edge, gazing at the sudden surge of official army campfires to the south. In a single night, Chen Ping's encampment had grown by 30% in smoke from cooking fires. The scouts reported that state troops from the Yong'an County direction were breaking camp and moving north, expected to arrive at Heishui by noon tomorrow. They're launching the final offensive. Han Meng's voice was low. Liu Guan did not turn around. He stared at that growing brightness, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. Zhao Dahu gripped his sword hilt, his throat tightening. Brother, what should we? Defend. Liu Guan turned, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Chen Ping is desperate, but not insane. If he dares to assault us head-on, he must have a backup plan. Fire oil scaling ladders, battering rams. Feng Zi has given him everything this time. Our walls are low and weak. We can't withstand a rotating assault. Then what do we do? Li Si blurted out. Liu Guan did not answer immediately. He descended from the wall and stood in the open courtyard. Dahu, how many riders do we have who can still fight? 320. Li Si, how many soldiers in the 2nd unit can still fight? 500 men, not one less. Han Meng is the 1st unit at full strength. Han Meng hesitated for a moment. Full. That will be enough. Liu Guan turned to face them all. Chen Ping wants to take the city. We'll let him attack. On the first day his morale is highest and his equipment is freshest. We'll trade lives with rolling logs and stones. By the end of the first day he'll lose at least 300 men. On the second day his assault will weaken. We hold another day costing him another 300. On the third day, Liu Guan paused. On the third day the old method. I'll open the gates. Dead silence fell. Everyone thought they had misheard. Zhai Zhup, Han Meng, was the first to react. The old method is a decisive charge. Liu Guan cut him off. Chen Ping will have fought for 2 days, lost nearly 1,000 men, his morale crushed, and his provisions nearly exhausted. He thinks we'll only cower behind the walls, thinks I wouldn't dare venture out. On the third day at dusk he'll withdraw to camp, men exhausted, horses spent, guard at its lowest. He paused, then continued, the breaking formation elite guard is fully assembled. 80 riders with those 8 veteran brothers who survived the charge against the northern Rhone camp as the backbone, supplemented by hand-picked soldiers from across the army. I will lead these 80 riders as the spearhead, driving straight into Chen Ping's central command. Zhao Dao, Han Meng take 300 Black Cloud riders as the 2 wings for support. Li Si, the 1st and 2nd units stay in the city under your sole command. Hold the gates. If I fail to break through, you can still provide reinforcement. Li Si wanted to say something, but Liu Guan raised a hand to stop him. It's settled. The next day at Qinshe, bugles shattered the morning mist. Outside the south walls of Heishui County, state troops surged forward like a tide of ash and shadow. The first rank was shield bearers holding half-person-high ironclad wooden shields that formed a moving wall of iron. Behind them stood archers, 1,000 bows drawn, their arrowheads gleaming like cold stars in the morning light. Behind them came the scaling ladder corps battering ram teams and siege tower vehicles. Farther back, the armored heavy infantry of Flying Bear Camp stood in formation, their iron armor gleaming menacingly. 3 li east on a high ridge, the 400 elite cavalry of Sharp Cavalry Camp stood in a single line, horses still spear points aimed at the heavens. Commandant Zhao rode at the front of the formation, shading his eyes, with one hand staring at that low, battered county town. His task was not to assault the city, of course. It was to wait. To wait for the city gates to open, for the defending army to break and flee, for the man called Liu Guan to expose his back. On the city wall, Liu Guan stood at the watchtower's edge, a pair of 4-edged iron maces at his waist. Maces that Sun Sheng had once presented to him. Each mace was 3 chi long, edgeless, forged from solid iron. 40 jin, each dull and dark, entirely unadorned. He gazed at the human tide surging below, saying nothing. Zhaizhu, Han Meng's throat tightened. Liu Guan did not turn around. Defend. The siege battle erupted in full force at Qinshe and a half. Release arrows. The subordinate officer's roar was drowned in the hum of 1,000 bows drawn simultaneously. 1,000 arrows darkened the sky like a press of clouds, their sharp cries carrying them to rain down upon the walls. Raise shields. Han Meng's voice exploded through the air. The Heishui soldiers raised wooden shields, door panels, even torn down doors, huddling into the shadows behind the crenellations. Thunk, 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 thunk. The muffled percussion of arrows striking wood came like a violent storm. Someone groaned and fell, an arrow shaft piercing his shoulder, blood spraying 3 chi. The next rank immediately filled the gap, dragging the wounded by their legs toward the rear. At the same time, the defending arrows from the walls also came crashing down. 80 paces. At this range, the Heishui archers could pierce state soldiers' leather armor. 1 arrow, 1 man down. 10 arrows, 10 men tumbling. But there were too many state soldiers. When the front ranks fell, the rear ranks trampled over the bodies and pushed forward. 50 paces. 30 paces. The first dull thud of scaling ladders striking the wall hammered against everyone's hearts like a heavy mace. Climb the wall. The first wave of state soldiers clenched blades between their teeth, letting out beast-like howls as they scrambled upward, hand over hand. The first head appeared above the crenellation. A defending soldier thrust with his spear, striking the face dead on. The man screamed as he fell crashing into 3 comrades below. A second head, a third, a fourth. Heads sprouted like mushrooms from the earth, seemingly endless. Finally, the first state soldier climbed onto the wall. Steel blades swept down, blood splashing. Then a second, a third, a 10th. The hand-to-hand combat on the walls had begun. At this, Liu Guan moved. He pushed through the chaotic crowd, striding toward a state soldier. The soldier, eyes bloodshot from killing, swung his blade in a diagonal slash as Liu Guan approached. The blade was still half a foot from Liu Guan's left neck. Liu Guan did not dodge. His right hand drew the iron mace from his waist. 40 jin of wrought iron swung in a full arc, smashed across. Bang! An explosive sound. The state soldier's helmet instantly caved in. His skull shattered. Liu Guan's mace had not yet finished its swing, sweeping rightward in one fluid motion. The second state soldier lunged forward with blade raised, only to be struck squarely in the chest by the mace's head. Crack! Breastplate crushed, ribs splintered. The soldier was sent flying like a rag sack, toppling 3 comrades behind him. The four rolled together in a tangled mass, never rising again. Liu Guan didn't even glance at them. He gripped his mace and continued forward. What in the world is that? Below the wall, Flying Bear Battalion Commander Lei Lai was marshalling his troops. He watched helplessly as the black armored figure on the battlements tore through the state soldiers who had just gained their footing, scattering them like torn cloth. Wherever the mace struck, shields exploded, helmets caved, bones shattered. Not a single opponent could withstand one blow. Not one warrior lasted even a single exchange. See, Commander. The Deputy General's voice trembled. Is that a human? Lei Lai offered no response. His eyes locked on the wall, throat tight, as if stuffed with wet cotton. He had fought Western rebels, slashed through Northern Rome barbarians, clawed his way out of mass graves. But never had he witnessed such a method of battle. The Eastern Wall segment faced imminent danger. 3 siege ladders planted almost simultaneously, state soldiers swarming upward like ants. The defending soldiers crouched behind the battlements, unable to lift their heads. When Liu Guan reached that wall section, he witnessed a Blackwater Battalion veteran impaled through the abdomen by 2 spears, screaming as he fell. He neither shouted nor cursed. Simply walked over, bent down, grasped the top of the leftmost siege ladder with one hand, and yanked it upward with explosive force. The siege ladder, along with 5 state soldiers clinging to it, was torn clean from the wall. The ladder's feet rose 3 chi off the ground. Liu Guan twisted his waist and hurled the entire ladder with its 5 living men down onto the ground below. A scream stretched halfway through the air before cutting off abruptly. Ladder toppled, men perished. Silence reigned over the ground below. The squad leader on the second ladder looked up, directly meeting Liu Guan's gaze. He wanted to flee, but his feet felt nailed to the ladder's rungs. Liu Guan gave him no chance to escape. The 40-gene iron mace rose high, smashing dead center into the ladder's top. Crack! The ladder top exploded with splintering in all directions. The squad leader and 3 state soldiers behind him simultaneously lost their support, screaming as they tumbled backward. 2 zhang high. Their skulls struck the ground with 4 dull thuds, for pools of blood spreading. The soldiers on the third ladder had already jumped down on their own. Even with broken legs, they chose to jump. In the city's west, siege towers advanced menacingly. 3 towers, each standing 2 zhang above the wall, with 5 crossbowmen crouched on the top platform. From their elevated position, they could effortlessly shoot arrows into the defenders' necks and backs without precise aiming. Blackwater Battalion soldiers on the wall collapsed one after another from arrow strikes, casualties mounting rapidly. Zhaizhup. Han Ming bellowed. The siege tower dash. Liu Guan didn't wait for him to finish. He seized the captured Northern Rome longbow from his personal guard's hands, its limbs as thick as a child's arm, so powerful an ordinary person couldn't even draw it. Liu Guan steadied the bow with his left hand, 3 fingers hooking the string with his right, the bowstring stretched like a full moon. First arrow. On top of the first western siege tower, the left crossbowman was bending to knock an arrow when the shaft pierced his left eye socket and exited the back of his skull. The corpse tumbled backward. Second arrow. The right crossbowman had just lifted his head when an arrow struck his throat, blood spraying a foot away. Third, fourth, fifth arrows. 3 more men fell, arrows finding their brow, Adam's apple chest. Not a single shot missed. In less than 10 breaths, all 5 crossbowmen on the first siege tower's top platform were dead. The siege tower continued advancing, but its arrow storm had fallen silent. Liu Guan uncocked his bow and tossed it back to his personal guard. He didn't even glance at the second or third tower. Those towers' crossbowmen were already scrambling down. Chen Ping stood on the command platform, hand resting on his sword hilt, gazing at the black-clad figure on the battlements. He had fought for over 30 years. Battled the Northern Rome, fought the rebels, clashed with Jin border cavalry. He had witnessed fierce generals and brutal soldiers, seen archers pierce 3 layers of armor with a single shaft, encountered desperate men who cut down 5 opponents with 1 blade. But he had never encountered someone like this. No, this was no ordinary warrior. Lei Lai, commander of the Flying Bear Battalion, galloped back from the front lines and dismounted, his knee trembling as he dropped to one knee. General. Speak. Chen Ping's voice came out hoarse. That Liu Guan. Lei Lai's throat bobbed. The third squad of Flying Bear Battalion, 20 men, reached the wall at the western gap, formed a shield wall, drew their blades. And then he alone with that iron mace shattered clean through their shield formation. Lei Lai raised his head, eyes red-rimmed. 20 men. 3 survived. 2 with severed arms, 1 with shattered ribs. Your subordinate has served 23 years in the military, never witnessed. He couldn't finish. Chen Ping didn't look at him. He stared at the black-clad figure moving from siege ladder to siege ladder atop the wall, silent for a long while. Sound the retreat, he said. The deputy general froze. General, we've only been attacking for half an hour. Retreat. Now. The state soldiers withdrew from the wall's base like an ebbing tide, leaving behind corpses scattered across the ground and shattered siege equipment. On the battlements, Blackwater Battalion soldiers slumped against the parapet, their heavy breathing rising and falling in waves. Liu Guan sat in the shade behind the watchtower, back pressed against the stone wall, his twin iron maces planted beside him. Zhaiju the Count is complete. Han Meng approached, his left arm wrapped in hastily bound linen, blood still seeping through. Go ahead. Our forces 53 dead, 37 severely wounded, countless light injuries. State forces lost at least 200 men, 9 siege ladders destroyed, 1 siege tower disabled, and the battering rams. He paused. 1 battering ram was smashed apart, the other 2 had their wheel axles snapped during retreat. Liu Guan nodded silently. In the distance, commands to regroup echoed from the state soldiers' camp below. Qinping hadn't withdrawn far. The encampment remained, banners still flying. The next assault was merely a matter of time. Shortly after noon, the second assault began. This time Qinping altered his approach. Catapults opened the barrage. 20 Jean clay jars filled with incendiary oil arced onto the wall. Shattering. Splattering. Fire arrows followed close behind. Boom. A wall of flame erupted along the western wall, 2 zhang high, black smoke billowing skyward. State soldier morale soared. Siege ladders rose again, more vicious, more fierce, more reckless than that morning. Liu Guan stood in the fiercest inferno along that wall section. Incendiary oil burned at his feet, smoke choking all who ventured near. He lowered himself, bent down, grabbed a bucket of water prepared for firefighting, and doused himself entirely. Then he stepped across smoldering embers to the parapet's edge, leaning half his body outward. His right hand raised the iron mace and smashed downward. The state soldier squad leader, who had just reached the ladder's top, was struck squarely on the crown of his skull. His helmet caved in, blood erupting from all 7 orifices. The corpse toppled rigidly backward, dragging 3 comrades down the siege ladder with it. Liu Guan didn't stop. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. With every blow, a siege ladder shuddered, a skull burst open, a wail of agony tumbled toward the ground below. He had no techniques. Only repetitive, mechanical, terrifying smashing. Like a blacksmith hammering at the forge, 1 blow, then another, then another. Flying Bear Battalion Commander Lai stood 100 paces away, every muscle locked rigid. He watched that drenched, blood-soaked man reduce living human beings one by one into motionless flesh. Reduced to flesh, then kicked over the wall. He had fought 23 years of war. Today, for the first time, he wanted to vomit. The battlefield had transformed into a killing ground that transcended human comprehension. At the third coup of the Shun hour, Qinping sounded the retreat for the second time. When the provincial troops withdrew, they had lost the sharpness they carried in the morning. Many ran faster in retreat than they had in the charge. On the city wall, Liu Guan still stood. He did not pursue, nor did he call out. He simply planted his iron mace on the ground and watched the tide of men slowly recede to the south. The day after tomorrow. On the 3rd day at dusk, the dying sun was the color of blood. South of Heishui County town, the horn for Qinping's withdrawal had just sounded. After 2 days of siege, nearly 1,000 were dead or wounded, and over half the siege equipment lay in ruin. The provincial soldiers dragged their weary bodies back in scattered formation, their morale at rock bottom. Beneath the great banner bearing the character Chun, at the center of the army, Qinping reined in his horse, gazing at that silent little town with knitted brows. Too steady. For 2 days, Liu Guan had never left the city. Rolling logs, boulders, showers of arrows, burning oil. He defended when he should defend, withdrew when he should withdraw, as steady as an ancient well. This did not resemble the man who once dared to ride alone into the northern Rhone camp and cut down Feng Kuan in open battle. Unless Qinping's pupils abruptly contracted. Unless he was waiting. Waiting for him to grow accustomed. Waiting for him to believe Liu Guan would only defend the walls. Waiting for the provincial troops to return to camp, scattered in formation, exhausted, weary, and lax. Waiting for this very moment. Pass the order. The sharp riders must not remove their armor. The Flying Bear Battalion. Before the words faded, the city gate of Heishui County swung open. From deep within the gate tunnel came first the sound of hooves. 1 horse. 10 horses. 100. 300. The sound began like muffled thunder rolling along the horizon, then in an instant became the roaring crash of mountains collapsing and seas churning. Qinping seized his reins hard. From the gate tunnel, the first thing to emerge was a banner. Black field, red border, a staff of dark iron. The character Liu upon it seemed written in blood under the dying sun. Then came the horse. A black steed, not a single stray hair on its body, with a tuft of white on its forehead like a shooting star. The rider on its back wore dark armor and carried a long lance. Liu Guan rode out from the city gate. 80 riders followed close behind. But what sent a chill down Qinping's spine was not those 80 riders. It was both sides of the gate. 300 black cloud riders split into left and right wings were streaming out from both flanks of the city gate. Zhao Dahu reined his horse at the left wing, staring at the 400 sharp riders on the eastern slope. Been cooped up for 3 days. Today I'll teach you what cavalry truly is. On the right wing, Han Ming, his wounded left arm in a sling, held the reins with one hand, silent as iron. 300 black cloud riders spread into 2 wings like a giant eagle unfurling its wings. A buzzing sounded in Qin Ping's head. This was not a breakout. This was open field battle. Liu Guan intended to shatter him right here. Sharp riders. He roared hoarsely. Colonel Zhao, cut off the left wing. Too late. Liu Guan gave him no time to adjust his formation. In the third breath after the city gate opened, the black horse's 4 hooves left the ground. The lance leveled its tip, aimed at the Chun banner fluttering in the wind at the center of the provincial army 300 paces away. Formation breaking guard. He did not look back. His voice simply exploded, overpowering every noise on the battlefield. Stay close. 80 riders roared in unison, their war horses lunging forward at once. The sound struck the hearts of the provincial soldiers like a sledgehammer. On the eastern slope, Colonel Zhao of the sharp riders watched with his own eyes as that black arrowhead carved into their formation. Too fast. Before he could even order the charge, Liu Guan had already slammed into the rear ranks of the retreating defenseless infantry. The first row of shield bearers turned around in haste, their shields not yet raised level. Liu Guan's lance arrived. It was not a thrust. It was a sweep. Gripping the lance with both hands like swinging an entire iron pillar, he smashed it horizontally against the hastily raised wall of shields. Crash! It was not the crisp clash of weapons. It was the splintering explosion of heavy force smashing through flesh and wood. 3 iron-banded wooden shields burst apart at once. The provincial soldiers behind them, their breastbones caved and spat blood as they were lifted off the ground and hurled backward as if struck head-on by a runaway draft horse. The lance's momentum was not spent. Its residual force clipped a 4th man, shattering his arm bone into 3 pieces and sending him screaming to the ground. 80 formation-breaking guards poured through the breach. Irresistible, unstoppable. Colonel Zhao. The enemy riders have broken through. The deputy's roar came. Colonel Zhao snapped back to his senses and drew his saber. Sharp riders. Charge. Cut off Liu Guan. 400 elite riders swept down from the slope, lance tips, leveled warhorses, hooves churning. Their target was Liu Guan's 80 riders. But Liu Guan did not wait for them at all. He did not even look at them. He did only one thing. He kept charging forward. The 80-rider arrowhead formation, like a red-hot dagger, ignored the wolves lunging at its flanks and drove straight for the heart. 100 paces, 80 paces, 50 paces. The front line of the sharp riders was almost biting into the flank of the formation-breaking guard. Then the black cloud riders struck from the left wing. Zhao Dahu's long spear thrust in from a bizarre angle, striking the neck of the lead sharp rider's horse. The warhorse screamed and toppled, throwing its rider. 150 black cloud riders slammed into the charging column of the sharp riders from the left. You're the ones I've been waiting for. Zhao Dahu's spear tip swept across, and a provincial rider's throat sprayed blood. 3 days without leaving the gate. Our horses are bored out of their minds. On the right wing, Han Ming led the remaining 150 black cloud riders and cut in simultaneously. The sharp riders' charge was caught between 2 sides and savagely severed into 3 segments. 400 elite riders, head and tail unable to support each other, fell into complete chaos. Colonel Zhao turned in the melee, trying to reform his men. Then he saw Liu Guan. That black arrowhead had already pierced through the rear formation of the provincial infantry, less than 100 paces from the Chun banner at the center of the army. Qin Ping's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. He watched Liu Guan alone at the very front, his lance blade passing through all, with no one able to withstand a single exchange. A flying bear soldier raised his spear to block. Liu Guan did not slow. The lance tip met the spearhead. The spear shaft snapped into 3 pieces, and the lance, losing no momentum, pierced through the man's breastplate and burst out his back. The corpse hung on the lance. Liu Guan flicked his wrist and cast it off like a torn rag. A second squad of provincial soldiers raised shields and formed up. Liu Guan pulled a spare javelin from his waist with his left hand and hurled it. At 40 paces, the javelin tumbled twice in the air, and its butt struck dead center of a shield. The shield shattered. The formation broke. Liu Guan rode his horse over the man's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard 50 paces away. Qin Ping was afraid. In 33 years of military service, he had never been afraid. At this moment, he was afraid. Flying Bear Battalion. He heard his own voice trembling. Form up. Stop him. Lei Lai hastily arrayed the heavily armored infantry of the Flying Bear Battalion. 500 men, 3 layers of shield wall, a forest of spears like a hedgehog. Liu Guan saw it. He did not slow down. He did not even go around. He charged straight at it. 30 paces. 20 paces. 10 paces. At the instant the lance tip struck the shield wall, Qin Ping expected to hear a dull thud. He was wrong. What he heard was the thunderous rupture of an entire row of shields exploding at once. The lance head pierced the first shield. It shattered. The lance undiminished drove through the second, the third, the fourth. For heavily armored soldiers, pierced by the same lance, were strung together like skewered meat, lifted off the ground and flung into the crowd behind them. The shield wall was ripped open, a gap 3 zhang wide. 80 formation-breaking guards poured through the breach. Cavalry charging heavy infantry. How could it be? The heavily armored soldiers of the Flying Bear Battalion were before Liu Guan like a city wall made of paper. Chen Ping saw Lei lie surrounded by 3 riders, struck 7 times, his armor split and blood spraying. He saw the Flying Bear standard-bearer sent flying by Liu Guan's lance, the banner falling to the ground and instantly trampled into shreds by hooves. He saw his most elite heavy infantry begin to drop their shields and fall back. And Liu Guan, that man drenched in blood, his dark armor hung with flesh and cloth scraps, less than 50 paces away, raised his head and met Chen Ping's gaze. There was no killing intent in those eyes, no anger, only calm. Chen Ping suddenly felt his legs go weak. He had served 33 years as a soldier, fought rebels, battled the northern Rong, taken 3 arrows without a frown. Yet now just being looked at by that man made his knees begin to tremble. General. The deputy's voice shook. Chen Ping opened his mouth, trying to say something. Liu Guan moved. He did not shout, did not raise a banner, only gently pressed his legs against the horse's flanks. The black horse started forward. 50 paces. For that war horse, which had never slowed from beginning to end, it was a matter of 3 breaths. Chen Ping finally found his voice. Run. The deputy did not hear clearly. Run. Chen Ping frantically wrenched his horse around back, arched his whole body, pressed low against the saddle. He did not look back. He did not even know which direction he was fleeing. Southwest, anywhere. As long as it was as far from that man as possible. The great banner fell behind him. He did not look back. His personal guard desperately blocked the path of the route and were torn apart by the formation-breaking guard like paper. He did not look back. The provincial army collapsed entirely, weeping and screaming as they threw down their weapons and scattered in all directions. He did not look back. He dared not look back. He feared that if he did, he would see Liu Guan's lance tip already at his back. He was 51 years old. He had never been this afraid. At the border of the Liang Kingdom, on the northern bank of the Zhang River, Wu Minghuang sat atop her steed on a high ridge. Behind her, arrayed in formation, were 30,000 elite troops from the capital, their armor gleaming and spears standing like a forest. Farther still, stretching over 20 li, the camp of the 250,000-strong Eastern Expeditionary Army was in the midst of rest, packing and preparing for the next assault. Today she wore no heavy bright armor, only a black cloak embroidered with gold over light armor, and at her waist hung the emperor's sword. This was the 3rd fortress. Since taking the field in person, she had breached 3 of Liang's cities. The first required a stubborn 3-day defense, but her personal presence on the battlefield, directing relentless attacks day and night, broke the gates on the 4th day. In the second, the Liang forces sallied out for open battle, only to be encircled and crushed from both flanks, 8,000 heads severed, and the rest scattering in disarray. The third fell without a fight when its garrison surrendered at the sight of her banners opening the gates and presenting the city's maps. The emperor's martial prowess is unmatched. Long live the emperor! Behind her, the officers' congratulatory shouts rose and fell in succession. Wu Minghuang did not turn her head, but the faintest curve touched her lips. She had known since childhood that she was more than a daughter of the Wu clan, more than a woman who could seize the throne. She was born a commander. The Liang Kingdom, the strongest of the 8 nations. Under her brilliant command, they were nothing but hard bones waiting to be shattered. Where is Prince Su? Your Majesty, the officer replied. Prince Su oversees the supply convoys in the rear guard. He should reach the northern bank of the Zhang River tomorrow. Wu Minghuang nodded and asked no further questions. Prince Su Wu Yanxi, her royal uncle, was indeed a man of talent. Over the past month, every detail, from troop movements to logistics to siege preparations, had been handled with meticulous care. Wu Minghuang knew well that without this seasoned general holding the center and orchestrating the overall strategy, those 3 cities might not have fallen so easily. Yet for all its clarity, she did not intend to share too much of the credit. Her soldiers needed to know who led them to victory. The world needed to know who was driving the Liang Kingdom back step by step. It was her, Wu Minghuang. Not Prince Su, not Marshal Wen, not any of her generals. She alone. Send the order. She raised her hand. The vanguard will ford the river and establish a camp on the southern bank of the Zhang River. Tomorrow the main force pushes forward across the entire line, striking directly at Dingzhou of the Liang Kingdom. Yes. Her messenger galloped away on horseback. Wu Minghuang gazed toward the southern bank where the river churned with muddy water. Beyond it lay open marshland, and another 20 li south stood the walls of Dingzhou. Soon. She drew a deep breath as an indescribable thrill surged through her chest. At that moment a scout rode up at full gallop from the riverbank, leapt from his saddle, and dropped to one knee before her, reporting, "Your Majesty. The vanguard has reached the southern bank of the Zhang River and discovered Liang forces arrayed on the opposite shore." Wu Minghuang's brows flickered upward, then smoothed. "How many?" "Approximately 5,000. 5,000. Wu Minghuang laughed, her smile laced with undisguised contempt. "Does Liang send 5,000 men to die?" The surrounding generals joined in with laughter. "Your Majesty, this humble officer requests permission to lead 3,000 elite cavalry across the river and shall behead their commander within half an hour." A subordinate general clasped his fist in salute, eager for battle. Wu Minghuang waved her hand and offered no immediate reply. She urged her horse a few paces forward, rising to a higher vantage point, her hand shading her eyes as she gazed across the river. 5,000 Liang soldiers indeed amounted to nothing. With 250,000 troops bearing down upon them, even spittle could drown them. Yet, she squinted slightly. The formation of those 5,000 was peculiar. It was neither a conventional defensive posture nor an offensive one. They were spread wide with space of several zhang between each man, not as though preparing for battle, but rather as though making room. "What are they doing?" Wu Minghuang blurted out. No one could answer. Across the river those 5,000 Liang troops began to move. Not a charge, not a retreat, but a spreading apart to either side, like tidal waters parting to reveal the ground between. Then something was pushed forth. Black in color. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. 10 in total. Forged of iron, their dark muzzles wide enough to fit an adult's fist. Behind each stood 3 Liang soldiers, one bearing a torch, 2 steadying the weapon itself. In the sunlight, those black openings gleamed with a cold light. Wu Minghuang froze. She had never seen such a thing before, but the chill rising from deep within her gut made her instinctively grip the reins tighter. "What is that?" Her voice dropped involuntarily. No one answered. Even the generals behind her, who had been laughing mere moments before, fell silent. All eyes were fixed on those 10 black monstrosities across the river. The wind died down. The water still rushed below, but the clamor along both banks seemed suddenly emptied away. "That is..." A cracked, aged voice came from behind, trembling with disbelief. Wu Minghuang turned. Prince Su Wu Yanxi rode up, his face ashen, his eyes locked onto those dark openings on the far shore, his lips quivering violently. He should have been supervising the supply trains in the rear, but he had arrived ahead of schedule. "Uncle." Wu Minghuang frowned. "What are you?" "Artillery." Prince Su screamed sliced through her words like a blade. That voice was aged and hoarse, carrying a terror Wu Minghuang had never before seen upon her uncle's face. "Those are Jin Dynasty artillery." "Impossible." Wu Minghuang whipped around. How could Liang possess Jin? Before she could finish, on the opposite bank a flash of fire. Not 1, 10. All 10 cannons fired in unison, their muzzles spitting tongues of flame over a zhang, long smoke billowing upward like clouds. Wu Minghuang heard only a deafening roar, a sound so immense it felt as though her eardrums were being torn apart. Then she saw 30 paces ahead 3 of her imperial guards, and their horses, blown apart, not fallen, exploded. Flesh and blood flew in every direction, armor shards scattered, horse and man reduced to pulp splattered across a 10 zhang radius. Screams, wailing, the shrieks of startled warhorses, the roars of officers. Every sound merged into chaos as though the gates of hell had suddenly flung open. Wu Minghuang sat frozen atop her horse, staring at those 3 smoking heaps of flesh and blood, her mind utterly blank. "Your Majesty." Someone lunged forward, yanking her from the saddle and pinning himself beneath her. It was Prince Su, the aged prince, with his frail body shielding her beneath him. The second barrage came. The 10 cannons roared once more, lead shot whistling through the air, smashing into the ranks, into the horses, into the great officers and soldiers who had yet to react. Another spectacle of flying flesh and blood. Another chorus of ghostly wails and wolfish howls. Wu Minghuang lay pressed into the mud, her ears filled with thunderous explosions, desperate screams, and Prince Su's ragged breathing. "Artillery. It's artillery." Prince Su's voice was forced through clenched teeth. "Jin sold the artillery to Liang." "Your Majesty. Is your Majesty?" Wu Minghuang did not respond. Her eyes widened, fixed on the 3 smoking heaps of flesh not far away. Those were her personal guards, the bravest soldiers among the capital's elite. Moments ago they had been listening as she confidently issued orders for the river crossing. Now they were nothing but unrecognizable pulp. How could this happen? Her voice was barely audible, so faint she could scarcely hear it herself. How could it come to this? From across the river the 3rd volley of cannon fire thundered once more. On the northern bank of the Zhang River 30,000 of the Great Wu's finest troops, utterly unprepared, were hurled into hell by the sudden barrage of 10 cannons. And the Empress, who only half an hour prior had stood confident and supreme above the world, now lay trembling in the mud. The banner has fallen. The shrill scream pierced through the cannon fire, driving like a dagger into Wu Minghuang's heart. She lay in the mud, half her face buried in sludge and blood water. Beside her ear were King Su's heavy breaths and the pounding of hearts. King Su struggled to raise his body, his aged arms trembling violently. He knelt beside Wu Minghuang, shielding her from flying dirt and chunks of flesh, and glanced ahead. That single glance froze him utterly. The imperial banner bearing the character Wu had already fallen. Where 6 flag-bearing guards should have stood were now only a heap of mangled flesh and a few smoldering fragments of tattered cloth. Heaven's punishment. It is heaven's punishment. No one knew who shouted it first, the voice so shrill it sounded inhuman. Then the entire riverbank erupted. Discarding their weapons, shoving aside comrades, trampling over wounded soldiers, they fled desperately in every direction away from the cannon fire. Sorcery. Liang practices sorcery. The gods are wrathful. Run. Those finest warriors now throwing away their helmets, spears, and iron armor, cursing their parents for giving them only 2 legs. What further reddened King Su's eyes were those who knelt. Some prostrated themselves in pools of blood, bowing toward the dark cannon mouths across the river. Their foreheads smashed into the mud with thunderous cracks, chanting something between sobs, begging for mercy, confessing sins. The second shell detonated beside them. 3 men exploded into gore. 4 more behind them were hurled aside by the blast, only to scramble up and resume kneeling. It is divine punishment. We have offended the gods. No one had told them what those weapons were. No one reminded them that the Jin kingdom had long deployed such arms to slaughter border garrisons in the northern marches. They had only heard that Gao Sui had been defeated by demonic weapons, by barbarian cunning. They had dismissed it as worthless trickery, something brute courage could cleave through. Now they understood. It was too late. King Su's eyes burned red, but he did not shout. He simply lifted Wu Minghuang from the mud, his voice low, yet steady as bedrock. Your Majesty, rise. Wu Minghuang stood, her legs trembling like wilted stems. She looked upon the routing soldiers, the kneeling figures, the shredded remains of her comrades, and her mind went blank. At that moment, Your Majesty, a figure surged forward, drenched in blood, his face streaked with the black soot of gunpowder. He gripped a long halberd, its blade still dripping crimson. Enemy or ally he could not tell. Wendingdu, former commander of Liang's frontline forces, the young man, whose presence a month prior had been overshadowed by Wu Minghuang's personal campaign, left behind as a deputy general in the central camp. He now emerged as though crawled from a pool of blood himself. Reaching close, he saw King Su already positioned protectively before Wu Minghuang paused, then dropped to one knee. Your Highness, King Su. This subordinate arrives too late. King Su wasted no words. Rise. The horses. Wendingdu's Adam's apple bobbed. My horse was killed moments ago. Your Majesty's horses. He turned his head toward where they had been tethered. All 3 mounts were gone. Flesh and leather saddles mingled indistinguishably. Only a severed hind leg still remained tied to the post. Another shell struck 50 paces away, hurling earth and gore over them. Wendingdu instinctively threw himself before Wu Minghuang, his back arched like a wall. King Su did not move. He stared relentlessly at those routing elite troops of the capital garrison, at those trampling and stabbing their own comrades. His teeth clenched, each word forced out. Shield soldiers, scatter to the flanks. Do not block the riverbank. His voice was nearly lost amid the cannonade, but several guards nearby caught it and began fighting desperately through the crowd to relay the order. Archers fire into the sky to deter the madmen. Where is Gao Sui? Where is he? This subordinate will find him. Wendingdu took off at a run. After a dozen paces he glanced back. King Su was dragging Wu Minghuang forward, plodding through corpses and entrails toward the east. There stood an earthen mound offering whatever cover it could from direct cannon fire. Behind them several guards fought desperately, their blades striking down any madman who approached. Regardless of what uniform he wore or what language he spoke, Wendingdu gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Gao Sui was only 50 paces away. He had not run. Covered in blood, his face branded with soot, he still screamed hoarsely, form ranks. Form shield wall. The artillery cannot pierce the shields. No one listened. He continued to roar. That is no sorcery. It is firearms. Jin's firearms. I fought these things for half a year in the northern marches. Form ranks, and you can hold them. A shell detonated beside him. The 3 guards at his side vanished instantly. All that remained was a pool of blood and a twitching forearm. Gao Sui stood frozen, mouth open, unable to produce another sound. The cannonade thundered, the dying shrieked. Yet he heard nothing. He could only stare at the blood at that severed arm. Wendingdu reached him and seized his arm. General Gao, His Highness orders a retreat. Gao Sui wrenched free, his bloodshot eyes locked upon the smoking black muzzles across the river. Firearms. Jin's firearms. The words ground out between clenched teeth. I spent half a year battling these in the north. I know how to counter them. It is too late. Wen Dingdu roared. The army's morale has shattered. They believe it is heavenly wrath. Gao Sui closed his eyes. When he opened them again, only ashes remained within. Go! The two stumbled backward together. Halfway there Wen Dingdu suddenly stopped. There! He pointed to the front left. A cart. Not a war chariot, not a stagecoach, a donkey cart. A frame of rotting wooden planks, 2 wheels of mismatched size, a gray donkey tethered to the shafts. Beside the cart lay 2 corpses, laborers. Abandoning the vehicle in their flight, they had been slain by routing soldiers. Several bloodied holes marred their chests. Their eyes remained open, staring upward. Wen Dingdu closed the distance in 3 strides, slashed the reins, and seized the donkey's bridle. The beast screamed and kicked, but he held it fast. Your Majesty, he bellowed over his shoulder. There is a cart. King Su guided Wu Minghuang forward. Upon seeing that battered donkey cart, Wu Minghuang froze entirely. A donkey cart. Having grown up within the imperial palace, she had seen horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, imperial state coaches, and processional litter. She had ridden in golden-laid palanquins drawn by 8 white stallions and phoenix litters where one could recline and rest. Never a donkey cart. 2 wheels, a single plank, no canopy whatsoever. Upon that plank lay undried mud and several dark coagulated stains of blood, their origin unknown. The axle groaned ominously as though ready to splinter apart. Her voice trembled. Shall I ride a donkey cart? She could not bring herself to finish the last words. King Su regarded her. His face bore no expression, only a profound, unshakable calm. Your Majesty, his voice was low, board the cart. Wu Minghuang met his gaze. There was no urgency in those eyes, no panic. Only the quiet steadiness of a 60-year-old man who had crawled from a pile of corpses and now desired nothing more than to preserve the emperor's life. In the distance, another cannon roar. Waves of anguish cried out. Wu Minghuang closed her eyes. She recalled standing upon the golden throne proclaiming her personal campaign with soaring ambition. She recalled gazing across the northern bank of the Zhang River at those 5,000 Liang soldiers, smiling as she declared them come to die. She recalled that imperial banner bearing the character Wu, toppling behind her. She opened her eyes, mounted the cart. The donkey cart raced on, no one knew for how long. Wu Minghuang knelt on the wooden board, her hands gripping the cart's edge with desperate strength. She didn't know how long she had been gripping it. All she could hear was the howling wind, the dull thud of hooves on the dirt road, and her own heart pounding in her chest. Before her eyes was Wen Dingdu's back. He sat on the shafts lashing the gray donkey again, and again his back taut as a drawn bow. Your Majesty. An aged voice sounded beside her, so close it made her whole body shiver. She spun her head around abruptly. What is it? What's wrong? Wu Minghuang's voice drifted as if it weren't her own. The Prince of Su did not answer immediately. He drew a steadying breath. He began. I never imagined that Liang could obtain firearms from Jin. I believed I understood the currents of the realm, yet I missed the crucial alliance between Jin and Liang. This is entirely my failure. He paused as if pressing down something deep within him. However, Your Majesty, though 30,000 have scattered, we still have 250,000 troops stationed in the rear untouched. Firearms are deadly, yet reloading is slow and their range limited. If our army holds formation and divides to flank them, perhaps we can still. I am returning to the capital. Wu Minghuang spoke abruptly. Her voice was quiet, even somewhat distant. But the moment she uttered those words, the Prince of Su's words died in his throat. The donkey cart continued its frantic pace. A wheel struck a stone, jolting her body. But no one spoke. The Prince of Su was stunned. His hand on the cart's edge froze, his entire body locked, as if someone had pressed an acupoint. Wen Dingdu turned his head, the whip in his hand frozen mid-swing. Gao Sui, upon hearing these words, wore the same look of bewilderment. 3 men, 3 expressions. But their eyes asked the same question. Your Majesty, what are you saying? From this day forward, Wu Minghuang's gaze darted away, not looking at them. The Liang War shall be entirely delegated to Imperial Uncle for handling. Your Majesty. Wen Dingdu leapt to his feet, the cart rocking violently and nearly overturning. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The 250,000 troops still stand. This general will lead his men to certain death. Destroy those firearms. Your Majesty merely needs to temporarily avoid their edge. General 1. The Prince of Su's voice cut in, low and steady like a stone pressing down on everyone's heads. Wen Dingdu's words caught in his throat. The Prince of Su did not look at him. Supporting himself on the cart's edge, he slowly descended. Then he knelt. This minister, he bowed his head, accepts the decree. Wen Dingdu stood slack-jawed as if strangled by invisible hands. Gao Sui remained frozen in place. Wu Minghuang watched him kneel. Watched his gray-streaked hair tossed wild by the wind. Watched those hands that once commanded tens of thousands of soldiers, now caked with mud, trembling faintly. She said nothing. She merely gripped the cart's edge so tightly her fingernails dug a fraction deeper into the wood. 3 li south of Yong'an County, the state soldiers' siege encampment. They had been surrounded for 4 days. Commander Wang's 1,500 troops had the county's south gate sealed tight. The camp was orderly, the trenches deep, the sentries spread far, yet they made no move to assault. On the first day, he had sent a man to call out beneath the walls, urging Sun Chung to see the error of his ways and redeem his crimes by surrendering the city. Sun Chung stood atop the wall silent. He had someone loose an arrow instead. The arrow flew wide, landing half a step in front of the herald, who scrambled away in panic. On the second day, Commander Wang sent 300 men for a tentative probe. No sooner had the scaling ladders touched the wall than rolling logs and crushing stones shattered 2 of them. With over 20 dead and wounded, they retreated. On the third and fourth days, absolute stillness. Surrounded but not attacking, waiting for Heishui County to decide the outcome. Sun Chung stood on the wall, gazing at that gray expanse of tents to the south, his palms slick with sweat. "My lord." Deputy General Lei Bao crept closer, voice hushed. "The grain in the city can last at most half a month." Sun Chung did not turn around. He knew. By the 4th day of the siege, the granaries had nearly run dry. Over 1,000 mouths, 2 thin porridge meals a day, famine loomed. The Xiong soldiers and local militia who had surrendered with him grew more restless each day. They whispered to each other during night patrols, falling silent the moment they saw him approach. He was waiting for news from Heishui County, waiting for Liu Guan to win, or waiting for Liu Guan to lose. If Liu Guan won, his life might be spared for now. If Liu Guan lost, he'd have to act quickly. Surrender to Commander Wang, abandon the city, and flee, or... "My lord, my lord." A scout scrambled up the wall, face drenched in sweat. Sun Cheng's heart seized. "What?" From Heishui County. "Great victory at Heishui County." The scout's voice trembled, barely containing his excitement. "General Liu Guan took to the field in open battle, slew countless enemies, and that old scoundrel Qinping fled. When he fled south, he abandoned even his great banner." Sun Cheng froze. Lei Bao froze. Everyone on the wall who heard this stood in stunned silence. "What did you say?" Sun Chung seized the scout by his collar. "Say it again." "Great victory at Heishui County." The scout, nearly choking, wore a wide grin. General Liu led 300 Black Cloud Riders and 80 broken formation personal guards sallied forth to meet the enemy in pitched battle and utterly shattered Qinping's Flying Bear camp and elite cavalry. Qinping fled south alone on horseback, all his personal guards slain. The state troops are now in full retreat, fleeing south. Sun Chung released his grip. He gripped the crenellations for support, his legs unsteady. They had won. Liu Guan had won. 3,000 elite state troops, the most battle-hardened veteran of Liangzhou Qinping, and Liu Guan had crushed them utterly. Then, what about Commander Wang's forces here? Lei Bao stammered. The scout caught his breath, grinning. "Wang Ji. That bastard broke camp before dawn and fled south. Faster than a rabbit. He abandoned the entire camp, leaving provisions and supplies scattered everywhere." Sun Chung whirled to look south. Those gray tents still stood there, but the banners were gone. He had truly fled. Fled. Lei Bao suddenly collapsed onto the ground, laughing uproariously, tears streaming from his eyes. Sun Chung did not laugh. He slid down against the crenellations, settling onto the ground, breathing in great heaving gasps. They had won. Liu Guan had won. "My lord." Lei Bao rose, shuffling closer, lowering his voice. "What should we?" Sun Chung raised a hand to stop him. He gazed at that vacant encampment to the south, at the abandoned tents and supplies, and suddenly smiled. That smile held many things: the relief of surviving catastrophe, the smugness of having chosen the winning side, and something else he himself could not name, a kind of resignation. "Send a messenger," he said, "to Blackwater County with news. Tell them Yong'an County is safe. This general, Sun Chung, respectfully congratulates the Lord on his great victory." 7 days later, in Heishui County, Liu Guan stood in the backyard of the county office. Footsteps sounded from outside the gate. Before Zhao Dou even arrived, his voice preceded him. "Big brother. Good news." Liu Guan turned and watched Zhao Dou and Li Si rush in one after another, both with undisguised excitement on their faces. "Speak." Zhao Dou caught his breath. "Nan County has sent people." The deputy magistrate himself came, bringing grain registers and household registries, saying they want to pledge allegiance to us. Li Si added from the side. "Also, Ping County to the north and Lu Town to the east have both sent people." The magistrate of Ping County is a coward. Upon hearing that Qinping had fled, he packed his valuables that very night, intending to escape, but was blocked by the local gentry, who forced him to send an envoy to surrender. Liu Guan nodded without much surprise. It was expected. With Qinping's 3,000 to 4,000 elite troops shattered, what could the surrounding counties possibly think? Either surrender or wait for the Black Cloud cavalry to kick down your doors. "Where are they?" "They are waiting in the front hall. Sun Xiaochuan is entertaining them." Zhao Dou grinned. Sun Xiaochuan's silver tongue left those deputies completely dumbfounded, going on about mandate of heaven, an irresistible trend. Hearing him, I blushed for him. Let them wait. Liu Guan dusted off his hands. Where is Han Ming? At the training ground west of the city, drilling troops. Too many new recruits have surrendered these days. He's almost shouted himself hoarse. Liu Guan strode out. As soon as he stepped outside, Wang Shitu collided with him, holding a stack of registers, his forehead covered in sweat. Chieftain. Wang Shitu thrust the registers in front of him. The grain registers, household registries, and armory inventories of Nan County, Ping County, and Lu Town are all here. The grain depot in Nan County still has over 2,000 dan of grain, more than what we borrowed before. Liu Guan took the registers and flipped through them casually. The handwriting was neat, and the figures clear, showing that the deputy magistrates of those counties had indeed come well prepared. What about the new Nan County magistrate? He fled. Wang Shitu curled his lip. Heard that after Chun Ping's defeat, he ran away that very night, not even taking the official seal. Now the county is run by a deputy magistrate named Zhou, over 40 years old, a former old scholar who spent more than a decade to finally become deputy magistrate. Can he be used? Sun Xiaochuan says Deputy Magistrate Zhou is timid but meticulous in his work and has a decent reputation in the county. Liu Guan nodded and asked no more. Use him if he's useful, replace him if not. With the territory expanding, what was lacking were capable people to handle affairs. He passed through the front hall, pushed open the door, and entered the main hall. 3 people sat in the hall dressed in half-worn official robes with teacups set before them, yet untouched. As soon as they saw Liu Guan enter, the 3 stood up in unison, their movements as synchronized as if rehearsed. General Liu, the tall, thin, middle-aged man at the head, hadn't finished speaking when Liu Guan waved his hand. Sit. The 3 sat back down, perching only on the edges of their chairs. Liu Guan walked to the main seat and sat down, sweeping his gaze over the 3 faces. The tall, thin one in his 40s with prominent cheekbones had a cautiously appraising look, likely Deputy Magistrate Zhou of Nan County. The fat one on the left, around 50, wore a smile that seemed a bit forced. He was from Ping County. The youngest on the right, just over 30, with dark skin, sat upright, his eyes never wandering. He was from Lu Town. Deputy Magistrate Zhou of Nan County. Liu Guan began. Why, yes, that's me. The tall, thin man bowed slightly. Ping County. The fat one hurriedly stood up, bowing and scraping. This humble official is the registrar of Ping County, surnamed Qian. The magistrate is unwell and specially ordered me to come. Lu Town. The young man clasped his fists. Town commander of Lu Town, surnamed Gua. The town chief is elderly and sent me to pay respects to General Liu. Liu Guan glanced at him. Town commander. That title was intriguing. Lu Town was not large, but the fact that it had a town commander indicated there were garrison troops there. Though it was only 100 or so militia, at least it wasn't an empty shell. I roughly know why you've come. Liu Guan leaned back in his chair. Have you heard of the rules of Heishui County? The 3 exchanged glances. Deputy Magistrate Zhou said cautiously, I've heard a little. I heard that General Liu has registered households, reduced taxes, and corvées, suppressed bandits, and pacified the people. That's the nice way of putting it. Liu Guan interrupted him. The not-so-nice way is that I kill people. The hall fell silent. You know how Zhou Yongchang died. You also know how Feng Kuan died. And you know even better why Chen Ping ran. Liu Guan looked at the 3, his tone calm. If you surrender to me, you must abide by my rules. The grain that is due must be paid, not a single grain less. The corvée that is due must be served, not a single day late. Secretly colluding with the prefecture, oppressing the people, biting the hand that feeds you. He paused, not continuing. Upon hearing this, Deputy Magistrate Zhou's face turned slightly pale. The smile on Registrar Qian from Ping County froze. Only the town commander Gua from Lu Town remained seated unmoved. That's all the rules. Liu Guan stood up. Those willing to surrender go back and do what you need to do. Those unwilling, you may leave now. I will send people to escort you out of the territory, and I will not make things difficult. No one moved. Liu Guan waited for 3 breaths, then nodded. Xiaochuan. Sun Xiaochuan entered from the side door. Take them to handle the handover. Check the grain registers, household registries, and armory inventories carefully. As for the garrison troops in Lu Town, have Han Ming find time to inspect them. Yes, sir. The 3 were led out by Sun Xiaochuan. As they reached the door, the town commander Gua suddenly turned back and glanced at Liu Guan. Liu Guan met his gaze. The young town commander said nothing, only clasped his fists, then turned and left. Quite interesting. Evening in the backyard of the county office. Liu Guan sat on a stone bench, a few maps, just delivered, spread before him. Sun Xiaochuan read the list beside him. Nan County registered households 3,200 stored grain, 2,300 dan armory, with over 80 old spears and knives, 40 bows. Ping County registered households 2,800 stored grain, 1,800 dan armory, even emptier, only about 20 knives. Liu Town registered households 1,100 garrison troops, 87 men, all local militia with their own weapons. The town chief is an old man over 60 who doesn't handle affairs. The one in charge is that town commander Gua. Liu Guan's finger tapped on the map. Nan County, Ping County, Liu Town plus Heishui County and Yong'an County. He now had 5 territories in his hand. 5 cities. Though they were all small county seats, some no larger than a town territory was territory and population was population. That Gua. Liu Guan looked up. What's his background? Sun Xiaochuan flipped through the records. Gua Gan, 32 years old, a local man. He served in the border army for 3 years, retired due to injury, and returned to Liu Town to become town commander. He has a good reputation. The townspeople say he's a capable fighter, but he's stubborn and unwilling to curry favor with superiors, so he never got promoted. Border army background. No wonder his demeanor was different. How is Han Meng doing with the new recruits? Sun Xiaochuan's face fell slightly. Not very well. Too many people have surrendered these days. Some are surrendered county soldiers, some are scattered prefecture troops, and some are refugees who can't survive. Commander Han says less than half are capable fighters, the rest will need to be trained from scratch, at least 3 months. 3 months. Liu Guan tapped his fingers on the stone table. 3 months was enough for Feng Zi to gather another batch of troops from the prefecture capital, or enough for the imperial court to react. But he was not in a hurry. With larger territory, more population, and sufficient provisions, the source of soldiers would come. 3 months then. Tell Han Meng, don't rush the new recruits, he first stabilize the veterans. Fill up the Pazan personal guard, continue training the Black Cloud cavalry. Disband the surrendered county soldiers, and mix them and don't let them form cliques. Yes, sir. Also, Liu Guan stood up, walked to the courtyard wall, and gazed at the heavy night to the south. Send a few people to Wenshan Prefecture to feel out the situation. Find out who is in charge there, and which way the wind blows. Wenshan Prefecture was the largest city in southern Liangzhou with a population over 10,000 and a garrison of 4,000. When Xinping came earlier, the prefectural city held its troops, clearly waiting to see. Now that Xinping had been defeated, that prefectural city should be unable to sit still. Either surrender or fight. Surrender would be best, but fighting is not feared. Liangzhou, the prefectural seat, the commander's mansion. Feng Zi stood before the study window for half an hour. Beyond the window lay the bamboo grove in the backyard. He had planted himself, its leaves whispering in the wind. On ordinary days, gazing at these bamboo stalks would ease his spirit somewhat. But at this moment he could hear nothing. Spread across the desk was an urgent dispatch just delivered. The characters were few, but each one struck like a blade. Xinping had been defeated. 3,000 elite soldiers. Some killed, some surrendered, others fled. The Flying Bear camp was gone, the Sharp Cavalry camp was gone, and Xinping, that old wretch, fled south alone on horseback, his personal guards, all slain, his grand banner captured. Feng Kuan was dead, Sun Cheng surrendered, and Xinping was defeated. His entire wealth and power built over 20 years in Liangzhou had been hollowed out in half a year by a mere bandit leader. My lord, came the cautious voice of his staff officer from behind. The scouts we sent out have returned. On Liu Guan's side, Nan County, Ping County, and Liu Town have already surrendered. Lin County is gathering provisions, claiming they wish to offer gifts. Shi Wanshan of Stone Fortress has personally come down from the mountains and headed toward Heishui County. Feng Zi did not turn around. And what of Yuan Town? We sent someone unfamiliar to offer congratulations, but they gave no definite answer. They are still observing the situation. What of Wenshan Commandery? The staff officer paused. Regarding Governor Zhao, there is no news. No news. Feng Zi closed his eyes. No news meant the worst possible news. Zhao, he was a former subordinate he had personally promoted who had remained in the commandery capital for 8 years and always followed his lead. Now that Xinping had suffered defeat, the commandery city hadn't even sent a greeting letter. They were waiting. Waiting to see which way the wind blew. Waiting to see whether Feng Zi could still rise. My lord, the staff officer ventured. What should we do next? What should they do? Feng Zi slowly turned around. His face was expressionless, but his eyes resembled 2 dry wells. Issue the order, he said, to have the garrison troops at each pass consolidate their defenses and fall back. Suspend all requisition orders. The staff officer was stunned. My lord, are you saying? We will not fight, Feng Zi said flatly. We cannot afford to fight, nor can we win. But my lord, what about Liu Guan? What of Liu Guan? Feng Zi looked at him. Liu Guan now controls 5 county towns with 4 or 5,000 men, ample provisions, and high morale. What am I to fight with? Those newly conscripted civilians? Or those local militia who can barely hold a sword? The staff officer opened his mouth, but could find no words. Feng Zi walked to the desk and sat down. He stared at that urgent report for a long time. Send a memorial to the court, he said. reporting that the bandit problem in Liangzhou has grown rampant, that Qinping underestimated the enemy and advanced rashly, suffering heavy losses of men and commanders. Your subject has already severely punished the defeated general and is in the process of reorganizing the army and requests that the court dispatch additional reinforcements. The staff officer was once more startled. He clearly had no intention of continuing the fight, yet called it reorganizing the army. He wanted to dump the mess onto the court, yet phrased it as requesting reinforcements. Additionally, Feng Zi raised his eyes, described the situation with Liu Guan more gravely. Say that this man possesses superhuman prowess and is skilled in dark arts, that his forces number in the tens of thousands, that he has already seized 5 cities in succession with tremendous momentum, and that if not eliminated promptly, he will surely become a major threat. Tens of thousands, the staff officer stammered. But there are clearly only. How would the court know how many there actually are? Feng Zi cut him off. Should I inform the court that we cannot defeat a bandit force of merely 4 or 5,000 and ask whether I should even continue as commander-in-chief? The graver the situation we paint, the more attention the court will pay. Only when the court takes it seriously will they dispatch troops. And with troops sent, there may be a chance to crush Liu Guan. The staff officer bowed his head, daring not to ask further. Feng Zi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He suddenly felt exhausted. Not physical fatigue, but weariness of the heart. 20 years. He had spent 20 years in Liangzhou, rising from a minor officer to commander-in-chief, and had never seen such a sight. The rebels in the west, the barbarians in the north, the rioters within. He had dealt with all of them. But this time he felt he was facing something other than human. It was a monster. My lord, the staff officer asked quietly, should we urge the commandery city? Feng Zi opened his eyes. There is no need to urge, he said. Zhao knows what must be done. If he wished to submit to Liu Guan, he would have done so long ago. The fact that he has not moved means he is waiting for a clear directive from me. Then what is our directive? We do not fight. Feng Zi rose to his feet and walked to the window. Let him remain where he is. The commandery city sits between Liu Guan and myself. As long as he remains inactive, he serves as a buffer, protecting me from Liu Guan. As for whom he ultimately sides with, that depends on his own fortune. The backyard of the Heishui County Magistrate's office. The setting sun bled crimson across the sky. Liu Guan stood in the courtyard, gazing at the colossal man before him, a head taller than himself. Shi Wanshan, the fortress master of Stone Fortress, a notorious figure among the mountains. It was said that in his youth he could kill a wild boar with his bare hands, and 20 years prior, he had led dozens of men into the mountains to wrest Stone Fortress from the bandits by force. Now well past 50, his frame remained as massive as a bear's, his arms thicker than most men's thighs. Standing before him, Liu Guan, who stood nearly 6 feet tall, had to look upward. Does the fortress master seek to surrender? Liu Guan's tone was even, betraying no emotion. Shi Wanshan grinned broadly. In all my years I recognize only one thing, strength. He appraised Liu Guan from head to toe, his gaze sharp with assessment and unguarded calculation. General Liu, your forces are formidable and your troops numerous. There can be no doubt about that. My 200 men at Stone Fortress follow only my word. Should you convince me through strength, the fortress is yours. Liu Guan nodded. He understood. Shi Wanshan had come to submit, but also to testing whether Liu Guan's strength was as extraordinary as legend claimed. Testing whether he was someone worth following. I understand what you mean. He paused. However, blades and swords. Before he could finish, Shi Wanshan waved his massive hand, cutting him off. I know weapons can prove fatal. Let us contend with bare fists instead. In the open ground behind the compound, the two sides quickly took their positions. On Liu Guan's side stood Han Ming, Li Si, Zhao Dahu, Wang Shidu, and Sun Xiaochuan. The few old soldiers of the Pujuan Guard lingered in the distance, their faces expressionless. On Shi Wanshan's side came 7 or 8 men, all dressed like chieftains of Stone Fort. They were burly and broad-shouldered, their eyes carrying that wildness peculiar to mountain folk. Fort Master, don't lose face. A younger chieftain shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice harsh as a cracked gong. Don't bring shame to our Stone Fort. Take him down. Several others joined in the clamor, acting as if they owned the place. Liu Guan was somewhat surprised. These subordinates had quite the nerve. To dare shout at their own leader in front of outsiders meant Shi Wanshan usually got along well with them. He wasn't the type to rule by intimidation, he genuinely had their loyalty. He glanced at his own side. Han Ming stood with arms crossed, wearing a strange smile. Li Si grinned broadly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation of a good show. Zhao Dahu even stepped back 2 paces to give the arena more room. No one shouted cheer for the chief. Not a single one. They all wore expressions of, I knew how this would end, looking at Shi Wanshan like an egg about to smash itself against an iron plate. Shi Wanshan's chieftains were still shouting. Han Ming's men were snickering. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze and looked at Shi Wanshan. Come on. Come. Shi Huanshan bellowed, lunging forward like a bear. He bent his knees, lowered his center of gravity, and grabbed Liu Guan's waistband with two massive fan-like hands, trying to hoist him clean off the ground. It was the classic opening move of wrestling. Mountain folk fought with raw strength, no tricks. Up! Shi Huanshan's veins bulged, his face flushed crimson, every muscle straining, as if about to burst. He drove his legs into the ground, arched his back, and poured every ounce of strength he had into it. Liu Guan did not budge an inch. Like an iron pillar rooted in the earth. Shi Huanshan froze. He looked up at Liu Guan's face, so close before him. Liu Guan showed no expression, merely watching him calmly. Gritting his teeth, Shi Huanshan shifted his stance, sinking his hips lower and driving his legs harder, a low growl rumbling from his throat. Still not a single inch of movement. Liu Guan's feet seemed nailed to the ground, he didn't even sway. Behind Shi Huanshan, the chieftains' shouting gradually died down. Their eyes bulged, mouths hanging open, as if someone had gripped their throats. They knew best what their fort master was capable of. He could carry a 300-gene boulder 10 steps on his own. Yet this man before them hadn't been moved an inch, even when the fort master strained with all his might. Liu Guan looked down at Shi Huanshan's face, now flushed a livid purple, and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but in Shi Huanshan's eyes it cut like a knife. "My turn," Liu Guan said. He raised his hand and placed it over Shi Huanshan's hands, gripping his waistband. Then he began to exert force. Not a sudden burst, but slow, gradual, bit by bit. Shi Huanshan's arms were pried apart inch by inch. He clenched desperately, his muscles hard as stone, but it was useless. Those hands were like iron pincers, like a millstone, like a mountain. Slowly they peeled Shi Huanshan's hands away from Liu Guan's waistband. Throughout it all, Liu Guan wore that faint, effortless expression, as if he were snapping apart a pair of chopsticks. Behind Shi Huanshan, the chieftain's eyes grew wider and wider. One of them had already involuntarily stepped back half a pace. Liu Guan pried Shi Huanshan's hands apart, then twisted his wrist. A single hand shot out. Shi Huanshan had no time to dodge, only managing a reflexive raise of his arm to block. Liu Guan's hand slipped past his arms, reached down, and seized his belt directly. With a twist of his waist and a surge of his arm, Shi Huanshan's body, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 300 gene, was lifted clean off the ground by Liu Guan's single hand like a sack of flour. His feet left the earth, hanging in midair. The entire field fell into dead silence. Shi Huanshan kicked his legs, trying to struggle, but Liu Guan's hand was as immovable as if cast from iron. He looked down at the ground, then at Liu Guan's face, so close before him, his expression a muddle of shock and fear. On Han Meng's side, the men finally burst out laughing. Li Si covered his mouth, shoulders shaking. Zhao Dahu crouched down, hands on his knees, face red from stifling his laughter. Han Meng still had his arms crossed, but the curve at the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. "I knew it," Li Si muttered under his breath. "I knew this would happen." Behind Shi Huanshan, the chieftains were utterly dumbfounded. One stood with his mouth open, saliva dripping unnoticed. Another's legs gave way, and he only stayed upright by leaning on the man beside him. The young chieftain who had shouted the loudest earlier now turned deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Guan held Shi Huanshan aloft for 3 breaths. Then he slowly set him down. The moment Shi Huanshan's feet touched solid ground, his legs buckled, and he nearly fell. He staggered 2 steps, steadied himself against a stone table, and gasped for air. Liu Guan stood rooted in place, his breathing utterly undisturbed. He looked at Shi Huanshan, his tone still calm. "Fort Master, sure care to try again?" Shi Huanshan caught his breath and raised his head. He looked at Liu Guan for a long, long time. In those eyes, the initial defiant scrutiny and weighing had all vanished. What remained was something complex and hard to name. There was shock, lingering fear, a trace of relief at having survived, and the most pragmatic sentiment of mountain folk: acceptance. "No more," he said hoarsely with a wry smile. "In all my years, General, I've never seen strength like yours." He straightened up, clasped his fists, and dropped to one knee. "Shi Huanshan of Stone Fort is willing to lead all 217 brothers of the fort to pledge allegiance to the general. From this day on, wherever the general points, I will strike." The chieftains behind him froze for a heartbeat, then knelt in unison. "We pledge allegiance to the general." Liu Guan looked at him without speaking immediately. He walked up to Shi Huanshan, bent down, reached out, and helped him up. "Rise," he said. "The men of Stone Fort need not kneel." Shi Huanshan rose and looked at him. "General, I won't touch Stone Fort's rules." Liu Guan cut him off. "Your men stay under your command. How you train them and how you live, you decide for yourself. If you need anything, tell Sun Xiaochuan. And when I call upon you, don't hesitate." Shi Huanshan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Before coming, he had imagined many possibilities. He had imagined Liu Guan testing him, reining him in, breaking up his troops and reorganizing them, or stripping him of all real power. He had prepared for the worst. In the end, nothing happened at all. "General," his voice was rough, "don't you fear that I might turn back?" "Turn back?" Liu Guan looked at him, his gaze calm. If you turn back, I'll lift you again. Next time not so high. Shi Wanshan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That laughter was rough, bold, carrying a hint of immense relief. You're a straightforward man, General. He slapped his own thigh. Shi Wanshan will follow you for the rest of his life. Han Meng and the others walked over. Li Si grinned at the chieftains. You were shouting pretty loud just now, weren't you? Why so quiet now? The chieftains looked mortified, some scratching their heads, some rubbing their noses. Shi Wanshan laughed and swore at them. All of you shut your mouths. I'll settle accounts with you when we get back. Laughter rang out in the courtyard. Liu Guan stood there watching, his face still expressionless. But the corners of his mouth curved upward ever so slightly. At the county magistrate's hall in Heishui County, Liu Guan stared at the border dispatch before him, his brows knotted. Defeated. Undeniably defeated. He had heard of Li Shanlu, a man of both courage and cunning, no fool. But fool or not, no one could withstand a last-minute change of command and a total blackout of information. The border had fallen. The border wall that had taken 30 years to build and drain the treasury and grain reserves of the 3 northern prefectures now had 3 breaches blasted through it by cannons. The Jinrong cavalry no longer needed to detour through hidden mountain paths. They could ride straight through the gaps and pour in. Liu Guan closed his eyes and images surfaced in his mind. Steppe horsemen surging through the breaches, hooves trampling past abandoned beacon towers, a rolling tide of dust and smoke sweeping southward. Village after village, town after town, city after city along the route belched black smoke. Liangzhou lay to the north. Though more than 1,000 li away, once the border wall collapsed, Liangzhou would shift from the rear to the front line. Liu Guan opened his eyes and slapped the dispatch down on the table. Report. A voice came from outside the door. It was a minor officer under Zhao Dahu, panting hard from running. My lord, there are 2 people outside requesting an audience. Liu Guan looked up. My lord. The title had changed some time ago. Right after they had taken Heishui County, his old brothers still called him Fortress Master. Now that their territory had grown, son Xiaochuan had taken the lead in changing the title, and even the message runners followed suit. Who are they? The minor officer hesitated, lowering his voice. To answer the general, those 2 look strange. One wears a long robe and speaks in a refined, bookish manner. The other is tall and powerfully built, wearing a hat that hides most of his face. But this officer caught a glimpse beneath that hat. He did not finish. Liu Guan already understood. Bring them in. The minor officer saluted with cupped fists and withdrew. Liu Guan rose and walked to the window. Footsteps approached. Liu Guan turned. At the entrance to the county hall, 2 men entered, one after the other. The one in front wore a long robe. He was in his early 40s with a pale face and a thin beard, looking like a failed scholar turned village teacher. He walked unhurriedly, clasped his hands in greeting upon entering, and wore a smile perfectly measured for the occasion. General, I am Fan Shun. The one behind him. Tall, massive, with shoulders broad enough to carry half a door plank. He entered with his head lowered, his hat pulled down so low that only the lower half of his chin was visible. Liu Guan said nothing, studying the man. The man also said nothing, standing at the entrance like an iron pagoda. Fan Shun stepped aside and said with a smile, this is. The man suddenly raised his hand and took off his hat. What was revealed was a head shaved almost to a shine. On the crown, a single tuft of hair was braided into a thin queue hanging behind. The coin and rat tail queue. The man raised his head, revealing a face full of coarse, fleshy lines. He looked at Liu Guan, the corners of his mouth turning down in contempt. Shimilu Yanguli. Liu Guan looked at him without speaking. Fan Shun coughed, stepped forward, and blocked the line of sight between the 2 men. General, he clasped his hands and smiled. We have come from afar by order of His Majesty the Great Jin Emperor to pay a visit. His Majesty has long heard of General Liu's reputation and praises you as a warrior whose valor surpasses the world, a true hero of the age. He has sent the 2 of us riding at full speed to invite me to surrender. Liu Guan spoke. Fan Shun's smile grew even gentler. The general sees clearly. His Majesty the Great Jin Emperor thirsts for worthy talent. For a man of your caliber, His Majesty is genuinely sincere in wanting to invite you to join him in a great undertaking. If the general only nods, His Majesty has promised in person. Jianwei General Principal, 3rd rank. Your troops will not be split up, no supervisor will be sent, and warhorses and iron will be delivered every year on schedule. When the day comes that we enter the central plains, Liangzhou may be yours to garrison as a hereditary fief. He paused, studied Liu Guan's expression, and added, if the general has any other requests, by all means name them. I came all this way precisely to talk. Liu Guan fell silent again. Suddenly Yanguli spoke. Barbarian. He stepped forward, chin raised, eyes looking down. His Majesty has given you face. Don't be so ungrateful as to throw it away. I've fought in the north for 20 years. I've seen more barbarian generals than you've eaten salt in your life. The ones who knelt quickly and kowtowed loudly are still alive today. As for the ones who didn't appreciate the favor, their heads are hanging from flagpoles. Liu Guan looked at him. Yang Yili bared his teeth in a grin like a man about to devour someone. Fan Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he hastened to smooth things over. Lord Yang Yili speaks bluntly, General. Please don't take it to heart. That's just how he is. He means no harm. No harm. Liu Guan spoke. The smile on Yang Yili's face froze for an instant. Liu Guan walked toward him. His steps were not fast, even a little slow. But with every step that landed, Yang Yili felt the ground sinking beneath him. You. Liu Guan suddenly raised his hand and clamped down on Yang Yili's throat. How could this be? He hadn't even reacted at all. Yang Yili felt the force around his neck, his eyes bulging, and tried to reach for his saber. But the blade had barely cleared the scabbard by 3 inches when a tremendous force seized his neck and lifted his entire body off the ground. Both feet dangling. Put. Yang Yili clawed desperately at Liu Guan's wrist with both hands, but that hand seemed forged of iron, immovable. He looked down and saw Liu Guan's face. That face was calm, almost bored. You just said you were giving me face. Liu Guan asked. Yang Yili opened his mouth trying to speak, but his throat was squeezed too tightly, only hoarse rasping sounds came out. His face turned from flushed red to purple, his eyes bulged outward and bloodshot veins instantly suffused his eyeballs. General Liu. Fan Chen rushed over. General, calm your wrath. Put down the Ejin at once. If anything happens to Lord Yang Yili, His Majesty the Great Jin Emperor. Liu Guan ignored him. He stared into Yang Yili's protruding eyes, tightening his grip little by little. Fought in the north for 20 years. Yang Yili nodded desperately. He wanted to nod, but his neck was seized, so only his chin trembled. Seen many barbarian generals. Yang Yili's eyes began to roll back. His hands still clawed at Liu Guan's wrist, but with dwindling strength. Fan Chen was frantic, sweat pouring down his face, his voice cracking. General Liu, we have long heard of your peerless valor. But no valor, no matter how great, can withstand the Great Jin's cannons. If you kill the Ejin today, then tomorrow the Great Jin Iron Cavalry will ride south, and you, General. Liu Guan turned his head and glanced at him. That glance was perfectly calm. Fan Chen's words caught in his throat. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze and looked back at Yang Yili. Yang Yili's face had turned a blackish purple. His eyeballs bulged as if they might pop out, his tongue lolled halfway out, and drool spilled from the corners of his mouth. You just said, Liu Guan said in a soft voice, that you were giving me face. His hand suddenly exploded with force. Crack. It was not the crisp sound of a bone breaking. It was the dull, heavy sound of flesh tearing, bones bursting, and blood vessels snapping. Yang Yili's neck simply exploded in Liu Guan's grasp. Blood sprayed out, splattering all over Liu Guan's face and body. The head was ripped off. Liu Guan held it in one hand. Blood still surged from the cavity of Yang Yili's neck, like an overturned water skin gurgling out in thick spurts. The thin queue hung down, soaked in blood, dripping drop by drop. The body hit the ground. It crashed down heavily. Fan Chen collapsed to the floor. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide, staring at the severed head, still dripping blood, at the headless body, still twitching, at Liu Guan's face, spattered with blood, yet still calm. An incoherent moan escaped his throat. His legs kicked against the floor as he tried to crawl backward, but he could not move. The crotch of his trousers was soaked. The stench of urine mingled with the smell of blood spreading through the room. Liu Guan glanced down at the head in his hand. Yang Yili's eyes were still wide open. He had died with his eyes unclosed. Liu Guan casually tossed it away. The head rolled across the floor, bumped against a pillar in the corner, and stopped, its face turned toward Fan Chen. Fan Chen stared at those wide, staring eyes and finally let out a scream. The scream was shrill and piercing, not human, like a pig being slaughtered. Liu Guan took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his face. Guards. The door curtain was thrown open. 2 personal guards rushed and saw the scene in the room, froze for a moment, but said nothing. Having followed Liu Guan for so long, what spectacle had they not seen? Take this dog of a Han traitor. This dog of a military traitor. Liu Guan pointed at Fan Chen sprawled on the floor. Drag him out and hang him. Yes. 2 personal guards stepped forward, each seizing Fan Chen by an arm and dragging him up from the ground. Fan Chen's legs had turned to jelly, unable to support his weight. As he was hauled toward the door, he kept shouting, General, spare my life. I am a martial artist. My ancestors were a prestigious clan from Daizhou. I am willing to surrender. Liu Guan did not even glance at him. When Fan Chen was dragged to the doorway, he suddenly found some hidden strength. He struggled violently and turned back. Liu Guan. You killed the envoys. The Great Jin Empire will never let this pass. Their cannons will raze Heishui County to the ground. You wait and see. A guard slapped him across the face, driving the rest of his words back into his throat. The sounds of struggle grew distant. Liu Guan stood in the room, gazing at the headless corpse on the ground, then at the severed head in the corner. He tossed the handkerchief onto the floor. Send someone in. Another guard entered. Clean up this corpse. Hang the head outside the city walls. Let everyone who passes by see it. This is what happens to those braided soldiers. Yes. Liu Guan stood by the window, cold wind rushing and carrying the scent of blood outward. Behind him the guards were cleaning up the aftermath. The headless body was dragged out by two men holding its ankles. The head struck the ground, rolling with a dull thud to the doorstep, where another guard bent down, picked it up by the braid, and carried it away. The Jin Empire. Cannons. A direct invasion. These words circled endlessly in his mind. Big brother. Zhao Dahu burst and suddenly saw the blood on the ground and froze for a moment. Big brother, I heard the ones who came were from the Jin Empire. Killed them. Liu Guan cut him off. Zhao Dahu opened his mouth, but no words came out. Li Si followed right behind, then Han Ming. The two men saw the blood and reacted differently. Li Si first stared in shock, then broke into a grin. Han Ming's brow furrowed. He said nothing, walking over to Liu Guan's side. My lord, the Jin, in voice. Both killed. One strangled, one hanged. Han Ming fell silent for several breaths. My lord, the Jin Empire will not let this rest. I know. The cannons. I know. We cannot withstand cannons at present. Liu Guan turned to face Han Ming. We must withstand them regardless. Besides, cannons aren't as terrifying as you think. Han Ming was stunned. My lord, have you seen cannons before? Liu Guan did not answer. Of course he had. He had seen plenty of them on his phone before he transmigrated. But he could not say that. Issue the orders. Liu Guan spoke. Han Ming, Zhao Dahu, and Li Si all straightened simultaneously. First, from today onward, every encampment, city gate, and strategic passage must dig trenches. The trenches must be deep, must be wide, and must be dug in a zigzag pattern, not a single straight line all the way through. Cannons fire in straight lines, the trenches can block them. Han Ming paused, then nodded yes. Second, during drilling, units must no longer gather in tight formations. Spread out, 3 steps or more between each person. When a cannon fires, it can wound at most 2 or 3, not an entire squad. Zhao Dahu blinked. Big brother, this goes against military doctrine. Dense formations project strength and presence. Can presence stop cannonballs? Liu Guan gave him a look. Zhao Dahu fell silent. Third, select 300 men to train exclusively in night combat. The Jin Empire's cannons are formidable by day, but at night they're blind. When the time comes, we'll creep through the darkness and slaughter every gunner. Li Si's eyes lit up. My lord, this plan is brilliant. Fourth, Liu Guan paused. Send men north to find the martial artist craftsmen who fled from the Jin Empire. Cannons are made of iron. A blacksmiths can repair them. Blacksmiths can forge them. We don't have them now, but we will. Han Ming clasped his fist. My lord, these tactics. This humble general has never conceived of such things. From where did you learn them? Liu Guan glanced at him. Read more books. Han Ming's face flushed red. He dared not ask further. Li Si stood to the side, barely containing his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Liu Guan ignored him. He walked to the table, spread out a sheet of paper, and sketched a rough diagram. Dig the trenches like this. Understand? Han Ming came closer to look. On the paper, a winding trench was drawn resembling the trail of a serpent. My lord, this. A straight trench and a cannonball comes flying through. It can kill a whole line. But a zigzag pattern. The cannonball hits the wall and stops. It's that simple. Han Ming stared at the diagram for a long while. When he raised his head again, his expression had transformed entirely. My lord, this general is enlightened. Liu Guan set down the brush. Go. Within 3 days, every encampment must comply. Yes. The 3 men clasped their fists, turned to leave. Wait. They stopped. Liu Guan looked at Zhao Dahu. How many Black Cloud Riders do we have now? Zhao Dahu turned back, clasping his fist, reporting to Big Brother 382. The assault guard has been reinforced to 105. At Stone Fortress there are over 200 mountain folk. Shi Wanshan says they can all ride, but they've had no proper cavalry training. Have them train. Within 3 months the Black Cloud Riders must reach 500. Yes. Han Ming, how are the new recruits shaping up? Han Ming shook his head, reporting to my lord, not well. Among the surrendering troops from South County, Flat County, fewer than 400 can fight. The rest need training from scratch. They can't even hold a blade steady. 3 months won't be enough. Then focus on those who can fight. Reinforce the assault guard with another batch. Select from the mountain folk at Stone Fortress. Shi Wanshan's people fight without fear. Yes. Footsteps sounded at the door again. This time, it was Sun Xiaochuan running until he was breathless, clutching a stack of papers in his hand. My lord. My lord. He rushed and saw the blood on the ground, and stumbled, nearly falling. This. He's dead, Liu Guan said. What's the matter? Sun Xiaochuan swallowed hard, handing over the papers. The grain tax accounts for South County, Flat County, and Lu Town this month, along with news freshly arrived from Wenshan Prefecture. Liu Guan took the papers and looked first at the Wenshan Prefecture report. Zhao Yi is conscripting troops. Sun Xiaochuan nodded. Reporting to my lord, our scouts report that Wenshan Prefecture has suddenly begun mobilizing laborers over the past few days to reinforce the city walls. The outer moats have been deepened by 3 chi. Garrison troops have begun rotating day and night patrols. No one may leave the city. Liu Guan's brow lifted slightly. Zhao Yi was preparing to defend, not to surrender. There's more, Sun Xiaochuan lowered his voice. Our scouts saw unfamiliar faces entering the city wearing prefecture soldiers' uniforms. They may be Feng Zi's men. Feng Zi. Liu Guan handed the papers back to Sun Xiaochuan. I understand. And Sun Xiaochuan lowered his voice. Our scouts saw unfamiliar faces entering the city wearing prefecture soldiers' uniforms. They may be Feng Zi's men. Feng Zi. Liu Guan returned the papers to Sun Xiaochuan. I understand. Blackwater County. Behind the county office. Liu Guan sat on a stone bench, a bowl of porridge before him long gone cold untouched. Han Ming sat across from him, similarly not eating. Between them on the stone table lay a sheet of paper with a sketch of trenches. My lord, Han Ming began, his voice deliberately low. I've given it considerable thought, and I still believe it's not advisable. Liu Guan lifted his eyes to look at him. Han Ming hesitated, choosing his words with care. Your arrangements, my lord, are indeed thorough, but they cannot be a lasting solution. When enemy artillery finally presses against our city walls, how many shells can Blackwater County possibly withstand? Liu Guan did not answer immediately. He gazed at the sketch, fingers tapping lightly on the stone table. We cannot hold. Han Ming froze. The walls of Blackwater County are rammed earth less than a zhang thick. Artillery bombardment would breach them with 3 shots at most. Then my lord. Han Ming, Liu Guan cut him off. Do you know why the Jin Kingdom sent envoys here? Han Ming shook his head. Because they too are racing against time. Liu Guan said. The border pass has fallen. Jin cavalry has swept deep into our territory, but this is not the end. It is merely the beginning. They want grain, they want people, they want territory. But their forces are limited. They cannot possibly swallow the entire northern frontier in one swallow. He paused, so they wish to recruit us. Have me surrender, become their lackey, help them stabilize this region of Liangzhou. That way they can free their hands to strike east and west, devouring the richest territories first. Han Ming frowned. My lord means to say, the Jin Kingdom cannot attend to us right now. Cannot, Liu Guan said. Not for the next several months at least. They must first digest those prefectures and counties in the northern frontier, assign troops to guard the strategic passages, and prepare for the reinforcements the Wu Kingdom court might send. Only after finishing all this will they have time to turn back and deal with us. And several months from now. Liu Guan looked at him. Several months from now, either we have found a way to counter their artillery, or we have been flattened by it. Han Ming fell silent. So your lordship ordered the digging of trenches, the training of scattered formations, the recruitment of craftsmen. All are tactics to buy time. Liu Guan said. The trenches can keep cavalry from charging in. Scattered formations prevent artillery from killing a whole group with one shot. Night raids can keep artillery crews sleepless at night. But none of this can stop the Jin Kingdom if they are determined to fight. He rose and walked to the courtyard wall. Han Ming, do you know what is most terrifying about artillery? Han Ming rose, as well, standing half a step behind him. Please, my lord, enlighten me. Not the casualties, Liu Guan said. It is morale. He turned to face Han Ming. How did Qin Ping's 3,000 men fall? Was it because I killed them? No, it was because I shattered their spirit. The Flying Bear Battalion and the Sharp Cavalry Battalion. Those I killed with my own hands numbered less than 300. The remaining 1,000 plus all fled in terror. Han Ming nodded. Artillery is the same, Liu Guan said. 1 cannonball strikes, killing 3, wounding 5. That is not frightening. What is frightening is the remaining several hundred men seeing those 3 reduced to minced meat, hearing that thunderous roar, their legs turning to jelly. They start running, start kneeling, start kowtowing, and crying out about heavenly punishment. He paused. The Jin Kingdom has fought across the northern frontier for so long. Why have they prevailed? Not because they have superior numbers, not because their blades are sharper. It is because the soldiers of Wu Kingdom collapse at the sight of artillery. Before the battle even begins, they have already lost half. Han Ming was silent for a long time. My lord means to say, train their courage. Liu Guan said. Starting tomorrow, when the new recruits drill, light firecrackers for them. The bigger and louder the better. Let those new soldiers grow accustomed to deafening roars, not flinch at flames, not cover their ears at loud sounds. Once they are accustomed, they will not lose their nerve when real combat comes. Han Ming saluted with a fist. This subordinate understands. Also, Liu Guan said, select a few bold men from the battle array, personal guard, and have them demonstrate to each battalion. The casualties from a single artillery shell do not exceed the number I kill in a single charge with my spear. What is there to fear? The corner of Han Ming's mouth twitched. He said nothing. Go. Yes. Han Ming took a few steps, then suddenly turned back. My lord, this subordinate has one more matter. Liu Guan looked at him. Regarding Wenshan Prefecture, Zhao Yi is clearly determined to hold his ground. Feng Zi's men have entered. They are certainly plotting how to deal with us. This subordinate fears. If we delay too long, Zhao Yi will reinforce his walls and train his soldiers more thoroughly, making him far harder to attack. You are correct. Liu Guan nodded. Delay too long, and Zhao Yi could truly turn his walls into an iron fortress. Han Meng's eyes lit up. My lord means to say. Therefore we must strike. Liu Guan said. Tomorrow. Han Meng was stunned. Tomorrow. Every day we delay is another day. Zhao Yi prepares. Delay 10 days and his walls could rise 3 chi higher. Delay a month and imperial reinforcements may have already arrived. Liu Guan walked back to the stone table. So we will not delay. Tomorrow we strike. He spread open the map of Wenshan Prefecture. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the general layout of the city's defenses. The walls of Wenshan Prefecture are 2 chi higher than Blackwater counties and 3 chi thicker. Rammed earth, but faced with bricks. Liu Guan's finger traced the map. A direct assault. We would have to pour lives into the breach. We cannot afford that. Han Meng nodded. This subordinate shares the same view. Our total strength is fewer than 5,000 with fewer than 3,000 battle-ready. Wenshan Prefecture has 4,000, though half are conscripted militia. But militia need not be elite soldiers to defend walls. Just stand them on the battlements and have them hurl stones down. Therefore no frontal assault, Liu Guan said. We must draw them out. Han Meng was startled. Draw them out. That old fox, Zhao Yi, would come out. He will, Liu Guan said, looking at him. As long as he believes he can win. His finger traced a line across the map. I will take the Black Cloud cavalry and form ranks outside the south gate. If Zhao Yi can hold his nerve, he will watch from the city walls. But if he sees that I have brought only a few hundred riders, no infantry, no siege equipment. Han Meng picked up the thread. He will think this is an opportunity. He will want to sally forth for a field battle to annihilate your few hundred cavalry and lift the siege. Exactly, Liu Guan said. Han Meng frowned. But my lord, even if Zhao Yi marches out, he can still field at least 2,000 men. That gaze was remarkably calm. What of 2,000 men? The words caught in Han Meng's throat. He remembered the scene at Blackwater City's south gate that day. Liu Guan alone on his mount, his spear sweeping through all who stood in his path. The heavily armored infantry of the Flying Bear Battalion, torn apart like paper before him. If such a scene repeated itself, how long could Zhao Yi's 2,000 men hold? A stick of incense, a cup of tea, or a quarter of an hour? This subordinate understands, Han Meng saluted. A single man of my lord's caliber is worth 1,000 armies. Liu Guan waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire to face 1,000 armies or 10,000 horses. What I want is Wenshan Prefecture. His finger pointed on the map. I will lead the Black Cloud cavalry in a head-on charge, shattering whatever force he sends against us. Han Meng's pupils contracted. My lord means to say. Yes, Liu Guan said. The rout will surge backward, clogging the city gate. With Zhao Yi outside the city, the gate cannot be sealed shut. At that moment you bring our men out from behind and charge straight in. Han Meng stared at the map, his mind racing. I will take the battle array, personal guard, and the men of Stone Fortress circling around via the eastern mountain foot. Before dawn we reach a position 3 li outside the east city gate. There is a forest there that can conceal us. How long to arrive? March through the night, 4 hours. Liu Guan calculated, depart at the hour of Z, be in position before dawn. I leave camp at the hour of Chun, reach the south gate at the hour of C. If Zhao Yi wishes to fight, he will sally forth before the hour of Wu. Han Meng looked up. My lord, what if Zhao Yi does not come out? If he won't come out, there's a way to fight him while he stays inside. He stood up and walked to the courtyard wall. If Zhao Yi decides to hold out, we can't storm the place. We have no infantry, no siege equipment. Even if all 400 Black Cloud cavalry dismount, they can't breach his walls. Han Meng nodded. But we can force him out. Liu Guan turned around. Split the Black Cloud cavalry into 4 groups, and have them patrol outside the 4 city gates in rotation. Whoever tries to leave, messengers, supply wagons, refugees, cut them down. The people inside won't know how many are outside, only that they're surrounded. Half of Zhao Yi's 4,000 men are conscripts. Provisions can last 2 months, but morale won't. When the gentry and wealthy merchants see the gates blocked, and no one can come or go, they'll force Zhao Yi to march out. Han Meng's eyes lit up. Your lordship means besiege without attacking, force him out. Exactly, Liu Guan said. 3 days. At most 3 days, and Zhao Yi will either fight in the open or be bound and delivered by his own people. And if he still doesn't come out after 3 days, Liu Guan looked at him. Then we switch to the second plan. The second? At night, Liu Guan said. Your people are still there. Sure, Wanshan's 200 mountain folk, scaling walls, is their specialty. Wenshan County's walls are bricked, but there are always weak spots. Drainage ditches a section of wall that's fallen into disrepair. Climb up at night. If someone gets over and opens the gate, you lead the vanguard guard charging straight in. Han Meng frowned. What if the walls are heavily guarded and we can't get over? Liu Guan smiled faintly. The smile was light, but it sent a chill down Han Meng's spine. Then there's the third option. The third. Liu Guan didn't speak. He simply walked to the corner, picked up the 240 gene iron maces, and weighed them in his hands. Han Meng watched the maces, suddenly recalling the scene at Heishui City's walls. Your lordship means? If Xiaoyi chooses to hold out to the end, Liu Guan set the maces down, I'll smash his gate. Han Meng was stunned. Smash the gate. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found nothing to say. A single man smashing a city gate. If anyone else had said it, he'd have thought them mad. But coming from Liu Guan, he believed it. So Liu Guan looked at him. Whether Xiaoyi comes out or not, the outcome is the same. If he comes out, I'll break through his formation. If he doesn't, I'll break down his gate. He has only two choices: be cut down in the field, or be captured alive in his home. Han Meng was silent for a long time, then suddenly knelt on one knee. Your lordship is divinely brave. Your subordinate has no words. For this battle, I will fight to the death. Liu Guan reached out and pulled him up. Why fight to the death? Win and live. Yes. The second night at midnight. Outside the south gate of Heishui County, over 300 men melted into the night without a sound. Han Meng led the way, his horizontal saber wrapped tightly in cloth to prevent moonlight from glinting off the blade. Behind him were 96 vanguard guards, and further back Shi Wanshan with his 217 mountain men. No torches, no talking. Shi Wanshan caught up to Han Meng in a few strides and lowered his voice. Captain Han, where are we headed? Wenshan County. I know we're attacking Wenshan County. Shi Wanshan grinned. I'm asking, how do we fight once we get there? Han Meng glanced at him. In the moonlight, the towering man looked like a moving hill with no fear in his eyes, only excitement. You'll know when we get there. Shi Wanshan pursed his lips. You people always like to keep secrets. A young man from Stone Fortress leaned in and whispered, Fortress Master, is it true that General Liu can lift a man with one hand? Shi Wanshan's face darkened. Shut up. The young man shrank back and dared not ask again. Han Meng's mouth twitched, but he didn't laugh. The column crossed 2 ridges and bypassed 3 villages. When the eastern sky began to lighten, Han Meng raised his hand. 3 li ahead, the walls of Wenshan County emerged as a faint outline in the morning mist. Han Meng stared at that section of wall for a few breaths, then turned and pointed to a patch of mixed woods on the eastern slope. Into the woods, hide well. No fires, no noise. Wait for my signal. The vanguard guards were veterans. They slipped into the woods without a word. The men from Stone Fortress were slower, but managed quickly disappearing among the tree shadows. Han Meng cast one last look toward Wenshan County. Torches moved along the city wall. The night watchmen were still awake. He turned and entered the woods. The woods weren't dense, but more than enough to hide 300 men. Han Meng found a crooked tree, sat down against the trunk, and fixed his eyes on the direction of Wenshan County. From this angle, he could see half the outline of the east gate and the soldiers patrolling the wall. Shi Wanshan came over and plopped down beside him, lowering his voice. Captain Han, can you tell me now? How exactly are we fighting? Han Meng didn't turn his head, his gaze still on the city wall. We wait. Wait for what? For Zhao Yi to collapse. Shi Wanshan scratched his head. Wait for Zhao Yi to collapse. Han Meng said, the Lord leaves camp at the hour of the dragon and arrives at the south gate at the hour of the snake. If Zhao Yi collapses, we move. And if that Zhao fellow doesn't come out? Han Meng finally turned to look at him. If he doesn't, we'll scale the walls at night. Shi Wanshan blinked, then grinned. Scaling walls. That's my specialty. Good. Shi Wanshan leaned back against the tree trunk and squinted. All right, I'll get some sleep. Got work to do tonight. Han Meng didn't reply. He kept watching the city wall, the moving torches. Dawn was near. The sun climbed to its zenith. Outside the south gate of Wenshan County, Liu Guan reined in his horse. Behind him, 382 Black Cloud cavalry formed an arrowhead formation. No banners fluttered, no horns sounded. Only the occasional snort of a warhorse and the dull thud of hooves. Liu Guan looked up at the gate tower. A group of men stood there, the one in the center clad in iron armor and gripping the battlement. That must be Zhao Yi. Too far to make out his face, but Liu Guan could feel that gaze fixed on him, counting the men behind him, trying to figure out what he intended. The sun gradually climbed higher, shifting from the dragon hour to the serpent hour, and then toward the noon hour. The 300 or so riders beneath the city walls remained motionless. They were relaxed and casual. Some dismounted and led their horses for a stroll. Others pulled out dried rations for a few bites, and a few leaned against their horses' bellies, dozing off. On the city wall, Zhao Yi's hand gripped the crenellation. He was 53 years old, had served in the military for 31 years, and had risen from a common soldier to the prefect of the commandery city. What kind of battle had he not seen? But he had never seen this. Over 300 riders just standing there. Not moving, not shouting, not cursing. As if they were waiting for him. Your Excellency, the adjutant beside him leaned in, his voice extremely low, that Liu Guan. What exactly does he want? Zhao Yi did not answer. He also did not know what Liu Guan wanted. Over 300 riders, no infantry, no scaling ladders, no battering rams. Besiege the city. With what? Lure the enemy. What could 300 riders lure? Father. A young voice came from behind hurried footsteps. Zhao Yi turned around. Zhao Xing. His only son. Dressed in gleaming Mingguang armor, a long sword hanging at his waist, his face unable to conceal his excitement. He quickly walked to the crenellation, leaned out to look down, his eyes shining. Father, I have been watching from below the city for a long time. Liu Guan only brought over 300 riders. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhao Yi's brow furrowed into a knot. What do you want to do? Go out to battle. Zhao Xing turned around, his fists clenched. Father, I have known Feng Kuan for many years. I know his abilities well. Feng Kuan is no coward. He died at Liu Guan's hands because he fell into an ambush. Because Liu Guan attacked by surprise. He pointed below the city. Look, Liu Guan now has only these few men standing openly outside the city, no ambush, no backup. If I can lead troops out of the city, confront him head-on, avenge Feng Kuan, and also settle Liangzhou in one battle. Shut up. Zhao Yi's voice was low. Zhao Xing was stunned. What do you know? Zhao Yi stared at him word by word. Do you know how fierce Liu Guan is? Do you know how many men Liu Guan has under his command? Zhao Xing opened his mouth. You know nothing. Zhao Yi turned back, continuing to stare below the city. Do you think Liu Guan is a fool? Bringing over 300 men to attack the city. He is fishing for us. Fishing for the impulsive ones like you. Zhao Xing's chest heaved, his face flushed red, but he said no more. Zhao Yi was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Issue the order, reinforce all 4 gates with additional men, rotate guards day and night. Without my command, no one is to leave the city without authorization. Yes. Zhao Xing stood aside, his teeth grinding audibly. His father was old. Truly old. Blockaded at the city gate by a bandit leader without even the courage to go out and fight. Feng Kuan was dead, Qin Ping was defeated, and Liangzhou's face was utterly lost. Now the opportunity was right in front of them, but his father only knew how to defend. He turned and strode down the city wall. Young general, a personal guard caught up from behind. Where are you going? South Gate. Zhao Xing did not stop. South Gate. But the prefect has ordered. I know. Zhao Xing glanced back at him. I am not leaving the city. The guard hesitated, then followed. Inside the South Gate, 300 riders had already formed up. These were Zhao Xing's soldiers. Over 100 family retainers, and over 200 brave warriors selected from various camps. Swords were sharpened, armor was donned, horses were readied. Only waiting for his command. He walked to the city gate, peered through the crack. Liu Guan was still there. The over 300 riders were still there. Loose, casual, without any guard. Some had even dismounted and sat on the ground basking in the sun. Zhao Xing withdrew his gaze and swept it over the 300 men before him. Liu Guan killed Feng Kuan. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Feng Kuan was my brother. He died from a sneak attack, and he died unwillingly. No one spoke. Today I am taking you out to face that Liu Guan head on. Let him know that Liangzhou not only has cowards like my father who only know how to defend the city, but also real men who dare to fight. Still no one spoke. But the hands gripping their swords tightened a little. Zhao Xing turned, pressed his hand on the gate plank. Open the gate. The heavy sound of gate hinges turning echoed. On the city wall, Zhao Yi was just turning to descend when he suddenly heard unusual movement at the gate. He whirled around. The south gate was opening. The drawbridge crashed down. What's going on? He rushed to the crenellation and looked down. 300 riders were pouring out of the gate tunnel, and on the lead white horse was none other than his son, Zhao Xing. Zhao Yi's mind went buzz, blood rushed to his head instantly. Zhao Xing, he roared hoarsely, come back. Zhao Yi clenched his hands. This unfilial son. The adjutant turned pale. Your Excellency, give the order quickly, let me lead men out to support. It's too late. Zhao Yi's voice trembled, but not from fear. It was anger, urgency, hatred. He stared fixedly below the city at that arrogant fool who didn't know his place. 300 riders against 300. That was Liu Guan. The Liu Guan who had routed the northern Rome camp with 60 riders and sent Qin Ping fleeing alone on his horse. Outside the city, Liu Guan was about to turn his horse and withdraw. He had stood long enough today, letting Zhao Yi watch and think for a day. He would come again tomorrow and the day after. Within 3 days, the gentry inside the city would force Zhao Yi to send out troops. He had just raised his hand. The city gate moved. It did not open slowly. It burst wide open. The drawbridge crashed down, hitting the moat and kicking up a cloud of dust. Then the sound of hoofbeats arose. 300 riders poured out of the gate tunnel. Liu Guan reined in his horse. Zhao Xing spurred his horse out of formation, pointed his greatsword, and his voice carried from afar, Liu Guan. You killed my brother Feng Kuan by sneak attack. Today I Zhao Xing am here to fight you in an open battle. This man, Liu Guan knew him, was Zhao Yi's son. Liu Guan looked at him, gently squeezed his horse's flanks, and the black horse walked forward a few steps, separating from the formation. Sneak attack. He spoke, his voice not loud, but every person on the battlefield heard it clearly. Feng Kuan came at me with 2,500 men, and I broke their formation and beheaded him with 80 riders. You call that a sneak attack? Zhao Xing's expression changed. Chen Ping came at me with 3,000 men, and I beat him so badly, he fled alone on his horse, even losing his command banner. You call that a sneak attack? Liu Guan looked at him. Your father watched from the city wall for a long time, afraid to come out. You are bold, sure. But what makes you think you are stronger than Feng Kuan? Zhao Xing's face flushed crimson. He said no more, swung his greatsword, and squeezed his horse's flanks with both legs. Kill. The 300 riders charged simultaneously, hoofbeats rumbling like thunder, spear tips aimed forward straight at Liu Guan. Dust rose, blotting out half the sky. Zhao Dahe's expression changed, and he was about to urge his horse forward. Liu Guan raised his hand, and Zhao Dahe reined in. He stood alone on his horse before the formation, watching the wave of charging cavalry, as if watching a swarm of moths diving into a flame. 50 paces. Zhao Xing was at the forefront, his greatsword raised high, the blade flashing white under the sun. 30 paces. He lay flat on his horse's back, his legs clamping the horse's belly, wind howling past his ears. 10 paces. Zhao Xing let out a fierce shout, brought his greatsword down with all his strength, the blade aimed straight at Liu Guan's forehead. This strike, he had practiced it for 10 years. This strike, he would avenge Feng Kuan. Liu Guan, upon seeing this, moved. He did not block head-on, but instead sharply squeezed his horse's flanks. He made the black horse shift half a step to the left. The blade cut through the air past his right shoulder, not even grazing a single hair. Zhao Xing's strike missed, and he pitched forward. He tried to steady himself, but the momentum of the charging horse was too great, he couldn't stop. In the instant they passed each other, Liu Guan's right hand shot out, his entire arm spread open like an iron hoop, then clamped shut. Zhao Xing felt a tight grip around his waist, and his entire body was forcefully pulled off the horse by that arm. His feet left the ground hanging in midair. The greatsword slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Let me go. Let go of me this instant. Zhao Xing was tucked beneath Liu Guan's arm, his legs kicking wildly as he clawed desperately at the man's arm. Release me and face me fairly if you dare. At that moment, the thundering of hooves shattered the air. Zhao Dahe led the charge. All 300 riders of the Black Cloud Cavalry surged forward as one. Liu Guan rode out alone, yet they held their ground. They waited because Liu Guan had raised his hand in command. But now 300 enemy cavalry thundered toward them, barely 40 paces from Liu Guan. How could they possibly wait any longer? Kill. Zhao Dahe leveled his spear, his warhorse's hooves soaring through the air. He pressed low against the horse's neck, spear tip aimed directly at the cavalryman charging at the front. Behind him, 300 riders leveled their spears in unison, hooves churning the earth, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Two cavalry forces clashed head-on, the distance collapsing rapidly. 30 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces. The Black Cloud Cavalry surged into the enemy formation, spear clashing against spear, warhorse colliding with warhorse. Screams, the crack of shattering bone, and the clang of weapons erupted into chaos. A warhorse took a spear through its neck, screaming as it collapsed. Its rider was thrown, and before hitting the ground, another spear pierced his chest. A veteran of the Black Cloud Cavalry drove his spear through the enemy's throat. Unable to extract it, he released his grip, drew his sword, and slashed it across the face of the next charging cavalryman. Blood sprayed through the air, screams echoed endlessly. Yet at the center of this carnage, Liu Guan sat motionless on his horse, Zhao Xing pinned beneath his arm, like an iron statue emerging from the blood mist. Around him no enemy approached. Not that none wished to strike him. Rather, those who charged toward him were intercepted by the Black Cloud Cavalry. Zhao Dahe sent one assassin flying with his spear, then shouted over his shoulder, "Protect the eldest brother. Don't let any of them near him." A dozen Black Cloud riders formed a tight wall around Liu Guan's spear points, facing outward, impaling every enemy foolish enough to approach. The enemy's 300 cavalry had already dissolved into disarray. They had charged forth with the intention of reaching Liu Guan. But the Black Cloud Cavalry collided with them head-on, forcing them into combat. Only then did they realize their own weakness. The Black Cloud Cavalry were elite soldiers capable of routing the Sharp Blade camp. One of their men could match 3 of theirs. And now they faced 300 against 300, numbers perfectly matched. What terrified them most was Liu Guan himself. That man simply stood in the heart of the battlefield, their young commander still clamped under his arm, utterly motionless. His entire body was drenched in blood. Some began to fall back. Others wheeled their horses attempting to flee. The cavalryman who had led the charge just moments ago now lay on the ground pierced through the chest by Zhao Da's spear. He convulsed violently, blood and foam bubbling from his mouth. Run! A voice howled the command from somewhere in the chaos. The final vestiges of morale among those 300 shattered completely. Run for your lives. There was nothing left to sustain them. Once one man fled, the others followed. They retreated faster than they had advanced. The Black Cloud cavalry pursued relentlessly, spearing and slashing, dragging rider after rider from their mounts. One particularly desperate cavalryman reached the city gate tunnel first. The drawbridge still hung open, the gates still ajar. Elation surged through him as he urged his horse forward with all his strength. From behind, a spear flew through the air and struck him directly in the back. He looked down at the spear point that had burst through his chest. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. He tumbled from his saddle. Across the battlefield, the Black Cloud cavalry continued their slaughter. The routed soldiers scattered, some sprinting toward the gate, others fleeing into open fields, still others throwing themselves from horses to kneel and beg for mercy. Bodies carpeted the ground, and wailing filled the air. Liu Guan remained motionless. He glanced down at Zhao Xing, still pinned beneath his arm. The young man continued to struggle. His face turned upward, staring fixedly at Liu Guan, his eyes crimson with rage. Liu Guan ignored him. He raised his gaze toward the city watchtower. There stood Zhao Yi at the battlement's edge, perfectly still. The distance made his expression unreadable, but Liu Guan could sense that gaze, locked with desperate intensity on the struggling figure beneath his arm. On the city wall, Zhao Yi's fingers tightened around the parapet. Behind him, his lieutenant's lips moved in urgent words, but not a single syllable reached his ears. All he saw was his own son clutched under that man's arm like a helpless chick. All he saw was his 300 cavalry, cut down by the Black Cloud riders as easily as slicing vegetables, leaving only a handful stumbling back. My lord, the lieutenant's voice finally penetrated. The city gate stands open. Raise the drawbridge. Close the doors. Zhao Yi did not move. He wanted to close them. He should close them. But his son remained beyond the walls, held captive by that man. If he closed the gate, his son would be lost forever. My lord. The lieutenant's voice cracked with desperation. Zhao Yi's eyes closed. Close them. His words came barely above a whisper. The lieutenant leaned closer. My lord. Close the gate. Zhao Yi's eyes snapped open as he roared, his voice ragged and raw. Raise the drawbridge. The lieutenant stood frozen for a heartbeat, then spun and sprinted away. Close the gate. Raise the drawbridge. Below the walls, the windlass groaned to life. The drawbridge rose with a mournful creak as the great doors began their slow descent. The routed soldiers, still scrambling toward the city, watched in despair as the drawbridge ascended, as the gates sealed shut, their screams rising in anguished howls. Open the gates. We're still outside. Open them, please. No one opened them. The Black Cloud cavalry surged forward, spearing them down one by one at the city's base. Zhao Xing twisted, desperately catching sight of what unfolded behind him. He watched his men cut down before the closed gates. He watched the drawbridge rise, the gates seal, severing every path between him and his father. Father! His scream tore from his throat, carrying the raw tremor of a broken man. Liu Guan glanced down at him and smiled. Your father has abandoned you. At those words, Zhao Xing shuddered violently, tears finally spilling down his face. 3 li east of the city, within a forest, Han Meng lay prone in the underbrush, his ear pressed to the earth, listening to the distant clash of battle finally subsiding. The thundering of hooves had ceased, the screaming faded to silence, leaving only the wind rustling through the branches. Shi Wanshan crept closer, his voice barely a whisper. Han Dudu, is it over? Han Meng offered no reply, his brow creasing as he remained focused on the sounds before him. We must have won, right? Shi Wanshan pressed with barely contained excitement. With our lord leading, how could we possibly lose? Han Meng lifted his head slowly, meeting the man's gaze with a steady, measured voice. Our lord would never lose. Shi Wanshan's grin stretched wide. But something isn't right. Han Meng cut him off. The battle cries have fallen too silent. No routed soldiers fleeing, no thundering hooves desperately racing toward the walls. He turned his gaze back toward the south gate, though the dense trees concealed everything from view. Zhao Yi likely didn't commit all his forces. Even if he did send troops out, they weren't completely routed. They've already retreated behind closed walls to make their stand. Shi Wanshan's expression shifted to confusion then. Do we charge or not? We wait. Han Meng lowered himself back to the ground, his eyelids drooping. Without a signal from our lord, we don't move an inch. Early the next morning, just as the sun emerged from the eastern ridge, Liu Guan led the Black Cloud cavalry out of the camp. Over 300 horsemen rode unhurriedly toward the south gate of Wanshan Commandery, their hooves kicking up fine dust on the official road. None wore heavy armor, only soft leather robes, and their weapons were not all drawn. Yet no one dared to think they were merely out for a stroll. Boss, Zhao Dao urged his horse to Liu Guan's side, glanced at the column behind and grinned. Are we going to attack the city or go to a market fair? Liu Guan ignored him. He had not planned to come this early. According to the plan agreed with Han Ming 2 nights ago, they were to continue besieging without attacking today, letting the Black Cloud cavalry patrol the 4 gates to pressure the gentry and wealthy families inside the city into forcing Zhao Yi to yield. After 3 or 5 days, Zhao Yi would either come out for a field battle or be bound and delivered by his own men. But plans could never keep up with changes. Who would have thought that instead of the old fox, Zhao Yi, a reckless greenhorn, would emerge? Boss, Zhao Dao leaned in again. What about that Zhao kid? Are we really going to kill him? Liu Guan shook his head. No, we won't kill him. Keep him alive, he's useful. Zhao Dao blinked. Useful? For what? To force his father. Liu Guan reined in his horse and glanced back. Behind the column, 2 Black Cloud cavalrymen carried a tightly bound man walking with care. That was Zhao Xing. Ever since Liu Guan had snatched him off his horse yesterday, the lad had not calmed down. When they tied him up, he still struggled and cursed. If you have the guts, kill me. My father won't let you off. Then Zhao Dao got annoyed, stuffed a rag into his mouth, and finally got some peace. Now the rag was still in his mouth. Zhao Xing's face was flushed red and his eyes glared at Liu Guan's back, bulging as if they would pop out. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze and continued forward. The city wall of Wenshan Commandery drew nearer. On the battlements, the defenders had long spotted this troop. The horn sounded urgent and piercing. Figures scurried between the crenellations, spear tips flashing in the morning light. Liu Guan raised his hand, and the column halted. He rode forward alone, stopping about 150 paces from the city gate, and reined in his horse. The black horse snorted, pawed the ground, and stood still. On the city wall, everyone was staring at him. Liu Guan looked up at the gate tower. Several men stood there. The one in the center, clad in iron armor and gripping the parapet, was still Zhao Yi. The distance was too far to discern faces, but Liu Guan could feel that gaze fixed intently on him. He said nothing, only raised his hand and gestured backward. 2 Black Cloud cavalrymen carried Zhao Xing forward, stopped beside Liu Guan's horse, and put him down. Zhao Xing was bound like a zongzi with several ropes wound from shoulder to ankle, unable to move. He lay askew on the ground, tilting his face upward desperately, trying to see the city wall. With the rag in his mouth, he could only make muffled sounds. Liu Guan looked down at him, bent over, and pulled the rag out of his mouth. Zhao Xing took deep breaths, then suddenly turned his head and roared toward the city wall. Father, don't worry about me. Hold the city. Don't surrender. Liu Guan did not stop him. After he finished shouting, Liu Guan spoke, his voice clear to everyone on the wall. Governor Zhao. He paused. Your son came charging out yesterday with 300 horsemen, claiming he wanted to avenge Feng Kuan and fight me in a fair battle. On the city wall, Zhao Yi's hand tightened on the parapet. And the result? Liu Guan continued. Of the 300 horsemen, over 200 died, and fewer than 100 fled. Your son is right here. 2 Black Cloud cavalrymen lifted Zhao Xing from the ground and made him stand upright. Zhao Xing struggled desperately, still cursing Liu Guan. Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Liu Guan ignored him. He looked up at the motionless figure on the city wall. Governor Zhao, surrender. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly to the city wall. Your son is in my hands. The soldiers in your city have already seen with their own eyes how the Black Cloud cavalry kills. Can you hold the city? A dead silence fell on the wall. Behind Zhao Yi, the faces of the deputy generals changed. Someone wanted to speak, but was pulled back by others. Everyone stared at Zhao Yi, at his expressionless face. From below the city, Liu Guan's voice continued. The border pass has fallen, do you know that? Zhao Yi's brow twitched. The Jin Kingdom's cannons breached the border wall in 3 places, and the Jin Rong cavalry has already broken through. The counties north of Liangzhou will be trampled flat within a few months. Liu Guan paused. What are you still defending for Feng Zi? He promoted you, and you remember his kindness. But can he send troops to save you? He himself is cowering in the prefectural capital, afraid to come out. Zhao Xing shouted desperately beside him. Father, don't listen to his lies. Liu Guan looked down at him. That look was calm. Zhao Xing's shout suddenly caught in his throat. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze and continued, speaking to the city wall. I killed the Jin Kingdom's envoy. 2 of them both dead. On the city wall, someone gasped. The Jin Kingdom won't let me off. The cannons will come sooner or later, Liu Guan said. But so what? If they come, I'll fight. If I can't win, I'll die. That's better than being their dog. He patted his horse's neck. What about you, Governor Zhao? Do you want to keep this city for Feng Zi, waiting for him to remember to send troops to save you? Or do you want to leave a way out for yourself, your son, and the people in your city? The wind blew across the city wall, and the banners flapped loudly. No one spoke. Zhao Yi stood by the parapet, his fists clenched tightly. Behind him, the deputy generals exchanged glances. Someone's lips moved as if to speak, but dared not make a sound. Below the city, Liu Guan waited for 3 breaths. I'll give you 2 choices. His voice remained calm. First, open the city and surrender. Your son lives, your soldiers are not killed, and the people are not disturbed. From now on you work with me. Fight when it's time to fight, defend when it's time to defend. What Feng Zi can give you, I can give you. What Feng Zi cannot give you, I can also give you. Zhao Xing struggled desperately. Father, don't listen to him. He is. A black cloud cavalryman slapped him, and Zhao Xing's words were knocked back into his stomach, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Liu Guan didn't look at him. Second, you continue to hold out. Hold out until the gentry in the city force you out. He paused. Or hold out until I go back and bring the main army to attack the city. The main army to attack the city. Those 5 words fell on the city wall like a stone thrown into water. Someone couldn't help but step back half a pace. Zhao Yi's throat moved. He recalled the feats of Liu Guan. 60 men breaking 8,000, 80 men breaking 3,000. Zhao Yi closed his eyes. 2 voices were fighting in his mind. One said, Marshal Feng promoted you from a deputy general to a governor. Without him, you would not be where you are today. You cannot surrender, surrendering would be unjust. The other said, your son is in his hands. You have only that one son. You have only this one son in your life. Marshal Feng. He recalled 8 years ago when he was still a deputy general being sidelined and nearly losing his post. It was Feng Zi's single word that transferred him to Winshan Commandery, allowing him to climb step by step to the position of governor. His kindness was as heavy as a mountain. But could such kindness exchange for his son's life? He thought again of what Liu Guan had just said. The border pass had fallen. The Jin Kingdom's cannons blasted open the border wall. The northern Rhone cavalry broke through. The counties north of Liangzhou would be trampled flat within 2 months. By then Feng Zi would be hard-pressed to save himself, let alone care for him. He opened his eyes. Below the city, Liu Guan was still standing there. The Black Cloud cavalry column was spread out lazily behind him, some dismounted and sat on the ground, some took out dried rations and gnawed on them like a group of farmers coming to market. Yet these were the men who had slaughtered those 300 horsemen yesterday, leaving corpses strewn across the field. Your Excellency, came the deputy general's voice from behind, very low. Your Excellency, we. Zhao Yi raised his hand to stop him. He took a deep breath and spoke. General Liu. Below the city, Liu Guan looked up. Give me a little more time to think it over. On the 3rd day, Liu Guan sat in a hastily erected tent, pinching the missive that had just been delivered. Tonight at the 7th double hour, the commandery governor's residence will hold a banquet. Please come to the mansion for a discussion on great matters. You may bring a dozen trusted men. What does the general think? Liu Guan finished reading and placed the letter on the table. Interesting. The messenger who had delivered the letter stood in the tent. He kept his head down, not daring to look around, but sweat began to bead on his forehead. He knew the contents of the letter well. Governor Zhao had invited this gentleman into the city tonight, even saying he could bring a dozen trusted men. It sounded like a feast to apologize and discuss surrender. But what if this gentleman became suspicious, thinking it was a deadly banquet, and took offense? He stole a glance at Liu Guan. That face was expressionless, neither smiling nor angry. He just sat there lightly tapping his fingers on the table, as if lost in thought. The messenger's heart leaped into his throat. Go back and tell Zhao Yi, Liu Guan suddenly spoke. I agree. The messenger was stunned. Agreed. So readily. The 7th double hour, right? Liu Guan stood up. I'll be there on time. The messenger hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. I will definitely relay this to the governor. By the way, Liu Guan looked at him. I won't bring any trusted men. I'll go alone. The messenger was dumbfounded. Alone? He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Liu Guan's face, he swallowed his words. Going alone without any trusted men to attend the banquet. Did this gentleman trust the governor too much or too little? He didn't know, but he knew he dared not ask further. I will go report immediately. He made a deep bow, turned, and quickly exited the tent. Liu Guan stood still, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Inviting someone to dinner, allowing them to bring a dozen men. A word flashed through his mind. Human banquet. Big brother. Urgent footsteps came from outside the tent, and Zhao Da burst in through the curtain, his face filled with undisguised anxiety. Big brother, I heard you sent the messenger back. Liu Guan nodded. Big brother. Zhao Dahu walked up to him, lowering his voice. You're going alone. Liu Guan looked at him. It's fine. Fine. Zhao Dahu's eyes widened. Big brother, that's the capital of Winshan Commandery. That's Zhao Yi's lair. He's hosting a feast for you. Who knows what he's plotting? What if he's faking surrender, luring you in, and has 100 ambushers with axes and swords? Then let him ambush. Zhao Dahu's words caught in his throat. Liu Guan patted his shoulder. Han Meng and the others are still in the eastern woods, right? Zhao Dahu nodded dumbly. Have them rejoin the camp, Liu Guan said. Tonight, whether the wine is meant to kill or to apologize, Winshan City is already within my grasp. At the 7th double hour, Winshan City Zhao residence. The main gate was wide open, a row of red lanterns illuminating the entrance brightly. 2 rows of household servants stood by the door dressed in freshly starched clothes, their backs straight. But their expressions were off. No one smiled, no one spoke. Each face was taut, eyes darting nervously. In the main hall of the Zhao residence, the banquet was already laid out. 8 low tables were arranged on both sides laden with dishes. Roast leg of lamb, stewed chicken, braised fish, various pastries, and several jars of fine wine already opened, their fragrance permeating the entire room. But no one touched their chopsticks. Seated on both sides were the influential figures of Wenshan Commandery, the deputy garrison commander, the chief clerk, the recorder, several company captains, and the heads of a few major clans in the city. At the seat of honor sat Zhao Yi. He wore a brand new official robe, a jade belt around his waist, his hair meticulously combed. He clutched his wine cup, having held it for nearly an hour since the 6th double hour. The wine had been changed 3 times, the dishes reheated twice. No one ate, no one drank. The entire room full of people just sat there waiting. Zhao Yi's gaze occasionally swept across the hall. Behind the folding screen, shadows flickered. Behind the side door curtain, dark figures stirred. On the roof beams, men lay prone, their breathing held to a minimum. Outside the window, a dark mass crouched low. He had mobilized every elite he could command. His old family retainer who had served him for 20 years, veterans who had crawled out of piles of dead daredevils picked from various camps, and those ruthless characters who had truly seen blood killed without batting an eye. All were here. 63 men. Swords, axes, spears, crossbows. Zhao Yi's grip on the wine cup tightened. Your Excellency. The chief clerk leaned in, his voice extremely low. Will that Liu Guan really come? Zhao Yi did not speak. He wanted to know too. Would Liu Guan come? Alone? He did not know. He only knew that today he had made the hardest decision of his life. To Marshal Feng, he had sent a message saying, Wenshan Commandery is in imminent danger, and I will defend the city to the death, never surrendering. To Liu Guan, he had set up a banquet inviting him into the city for negotiations. He glanced behind the screen. 63 men. Was it enough? It should be enough. Cavalry combat was different from infantry combat. Liu Guan was indeed formidable on horseback, but this was on foot. No matter how skilled he was, how many could he take? 10. 20. General Liu has arrived. The shout came from outside the mansion gate. Zhao Yi shot to his feet. The people sitting upright on both sides turned their heads in unison toward the entrance. Footsteps. Steady, powerful. A single person walked in. In civilian clothes, a black long robe, a wide leather belt cinched around his waist. On the belt were 2 iron maces. Liu Guan. He walked in, his gaze sweeping over the room full of people, over the untouched dishes on the tables, over Zhao Yi's sweat-beaded face. Then he stopped. His eyes fixed on the screen. Paused for a breath. Then turned to the side door. Then to the roof beams. Finally glanced at the window. The entire room watched him, no one daring to breathe. Zhao Yi's palms began to sweat. Did he see? Impossible, they were hidden so well. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze. He looked at Zhao Yi. Governor Zhao. His voice was calm as if greeting. Your residence is quite lively. Zhao Yi's throat moved. He wanted to stand up, but his legs felt weak. Bracing himself on the table, he slowly rose, forcing a smile onto his face. General Liu. Please take a seat. He pointed to the foremost table on the right side. Liu Guan walked over, sat down with a swaggering, domineering air. His posture was not that of a banquet guest, but of a debt collector. The room full of people watched him, no one daring to speak. Zhao Yi slowly sat back down, picked up his wine cup. Come drink. He raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Those on both sides followed suit, raising their cups and drinking. Liu Guan did not move. The wine cup before him was full, and he did not even touch it. Zhao Yi's smile froze for an instant. He set down his cup and cleared his throat. General, why don't you drink? Are you displeased with the wine? Liu Guan looked at him. Governor Zhao, let us discuss the matter at hand. The room fell silent. Zhao Yi's smile slowly faded. He stared at Liu Guan for a long time. Something seemed to churn in those eyes. General Liu. He spoke. I have always admired you, General. Zhao Yi picked up his wine cup again, stood up, and walked around the table to the center of the hall. You crushed the foreign tribes, killed the Jin envoy, and exalt our nation's prestige. Your martial prowess is unmatched, rare in this age. He paused. But why, General, do you not serve the nation? Liu Guan looked at him. If you are willing to submit to the imperial court with your valor, a marquisate or generalship is within reach. Why hold a mountain fortress and stand against the court? Liu Guan said nothing. I do not wish to take your life. Zhao Yi's voice suddenly changed. No longer the polite, probing tone of before. It sank deep and low. I know you are a hero of this age, and I do not wish to cross blades with you. His gaze swept around, then finally fixed on Liu Guan's eyes. Please, General Liu, bind yourself. Silence. A deathly silence. The people seated on both sides, some with mouths agape, others with eyes wide, stared at Zhao Yi and Liu Guan, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. They had just been toasting moments ago, and now suddenly they were going to bind someone. Liu Guan gazed at Zhao Yi. He watched for 3 breaths. Then he smiled. Between you and Liu Guan spoke. You ultimately chose Feng Zi. Zhao Yi's face twitched. Had he chosen Feng Zi? Yes and no. Marshal Feng had shown him kindness, promoting him over the years from a deputy general to a prefect. He bore that gratitude in his heart. Yet he did not wish to kill Liu Guan. Even though he had 63 men ambushed here, he never intended to take Liu Guan's life. Capture him alive. Escort him to the prefectural capital. Hand him over to Marshal Feng for judgment. That was the order he had given to these 63 men. Whether Marshal Feng would kill or spare him was Marshal Feng's affair. As for Zhao Yi himself, he would not stain his hands with this blood. Smack! The wine cup in his hand slammed onto the floor, shattering into several pieces. Behind the screen, footsteps exploded. 30 bladesmen and axemen charged out. At the same time, the side curtain was flung open, revealing another 20 men. Outside the window, 10 dark figures flipped in, already gripping their blades upon landing. Someone dropped from the rafters, landing silently, a crossbow already cocked. 63 men. Blades, axes, spears, crossbows. They encircled Liu Guan in an impenetrable formation. The blades gleamed icy, the axes radiated chilling cold, and the crossbow bolts glimmered with a ghostly light in the candle flame. The guests on both sides screamed and shrank back, overturning tables and spilling dishes everywhere. Some stumbled and fled while others collapsed in their seats, unable to rise. Zhao Yi stood still, watching Liu Guan. Liu Guan remained seated, unmoving. He did not even spare a glance at the bladesmen and axemen. He simply looked at Zhao Yi, his gaze calm. Quite a number of men, Liu Guan remarked. Zhao Yi's pupils contracted. Prefect Zhao, you've emptied your entire arsenal. Liu Guan slowly rose to his feet. The surrounding bladesmen and axemen instinctively backed half a step. The blades and axes were still there, but the hands holding them began to tremble. Liu Guan looked at those hands, the corner of his mouth twitching. What are you afraid of? He took a step forward. The bladesmen and axemen retreated another step. Zhao Yi stood still, unmoving, but his hands began to shake. What was he afraid of? 63 men surrounding one. What was there to fear? Yet fear him he did. That man stood there without any armor, dressed only in plain clothes. 2 iron maces hung at his waist. The moment he stood there, the very atmosphere of the hall changed. It was like a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep, they were still sheep. Charge! Zhao Yi bellowed, his voice cracking. He could wait no longer. If he delayed further, these 63 men might not dare to act at all. The bladesmen and axemen moved. The 3 at the forefront lunged simultaneously, their blades and axes descending toward Liu Guan's upper, middle, and lower body. Liu Guan's hands moved. His twin maces slid from their sheaths, parting left and right. Clang! A blade was knocked away. Clang! An axe was deflected. Before the third man's spear could reach him, Liu Guan's mace slammed into his chest. Crack! The sound of ribs shattering like stepping on a dry twig. The man flew backward, crashing into 2 tables behind him, twitched twice on the ground, and lay still. The hall fell into dead silence. Liu Guan glanced down at the mace in his left hand. Blood was dripping from it. He raised his head. Is that all? The faces of the bladesmen and axemen shifted completely. The 3 who had charged first were the fiercest among them. In one exchange, 1 dead, 2 crippled. The dead man's chest had a large hollow, blood gushing from his mouth, then sputtering to a stop. The remaining men gripped their blades, axes, spears, and crossbows, but none dared to move. Attack! Zhao Yi roared hoarsely. He's only 1 man. Surround him. The bladesmen and axemen gritted their teeth and moved again. This time they lunged from all sides. A blade came from the left, an axe from the right, a spear from the front, and a crossbow bolt from the side. Liu Guan moved. He did not retreat. He charged forward. Swinging his twin maces, he swept left. Crack! 2 blades snapped simultaneously, and the wrists holding them bent backward at a grotesque angle. He smashed right. Clang! The axe flew from its owner's hands, the handle rebounding to strike the wielder's face, collapsing his nose bridge and drenching him in blood. The spear from the front thrust toward his chest. Liu Guan sidestepped the spear tip, grazing his robe. The spearman, missing his target, lurched forward. The mace in Liu Guan's right hand came down. Crack! The man's head split open. White brain matter mixed with blood splattered across the face of the man beside him. A crossbow bolt grazed Liu Guan's arm and embedded itself in a pillar behind him, the arrow shaft humming. Liu Guan didn't even glance at the archer. He stared at the bladesman before him, whose face was now smeared with brain matter, and grinned. The bladesman's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. His blade clattered to the floor, and he collapsed. 6 breaths later, the hall was strewn with more than 30 corpses. Some had collapsed chests, others split skulls, and some had arms broken into 3 pieces, white bone fragments protruding, blood pooling everywhere. A dozen more lay on the ground, wailing, their arms or legs broken, unable to rise. The rest had retreated to the corners. blades still in hand, axes still in hand, but no one dared to take another step forward. They looked at Liu Guan as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Liu Guan stood amidst the heap of corpses drenched in blood. The dark plain clothes had lost their original color, blood dripped from the hem, forming small puddles on the ground. He gripped his twin maces, raised his head, and looked at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stood frozen, trembling all over. He stared at Liu Guan, at the corpses scattered across the floor, at the wounded soldiers, crying out, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. 63 men. 63 men. All destroyed. Half dead, half wounded, and the remaining dozen huddled in the corner, not daring to move. And that man didn't even have a single wound on him. He was in plain clothes, without armor, surrounded by over 60 men, and he had fought his way through. Zhao Yi had lived for 53 years. He had seen formidable men, but never like this. This was no man. This was a demon. Liu Guan moved. Gripping his twin maces, he walked step by step through the blood toward Zhao Yi. His pace was not fast, in fact it was rather slow. But with every step, Zhao Yi felt his heart skip a beat. Liu Guan reached him, looked down at him, and grinned. Please bind yourself, Prefect Zhao. After 3 breaths, Liu Guan looked at Zhao Yi's pallid, aged face, and suddenly smiled, as if amused by a stubborn old man. Forget it, forget it. He thrust the twin maces back into his belt, and wiped the blood from his hands. I'm done teasing you. Zhao Yi was stunned. His mouth open, he stared at Liu Guan, his mind a blank. What did he mean by done teasing? Over 30 corpses still lay on the ground, blood still seeping, those with broken arms and legs still moaning, and the dozen or so men in the corner still clutching their blades, too afraid to move. And this is what he calls done teasing. Liu Guan took a step forward. Zhao Yi instinctively recoiled, his back hitting a pillar with a dull thud. Liu Guan halted. He looked at Zhao Yi's face, his tone calming. Governor Zhao, are you willing to surrender? These 7 words fell, and the hall suddenly fell silent. The moaning wounded stopped their cries, the axe wielders in the corner raised their heads, and the guests collapsed on both sides came to their senses. All eyes were on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stood frozen. He slowly turned his head, scanning his surroundings. The wounded lay on the ground, faces pale, eyes filled with fear and pleading. Those huddled in the corner still had trembling hands on their swords, but their eyes held no will to fight. The guests on both sides, the influential figures of Wenshan County, were now in disarray. Yet their gazes at Zhao Yi all conveyed the same message: surrender. No more fighting. If they continued, everyone would die. Finally, Zhao Yi's knees slowly bent, and the words came out, as if draining all his strength. We are willing to surrender. He raised his head and looked at Liu Guan. General Liu descends like a god. Zhao, from now on, I will follow your lead. Liu Guan looked down at him. He said nothing. The hall was eerily quiet. Only the crackling of candles could be heard. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. Zhao Yi knelt, his head bowed. He did not know what Liu Guan was thinking, nor whether a mace would come crashing down the next moment. All he knew was that his back was sweating, his palms were sweating, his forehead was sweating. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Get up. Liu Guan's voice finally rang out. Zhao Yi looked up. Liu Guan had already turned and walked toward his own seat. Clean this up, he said with his back to Zhao Yi. Send someone outside the city to welcome my troops in. Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then scrambled to his feet. Men, he shouted toward the entrance. 2 guards ran in. You, Zhao Yi pointed at one. Go north out of the city immediately. When you see a banner bearing the character Liu, announce that Zhao Yi welcomes the general into the city. The guard turned and ran. And you, Zhao Yi pointed at the other. Summon Captain Qin and have him station men at all 4 gates. From now on the gates will only accept General Liu's men. The second guard also ran out. Liu Guan reached his seat and glanced back. Call more people to clean this up. Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly and shouted a few more orders toward the door. Only then did Liu Guan sit down. A few drops of blood had splattered onto the table, and a little had stained the chair. He paid no mind, sitting down with a commanding air, pulling the twin maces from his belt and placing them by his side. Governor Zhao. Zhao Yi shuddered and hurried over. Liu Guan looked at him. Do not resent me for killing your men. Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then fell to his knees again. And no, I wouldn't dare. His voice trembled. I would never dare. They struck first. The general was only defending himself. I would never harbor resentment. Liu Guan said nothing. He looked at Zhao Yi's sweat-soaked face for a few breaths. Get up, he said. Why keep kneeling? I'm not the emperor yet. Zhao Yi rose, his legs still weak. He stood there not knowing where to go. Clamorous footsteps came from outside. 7 or 8 men rushed in, carrying stretchers and buckets of water. Seeing the corpses everywhere, they froze. What are you gaping at? Zhao Yi roared. Clean up. The men snapped out of it and began their work, carrying away the dead, moving the wounded, splashing water to wash away the blood. Water splashed on the floor, carrying blood out the door, intensifying the stench. Liu Guan sat there watching them. Eat, he suddenly said. Zhao Yi was startled. Liu Guan pointed at the untouched dishes before him. Everyone eat. He glanced at the guests still slumped on both sides, his tone flat. I skipped dinner for this feast. The roomful of people exchanged glances. Nobody dared to move. On the tables were roast leg of lamb, stewed chicken, braised fish, warmed twice, now long cold. Who could eat? Over 30 corpses still lay on the ground. Blood was still seeping. The wounded with broken limbs were still groaning. Who could still eat? Liu Guan looked at them, the corner of his mouth twitching. Not eating. No one answered. Liu Guan shook his head, reached out himself, tore off a lamb leg, and took a bite. He chewed. Swallowed. The roomful of people watched him like a monster. Having just killed over 30 men drenched in blood sitting among the corpses, he was gnawing on a lamb leg with a calm expression. Was he even human? After 2 bites, Liu Guan looked up at Zhao Yi. Your son is in my camp. Zhao Yi's face went pale. Alive, Liu Guan said. Not injured. Just tied a bit tight. Might have left a few marks. Zhao Yi's legs went weak again. He steadied himself against a nearby pillar. Thank you, General, for sparing his life. Liu Guan waved a hand. Don't thank me. I kept him only to force your surrender. Now that you've surrendered, he's useless. I'll send him back later, and he can go about his business. Zhao Yi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Liu Guan took another bite of the lamb leg, chewing. How many blacksmiths are there in Wenshan County? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Blacksmiths? Yes, Liu Guan said, looking at him. Craftsmen who can forge iron. How many? Zhao Yi's mind was still reeling, and he answered dazedly. Reporting to the general, there are 2 smithies in the city. The big one has 7 or 8 apprentices, the small one 3 or 4. A few villages outside the city also have blacksmiths. Enough, Liu Guan nodded. Gather them all later. I have use for them. Zhao Yi wanted to ask what for, but didn't dare. Liu Guan continued, eating the lamb leg. The guests on both sides gradually came to their senses. Some kept their heads down, afraid to look, others stole glances. This man. He wasn't human. Over 60 men had surrounded him, swords and axes hacking, crossbows firing. With a swing of his twin maces, men flew. Heads cracked open, chests caved in, arms snapped into 3 pieces. Like mowing grass. The guests exchanged glances, seeing the same thing in each other's eyes. Fear. And a trace of something indescribable. Relief. Relief that Zhao Yi had surrendered. Relief that they would now follow this god of slaughter. They didn't know. But one thing was clear: from tonight onward, Wenshan County had changed hands. Upon the golden throne room, silence reigns as if it were a vacant hall. Wu Minghuang sat upon the dragon throne, one hand propping her forehead, her thumb pressing against the temple, rubbing slowly in small circles. Below stood the entire court of civil and military officials, yet not a single soul dared to speak. She had been back in the capital for some time now. Just 1 month prior, she had still been sitting in a donkey cart drenched in mud from head to toe. A month later, she sits once more upon this dragon throne, adorned in dragon robes and crowned with the imperial diadem. But she knows the truth. Everything has changed. Nothing remains the same. She had taken Wendingdu and 3,000 elite soldiers and abandoned the main army to return to the capital alone. Such haste, such impropriety. 30,000 capital garrison troops were shattered at the northern bank of the Zhang River. The imperial banner fell, and she was pressed into the mud by Prince Su to shelter from cannon fire. She had buried these matters. The donkey cart incident had been buried too. Those who knew had all but been executed. But she could not silence the thoughts within her own mind. Those thoughts crawled like insects, emerging each night. Crawling so relentlessly that sleep became impossible. Crawling so that sitting upon this golden throne room, facing all the officials of the court, her heart dwelled upon that gray donkey, that battered cart, the jolting journey through mud and mire. She forcibly suppressed those thoughts, straightened her posture, and lowered her hand from her forehead. Continue reading. In the hall, a censor clutched a stack of memorials, his throat convulsing, and proceeded to read on. Urgent report from the northern frontier. The Jin Kingdom's artillery has breached the border walls, and Jin cavalry has charged deep into our territory. General Li Shanlu, commander of the Northern Suppression Campaign, has been defeated and surrounded. His current whereabouts remain unknown. 3 prefectures in the northern region. 2 have already sent emergency appeals. We beg the court to dispatch reinforcements with utmost haste, otherwise. The censor paused, not daring to continue. Otherwise what? Otherwise the northern frontier would be lost. Wu Minghuang's fingers drummed upon the armrest of the dragon throne. Li Shanlu's whereabouts unknown. She spoke. Whereabouts unknown means death or defection. Issue an imperial edict. Spare no effort to search for Li Shanlu. Capture him and return him to the capital for execution. Below, someone raised his head, lips parting as if to speak, but was pulled back by his sleeve by the person beside him. Wu Minghuang took no notice. Issue an edict to Prince Su, she said, directing him to detach 50,000 men from the Eastern Expeditionary Force, placing them under Gao Sui's command to march north immediately against the Jin. Next, the censor flipped a page and continued. Urgent report from Liangzhou. The great brigand Liu Guan has risen in rebellion, having already seized Heishui, Yong'an, Nan, and Ping counties, as well as Lu Town. Recently, he has also captured Wenshan Commandery. The rebel forces are formidable, numbering some 80,000. The military governor Feng Zi has submitted a memorial of self-reproach and urgently requests the court to dispatch a large army for suppression. Wu Minghuang's brow furrowed. Liu Guan. She had heard this name before. It had appeared in a previous memorial from Liangzhou, described as a bandit chieftain who had occupied Heishui County and killed Feng Kuan, defeating Qinping. She had not taken it seriously at the time. In Liangzhou, bandits sprouted like weeds. One might emerge today and have his head mounted on the city gate tomorrow. But how long had it been? Heishui, Yong'an, Nanping counties, Lu Town. And now Wenshan Commandery. Wenshan was the largest city in southern Liangzhou, garrisoned with 4,000 troops under the veteran commander Zhao Yi. A commandery city defended by 4,000 men, seized by a mere bandit. Wu Minghuang's hands tightened on the armrest. What is Liu Guan's background? No one below could answer. Only an elderly minister stepped forward, bowing with hands clasped. Your Majesty, this subject knows something of the matter. It is said the man possesses extraordinary martial prowess, skilled in horse, spear, and double maces, with the valor to face 10,000 warriors alone. Feng Kuan led 2,500 men to suppress him, yet was slain when Liu Guan charged the formation with merely 80 cavalry. Qinping commanded 4,500 men in a two-pronged encirclement, only to be utterly routed, escaping alone on horseback back to the prefectural seat. Wu Minghuang gazed at him. The valor to face 10,000 warriors. The elderly minister bowed his head. This subject only repeats what is heard. Wu Minghuang said nothing. She had seen valorous generals. Wen Dingdu was the foremost martial champion under heaven, capable of charging and slaying upon the battlefield one man worth 100. But could one man be worth 1,000? Could one man charge through a formation of 2,500? She spoke. Qin Xiao, a military officer, stepped forward. He was in his early 20s, tall and powerfully built, with eyes that were small yet bright as blades. This subject awaits orders. You shall take 1,000 men from the divine archers, recruit soldiers along the way to amass 30,000, and proceed to Liangzhou. Qin Xiao saluted with a fist. This subject receives the imperial command. That Liu Guan. Wu Minghuang gazed at him. Capture him alive if possible, if not kill him. This throne wishes to see whether he truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Xiao bowed his head. Yes. Wu Minghuang waved her hand, and Qin Xiao withdrew to the ranks. The censor continued reading. Urgent report from Sangzhou, set in the south. The former great brigand Li Xian has returned to his old haunts with 16 riders. Within a single month, he has gathered tens of thousands, has broken through 3 counties and 1 commandery, and his influence grows mightily. The Sangzhou regional governor implores the court to authorize suppression. Wu Minghuang closed her eyes. Li Xian. She had heard this name too. 2 years prior, Li Xian had caused trouble in Sangzhou, seizing 2 counties and assembling over 10,000 men. Later, the court dispatched troops for suppression. After several battles, he was defeated and fled into the mountains with a mere dozen men, never to be seen again. At the time, he was presumed dead. Yet he was not dead. Did he not know of the imperial tower of skulls the court had erected at Sangzhou? How dare he return, starting with 16 riders, assembling tens of thousands within a month? What manner of man was this? Was he truly unkillable? Wu Minghuang opened her eyes. Wen Dingdu stepped forward. He stood there, his entire body coiled tight as a drawn bow. From returning to the capital until now, he had not uttered an unnecessary word, nor performed an unnecessary deed. He simply followed her, guarded her like a wall of stone. But she knew what churned within his heart. He wished to return to battle. He wished to return to the northern bank of the Zhang River to bring back the 250,000-strong army, to reclaim those 10 Liang artillery pieces, to restore the honor she had lost. Take 1,800 Xuanjia cavalry, Wu Minghuang said, recruit soldiers along the way to amass 30,000, and proceed to Sangzhou. Your Majesty, when Dingdu spoke, this subject wishes to go to the northern frontier. The northern frontier gates have been breached. Jin cavalry charges unchecked. If no one resists, half the empire will be in peril. Wu Minghuang gazed at him. If you go to the northern frontier, who will go to Sangzhou? When Dingdu's lips parted. Go to Sangzhou. Wu Minghuang's voice brooked no argument. Eliminate Li Xian. This throne wants his head mounted upon the city gate. When Dingdu bowed his head. This subject receives the imperial command. Wu Minghuang waved her hand, and when Dingdu withdrew to the ranks. She sat upon the dragon throne, gazing at the ministers with lowered heads, and suddenly felt utterly exhausted. The northern frontier gates had been breached. Liangzhou had produced a Liu Guan. Sangzhou had spawned a Li Xian. All terrible news. Each worse than the last. Rubbing her brow, she suddenly wished to end this court session quickly and return to speak with Warner. Only there with Warner could she speak a few words of truth. She cleared her throat. Minister of Works. A middle-aged official stepped forward, bowing deeply. This subject awaits orders. Wu Minghuang gazed at him. How goes the research on firearms? The Minister of Works was taken aback. Firearms. Her Majesty had always dismissed firearms with contempt, calling them clever tricks and sensual diversions, barbarian deceptions. The last time he had submitted a memorial requesting research on firearms, Her Majesty had given a non-committal response and never inquired again. Why ask about it today so suddenly? His mind whirled, and suddenly understanding dawned. The defeat at the Zhang River, what the outside world called heaven's punishment, attributing it to Liang's sorcery. But among those clever minds at court who did not know it was artillery, Her Majesty had been struck by artillery. 30,000 capital garrison troops shattered by 10 cannons. Now she wished to research firearms, seeking vengeance. Your Majesty, the Minister of Works replied with a bow, this subject has assembled craftsmen and begun trial production. However, without a physical specimen, progress has been slow. With a captured specimen for reference within 3 months, there will certainly be results. Wu Minghuang's brow furrowed. No specimens. She wondered whether Prince Su might obtain a cannon or two. Pursue research with all available strength, she commanded. If resources are needed, allocate from the imperial treasury. If personnel are needed, summon them from every province. This throne demands firearms, the sooner the better. The Minister of Works stared, then bowed deeply. This subject obeys the imperial command. Wu Minghuang leaned against the chair back. Firearms. With firearms, the northern frontier could be reclaimed. If the Jin Kingdom could breach the border walls with artillery, so could she. If the Liang Kingdom could shatter her forces with artillery, she would use firearms to trample Liang flat. As for the northern Rome, the Zhao Kingdom, and all those miscellaneous small nations, with firearms none would be worthy of fear. As she mused thus, her lips began to curve slowly upward. In the military camp of the Jin army in Yunzhou Wu Kingdom, Huang Taiji stared at the urgent report before him, veins bulging on his forehead. Shumilu Yanggili Ujin and Mr. Fanshan have been killed in Heishui County. Ujin Yanggili had his neck twisted, his head hung outside the city walls. Mr. Fanshan was hanged at the entrance of the county yamen. He read these few lines 3 times. Each time the veins on his forehead throbbed. Yanggili was deliberately sent by him. He was too proud, relying on his illustrious military achievements, and in recent years had increasingly disregarded his authority. Sending him to recruit a barbarian rebel was meant to humble his arrogance, to make him realize that the great Jin needed not only warriors who could fight, but also capable ministers who could handle affairs. As for Fanshan was a military man, but he was well-learned and eloquent. Over the years he had handled many tasks for him. Every time he went south to recruit those wavering factions, Fanshan's intervention almost always succeeded. This time, sending both of them, one a warrior, the other a scholar, was thought to be foolproof. Yet unexpectedly, they both died. In war between 2 nations, envoys are not to be slain. That was the rule. Did Liu Guan not know the rules? Your Majesty. A voice came from the entrance of the tent. Huang Taiji looked up and saw the newcomer, and his tightly furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Master Weicheng, why are you here? Weicheng. In his early 40s, he wore a half-worn leather robe, his hair casually tied back, with a few strands falling over his forehead. He held a palm-sized iron lump in his hands, examining it as he walked, his eyes nearly glued to it, almost tripping over the tent flap. Huang Taiji watched him stumble, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. This Master Wei was the strangest man he had ever met. Others feared him, kneeling and kowtowing, not daring to speak loudly in his presence. But this man, whenever he came, he was always holding those iron lumps and copper tubes, his eyes never seeing the emperor. Yet it was this strange man who had created the cannons. The cannons that had blasted open the border walls of Wu Kingdom. Your Majesty, Weicheng looked up finally, tearing his gaze away from the iron lump. I heard the men you sent to Liangzhou are dead. Huang Taiji nodded. Yanggili is dead and Fanshan is dead. Killed by Liu Guan. Weicheng's eyes lit up. Liu Guan. The same Liu Guan who is said to be able to charge into battle alone, routing the northern Rong and Liangzhou troops, leaving them utterly defeated. Huang Taiji looked at him somewhat surprised. Weicheng, who spent all day cooped up in the workshop tinkering with those iron lumps, when did he become interested in military commanders? Master, do you know him? No. Weicheng shook his head, walked over to the charcoal fire, and sat down casually, placing the iron lump on his lap. But I have heard of him. Extraordinary bravery, killing without mercy. Vader and Feng Kuan were slain by him in battle. Qinping was crushed by him. The tales from Liangzhou are legendary, speaking of him as having 3 heads and 6 arms, impervious to blades and arrows. Huang Taiji snorted. 3 heads and 6 arms may not be true, but daring to kill my envoy is indeed bold. Wei Cheng fiddled with the iron lump, then suddenly asked, "Did your majesty send Yang Yuli to recruit him?" Huang Taiji nodded. "Yes. A man like that, it would be best if he could serve me. If not." He did not finish. Wei Cheng looked up at him. "If not, get rid of him." Huang Taiji did not reply. Wei Cheng lowered his head and continued fiddling with the iron lump. "And now, what does your majesty intend to do?" Huang Taiji leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. He had not yet decided. Liu Guan had killed the envoy, and by rights he should send troops to punish him. But the main army was busy heading south to plunder grain, and the border wall had just been breached. This was the perfect time for expansion. Diverting forces for a mere Liu Guan was not worth it. Yet if he did not fight, would he just accept this? How could he? Huang Taiji save face. "Master, what is your wise counsel?" Wei Cheng looked up and smiled. "I am but a maker of firearms. What wise counsel could I have?" He paused, raised the iron lump, and examined it closely. "However, I am somewhat interested in this Liu Guan." Huang Taiji looked at him. "Master is interested?" Wei Cheng nodded. "I heard he killed the Jin envoy but hung the head at the city gate for all to see. That is not the act of a brute. A brute kills, and that is that. But by hanging the head, to whom was he showing it?" Huang Taiji's brow twitched. "To those in Liangzhou who are still on the fence. To tell everyone that he has severed ties with the Jin kingdom, that there is no turning back. Those who were considering surrendering to the Jin must now weigh whether Liu Guan will come to cut off their heads." Wei Cheng nodded. "Exactly. So he is no brute. He knows what he is doing." He put down the iron lump and looked at Huang Taiji. "Your Majesty, a man like this, either eliminate him early or do not provoke him." Huang Taiji was silent for a moment. "Master means?" Wei Cheng stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. "Your Majesty has no time for Liangzhou now, so do not rush to make an enemy of him. Send someone to clarify the matter. Yang Yuli was insolent and deserved death. But the Jin kingdom does not hold a grudge and is willing to continue negotiations." Huang Taiji was stunned. "Continue negotiations? He killed the envoy, and I should still send someone to negotiate." Wei Cheng looked at him. "Your Majesty, which is more important, face or Liangzhou?" Huang Taiji opened his mouth, but no words came. Wei Cheng continued. "Liu Guan has taken Wenshan Commandery and has at least 10,000 men under him. Now that he has broken with the Jin kingdom, he can only hold fast to Liangzhou. The Wu court will not spare him, and Fengzi will not spare him. He is isolated and without support. At this time, if your Majesty sends someone to overlook past grievances and continue the recruitment, if he is wise, he will surrender. If not..." Wei Cheng paused. "Then he will have to face the pincer attack of both the Wu kingdom and the Jin kingdom alone. How long can he last?" Huang Taiji stared at Wei Cheng for a long time. This Master Wei, who spent all day cooped up in the workshop tinkering with iron lumps, spoke more ruthlessly than any of his strategists. "Master is right," he said slowly. "But I must give my men an explanation for Yang Yuli's death." Wei Cheng waved his hand. Yang Yuli brought it upon himself. He was sent to recruit, not to throw his weight around. He threw his weight around and got killed. Who was to blame? Huang Taiji said nothing. Wei Cheng walked to the tent entrance, then suddenly turned back. "If your Majesty feels it is a loss of face, then consider that I never said this. I am just a maker of firearms, I know nothing of warfare." With that, he lifted the tent flap and walked out. Huang Taiji sat there watching the flap sway and suddenly laughed. This Master Wei, a strange man. But strange men often speak the most useful words. He picked up the urgent report and read it again. Shumulu Yang Yuli dead. Fanshin dead. Liu Guan. He murmured the name, tapping his fingers on the desk. Issue an edict. Someone outside the tent acknowledged. Send someone to Liangzhou to meet Liu Guan again. Tell him the Jin kingdom is willing to continue negotiations. The terms remain unchanged. General of Jianwei rank 3, his troops will not be disbanded and no overseer will be sent. He paused. Also tell him that I will not pursue the matter of Yang Yuli. He was insolent first and deserved death. The man outside the tent was stunned. Not pursue. An Ajin died, and not pursue. What are you standing there for? Huang Taiji's voice deepened. Go and deliver the edict. Yes. Footsteps faded. Huang Taiji leaned back in his chair, staring at the thick beam above the tent. Liu Guan. If he could truly recruit him, Liangzhou would be within his grasp. Then advancing east and south half of the Wu kingdom would be his. If he could not recruit him, then he would deal with him personally when he had the time. The cannons that blasted open the border walls could also blast open the gates of the capital of Wenshan Commandery. He did not believe that Liu Guan's strength could withstand cannonballs. Liu Guan had held Wenshan Commandery for some days now. In the commandery's official residence, he sat in the very chair that had once belonged to Zhao Yi, leafing through the documents that had just arrived. Nan County, Ping County, Lu Town, Shirtu Fort, and now Wenshan Commandery had been added to the list. The territory grew larger, and with it came more and more affairs. Back in Heishui County, handling a few matters a day had sufficed. Now dozens of matters arose each day, and there was never enough time to finish them. Conscription, grain collection, weapon repair, pacifying the people, appointing officials, tax collection. Every single matter required his personal attention. Every matter brought its own troubles. Liu Guan tossed the documents onto the table and leaned back in his chair. He had once thought that waging war was the hardest part. Now he realized that what came after the war was even harder. Conquering territory was easy, governing it was the true challenge. He rubbed his temples, his mind churning through the myriad affairs. Han Ming and Li Si had trained the new recruits reasonably well, but there was a shortage of weapons. Wang Shirtu and the blacksmiths had been working day and night, yet they still could not keep up with the demand. And then there was the Jin Kingdom. It had been some days since he killed their envoy, yet there was still no reaction. Were they too preoccupied to respond, or were they brewing something big? Report. A scout hurried in and knelt on one knee. My lord, there is someone seeking an audience. Liu Guan looked up. Who? The scout hesitated. He claims to be from the Zhang family of Qingzhou. The Zhang family of Qingzhou. Liu Guan's brow twitched. Qingzhou was thousands of li from Liangzhou. Why would someone from that distant place come all this way to see him? Bring him in. The scout clasped his fists and withdrew. Liu Guan rose and walked to the window. The Zhang family of Qingzhou, he had heard of them. They were one of the most prominent clans in Dao with hundreds of years of heritage and several prime ministers among their ancestors. Their library held more books than the imperial palace, and they kept more retainers than the county office. Why would someone from such a grand clan come to see him, a mere bandit leader? Footsteps sounded. Liu Guan turned. The door curtain was lifted and a man stepped in. His face was like polished jade. That was the first phrase that came to Liu Guan's mind. That face was as fair as if carved from jade, with delicate brows and clear eyes, lips slightly pursed. He looked young, no more than 17 or 18. But there was something off about his eyes. Those eyes were too bright, too steady, not the gaze of a youth. The newcomer walked to the center of the hall and cupped his hands in a bow, his movements unhurried, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. This humble one is Zhang Bakong. Greetings, General Liu. His voice was clear and carried a slight southern accent. Liu Guan studied him. The Zhang family of Qingzhou. Zhang Bakong nodded. Indeed. What does someone from the Zhang family want in Liangzhou? Zhang Bakong smiled faintly. I came to find you, General. Liu Guan remained silent. Zhang Bakong continued. Qingzhou is thousands of li from Liangzhou. But as I traveled, I heard more and more about you, General, and the more I heard, the more I felt this journey was not in vain. Heard what? I heard that with 60 riders you charged into a camp of 8,000 northern Rome and slew their chieftain of 10,000. I heard that with 80 riders you broke through a formation of 2,500 and slew Fengkuan. I heard that at Heishui City with a pair of iron maces you held Chunping's 3,000 troops at bay. I heard that you killed the Jin envoy, crushing Ajin's neck with a single hand. As Zhang Bakong spoke, his eyes grew brighter. In Qingzhou I have heard of many fierce warriors, but none like you, General. Liu Guan looked at him. So you've come to pledge your allegiance to me? Zhang Bakong nodded. Indeed. Liu Guan said nothing. He walked before Zhang Bakong, looking down at him. The young man stood there, his back straight as a ramrod, showing not the slightest trace of fear. How old are you? 18. 18, and instead of staying home studying for the civil service exams, you come to me. Zhang Bakong smiled. General, what is the point of passing the Dao exams? Toil for seniority, wait for vacancies, curry favor with superiors, ingratiate yourself with colleagues. He paused. If I follow you, General, I might be in theft as a marquis within 3 years. Liu Guan stared at him. How do you know I can make you a marquis? Zhang Bakong raised his head and met his gaze. General, you started with just a few men, and in less than a year you have taken 5 cities, 1 town, and 1 commandery. That cannot be achieved by valor alone. You have a sharp mind, effective methods, and bold resolve. And, he added, you killed the Jin envoy. What of it? Killing the envoy means breaking with the Jin kingdom. Breaking with the Jin kingdom tells the world that you are no weathercock who shifts with the wind. Zhang Bakong said, that is the kind of man worth following. Liu Guan was silent for a moment. Do you know the Jin kingdom has cannons? I know. And you know cannons can blast down city walls. I know. Then why come? Zhang Bakong smiled. General, no matter how powerful the cannon, it is still used by men. Men have weaknesses, and weaknesses can be exploited. He looked at Liu Guan. I may be young, but I have read books, traveled some roads, and seen some people. If you trust me, General, I am willing to offer you counsel and handle the affairs you cannot tend to yourself. Liu Guan said nothing. He studied the young man for a long time. 18 years old, traveling thousands of li to pledge his allegiance. He had courage, intelligence, and spoke with clarity. More importantly, those eyes were too steady beyond his 18 years. Have you read military texts? I have. Do you understand strategy? A little. Can you manage people, eh? Yes. Liu Guan suddenly smiled. You are not modest. Zhang Bakong smiled back. There is no need for modesty before you, General. Liu Guan nodded. All right, stay. Zhang Bakong was taken aback. So simple. He had expected Liu Guan to question him further to test him to make him prove himself. But it was just one sentence. Liu Guan saw his stunned expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What? Changed your mind? Zhang Bakong snapped back to attention and bowed deeply. Thank you, General. Liu Guan waved a hand. Don't thank me yet. You can stay, but you'll have to work first. Zhang Bakong looked up. General, please give your orders. Liu Guan pointed at the pile of documents on the table. Those. Help me deal with them. Zhang Bakong glanced at the stack, which was nearly waist-high, and swallowed hard. General. All of them. Liu Guan nodded. All of them. Zhang Bakong walked over and flipped through the top few documents. The handwriting was sloppy, the numbers chaotic, and some sheets were so illegible that one could not make out what they said. He looked up at Liu Guan. General, aren't you afraid I'll read them and then run away? Liu Guan laughed. You think you can escape? Zhang Bakong was taken aback, then laughed as well. You're right, General. I can't escape. General, you're right. I can't escape. Zhang Bakong is truly capable. That pile of documents, nearly as tall as a man, he sorted through in less than 2 days. Which were urgent, which could wait, which could be postponed, and which should be discarded outright. He organized them with perfect clarity. Illegible handwriting, he recopied. Confused figures, he calculated clearly before rewriting. Anything he didn't understand, he went to ask the person involved, and only dealt with it after getting clarification. Liu Guan had initially watched closely, but later discovered it wasn't necessary at all. This young man worked far more efficiently than he did. My lord. Zhang Bakong entered carrying a stack of just processed documents. The grain records from South County now match. Previously 200 Dan had been undercounted. It was County Secretary Zhou's clerical error, not embezzlement. Deputy County Magistrate Zhou has submitted a supplementary note and will send the amount along with next month's delivery. Liu Guan took the documents and flipped through them. Neat handwriting, clear figures, detailed notes in every margin. He set the documents down and glanced at Zhang Bakong. The young man stood there, spine straight as a bamboo pole, a slight smile on his face, awaiting the next assignment. Liu Guan was about to speak. Report. A scout burst in, dropping to one knee, breath ragged as a bellows. My lord, the court has sent troops. Liu Guan's brow furrowed. Speak clearly. The scout swallowed hard. The court has dispatched 1,000 elite divine archers commanded by Qin Sheng, departing from the capital. Along the way they've been recruiting, and now number 23,000 men heading toward Wenshan Prefecture. Furthermore, Feng Zi's forces have mobilized as well. Wang Ji leads 2,000 prefectural soldiers from the prefectural capital and has already joined forces with Qin Sheng. Liu Guan rose to his feet. 23,000 plus 2,000. 25,000 total. His total force exceeded 10,000, but that counted every garrison from every county and town. Truly deployable for field battles. Perhaps fewer than 5,000 at most. 500 Black Cloud Cavalry, 100 Breakthrough Personal Guard, over 3,000 newly trained soldiers from Hanming and Lisi, and 200 mountaineers from Shiwanshan. 5,000 versus 25,000. A five-fold disadvantage. And this Qin Sheng from the imperial forces, he had heard of him. Grandson of the late Duke of England, ranked by Wu Ming Huang as the second mightiest general under heaven. Liu Guan's mind raced, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. My lord. A clear, bright voice spoke up. Zhang Bakong stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Your subordinate has a strategy that may break this deadlocked situation. Liu Guan looked at him. Speak. Zhang Bakong straightened, walked to the unfurled map, and pointed to the location of Wenshan Prefecture. My lord, the court sends 25,000 men. Impressive on paper. But these 25,000 are not of one piece. Liu Guan's brow shifted slightly. The divine archers under Qin Sheng are elite soldiers. 1,000 men, all archers capable of splitting a willow leaf at 100 paces. But there is only this 1,000 of elite troops. The remaining 22,000 are refugees recruited along the route, regional soldiers and militiamen from various prefectures and counties. These men have barely warmed their sword hilts, let alone seen battle. Zhang Bakong's finger moved toward the prefectural capital. Feng Zi's 2,000 prefectural soldiers, however, have seen combat. But at the Battle of Qinping, most of their men perished. The troops arriving now are likely not the true elite. He raised his head, looking at Liu Guan. So these three factions thrown together merely have superior numbers. In actual combat, who would command whom? Qin Sheng wants to charge, the prefectural soldiers want to hold, and the militiamen want to flee. Within 3 days they'll be at each other's throats. Liu Guan nodded. Continue. Zhang Bakong drew a line on the map with his finger from Wenshan Prefecture northward. When my lord defends a city, he is unmatched under heaven. The walls of Blackwater County are lower than Wenshan Prefecture's, yet Qinping, with 4,500 men, besieged for 3 days and never even touched the battlements. Now the walls are higher, the garrison larger, the provisions more abundant. Even with 25,000 men, could Qin Sheng breach it by force? He paused. He could not. He would have only two choices. Either lay siege starving us until our provisions run out, or divide his forces to cut our supply lines, forcing us out of the city for a field battle. Liu Guan regarded him. Which would you choose? The siege. Zhang Bokong replied. Qin Shong is a fierce general, but he is no fool. He knows my lord's martial prowess and understands that a direct assault would be throwing lives away. So he will first encircle the city, turning Wenshan Prefecture into an iron barrel, then send men to sever the grain supply routes to Blackwater County, South County, and Ping County. After 3 months of siege, our provisions exhausted, we would collapse without a fight. Liu Guan nodded. Then how do we break it? Zhang Bokong smiled. What does a besieging army fear most? Liu Guan considered. Being encircled in turn. Correct. Zhang Bokong's eyes lit up. My lord's martial might is renowned throughout the realm. Qin Shong knows this, and so do his soldiers. If my lord were to sally forth deep in the night, leading the Black Cloud Cavalry in a deadly charge through Qin Shong's encampment, then fleeing northward, what would he think? Liu Guan narrowed his eyes. He would think I was trying to escape. He would, Zhang Bokong said. He would believe my lord could no longer hold the city, that I was breaking out to flee northward and seek refuge with another power. He would give chase. His finger moved swiftly across the map, but in doing so his camp would be left empty. Han Do-tu, leading the breakthrough personal guard, and the men from Stone Fortress would strike from the east and directly overrun his base camp. Supplies burned, provisions destroyed, wounded soldiers slaughtered. When Qin Shong has pursued 10 li and looks back to see his camp ablaze, will he turn back? Liu Guan's lips twitched slightly. He would. Without a base to return to, all is lost. When he turns back, my lord strikes again. Caught between two forces, how many of his 25,000 men could hold their formation? Zhang Bokong finished, stepped back, and watched Liu Guan. Liu Guan said nothing, his eyes fixed on the map, fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Zhang Bokong's strategy was built on a core principle: feint east, strike west, lure the tiger from its mountain. Exploiting his martial prowess, launching a nighttime raid to create the illusion of a breakout, drawing out Qin Shong's main force. Then Han Meng would strike the camp, burning supplies and destroying provisions. When Qin Shong turned back, he would strike again, launching a pincer attack from both sides. If this entire battle plan unfolded, Qin Shong's 25,000, even if not completely annihilated, would suffer catastrophic casualties. But there was a problem. What if Qin Shong stops mid-pursuit? Liu Guan asked. What if he divides his forces, half chasing me, half defending the camp? Zhang Bokong nodded. A prudent question, my lord. So we must make it impossible for him not to pursue. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. When my lord charges out, kill no one. Only set fires. Burn tents, burn supply wagons, burn until it hurts. When Qin Shong gives chase, my lord runs. When he stops, my lord turns back to burn again. If he divides his forces, we target whichever group is weaker. And if he refuses to pursue. Zhang Bokong smiled faintly. Then his 25,000 men can only watch helplessly as my lord burns their camp outside the city walls, burns their provisions, burns until they starve. Liu Guan stared at the map, running scenarios rapidly through his mind. Zhang Bokong's strategy was ruthless. Not a head-on clash, but playing with the enemy like a dog on a leash. Using his martial prowess as bait, making Qin Shong's 25,000 run circles around them. Running them until their provisions dried up, until their morale shattered, until they broke apart on their own. What about Han Meng? Liu Guan asked. When he strikes the camp, what if Qin Shong left too many defenders? What if he can't break through? Zhang Bokong had anticipated this. My lord need not worry. If Qin Shong pursues, he will certainly take his elite troops. Those left behind will mostly be militiamen and refugees. Many in number, but few who can fight. Han Do-tu can handle them. Liu Guan nodded. One more point. Zhang Bokong continued. Qin Shong's 1,000 divine archers are the hard bone to chew. They are formidable at range and decent in close quarters. But compared to true close combat elites, they are far inferior. So when my lord charges into formation, charge straight at their faces. Once we close distance, they become lambs for the slaughter. Liu Guan laughed. This young man had thought through every step. He raised his head, looking at Zhang Bokong. Where did you learn all this? From books. Zhang Bokong shook his head. Books don't cover this. Books only describe orthodox formations, meeting orthodox formations, ranks clashing in orderly battle. This kind of tactics, you won't find it in any book. Then how did you come up with it? Zhang Bokong grinned, a look of pride on his face. Your subordinate simply thought of it. Liu Guan was silent for a moment. Then he rose, walked to Zhang Bokong, and placed a hand on his shoulder. You've earned your place here. Zhang Bokong continued to smile. Liu Guan turned and walked to the door. Summon Han Meng, Zhao Dao, Shi Wanshan, and Li Si to discuss strategy. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Road leading from Liangzhou Prefecture to Wenshan Commandery, a force of 25,000 marched south in great array. Yet upon closer inspection the so-called Grand Army was nothing more than a ragged, loosely strung-out throng. The vanguard of 3,000 wore armor and carried spears, moving with some semblance of discipline. The remaining 22,000, however, were a motley rabble, some lugging hoes, others brandishing wooden clubs, and many who couldn't even afford shoes trudging barefoot. Qin Jiu rode at the center of the column, his brows knitted tightly. Recruits gathered along the way. The emperor's decree had been clear on that. But what kind of wretches had he collected all along the road? Starving refugees, tenant farmers driven to despair, conscripts dragged in to pad the ranks. Forget about fighting. On a mere 30-li march, 20 would fall by the wayside. Qin Jiu drew a deep breath and shoved those thoughts aside. General, a rider urged his horse alongside. It was Wang Ji. What troubles the general that he should sigh? Qin Jiu glanced at him. Nothing. Wang Ji nodded and said no more. They rode side by side for a while. Then Qin Jiu spoke suddenly. Commander Wang, this campaign will depend heavily on your efforts. You know the terrain, the people, and the enemy of Liangzhou far better than I. Wang Ji cupped his fists. General need not worry. This subordinate will do his utmost. So he said, but deep down Wang Ji knew the truth. How much could his 2,000 men truly contribute? Marshal Feng had handed him the troops, yet not a single elite soldier was among them. The over 1,000 seasoned veterans who could actually fight remained at the prefecture guarding the marshal's mansion. The 2,000 he'd brought were almost entirely raw recruits. As Wang Ji pondered, Chen Ping suddenly came to mind. Chen Ping had served 33 years in the military, survived countless battles, and always carried himself with composure and steadiness. And yet now, he spent every day hidden away in his residence, doors and windows shut tight, and at the mere mention of the name Liu Guan his entire body would tremble. Just days ago someone went to visit him. The moment they mentioned Liu Guan's name, Chen Ping slid off his chair and curled into the corner, clutching his head and crying, "Don't kill me." A god descended from heaven. Wang Ji didn't know whether Liu Guan was some divine being sent to earth, but he knew one thing for certain: Chen Ping was no fool. If Chen Ping feared like that, what right did Wang Ji have not to be afraid? He cast a glance at Qin Jiu riding beside him. He had heard that this man had trained in martial arts since childhood, could draw a 3-stone bow at 13, took to the battlefield at 15, and had slain dozens of enemy commanders, handpicked by the emperor as the foremost warrior beneath Wending. But could he defeat Liu Guan? Wang Ji didn't know. He only knew that Liu Guan's style of fighting was something no ordinary person could withstand. 60 men charging into an army of 8,000. 80 men charging into a formation of 2,500. Could Qin Jiu hold against such tactics? Wang Ji shook his head. Commander Wang. Qin Jiu's voice came through. Wang Ji snapped back to attention and hastily cupped his fists. What are your orders, General? Qin Jiu studied him, a searching look in his eyes. Commander Wang seems to have something on his mind. Wang Ji paused, then smiled. The general jests. This subordinate was merely considering how we shall fight once we reach Wenshan Commandery. Qin Jiu nodded. Do you have any thoughts, Commander Wang? Wang Ji considered for a moment. Liu Guan is a warrior of exceptional courage and skill. A direct confrontation will likely not bring victory. This subordinate believes we should focus on encirclement, cut off his supply lines, drain his momentum, and strike only when he is exhausted. Qin Jiu listened in silence. Encirclement, cutting supply lines, draining his strength. These were all sound, cautious tactics. But the emperor had sent him here to win a swift and decisive victory. Commander Wang, Qin Jiu spoke. How long would such an encirclement take? Wang Ji faltered. That, at minimum 2 months, possibly as long as half a year. Qin Jiu shook his head. Too long. Wang Ji opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Young men were always so hasty. He didn't understand Liu Guan. Didn't understand how Liu Guan killed men. Once he did, he would learn that haste was useless. But he couldn't say any of this. Qin Jiu was the commanding general. He was only an assistant. At this thought, Wang Ji felt a sudden pang of relief. Marshal Feng had been right to keep the elite troops at the prefecture. Win or lose this battle, another matter entirely. At the very least, the elite forces would be preserved. He urged his horse forward, gazing at the winding column ahead, and let out a sigh. The emperor had dispatched troops. Marshal Feng had sent his force. 2 armies converging on Liu Guan. It sounded imposing. But of these 25,000, fewer than 4,000 could actually fight. Of his own 2,000, fewer than 500 were combat ready. Together, they numbered less than 4,500. Liu Guan's side conservatively had at least 5,000 capable fighters. 5,000 against 4,500 fighting on home ground. This battle. Wang Ji shook his head again. Never mind. He wouldn't think about it anymore. Qin Jiu would fight as he saw fit, and Wang Ji would follow. After all, if the sky were to fall, the tall ones would bear the weight. Several days later, at the prefect's mansion in Wenshan Commandery, Liu Guan stood before a full map of Liangzhou, his finger resting on the southern highway. He had a rough sense of where Qin Jiu's 25,000 had reached. At most 5 more days, and the vanguard would be at the gates of Wenshan City. 5 days. Enough time to arrange many things. Report. A bodyguard hurried in and dropped to one knee. My lord, a visitor requests an audience. Liu Guan looked up. Who is it? The bodyguard hesitated, then lowered his voice. The visitor claims to be an envoy of the great Jin Emperor. Liu Guan's brows shifted slightly. Jin had sent another envoy. After he killed 2 last time, they dared come again. How interesting. Bring him in. The bodyguard cupped his fists and retreated. Liu Guan rose and walked to the center of the hall, where he stood firm. Presently a man entered, dressed as a scholar. Blue robes, a square cap, a folding fan in hand. He looked like an examinee heading to the capital for the imperial exams. But on closer inspection something was off. The fabric of his blue robe was not woven in the style of Great Wu. The patterns on his cuffs carried the flavor of the steppe. The belt around his waist was not the broad sash customary to Great Wu, but a thin leather cord tied in the knot style favored by the Jin people. Liu Guan studied him, the corner of his mouth twitching. A warrior. A warrior in the service of the Jin. The envoy reached the center of the hall, cupped his fists in a bow, and his movements were flawless, beyond reproach. I am Zheng, an envoy of the great Jin Emperor, commissioned by His Majesty to pay my respects to General Liu. Liu Guan did not return the gesture. He merely looked at Zheng, and a faint smile playing on his face. That smile made Zheng and stomach tighten. Before coming, he had done his research. The 2 envoys who came last time, Yang Yili and Fan Shen, were both dead. One's head hung at the city gate, the other was hanged at the county office. He had no idea whether this visit would meet the same fate. But he could not show weakness. Showing fear was to lose before the battle began. Mr. Zheng, Liu Guan spoke. Are you here this time to hurl threats, or to deliver your own head? Zheng froze, then forced a smile. That smile struggled to maintain composure, but the corners of his eyes grew rigid. The general jests. I come here for peace talks, not to seek trouble. Peace talks. Liu Guan regarded him as though he were some peculiar curiosity. I killed your men, and instead of anger you come to negotiate. Zheng drew a deep breath and drew forth his prepared words. General, you may not be aware. The Yang Yili who came last time, though sent as the Emperor's envoy, was notoriously arrogant and disrespectful. Your killing him was his own doing. Liu Guan's brow arched. Oh. Upon learning of this incident, His Majesty remarked Yang Yili's foul tongue deserved death. The Jin do not hold this grudge, and are willing to continue negotiations with the general. Zheng finished speaking and watched Liu Guan's face for a reaction. Liu Guan's face showed no expression. Only those eyes, bright in a somewhat unnerving way. Your Jin people have considerable tolerance, Liu Guan said, suddenly a smile breaking across his face. Zheng's smile froze in place. Dog barbarian. He called the great Jin Emperor a dog barbarian. He opened his mouth to speak, but Liu Guan continued before he could. Yang Yili deserved to die? Did Huang Taiji say that with his own lips? Zheng's expression changed. Huang Taiji. That was the personal name of the great Jin Emperor. General, Zheng's voice darkened. I respect you as a bold and honorable man, but I beg you to watch your words. The great Jin Emperor is not one to be addressed so casually. Liu Guan regarded him. That gaze was calm, yet Zheng felt an inexplicable chill crawl up his spine. Watch my words. Liu Guan took a step forward. 2 of your Jin envoys have already lost their lives in my presence. Do you really think I am the sort who practices self-restraint? Zheng's throat moved, but he could not find his voice. Liu Guan walked to within arm's reach and stopped. Zheng was half a head shorter and had to look up to meet his gaze. Mr. Zheng. Liu Guan looked down at him. I have a question for you. Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed. Please, General, ask. Liu Guan fixed his eyes on Zheng's. Serving as a hound for a foreign clan. Is it really that satisfying? Upon hearing this, Zheng's face flushed crimson in an instant. He had spent 8 years in the Jin kingdom. Had he not heard every conceivable insult? Those barbarians, drunk and slurring, had pointed fingers at him, calling him southern barbarian and 2-legged sheep. He endured it all. But those were barbarians insulting him, and he accepted it. Now a bandit leader dared to humiliate him like this. You? He opened his mouth to curse, but the words caught in his throat, and he forced them back down. He remembered the intelligence he had gathered before coming. Yang Yili, one of the Jin kingdom's most formidable warriors, had his neck snapped single-handedly by this man. Fan Shen, the most eloquent strategist of the Jin kingdom, had been hanged at the county office gate. These 2 men, one a scholar, one a warrior, were both dead. What did Zheng have? In literature, he could not match Fan Shen. In martial arts, he could not compare to Yang Yili. What did he have to clash hard against this man? Zheng drew a deep breath, suppressing the fire burning in his throat, and forced a smile onto his face. The general is jesting. I merely came on His Majesty's orders to negotiate peace. Why must the general be so aggressive? Liu Guan looked at him and suddenly laughed. I humiliated you like that, and you're not angry. Zhang Yin's smile froze on his face. He wanted to say he wasn't angry, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Of course he was angry. He had a temper too, but he didn't dare unleash it. General, he tried to keep his voice steady. In war, envoys are not executed. I am an envoy representing His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Jin. Even if the general wishes to show me no respect, surely the general should give face to His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Jin. Liu Guan did not respond. He simply stared at Zhang Yin as if examining some novel curiosity. That little speech of yours earlier, Liu Guan suddenly said, was quite smooth. How long did you practice those words, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Jin? Zhang Yin was stunned. I imagine Liu Guan cut him off. When you first arrived in the Jin Kingdom, you weren't accustomed to it at all. Terms like Irene and Baal so awkward on the tongue. Make a mistake in pronunciation and you'd get a slap. Zhang Yin's face reddened further. Liu Guan continued, later you got used to saying it, and it became smooth. Eventually, not only could you say it fluently, but you could also speak on behalf of the Jin people, offer them advice, teach them how to deal with your own countrymen. He paused and shook his head. Understandable. Those two words were light as a feather, but when Zhang Yin heard them, it felt like a slap across his face. After all, if you've become a dog for foreign barbarians, what courage could possibly remain? Zhang Yin's complexion shifted from red to pale to ashen. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Endure. He must endure. Endure this, survive, return, and report the situation here to His Majesty. Then His Majesty would send troops, and this Liu Guan would be torn to pieces. His endurance now was for the sake of future vengeance. General, he began, his voice hoarse. I have traveled 1,000 miles to come here with sincere intentions. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Jin has said that as long as the general is willing to submit, the terms remain unchanged. General of mighty might, rank of 3rd grade, your troops will not be divided and no supervisory commanders will be assigned. War horses and iron materials will be delivered on schedule each year. When we eventually enter the Central Plains, Liangzhou may be hereditary territory for the general. He finished in one breath and looked at Liu Guan. Liu Guan stared at him as if he hadn't heard a word. I'm asking you a question, Liu Guan said. Is being a dog for foreign barbarians really that satisfying? Zhang Yin's fists cracked audibly. Endure. Continue to endure. General, his voice was already trembling. I came to negotiate peace, not to listen to the general curse at me. If the general refuses to negotiate, I shall take my leave now. He turned to leave. Stop. 2 words not loud, but Zhang Yin's feet felt as if nailed to the ground. He could not take a single step. He slowly turned back. Liu Guan looked at him, a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, Liu Guan took a step forward. Did I give you permission to leave? Zhang Yin's legs began to weaken. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked. He couldn't utter a single word. Liu Guan walked up to him, looking down from above. You just said you came with sincere intentions. Zhang Yin nodded frantically. Very well, Liu Guan said. I have a few questions for you. Answer them, and I'll let you return alive. Fail to answer them. He didn't finish, but Zhang Yin's back was already soaked with sweat. First question. Liu Guan spoke. How many troops does the Jin Kingdom currently have? Zhang Yin was stunned. This was a matter of military secrets. How could he possibly say? I don't know. Liu Guan looked at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Don't know. True. I truly don't know. Zhang Yin's voice cracked. I'm merely a civil official responsible only for recruiting. Military affairs have never been my domain. Liu Guan nodded. Second question. How far south does the Jin Kingdom intend to advance this time? Sweat began to drip down Zhang Yin's forehead. This. Third question. Liu Guan didn't wait for him to answer. How were those cannons of the Jin Kingdom made? Zhang Yin's legs went soft, and he collapsed to his knees. General, I truly don't know. I'm just an errand runner. Those classified matters, His Majesty would never let someone like me know. Liu Guan looked down at him. Zhang Yin kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, forehead pressed to the floor, rump raised, looking like a stray dog. Weren't you quite eloquent just now? Liu Guan's voice came from above. General of might 3rd grade hereditary rule of Liangzhou. So smooth. I ask you about real matters and suddenly you don't know. Zhang Yin kowtowed desperately, his forehead striking the ground with dull thuds. Spare my life, General. Spare my life. I truly don't know. I only follow orders. I'm also a martial artist. I am willing to surrender. Willing to surrender. Liu Guan watched him kowtow, his expression unchanged. Martial artist. Why, yes. Zhang Yin lifted his head, his forehead covered in blood. My ancestors were scholars. Later our family fell on hard times, and I had no choice but to go to the Jin Kingdom. My heart still belongs to Dou. As long as the general spares my life, I am willing to serve the general with utmost loyalty. Liu Guan crouched down, bringing himself to eye level. Looking at that face mere inches away, Zhang Yin suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. In those eyes there was no anger, no killing intent, not even any disgust. There was only boredom. Just now Liu Guan spoke. You said you're also a martial artist. Zheng and nodded frantically. Then tell me, Liu Guan said. What does it mean to be a martial artist? Zheng opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Liu Guan stood up. A martial artist is one who takes up a blade to protect his own people. He looked down at Zheng, not one who becomes a dog for foreign barbarians and returns to bite his own kin. Zheng shuddered all over and began kowtowing again. Spare my life, General. I was wrong. I will reform. I will reform. Liu Guan said nothing. He simply raised his hand. Zheng saw that hand reaching toward him, wanting to dodge, but unable to. That hand landed on his head. 5 fingers like iron hoops clamped around his crown. Gee, General. Zheng's voice was hollow. Tears and mucus smeared across his face. He felt the force on his crown growing stronger. Pain. Intense piercing pain. As if someone were using iron tongs to crush his skull. Ah, he screamed. Spare my life. Spare my life. Liu Guan ignored him. His fingers continued to apply pressure. Zheng's screams turned to wails, then to groans. His eyes began to bulge outward, blood vessels filling his eyeballs. His face shifted from crimson to purple-red, then from purple-red to pale white. His hands desperately clawed at Liu Guan's fingers, but that hand remained immovable. Crack! Zheng's head exploded in Liu Guan's grip. Blood-brain matter and shattered bones splattered across Liu Guan's face and clothes. The headless corpse swayed, then collapsed with a thunderous thud. Liu Guan stood in place, pieces of flesh still clinging to his fingers. He shook his hand, flicking off the fragments. Thanks to the system, my strength keeps growing. 5 days later, 30 li north of Wenshan Commandery, upon a vast open plain, a force of 25,000 was establishing camp. Inside the central command tent, Qin Jiu stood before the spread-out map for nearly half a double hour. His finger tapped the parchment, his brows drawn tight. General, a voice came from the tent entrance. Qin Jiu did not turn. Wang Ji entered and stepped beside him. He glanced at the map, then at Qin Jiu's furrowed brows, and said nothing. How many of the scouts have returned? Qin Jiu suddenly asked. Wang Ji paused. Only 2. Qin Jiu remained silent. Only 2 had returned. He had sent out 13 scouts, and merely 2 came back. Understood, Qin Jiu said. Wang Ji stood beside him, hesitated, then spoke. General, I still maintain that we ought to lay siege first. Qin Jiu finally turned his head. He looked at Wang Ji, his expression unreadable. Besiege? Yes. Wang Ji met his gaze. Liu Guan is far too formidable to confront head-on. Victory would be unlikely. Surround and starve them, sever their supply lines, drain their vigor, wait until they falter, then strike all at once. This is the safest approach. Qin Jiu said nothing. Wang Ji pressed on. General, I have served in Liangzhou for 20 years and seen many men. But Liu Guan, such a man I have never encountered. Old General Chen Ping served 33 years and fought 100 battles, yet now even hearing Liu Guan's name sends shivers through him. Against one like that, haste will only doom us. Wang Ji looked at Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu looked back. Commander Wang, Qin Jiu began. Do you know why His Majesty dispatched me? Wang Ji blinked, then shook his head. Because the Emperor is anxious. Qin Jiu turned, walked to the tent entrance, and lifted the curtain to glance outward. Outside, the conscripts squatted on the ground drinking porridge. Some looked up, caught his gaze, and quickly bowed their heads. Qin Jiu lowered the curtain and returned. The northern frontier has fallen and the Jin barbarians ride unchecked. In Sangzhou, Li Xian has risen again, gathering tens of thousands within a month. And here in Liangzhou, Liu Guan has appeared, capturing 5 cities, a garrison, and a commandery in succession. 3 fronts ablaze. Can you blame the Emperor for his impatience? He looked at Wang Ji. Do you think I do not understand the value of steady advancement? Do you think I am unaware that siege and attrition is the safest course? But time waits for no one. Wang Ji opened his mouth as if to object. I know. Qin Jiu cut him off. I know you are afraid. Wang Ji's protest died in his throat. I know you have all been broken by Liu Guan. Qin Jiu stepped forward, locking eyes with him. Feng Kuan is dead. Chen Ping is ruined. Every officer from Liangzhou without exception pales at the mention of Liu Guan's name. You have painted him as a divine warrior, invincible, unbeatable. Wang Ji fell silent, his gaze flickering away. But I see him differently. Qin Jiu turned and walked to the map, his finger pressing down upon Wenshan Commandery. He is a man, not a god. Wang Ji studied him, suddenly feeling that this young man before him was unlike anything he had assumed. Qin Jiu continued. I trained in martial arts since childhood. At 13, I could draw a 3-stone bow. At 15, I took to the battlefield and felled dozens of enemy generals. He paused, and for the first time the sharp edge of youth showed on his face. I too am a fierce warrior. With all my strength I can lift 1,000 Jin cauldron. Wen Dingdu is even more formidable. He can raise such a weight with one arm and hold it for a single breath. Qin Jiu shook his head. But so what? He turned to face Wang Ji. Commander Wang, have you ever witnessed the true horror of a human tide? Wang Ji blinked. I have, Qinjiu said. 2 years ago I fought alongside Wen Dingdu in a brutal engagement. The state of Zhao surrounded us with 40,000 men. We numbered only 3,000. Wave after wave of enemies fell, and wave after wave replaced them. We fought from dawn until dusk, blades notched and bent spears shattered bodies too exhausted to stand upright. He paused. In moments like those, no feat of strength or reputation as the mightiest warrior matters. Survival depends only on the hardness of one's fate. Wang Ji listened in silence. So, I do not believe Liu Guan is vastly superior to me, Qinjiu said. I have heard he slew Feng Kuan, charged through the northern Rome's main camp, and shattered Qinping's forces. But what of it? For all the lives he has taken, can he possibly slay 25,000 men? He looked at Wang Ji. You have mythologized him. Wang Ji opened his mouth to protest. He wanted to say that 60 men charging 8,000 in their camp, 80 men storming a formation of 2,500. Such deeds were beyond the reach of any sane soul. But in the end he said nothing at all. Because Qinjiu was the commanding general. Because Qinjiu was too young. Though renowned for his steady hand in battle, he was still a youth at heart. Deep within him ran that stubborn current. The refusal to yield, the unshakable belief that he could prevail. Wang Ji lowered his head. You speak wisely, General. Qinjiu looked at him and sighed suddenly. Commander Wang, I know you harbor reservations. You think me young, that I have never faced Liu Guan, that I underestimate the enemy. He walked back to the map. But I do not underestimate him. I know this battle will be hard fought. Yet hard or not, we must engage. The Emperor waits for news. The court waits for news. All under heaven waits for news. I cannot afford to delay. Wang Ji was silent for a moment before speaking. Then how does the general intend to fight? Qinjiu's finger traced a line across the map. Tomorrow the army shall divide into 4 columns. 5,000 men each will press the southern, eastern, and western gates to feint and fix the defenders in place. On the northern front, I will lead the divine archers and provincial troops in the main assault. Wang Ji frowned. General, attacking all 4 gates simultaneously will spread our forces thin. I am aware, Qinjiu said. That is precisely why the northern gate is the true spear point. The other 3 gates need only pin the defenders and prevent any reinforcement of the north. He paused. For all his martial prowess, Liu Guan is only one man. He may hold the northern gate, but not the eastern. He may hold the eastern, but not the western. As long as a single gate falls, he is defeated. Wang Ji listened in silence. The strategy sounded reasonable enough. Yet something still felt wrong. Could a man like Liu Guan truly be judged by ordinary standards? He did not know, but he knew that argumentation would avail him nothing now. Qinjiu had already made his decision. The next day, before dawn, the horns sounded beyond the north gate of Wenshan Commandery. Liu Guan stood on the city walls, hands resting on the battlements, watching the dark tide of troops slowly advancing from 3 li away. 5,000 men. At the forefront were over 3,000 conscripts carrying ladders, pushing siege rams, and dragging battering rams. They stood scattered, eyes darting, faces pale with fear. Behind them came 800 provincial soldiers. Their armor was largely intact, their formations relatively disciplined, spear points standing like a forest. Further back were 500 archers of the Divine Arrow Battalion. Bows drawn, arrows ready, each man carrying 2 quivers on his back. Their formation was loose, yet their formidable aura could be felt from hundreds of paces away. At the very rear stood the great banner bearing the character Qin. Liu Guan withdrew his gaze. 1,000 men at the east gate under Han Ming, 1,000 at the south gate under Li Si, 1,000 at the west gate under Shi Wanshan and Zhao Yi combined. Here at the north gate, 320 Black Cloud cavalry, 80 personal guards of the vanguard, and 1,600 combat-ready new recruits. 2,000 against 5,000. More than double. Zhang Bakong stood behind him, lowering his voice. My lord, Qinjiu intends to use the conscripts to fill the moat. Liu Guan nodded. He had seen it clearly. Those 3,000-plus conscripts at the front were nothing but cannon fodder meant to fill the moat and absorb the first wave of casualties. Only after the moat was filled and siege engines positioned, once the defenders' rolling logs and boulders were spent, would the combat-ready provincial troops press forward to scale the walls. And the sole mission of the Divine Arrow Battalion was to suppress the defenders on the walls, allowing the conscripts to reach the base of the fortifications. Beneath the central command banner, Qinjiu raised his hand. Send in the conscripts. The horn's tone shifted, growing urgent and shrill. War drums thundered like a torrential downpour. Over 3,000 conscripts, driven forward by supervisors wielding blades, began to advance. The Divine Arrow Battalion struck first. A resonant hum filled the air as bowstrings vibrated, launching a dark torrent of arrows toward the battlements. Clang after clang rang out as arrows struck the walls, lodging in crenellations and shields. "Keep your heads down," the commanders roared from the walls. "Don't expose yourselves." The conscripts seized the opportunity to accelerate, rushing to the moat's edge to hurl earth sacks, branches, and corpses into the gap. On the walls, the defenders began their counterattack. Rolling logs and boulders crashed down, splitting skulls and drenching the conscripts in blood. Pitch was poured from above, engulfing the siege engines in flames. Screams, wails, and desperate pleas for mercy blended into a cacophony. The Divine Arrow Battalion's barrage never ceased. Some carried ladders to the wall's base, but before they could secure them, rolling logs crushed their skulls, sending man and ladder tumbling to the ground. Others pushed siege engines forward, but the moment they crossed the moat, a cauldron of boiling oil was dumped upon them, surrounding the vehicles with shrieks and howls of agony. At last the moat was filled. Ladders began coming up in succession. Some climbers had already reached the battlements. Liu Guan moved. He walked toward the section of wall where the breach had opened. A conscript had just crested the crenellation, barely finding his footing. Liu Guan raised his mace and struck. The man's skull burst open, his body falling backward and knocking over 3 climbers behind him. Another scaled the wall on the left. A backward swing of the mace collapsed his chest, sending him flying over the edge. 2 more appeared on the right. Liu Guan struck with both maces, sweeping left and crushing right. Both skulls burst open in the same instant. Liu Guan stood his ground, his twin maces whirling in wide arcs. 1 climber rose, 1 fell. 2 rose, a pair fell. Not a single man could stand before him for more than a breath. But the conscripts were merely the appetizer. The real challenge lay ahead. The horn sounded again. The provincial troops advanced. They swept aside the retreating conscripts, crossed the filled moat, and rushed to the base of the wall. Rolling logs and boulders still rained down, but the provincial soldiers were far sturdier than the conscripts. 1 blow, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. 2 blows, they fell, and those behind stepped over their bodies to continue the charge. The first wave of ladders was positioned. The provincial soldiers began climbing. Liu Guan focused on the nearest ladder. As he moved toward it, the archers below immediately locked onto him. A dozen arrows flew simultaneously. Liu Guan raised his arms, his twin maces dancing before him. Arrows rang against the steel and deflected away. Not a single one could find his body. He approached the ladder, gripped both maces with both hands, and aimed at the iron hook at its apex. 1 strike fell. A tremendous clang echoed. The iron hook snapped. The ladder toppled backward. 7 or 8 provincial soldiers on it screamed as they plummeted to the ground, crushing those below them. Liu Guan did not pause, moving directly to the second ladder. 3 men had already scaled it. He struck from behind, felling 2 with twin mace blows. The third turned to flee, only to be kicked off the battlements. Then he positioned both maces against the center of the ladder. Crack! The ladder splintered in 2. The upper half fell backward, the lower half remained lodged against the wall. The third ladder was already secure, and the provincial soldiers were climbing with remarkable speed. The vanguard had already half finished crossing the crenellation. By the time Liu Guan arrived, the man had already breached the wall. The man raised his blade to strike. Liu Guan sidestepped and delivered a mace blow to his waist. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of breaking bones. The man screamed, launched backward, struck the wall, and slid down motionless. Liu Guan turned and shattered that ladder with a single blow. Standing on the battlements, he scanned the battlefield. 5 more ladders had been placed on the eastern and western sections. He moved again. First to the east. 2 ladders. He dispatched them within 3 breaths. The first he split clean in 2. The second he smashed along with its iron fittings. The eastern provincial soldiers had not yet realized what had happened before the ladders were gone. Then he moved west. Of the 3 ladders on the western side, 2 already had climbers scaling them. Liu Guan charged over, eliminated those 2 men first, then smashed the ladders. On the third ladder, a soldier halfway up watched in horror as the ladder split apart before his eyes, then fell screaming to the ground. The provincial soldiers below were stunned. After years of warfare, they had never seen anyone like this. Those ladders had been crafted from hundreds of caddies of fine timber, reinforced with iron hooks and bands strong enough to withstand rolling logs and boulders. Yet before this man, they were like paper. 1 strike, and they broke. 2 strikes, and they shattered. Some began to shrink back. Others hesitated, too afraid to climb. One ladder. 2, 3, 4. He cleared the east, then the west, then the north. Below the walls, broken ladders and provincial corpses piled high. The provincial soldiers finally feared. They stood at the base of the wall, looking up at the blood-soaked man on the battlements, none daring to climb further. Some began to retreat. After the first step backward came the second. After the first man fled, a second followed. The supervisors rushed forward and executed 2, but they could not stem the tide of despair. Beneath the central command banner, Qin Jiao stared at the walls, his face ashen. He had been watching for nearly half an hour. In half an hour, over 20 ladders had been destroyed. Over 100 provincial soldiers were dead, 200 more wounded. Yet that man still stood on the walls. Still smashing. Still killing. Not even breathing hard. Qin Zhou's hand tightened on the rein until his knuckles turned white. Divine Arrow Battalion, he roared. Aim at Liu Guan. Fire. The archers of the Divine Arrow Battalion had been waiting. They had been shooting at the defenders on the walls all along, but Liu Guan moved too swiftly, never giving them a chance to lock onto him. Now he stood there motionless. More than 50 bows drew taut simultaneously, arrows aimed at the same direction. A resonant hum filled the air as a torrent of arrows took flight. By the time Liu Guan heard the twang of bowstrings, the arrows were already upon him. He raised his arms. His twin maces danced before him. Clang after clang rang out. Arrows struck the maces and deflected away. Not a single one could hit his body. Not one arrow could penetrate within 3 feet of him. Liu Guan lowered his maces and looked up toward the central banner. Across hundreds of paces and through the dense throngs of troops, his gaze pierced the battlefield and landed on Qin Zhou. When Qin Zhou met that piercing stare, a chill ran down his spine. He thought of Qin Ping, of Wang Zhi's words, of many things long buried. General, the deputy commander's voice came from beside him. Qin Zhou snapped back to reality. He took a deep breath, forcing down the chill, then raised his hand. Sound the recall. Order the troops to withdraw. On the third night, the northern gate of Wenshan Commandery silently swung open. 500 Black Cloud cavalry filed out, their horses muzzled and hooves wrapped in cloth, quietly forming an arrowhead formation outside the city. Liu Guan reined in his horse at the front of the formation. During the 2 days of defending the city, he had been waiting for the opportunity Zhang Bakong had spoken of. Now it had come. He lifted his gaze to the camp shimmering with lights 3 li away. Then he raised his hand and swept it forward. Go! At Liu Guan's command, the sound of hooves thundered. The 500 riders spurred their horses simultaneously, and the mounts leaped into a gallop, charging toward the brightly lit camp 3 li away. After 2 li, the 500 Black Cloud cavalry, like a black arrow loosed from a bow, struck deep into the Imperial Army's camp. The sentries on the perimeter were the first to spot them. Enemy attack. A shrill cry tore through the night sky. Then came the horns, urgent, piercing one after another. But it was too late. Liu Guan's horse lance had already pierced the camp gate. The blade drove into the chest of the gate guard, who before he could react was flung backward, knocking over 2 comrades who had just crawled out of their tents. Liu Guan did not slow down. The 500 Black Cloud cavalry poured through the breach he had torn open, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly flooding the camp. Tents were overturned, campfires were stomped out. Soldiers, startled from their sleep, had no time to grab their weapons before their chests were crushed by hooves or their throats pierced by spear tips. Liu Guan is here. It's Liu Guan. Liu Guan has broken in. Screams erupted everywhere. Liu Guan swept his lance, knocking down 3 soldiers blocking his path, and without pausing continued charging forward. Set fire, he roared. The Black Cloud cavalry, as they charged, lit the tents along the way. Torches were thrown, and the dry tent fabric caught fire instantly, flames leaping man-high, licking the night sky. But they did not stop to pursue or finish off the wounded. They just kept charging, kept burning, kept moving forward. Liu Guan's horse lance cleared the way ahead. Impale 1, fling him aside. Sweep down 2, trample over them. Fling 3 into the crowd. He did not look back, did not pause, did not even check if those he had struck were dead. He only cared about charging forward. Behind him, the Black Cloud cavalry followed, closely tearing the gap he had made wider and wider. All along the way were soldiers screaming and running in panic, conscripts who had just crawled out of tents still half naked, and defenders scrambling for weapons. But Liu Guan paid them no heed. He just charged, just ran, letting the 500 riders sweep through the heart of the camp like a black torrent. Liu Guan is trying to escape. He's breaking out. Stop him! Shouts erupted from the crowd. Hearing this, Liu Guan's lips curled into a faint smile. It was done. He squeezed his horse's flanks, and the black steed accelerated again. Ahead, a squad of archers from the Divine Archer camp came charging toward him. They had reacted the fastest, already formed up, bows drawn, arrows nocked. But the distance was too short. So short that they only managed to fire 1 volley before Liu Guan's lance was upon them. The blade drove into the chest of the foremost man, pierced through his back, and then plunged into the belly of the second. The 2 men were skewered together. Liu Guan lifted them up and hurled them at the third. He did not stop. As the bodies were flung away, his black horse had already charged through the midst of the archers. Behind him, the Black Cloud cavalry followed, trampling the scattered archers under their hoofs. They pressed on. At last, the northern gate of the camp appeared before them. Liu Guan swept his lance, flinging the 2 gate guards aside, and spurred his horse out of the camp. Behind him, the 500 Black Cloud cavalry followed, galloping into the night. The sound of hooves gradually faded. In the Imperial camp, flames shot into the sky, chaos reigned. Some were still shouting, Liu Guan has escaped. Others began looting in the confusion, and still others knelt on the ground kowtowing in gratitude to heaven that the slaughterer had left. 100 paces from the central command tent, inside an inconspicuous small tent, Qin Xiu stood before a map, his face ashen. The tent flap was pushed aside, and the deputy general rushed in. "General, Liu Guan has broken through the northern camp and fled north." Qin Xiu's brow furrowed tightly. Escaped? Liu Guan had escaped. How many men did he take? About 400 or 500 riders. All black cloud cavalry. They set fires and charged all the way, never looking back. Qin Xiu's hand clenched the edge of the table. Never looking back. 400 or 500 riders heading north. There was nothing to the north. Why would he run? The city's grain could last at least 3 more months. He still had several thousand able-bodied soldiers. He alone could hold the northern gate. What gave him the right to run? "General." Another messenger burst in. "There's movement from the west. A force is approaching this way, many men carrying torches." Qin Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. West. Liu Guan was fleeing north, yet men were coming from the west. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Luring the tiger from the mountain. Liu Guan intended to draw him out of the camp. If he gave chase, the camp would be left empty. Then the force from the west would rush and burn the grain, kill the prisoners, and destroy the supplies. Feinting to the east, but attacking to the west. Qin Xiu let out a cold laugh. "Liu Guan, do you take me for a child? You think such a trick could fool me? Issue the order." He began. "All units hold their positions, do not." He stopped mid-sentence. No. What if Liu Guan was not trying to lure him out? What if he really couldn't hold out any longer? He had fought fiercely during the 2 days of siege, but so what? No matter how many he killed, he couldn't stop his own men from becoming restless. Wenshan Commandery had only recently been taken. Who knew what the surrendered soldiers and officers in the city were thinking? What if something had really gone wrong? What if he was truly fleeing? Never looking back, setting fires and charging all the way. That didn't look like a feint, it looked like a genuine escape. Qin Xiu stood still, 2 thoughts warring fiercely in his mind. Chase, and it might be a trick. Not chase, and he might be letting the tiger return to the mountain. Which side to bet on? The tent flap was pushed aside and a third messenger rushed in. "General, news from the routed soldiers in the north. Liu Guan is running fast, never looking back." Some fleeing soldiers saw with their own eyes that he didn't even bother to kill, just kept charging forward. Qin Xiu's brow knitted even tighter. Didn't even bother to kill. Then, no, still wrong. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, there was no hesitation in them. "Issue the order." "Yes." "Wang Ji will lead the remaining army to hold the camp at all costs. If the enemy from the west comes, hold them. If possible, delay them. If not." "Yes." "Transfer 500 men from the divine archer camp and 300 from the prefectural troops. All of you mount up and follow me to pursue Liu Guan." The deputy general hesitated. "General, you're going to give chase?" Qin Xiu looked at him. "I can't gamble. If he's truly fleeing, and I let him go, how will I explain to His Majesty? But if it's a trick, I can't stake everything." He grabbed his helmet and put it on his head. "Divide the forces. I'll pursue, and Wang Ji will hold the camp. Cover both ends." The deputy general opened his mouth as if to speak, then swallowed his words. "Yes." In the flickering firelight, a pursuing force drew ever closer to Liu Guan's men. "Giddy up." Liu Guan glanced back over his shoulder. At the very front rode a man clad in mountain-patterned armor, mounted on a yellow-dappled horse, a long spear held crosswise in his grip. It was Qin Xiu. 800 cavalry. Liu Guan recognized him instantly. Young, sharp, yet emanating an aura of profound composure from head to toe. Qin Xiu spotted Liu Guan as well. His legs drove sharply into the horse's flanks, and the stallion, sensing the pain, surged forward with renewed speed. "Release the arrows." Qin Xiu's roar shattered the night air. 500 divine archers drew their bows in unison. They knocked arrows while mounted, their bodies rising and falling with their horses' gallop, yet their gripping hands remained steady as iron. Archery. This was the divine archer camp's defining craft. Though individually their mounted archery could not rival the legendary white horse roaming cavalry of Great Wu, they were far beyond ordinary mounted archers nonetheless. Whoosh! 500 arrows left their strings simultaneously. The sound was no ordinary whistle of shafts splitting air, but a deep, resonant hum, like a massive swarm of hornets taking flight together. A rain of arrows blotted out the heavens, bearing down upon Liu Guan and the black cloud cavalry. Liu Guan turned his head, his pupils constricting. His original plan had been to keep fleeing, drawing Qin Xiu as far away as possible, to buy Han Ming enough time to raid the camp, burn the grain, and destroy the supplies. But this arrow storm was too dense. Even if the Black Cloud cavalry suffered only 10% casualties, it would be devastating. Not worth it. Liu Guan made his decision in an instant. Plans have changed. His thunderous shout eclipsed the hoofbeats, the arrow hiss, and all the chaos of battle. About face. The Black Cloud cavalry responded without a moment's hesitation. They reined their horses in unison, wheeled about, and leveled their spear points. No panic, no hesitation. Those veteran soldiers who had followed Liu Guan out of Heishui County, those fierce warriors who had charged through Chunping's grand army with him. Long ago accustomed were they to his commands that could shift in an instant. Liu Guan pulled his black mount to a halt, fixing Qin Xiu with an unwavering stare. Quite the talent. Charge! He drove his heels into the horse's sides, and the black stallion bounded forward, surging against the 800 pursuers. Target Liu Guan. Qin Xiu bellowed upon seeing this. Fire! The divine archer bowman had been waiting for this command. The arrow points swiveled in unison, homing in on that advancing black figure. 500 arrows, all aimed at a single man. Whoosh! The rain of arrows took flight once more. This time denser, fiercer, faster. Liu Guan stared at the overwhelming barrage descending upon him, both hands gripping his horse spear tight. Then he began to swing it. Arms coiling with power, waist driving the motion, the entire horse spear whirling in a massive arc before him. 1 revolution. 2 revolutions. 3 revolutions. The spear shaft screamed through the air, sounding like a gale sweeping across the plains. The arrow storm arrived. The first arrow struck the shaft and bounced away. The second arrow struck and bounced away. The third, fourth, fifth. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of clashing metal erupted. The spear shaft spun ever faster in Liu Guan's grasp, faster than a black cyclone, faster than a windmill. Those arrows that struck it, some were deflected, some shattered, some exploded into splinters of wood. Not a single shaft could penetrate that black barrier. Not a single shaft could reach Liu Guan. Qin Xiu's eyes bulged wide. What kind of technique was that? A single horse spear wielded like a windmill, blocking all 500 arrows. What manner of monster was this? There's no escape. Liu Guan's thunderous battle cry echoed from beyond the arrow storm, rattling Qin Xiu's eardrums. Escape. Qin Xiu's face flushed crimson with shame. These past few days he had been cowering and shrinking, not even daring to stay in the central command tent to avoid Liu Guan's legendary spear-charging tactics. A belly full of frustration had been building within him. Now goaded by Liu Guan, he could bear it no longer. Liu Guan. Qin Xiu's fury erupted completely, overwhelming his fear. He drove his heels hard into the horse's flanks. The yellow-dappled stallion shrieked in pain, its hooves churning as it charged straight toward Liu Guan. The long spear leveled its point, aimed true at the approaching figure. I am Qin Xiu. I am the grandson of the Duke of England. The two horses charged toward each other. The distance collapsed rapidly. 50 paces. 30 paces. 10 paces. Qin Xiu bellowed, and thrust his spear forward with every ounce of his strength. The spear point lunged straight for Liu Guan's heart. Liu Guan eyed the incoming thrust, his lips curling slightly. Both hands gripped the spear, swinging in a wide arc, brought crashing down. Like wielding an iron pillar, he smashed it down upon Qin Xiu, man and spear alike. Qin Xiu's long spear struck Liu Guan's weapon first. Crack! The spear shaft snapped into 3 pieces. The front section went flying, the rear portion still clutched in Qin Xiu's hands. Qin Xiu froze in disbelief. This spear of his was forged from quality Damascus steel, had pierced through countless enemies' chests. Smashed in 2. Before he could react, Liu Guan's spear had arrived. That spear descended from above Qin Xiu's head, but it was not aiming at him. It struck the yellow-dappled mount beneath him. The spear point cut through the horse's back, pierced through its body, and burst forth from its belly. The war horse didn't even have time to scream before it was cleaved in 2. Blood, entrails, and shattered bone exploded outward, drenching Qin Xiu from head to toe. Qin Xiu was hurled from his saddle, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling 3 or 4 times before coming to a stop. He lay prone on the ground, palms pressed against the earth, trying to rise. But the moment he pushed, searing pain shot through him. Both hands trembled, violently shaking like sieves, incapable of supporting his weight. He glanced down at his hands. The meat of his palms had split open, slick with blood. The bones were unharmed, but the muscles quivered uncontrollably. What kind of strength was that? Qin Xiu raised his head, gazing at the figure reining in his horse a short distance away. Liu Guan sat astride his black mount, looking down at him. The enemy general has fallen. The Black Cloud cavalry's battle cry shattered the night sky. Surrender now or face death. The bowmen of the divine archer camp reined their horses to a halt, their formation thrown into chaos. But they did not immediately kneel and surrender. 500 divine archers were, after all, the Empire's elite. With their commander fallen, morale had shattered, yet discipline endured. Squad leaders drew their swords, shouting at the top of their lungs. Form ranks. Hold steady. Mounted archer formation. Don't panic. They number only 500. The frontline mounted archers, hands trembling, raised their bows once more, while the rear cavalry wheeled their horses, attempting to regroup. Some feared, some panicked, but none scattered to their knees en masse. Yet the 300 state soldiers could hold no longer. They had never been elite forces to begin with. Now with their commander down, and that demon still breathing, what were they waiting for? Some tumbled from their saddles, discarded their spears, and knelt. Others wheeled their mounts toward the darkness, their wails echoing far and wide. No more fighting. We surrender. That's a monster. The routed soldiers, like a startled flock of sheep, instantly scattered the divine archer's hard-won stability. Dozens of divine archer bowmen were swept along, carried along helplessly in the tide of flight. Another 100 or so tumbled from their horses, kneeling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Yet nearly 300 cavalry remained, their grips iron on their reins, unmoving. They clutched their bows' arrow points trained on Liu Guan, their eyes brimming with fear. But they could not surrender. They were the divine archer camp.